Madman of the Sword Chapter 4865 to Chapter 4947. Lin Xian stood on the mountain peak, looking up at the sky and the scene of destruction. His brow furrowed tightly. He had just become the ruler of the lightning star, and such a thing had happened. Who dared to attack his world? Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. His figure flashed, and he flew out of the universe. When he came out of the starry sky, he saw a huge monster. It was very terrifying, and it seemed to be attacking the lightning star. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. At this time, another figure appeared beside him. It was an old man with a little girl. His face was full of fear. When he saw Lin Xian, he exclaimed, "Young master, leave quickly." This sacred spirit was very terrifying. It would be too late if he didn't leave now. Lin Xian glanced at the other party and found that the old man was only a saint, and the little girl was a supremacy. Lin Xian was shocked. He said that he was a saint of the lightning star. The old man nodded. That's right, leave quickly. He could see that Lin Xian was definitely a saint since he could come to the outer realm, so he quickly persuaded him. The little girl also said with her eyes wide open, "Big brother, leave quickly. This sacred spirit is very terrifying. Even my grandpa can't defeat it." Lin Xian smiled. No need. From now on, no one can threaten the lightning star, not even the sacred spirit. Young master, I know that you might be a top genius from a great world, but the origin of the sacred spirit is very terrifying. This was a very small sacred spirit with a shallow cultivation, but even so, it was not something that the people of the lightning star could fight against. He wanted to persuade Lin Xian again, but Lin Xian had already walked forward. This sacred spirit was very big, and it was impossible to see clearly. One could only see the tip of the iceberg, but it was very terrifying. One of its claws fell, causing the lightning star and the world to shatter. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. Scram! With a cold shout, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The sacred spirit's huge claw split open. Roar! A crazy roar sounded, and the starry sky in the outer realm turned upside down. In the 9 heavens, 2 red eyes enveloped the area. The old man behind instantly felt his entire body turning cold. He had no way to escape at all. The other party could kill him with a single glance. Oh no, have I been targeted? It's over. I'm afraid I'm going to die here. The old man regretted not escaping in time. Lin Xian, who was in front of him, was still not afraid. What, you're not going to scram? Then go to hell, 6 Dao Fist. Originally, the starry sky had darkened, but Lin Xian's fist was like a golden sun that illuminated everything, causing light to appear once more. The Holy Spirit roared angrily, and an extremely terrifying energy shot out from its eyes as it descended. After the attack, his huge body was sent flying, and the outer space was shattered. Were they repelled? Behind them, the purple thunder saint was dumbfounded. The little girl's eyes were also filled with stars. This big brother is too amazing. Grandpa, what level has he reached? The little girl asked. The purple lightning saint laughed bitterly. I don't know either. I'm afraid it's a realm far beyond my imagination. Lightning star. Countless creatures were prostrating on the ground. They felt that the end of the world had arrived. The black claw was like a god of destruction, sweeping in all directions. Mountains and rivers were shattered, and no one could compare. Even the escaping saints were smashed into pieces. On the lightning star, saints were supreme existences. Even such a person could not resist, let alone others. But suddenly, they realized that the black claw had shattered and turned into a bloody mist. Not only that. Even the darkening sky was illuminated. Then, the terrifying aura retreated like the sea. What's going on? Did the world-destroying demonic beast leave? Who did it? They could not imagine. They knelt on the ground and prayed continuously. Roar, in the outer space. The Holy Spirit's huge body was sent flying, tearing the void apart. It stood up, roared at the sky, and charged toward Lin Xian. A sword light appeared in Lin Xian's hand, and he waved it forward. The entire universe seemed to have been split into 2, and the endless starfields were shattered. The Holy Spirit's huge body was torn apart. It was severely injured. It roared and turned to escape. Was the Holy Spirit defeated? The Purple Thunder Saint was dumbfounded. The little girl was even more astonished. This scene was like a myth. Lin Xian snorted. Trying to escape? He chased after it. Another six-path fist. A large amount of blood rain fell, and the Holy Spirit's huge body was shattered. Lin Xian chased it all the way until he reached the depths of the starry sky. Finally, he stopped and shouted, "Don't let me see you again, or I'll destroy your soul." The Holy Spirit's eyes were filled with fear. It did not expect that a human could injure it. It was too terrifying. It would never dare to come to this starfield again. In the lightning star's starry sky, the Purple Thunder Saint was still in a daze. At this moment, he realized that the mysterious youth had returned. "How is the young master?" The Purple Thunder Saint asked carefully. Lin Xian said that it ran away and was severely injured. It probably would not dare to come back again. The Purple Thunder Saint sucked in a breath of cold air. The young master was kind enough to save the lightning star. "Please accept my bow." As he spoke, he was about to bow. However, Lin Xian stopped him. "Don't thank me, because this world is mine. I won't let others destroy it." "Yours?" The Purple Thunder Saint was stunned. It shouldn't be. Wasn't the lightning star's world core taken by the Nalan family? As a saint, he was well aware of this. However, Lin Xian said that from now on, he was the ruler of this world. "Let's go." He waved his hand and descended. The Purple Thunder Saint was shocked and followed with his granddaughter. In the world below, countless creatures stood up and cheered. Great, the destructive aura was gone. They did not know who did it. Soon, they saw two figures in the sky. One of them was an unfamiliar man, while the other was a terrifying saint, surrounded by terrifying lightning. Someone exclaimed. It was the Purple Thunder Saint. Could it be that he defeated the world-destroying demonic beast? When this was said, countless people exclaimed. Many thanks to the Purple Thunder Saint for helping. They were too grateful. At the same time, several figures appeared in another direction. They were also saints, but they were shocked. The Purple Thunder Saint was about the same as them. Could he defeat the world-destroying demonic beast? They were not sure. The Purple Thunder Saint smiled bitterly and looked at the people below. You are wrong. It was not me who defeated the world-destroying demonic beast. It was this young master. He pointed at Lin Xian and said. The countless creatures below were stunned as they stared at Lin Xian. Who was this person? He was so young. He was just a young man. How could he be so powerful? Could it be that his strength was more terrifying than the Purple Thunder Saints? Heavens, what kind of realm was that? They were dumbfounded. Even the other sages furrowed their brows. Was this young man very powerful? They looked over and suddenly realized that they couldn't see through him. This shocked them. Lin Xian looked around. He took a step forward and said, I'm the Mad God. From now on, I'm the ruler of the lightning star, your god. Lin Xian's voice resounded in all directions. The living beings below were all stunned. The other party was the ruler of this world. The other party was a god. This news was too shocking. The other sages' pupils shrank. Once they reached the level of sages, they would know that the world core of this world was obtained by the Nalan clan. The Nalan clan was a top clan in an even more terrifying great world. Any one of them would be able to wipe them out. Now that this person had appeared, could it be that he was also from the Nalan clan? Was he the young master of the Nalan clan? How many of them had left? Lin Xian glanced at them and said, No, the Nalan clan respects me. The sages were shocked and couldn't believe it. Even the Nalan clan had to bow to him? Then where did this person come from? They were shocked. Then, they all bowed and paid their respects to the Mad God. The Purple Lightning Elder also hurriedly bowed. The little girl beside him was stunned. This young man was actually a god. Seeing the lightning star, the strongest sages all submitted. The living beings below also knelt down. Lin Xian said, From now on, you don't have to worry about the lightning star being attacked. If the world-destroying demonic beast comes to inform me again, I'll destroy its soul. After saying this, Lin Xian took a step forward. His aura erupted. It was as if he had turned into a sun war god. The surrounding sages looked as if they were facing a great enemy. It was as if a single glance from the other party could tear their bodies apart. This was too terrifying. What kind of realm was this? Lin Xian waved his hand, and a drop of blood dripped from his fingertip, forming the shadow of a dragon below, entrenched on the ground. If the world-destroying demonic beast attacks, inform this dragon's shadow and I'll appear instantly. The dragon's shadow roared toward the sky, emitting a terrifying aura. From now on, this place would become the land of the gods. As the countless living beings dispersed, Lin Xian looked at the purple thunder saint and the others. Then, he said, I'll create a few array formations for you guys. Firstly, it can be used for defense, and secondly, it can gather spirit veins for you to cultivate. Thank you, Mad God. These saints are extremely grateful. Lin Xian smiled and began to set up the array formation. This was originally his world. The stronger the people in this world were, the more benefits he would receive. Naturally, he had to make some arrangements. It didn't take long for more formations to appear. The Purple Thunder Saint and the others were stupefied. Such an array could be said to be heaven-defying. It was enough for them to comprehend for a lifetime. After finishing his preparations, Lin Xian left the lightning star and went to the last star world, where he also dripped a drop of 10,000 dragons' divine blood. Then, he set up a formation before returning. Riding on the black earth, they flew through the cold universe. Lin Xian sent out a clone to guard them, and then his main body entered the sword world. At that moment, under the power of the 5 stars, the sword world, where the 4 spirit valleys were located, completely changed. The spiritual energy there was abundant and the power of heaven and earth was extremely terrifying. The 4 spiritual beasts were stunned. Heavens, I have stayed on the medicine star for thousands of years, but I have never seen such a terrifying aura. Even Lin Xian was surprised. After all, he had been to many places. He had even been to the core area of the Tao sect. He realized that the aura in the 4 spirit valleys was not weaker than the territory of the levitation saint. And this was only the recovery of a single valley and 5 stars. If this world was completely restored, the Tao sect would not be able to do it. Lin Xian was looking forward to this day. It seemed like he could cultivate in the valley of the sword world in the future. His cultivation speed would definitely be much faster than outside. Half a month later, Lin Xian returned to the divine abode. The injuries he had suffered previously were completely healed, and his strength was even stronger. After Lin Xian returned, he took a look at the situation of the divine union. He realized that the development was very good. Ever since Lin Wudi's and Mad God's names had spread, many people had come. On the contrary, the Dragon Palace had become much more low-key. Most of them had entered seclusion and would not come out for a short period of time. Bai Susu and the others also knew that it was not that the Dragon Palace was afraid, but that the Tao sect's grand meeting was about to begin. The experts of Dragon Palace all wanted to show off in front of everyone. Bai Susu was also nervously preparing. During this period of time, she had been in the Levitation Saint's residence and rarely appeared in the divine abode. Lin Xian did not feel any pressure, as he had only been here for a few years, so he did not care about the Tao Sacred Assembly. The dark red divine dragon and the others naturally did not care. Their goal was to strengthen the divine union as much as possible. At this moment, the dark red divine toad was already a famous expert on the jade board. Actually, with their strength, they could enter the Xian board, but they did not do so. Even the dragon prince did not enter the Xian board. This was because the top few on the jade board were treated very well, so there was no need to rush to enter the Xian board. On top of that, Lin Xian also discovered a few new friends. The North Demon and No Flower. These were all old friends. The North Demon was Black Mountain's disciple and had been training all these years. Previously, he had even joined forces with Lin Xian in the second astral boundary. No Flower was a friend from the true spirit world. Back then, he was also a top expert, but after Lin Xian left, they rarely saw each other. Unexpectedly, the other party had also come. The two of them had come after hearing about the god of Holy Distant Ancient City. After arriving, they had not thought of joining the Tao sect. However, they had only come when they heard about Lin Wudi's reputation. They felt that it was very likely to be the Lin Xian from back then. Now that they had seen him, it was indeed so. Lin Xian said, "Come to the Divine Union, I need you guys." The North Demon nodded. "This time, I came on the orders of my master. He asked me to come and help you." No Flower also smiled. "I will enter the Dao sect during the next assessment." Naturally, Lin Xian was happy to meet an old friend. He brought some good wine and prepared to have a good drink. At the same time, he asked Lu Yuan to go to the Sky sect and invite Yu Wudao over. This was also an old friend. When Yu Wudao arrived, his strength was even more terrifying and unfathomable, which surprised Lin Xian. As expected of the sacred body of the ancients, he cultivated the Heavenly Emperor scripture. His cultivation speed was not inferior to Yu Wudao's at all. It seemed like he had a lot of resources under his control. Yu Wudao was even more surprised when he saw Lin Xian. "Brother Lin, you are really surprising. I cultivated the Heavenly Emperor's ancient scripture and obtained many realm cores with the full support of my family. That's why I can cultivate so quickly." The few of them drank and chatted for 3 days before returning. Lin Xian entered the sword world once again and adjusted his physique to its peak. When he walked out, there was a terrifying murderous intent around him. "Elder Xianxia, it was time to settle the grudge." Lin Xian rose into the air and flew towards the Sky sect. Previously, he had fought Chen to the death and killed the other party. In the end, Elder Xianxia was enraged and slapped him. Lin Xian was injured back then and swore that he would repay that slap with Elder Xianxia's head. Today, he was going to fulfill his promise. Lin Xian used the Void Beast and teleported. No one knew that he had left, and no one knew that a storm would sweep through again. Sky sect. Many people were spreading the legend of Lin Wudi and Mad God, especially the people of Tianshui Pavilion who had already received the order. Don't go out to accept any missions in the near future. Cultivate in seclusion. They would talk about it after the storm passed. On this day, a figure appeared outside the Sky sect. It was pitch black like a demon. With a roar, the surrounding mountains collapsed and shattered. Who was it? The guarding disciple of the Sky sect instantly rose into the air and shouted coldly. "It was me, Mad God." "What? You're Mad God?" The guarding disciple's pupils constricted. They had been hearing this name every day for the past few days. They didn't expect the other party to come. Could it be that the other party was here for Elder Tianshui? "Why are you here?" A disciple asked coldly. "To avenge Lin Xian. To fight to the death with Elder Tianshui." Those disciples' scalps went numb. The other party was really here for revenge. This matter was too big, and they couldn't make up their minds. Therefore, someone turned around and went in to report, while the others said, "You can wait outside first." Lin Xian smiled. "I've been waiting for a long time. I can't wait any longer." He took a step forward and disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already in front of them. Not good. They quickly retreated in fear. However, Lin Xian had no intention of attacking them at all. These guarding disciples were not worthy of his attack. The guarding disciple activated the array formation. The array formation in front of him flickered. However, he could not stop Lin Xian. Lin Xian's speed was too fast. The Void Beast's spatial tunnel, coupled with the celestial walk, allowed Lin Xian to enter the Sky sect by the time the array formation lit up. "Oh no, I'm a step too late. Hurry up and report this." The disciple's expression changed. What was this guy trying to do? They did not dare to imagine. After all, in the legends, the other party was a godlike existence. After entering, Lin Xian stepped in all directions and shouted coldly, "Where is Elder Tianshui? Get over here and accept your death." His voice was like thunder, causing everyone's blood to roil. Countless people were horrified. Who was this? How dare you come to the Sky sect and behave atrociously? The Heaven sect disciples were stunned. They were one of the 3 great orthodoxies. Even the clan of the ancients and the great sects wouldn't dare to behave atrociously in front of him. But now, someone had actually done so. Just as they were wondering what was going on, the disciple guarding the mountain rushed over and said, "Not good, get out of the way. He's Mad God." "What? He's the Mad God?" Did he really come? The surrounding people quickly retreated in fear. At the same time, they looked at him carefully. This was a legendary figure. The people of Xianxia Pavilion were naturally alarmed. They rushed over with pale faces. Someone gritted his teeth and said, "Mad God, don't be too arrogant. This is the Heaven Sect. If you dare to attack us, the elders won't let you go." Old Zhang of the Heaven Sect was extremely terrifying. Not to mention, there were great ancestors. No matter how powerful Mad God was, he wouldn't be able to withstand a single finger from Old Rat. Not long after, an elder came from the sky. He stood on the clouds and looked down. "Mad God, are you here to behave atrociously?" This person emitted an extremely terrifying aura. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He was in the late stage of the Great Sage. This person's aura was similar to the Levitation Saint. He was a peerless expert. However, Lin Xian was not afraid. He said that he was only here to look for Elder Tianshui and issue him a challenge to a life-and-death battle. Was this guy really going to attack Elder Tianshui? The surrounding disciples exclaimed. The elders in front also frowned. Junior Tianshui was currently being punished. He had already been punished for his wrongdoings. Wasn't that enough? No, Lin Xian shook his head. He waved his hand and took out a black invitation card. He threw it into the air. The invitation card shone brightly. This is a challenge. I want to fight to the death with him. What if he rejects? The elders frowned. Reject? You don't dare to, right? If you don't dare to, kneel before Lin Xian and kowtow to apologize. I can spare your life. Damn it, you're too arrogant. The people of Tianshui Pavilion roared. Even the elders in front of them darkened their faces. Don't you think you're going overboard? Are you kidding me? Tianshui was their elder. If he kowtowed to apologize, wouldn't it be a slap to the Heaven Sect's face, going overboard? Lin Xian sneered. When Tianshui struck out with his ultimate palm, did you think that it was going overboard? If Lin Xian was beaten to death, would you kill Elder Tianshui? You're only thinking from the perspective of the Heaven Sect. Have you thought about Lin Xian's perspective? Do you think that Lin Xian has no background and no backing? Do you think you can bully him as you wish? I'm here today to tell you that you can't fight. Kneel. Choose. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. His forcefulness shocked the people of the Heaven Sect. Even the elders in front of them had a dark expression. To be honest, no one had ever dared to challenge the Heaven Sect. Even the Levitation Saint was very courteous when he arrived. But now, this mad god was pointing at his nose and asking him to choose. He didn't want to choose either of the two options. Mad God, do you know where you are? Do you believe that I can suppress you right now? You're dreaming if you want to challenge the entire Heaven Sect alone. So, I advise you to leave obediently. I'll spare your life. The elder in front of him said sternly. Lin Xian laughed when he heard that. What? Are you going to bully me again? The Heaven Sect is powerful, but so what? Lin Xian waved his hand and took out a token. This is the honor token. I'm now ranked 1000 on the Holy Gulf honor roll. You should know the power I can use. The token in his hand shone with endless light. Lin Xian transmitted his voice into it. Summon the Divine General, not good. The elder's expression changed. He wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Moreover, he couldn't stop it at all. A spatial door formed on the token. In the next moment, a figure walked out. The person wore armor and looked mighty. His face was covered, and only a pair of eyes could be seen. They shone with blue light. His armor also had the illusion of the sea. After it appeared, it suppressed all directions. How terrifying. Is this the Divine General of the Holy Gulf Tower? The disciples of the Celestial Sect felt their scalps go numb. At the same time, more and more experts gathered, including those on the profound ranking of the Celestial Sect. There were also some terrifying young geniuses. Even Yi Wudao had come. Yi Wudao's eyes flickered, his face full of shock. To be honest, he was very suspicious of Mad God's identity. If it was the person he guessed it to be, it would be too shocking. Interesting. Let's see how far he can go. Yi Wudao narrowed his eyes. In front, Elder Yuan took a deep breath, cupped his hands, and said, "Greetings, Divine General Haiyuan." Divine General Haiyuan nodded, then he looked at Mad God with a look of surprise in his eyes. In the next moment, he smiled. They were looking for Mad God, but they didn't expect him to be summoned here. "What's the matter, Mad God?" Lin Xian said. "Greetings, Senior Divine General. I'm here today to issue a challenge. I want to fight Tianshui to the death. The celestial sect threatened my life. Please protect me, Divine General." "Okay." Divine General Haiyuan nodded. Mad God was ranked 1000 on the honor ranking after fighting 3 times. He had a bright future. Moreover, they needed him to do something for them, so he would definitely protect Mad God. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief when the other party agreed. His guess was right. The identity of the honor fort was really useful. With nothing to worry about, Lin Xian looked at Elder Yuan, who was in front of him. "Of the 2 choices I mentioned earlier, you can choose one." "Damn it." Elder Yuan clenched his teeth so hard that they broke. The people of Tianshui Pavilion were also pale. Was Elder Tianshui really going to be forced to fight to the death? "Old Zhang, you can't agree to it." The people of Tianshui Pavilion shouted. "We've decided." "Who are you to say anything?" Lin Xian looked over and saw the sky shattering. The people of Tianshui Pavilion vomited blood and retreated, their faces full of fear. Elder Yuan's expression changed drastically. He said, "Stop. We have to discuss this matter properly. Tianshui was severely injured from the punishment. He won't be able to recover in a short time. If you want to fight to the death with him, you have to wait until he recovers. Otherwise, it would be too unfair." "That's right." At this moment, another 2 elders joined forces and came over. There was nothing they could do about it. Even the Ocean Abyss Divine General had come, so they had to take it seriously. After the arrival of the 2 elders, Elder Yuan, who was in the front, immediately gained confidence. "In that case, give us 10 years. Junior brother Tianshui's injuries are very serious. He won't be able to recover in a short period of time. 10 years later, he will have a battle to the death with you." Lin Xian laughed when he heard this. 10 years? The other party had no intention of participating in the deathmatch at all. It was just a different way of saying it. He stretched out a hand and said, "I'll give you 5 days. After 5 days, he must come and fight." "Brat, don't be too impudent," the 2 new elders shouted angrily. "Don't think that you can be arrogant in front of me just because you have a divine general. If you don't agree, fine. I'll ask Senior Divine General to send me away. But from now on, I'll kill anyone from the Sky Sect I see. That is, unless the disciples of the Sky Sect never take a single step out of the mountain gate in their entire lives." Hearing this, the surrounding Sky Sect disciples felt their scalps go numb. If they were to be targeted by such a demonic figure, they probably wouldn't even have the strength to resist. The 3 elders narrowed their eyes. "How dare you?" They were filled with murderous intent. Divine General Haiyuan took a step forward. "Are you going to attack someone on the Holy Gulf Glory Roll? Damn it." The 3 elders were so angry that they almost vomited blood. With the Divine General protecting them, they couldn't do anything at all. If they didn't agree and angered the other party, given Mad God's personality, he would really do something like that. After all, he had killed the people of the 5th Elder's faction. They even suspected that the death of the clan leader had something to do with Mad God. Such a person was a demon king. They couldn't afford to provoke him. Thinking of this, they said, "Fine, 5 days. We agree." The surrounding people were in an uproar. They were shocked. They didn't expect their elders to bow down to the other party. It was unbelievable. Lin Xian smiled. "Then go back and tell Tianshui that I won't hold back in 5 days." Divine General Haiyuan also said, "Then I'll wait here for 5 days. I'm looking forward to this battle too." Hearing this, the expressions of Elder Yuan and the others changed again. This way, they had no chance to attack Lin Xian at all. "Let's go." They quickly returned. It seemed that they had to use some means to restore Elder Tianshui. Lin Xian and the Divine General of the Sea Abyss were invited into Tianzhong Valley respectfully and received extremely great treatment. they had no choice. Although they hated Mad God, they didn't dare to offend Divine General Haiyuan. Offending a Divine General was equivalent to offending the Sage Origin Tower. Even the Heavenly Sect had to consider the consequences. In the core area of the Heavenly Sect, Elder Yuan and the others gathered together. There were other elders flying over from afar. When they heard the news, they were also furious. How dare a Mad God behave so atrociously in front of them, damn it. So what if he has the support of Divine General Haiyuan? Does the Heavenly Sect not have any Divine Generals? Indeed. As one of the three major orthodoxies, the Heavenly Sect definitely had experts on the Holy Gulf Glory role. There were even people in the Heavenly Sect who had become Divine Generals. Therefore, when they saw Lin Xian had the support of a Divine General, they instantly decided to invite their own Divine Generals. This way, Mad God wouldn't dare to be arrogant. However, at this moment, Elder Yuan sighed. The others might be able to do it, but Mad God was probably not ordinary. He had fought 3 times and reached the 1000th place on the glory roll. Who knew how far he would go on the 4th time? Some people even guessed that he was another emperor's son. Even the Abyss Tower wouldn't easily touch someone like him. Moreover, he was challenging Elder Xianxia this time. Although Xianxia was an elder, he was only in the Great Sage stage. Moreover, he did break the rules in front of everyone by attacking a young man. Therefore, they didn't have a good reason to stop him. Many people sighed. In the end, it was still a matter of interests. If Mad God challenged Kunpingzi this time, no one would agree. They would use all their reinforcements to stop him. However, it was a pity that he was only challenging Elder Xianxia, a person who was punished. Therefore, they wouldn't use all their trump cards. It seemed that they could only fight. They would give more resources to Xianxia so that he could recover in 5 days. 5 days later, they couldn't afford to lose this battle. Elder Yuan nodded. I'll go and prepare now. Xianxia Mountain Range. Elder Xianxia was currently recuperating. The punishment from a month ago had indeed injured him badly. Suddenly, he heard one of his subordinates reporting to him. Mad God wanted to challenge him to a battle of life and death. Despicable brat, you've gone too far. If I'm not injured, I'll definitely slap you to death, Xianxia roared. He wasn't worried at all. In his opinion, the Sky Sect would reject him for her sake. However, when Elder Yuan arrived, he was stunned. Elder Yuan said, Junior brother Xianxia, you have to recover to your peak within 5 days and engage in a battle of life and death. What? How was that possible? 5 days? Elder Xianxia was stunned. Didn't you reject him? Elder Yuan shook his head. He couldn't reject him. You can only fight. How could this be? Elder Xianxia was stunned. He didn't know what was going on, but this time, Elder Yuan came on behalf of the Sky Sect. In other words, it couldn't be changed. Damn it, he clenched his teeth so hard. However, Elder Yuan said, Junior brother, don't worry. We'll provide you with enough resources to recover. We can even let you consume a secret pill and reach your peak within 5 days. Of course, you know that the secret pill has side effects. After you reach your peak, you won't be able to recover for 30 years. So, think carefully. Try your best to recover first. If you can't, you can consume the secret pill. I understand. Thank you, senior brother. Xianxia nodded, but his expression was cold. At their level, they couldn't break through even after cultivating for hundreds or even thousands of years. However, this and not cultivating were 2 completely different situations. If you didn't cultivate for 30 years and got injured, you wouldn't be able to catch up with others for the rest of your life. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, Elder Xianxia didn't want to consume the secret pill. He put it away and prepared to focus on recovering from his injuries. On the other side, in the valley, Lin Xian was also quietly adjusting his condition. Elder Haiyuan's eyes flashed. He was fine. What kind of face did he have under the demonic aura? Was he an expert of the older generation or a young genius? There were even a few times when he couldn't help but want to tear the demonic aura apart. However, he still restrained himself. He covered his body with demonic aura and used his title to show that he didn't want to reveal his true identity. Naturally, he couldn't force it. However, he was still fine. Mad God was strong, but the combat power he displayed was only at the beginning stage of the Great Sage. Elder Xianxia was at the beginning stage of the Great Sage. Could Mad God challenge those of a higher level? Or did the other party have some kind of trump card? He was looking forward to it. This matter quickly spread, so much so that everyone in the Holy Abyss ancient city knew about it. In an instant, countless people cried out in alarm. What? Mad God was about to attack again. Who was it this time? It was Elder Xianxia. Heavens, did Mad God directly attack the Heaven Ascension sect? It was said that he even challenged the elders of the Sky sect. God, would he be able to come back safely? Exclamations of surprise could be heard. The Heavenly sect was one of the three great orthodoxies. How terrifying was that ancient city, who would dare to behave atrociously in such a place, but Mad God dared to do so. 5 days later, there would be a life and death battle. Let's go and take a look. This time, countless people had gathered here. This time, they were so excited because of the battle between Lin Xian and Yi Chen. Back then, it was a battle between two young, peak-level geniuses. This time, Elder Xianxia was in the Great Sage era. He was an elder of Tianzong and was very powerful. As for the Mad God, he was even more extraordinary and mysterious. No one knew his identity or cultivation base. However, they knew that he was ranked 1000 on the honor roll. Such combat power was equally terrifying. There was a limit to the ranking on the Sacred Heaven honor roll. It was a limit to one's cultivation base. One had to be at least a Sage King. Moreover, one could not exceed the Great Sage era. In other words, after the Great Sage era, one could not challenge the honor roll at all. However, this did not mean that the people on the honor roll were weaker than the Great Sage era. The Dragon Prince, Kuan-Ping-zi, and the others were not even in the Great Sage era, but they could occupy the top of the honor roll. Kuan-Ping-zi, in particular, had reached the top and become the One Crown King. Their strength was probably even more terrifying than the Great Sage era. This was only the One Crown King. It was said that there had been a Three-Crown King in the past. Even people like Elder Yuan and the Levitation Saint were terrified of that power. Therefore, no one was looking forward to this battle. Lingxiao Peak. It was a very famous peak in the Sacred Origin ancient city. It was 90,000 meters tall. Like a divine sword, it pierced the clouds. Usually, very few people came here. But today, it was very lively. Damn it, what was going on? Why were there so many humans here? In the sky, a few green rocks and divine eagles frowned. They flapped their wings unhappily. They would come to Lingxiao Peak every month to stand on the peak and absorb the chi of heaven and earth to cultivate. But now, they were not allowed to go. Damn it, who was it? The strong cultivators of the heavenly sect stood there and said that there would be a battle at Lingxiao Peak in a few days. No one was allowed to go for the time being to avoid setting up formations. Damn it, they were from the heavenly sect. A green rock was shocked. The divine eagle also said, who was going to fight? Were there people from the heavenly sect? They were stopped. Not only them, but everyone else was also stopped. Whether it was the clan of the ancients, the great sects, or even the Path sect and the Earth sect, they could only wait at the foot of the mountain. No one was allowed to go up the mountain. Who knew if Mad God's teammates were hiding among them? If they set up a killing formation, Xianxia would be in danger. Of course, they did not dare to do so. After all, using such a method was challenging the Sacred Origin Tower. Therefore, they tried their best to stop everyone. The Levitation Saint of the Path sect was also here. Beside him was Baisusu. Baisusu was excited. She could finally see the legendary Mad God. She wondered what he was like. Beside her, the people of the Divine Union were also clenching their fists. The dark red divine dragon, Fu Hongya, and the others were also there. They were also nervous because they knew that Mad God was Lin Xian. Apart from Fu Hongya and Lu Yuan, only the dark red divine dragon and the other four knew this secret. Apart from them, no one else knew, including Baisusu. Therefore, they were all excited. Bai Susu also said that Lin Xian was actually in seclusion at such a crucial time. He was going to miss an earth-shattering battle. The people at the side laughed. Don't worry, the formation we brought will record this battle and show it to Boss Lin. The Dugu clan and the Nalan clan were also there. Apart from them, the Blue clan and the Dragon Palace experts were also there. They were all waiting. At that moment, two figures descended from the sky. They were here. Countless people turned their heads to look. They saw two people. One of them was wearing battle armor and had a terrifying aura. They knew that this was Divine General Xing Yuan and the other person was Mad God. What a terrifying demonic aura. Countless people were shocked. They saw that the demonic aura was so strong that they could not see his face clearly. The levitation saint was shocked. This was the first time he had seen such a godlike figure. However, for some reason, he felt that he had seen this person before. It was a wonderful feeling, but he couldn't remember when he had seen this person before. He was in the late stages of the Great Sage. This feeling couldn't be wrong. Could it be someone he knew? He was shocked. After thinking about it, he couldn't think of anyone. Could it be the Mad God? Perhaps he had heard too many legends about him recently and was overthinking it. The levitation saint shook his head and stopped thinking about it. The others were also discussing it. After Lin Xian arrived, he went straight to the top of the Lingxiao Peak. His figure kept rising until he finally stood on top of the Lingxiao Peak and looked down at the surroundings. Since the other party had arrived, the Sky Sect members no longer stopped him and started to lower their defenses. Countless figures rose into the sky. They wanted to occupy an advantageous position to watch the battle. Father, bring us there. Bai Susu said. The levitation saint waved his hand and opened his sacred region. He brought Bai Susu, the dark red divine dragon, and the other members of the divine union to the 9 heavens. Apart from him, there were also some terrifying people standing in the 9 heavens. These people weren't any weaker than the levitation saint. Old Master Ling Hu and Nalanda were also there. They represented 2 top-tier clans, so they had the right to stand here. Apart from them, the others landed one after another. The positions were arranged according to one's status and strength. Lin Xian stood on the highest peak of the Lingxiao Peak with his hands behind his back. He looked around and saw many familiar faces. The levitation saint, Old Master Dugu, Nalanda, Fire Dragon Lady, Qing Feng, and even Bai Lifei were there. Further away were Blue Pool and Wind Dragon from the Dragon Palace. Yi Wudao, the Earth Sex Overlord, and Lin Xian even saw Light and Alcade. They were all here to watch the battle. Lin Xian's lips curled up. He wondered how many of them knew his true identity. Well, it was time to show everyone the power of the Mad God. The Sky Sect members were also there. Elder Yuan stood in the 9 heavens with a cold expression. There were many disciples following behind him. Some of them were from the Tianshui Pavilion. These people clenched their fists. Just wait and see. Their Sky Sect would definitely not lose this battle. Lin Xian's gaze swept past these people. Then, he looked into the distance. A terrifying light burst out from his eyes, piercing through heaven and earth. The others also turned around. It's coming. They saw an old man flying over quickly. Beside him, terrifying seawater surrounded him. It was Elder Tianshui. Elder Tianshui was like a sea deity as he came with a strong aura. His injuries from before seemed to have disappeared. From the looks of it, the other party had been absorbing countless natural resources over the past 5 days in order to recover fully. After all, this battle not only concerned his life, but also the heavenly sect's reputation. Tianshui came to the vicinity of Lingxiao Peak and stared at Lin Xian. Mad God, you want to stand up for Lin Xian? Fight me to the death, today, I will send you to hell. The voice was full of confidence. Elder Yuan and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Great, it seemed that Tianshui had recovered. In that case, there was no need to fear this battle. Due to the restrictions of the Holy Gulf list, the strongest Mad God was only at the initial stage of the Great Sage. Even so, there was still a gap between him and Tianshui. And it was very likely that the other party was not even a Great Sage. In that case, the gap between them would be even greater. Hence, they were confident in this battle. You are not qualified to say that. Lin Xian looked at the other party. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Back then, the other party had used his power to bully him. Today, he would take revenge for that. So what if the other party was at the initial stage of the Great Sage? Today, Lin Xian would also use his strongest trump card. Moreover, others might not have noticed, but Lin Xian had the heavenly secret prodigy. He noticed that the other party's aura seemed strong, but his body was injured and had not fully recovered. The other party was not at the pinnacle and could not compete with him. Seeing the cold light in the other party's eyes, Xianxia frowned. The other party's gaze terrified him. It was as if the other party had seen through his secret. Humph. I hate this gaze. Later, I will make it disappear forever. Elder Xianxia sneered. Let's start the battle. I want to see what kind of courage you have to fight me to the death. Beside Elder Xianxia, a terrifying heavenly spirit holy water appeared and covered the sky. Heavenly spirit holy sword. With a wave of his hand, the endless heavenly water law condensed into a holy sword and fell from the sky. The surrounding people exclaimed. Elder Xianxia had used a unique skill right from the start. It seemed like Elder Xianxia was not giving the other party a chance. The heavenly water holy sword released a terrifying aura. It was vast and boundless. It wanted to split the sky and earth in half. Facing such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. Light of the Demon God. With a wave of his hand, endless light of the Demon God flew out and covered the sky. It seemed to have turned into a sword of the demon world. Boom, it clashed with the heavenly spirit holy sword. What a useless brat. Sensing the light of the demon god, Elder Xianxia sneered. He could see that the other party's combat strength was at the early stage of the Great Sage. As expected, the heavenly spirit holy sword split all the light of the demon god apart and charged towards Lin Xian. So fast, countless people exclaimed. Lin Xian's figure flashed and disappeared in an instant. A black hole appeared where he was originally standing. It was shattered. You are just SOSO. You want to fight with me with this little strength? Elder Xianxia laughed. The people of the heavenly sect heaved a sigh of relief. They could see that the gap between the two parties was huge. The others exclaimed. What was going on? Could it be that Mad God could not defeat him? No, he should be. He was very powerful. Some people said that Mad God was very powerful, but was Elder Xianxia weak? He was at the early stage of the Great Sage. An elder of the heavenly sect. Did you think that he would be killed like the other young people? His strength came from the Nalan family. Powerful. Mad God was going to lose this time. That was for sure. The people of the heavenly sect sneered. Not only was he going to lose, but this was a battle of life and death. Losing meant death. Their eyes were filled with cold killing intent. On the other side, the dark red divine dragon, Fu Hongye, and the others were nervous. Was it too much? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. The other party was indeed powerful and was seriously injured. However, he was not at the early stage of the Great Sage. The gap between the two parties was too big. However, Lin Xian was not afraid. This time, he had planned to use his super trump card. Therefore, everything in front of him was within his expectations. Brat, you are no match for me. Leave any last words. Otherwise, I will send you to hell. With a wave of his hand, another 2 heavenly spirit holy swords appeared. 3 heavenly spirit swords descended from the sky. This time, they blocked all of Lin Xian's escape routes from all directions. He would not give the other party a chance to escape. Facing this peerless attack, a black jar appeared in Lin Xian's hand. It created a terrifying vortex that swallowed the heavens and the earth. The 3 terrifying celestial sacred swords were all swallowed up. He didn't die? The people from the celestial sect couldn't believe it. The others were also in an uproar. Many of the great sage's experts narrowed their eyes as they stared at the black jar. What was that? They were shocked. It looked like a very powerful weapon that could swallow the celestial sacred swords. It was not simple. No wonder Mad God dared to fight him to the death. He had a powerful trump card. One after another, voices were heard. The dark red divine dragon and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Great, taking out the sky-swallowing jar meant that Lin Xian had decided to go all out. This time, he would definitely not lose. Bai Susu was also surprised. Wasn't that Lin Xian's weapon? But when she thought about the close relationship between Lin Xian and Mad God, she understood. Perhaps this was originally Mad God's weapon, or perhaps Lin Xian had lent it to Mad God. From the beginning to the end, she didn't think of the two of them as the same person because it was too shocking. Not only her, but even her father, the levitation saint, didn't think so. In front, Elder Tianshui's eyes narrowed and his face darkened. He actually had a powerful Dharma treasure. After I kill you, this treasure will be mine. He felt an extremely terrifying aura from the sky-swallowing jar, which made him very jealous. You're trash. You don't have the right to use such a treasure. As he spoke, he attacked again. Heavenly Water Divine Fist. With a punch, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. The Heavenly Water Divine Fist surged out and attacked Lin Xian. Lin Xian activated the sky-swallowing jar with all his strength and crazily swallowed his opponent's power. The terrifying fist and Heavenly Water Divine Fist attacked Lin Xian, but they were all swallowed. Damn it, I don't believe you can control it forever. Elder Tianshui attacked crazily. But all of this only shattered the void. Lin Xian stood there like a god fiend, watching coldly. It was about time. Lin Xian took a deep breath. The heaven-swallowing jar was the same as the great dragon sword spirit. With his current strength, he could only display a portion of its power. If he wanted to unleash a super-powerful attack, he would have to exceed the amount of power he could withstand. Either they burned their lives, regardless of the cost, or they had to provide external power and resources. This time, Lin Xian planned to borrow the power of the Four Spirit Valley. His voice was transmitted back to the sword world. For spiritual beasts, provide me with strength. When the four spiritual beasts heard the message, they raised their heads to the sky and roared, transmitting the power of the Four Spiritual Valley. Lin Xian felt a surge of energy that wanted to tear his body apart. He didn't dare to be careless and instantly transferred this energy to the heaven-devouring jar. The heaven-devouring urn shook violently. There were countless demonic runes on its surface, as if it wanted to devour the world. At this moment, the entire world darkened. Everyone was terrified. They felt as if their bodies were about to be swallowed up by the darkness. Hurry up and leave. They retreated in a frenzy. Even Elder Yuan, the levitation saint lord, and the others were terrified and quickly retreated. What kind of weapon was that? Was it that thing from the legends, D*MN? What was going on? How could you unleash such a terrifying power? Elder Tianshui was stunned. This was different from what he had imagined. Did the other party eat some kind of secret pill? This power was too terrifying. D*MN, could it be that the other party was burning his life? What a lunatic. He also retreated quickly, unwilling to fight back. However, how could he escape? Lin Xian held the heaven-devouring jar in his hand. He was like a god that could devour the heavens. Elder Tianshui felt that he was enveloped by a force. His soul seemed to be leaving his body and his body seemed to be melting. D*MN, get lost. He attacked frantically. Between heaven and earth, countless heavenly spirit sacred swords tore through the void and slashed towards Lin Xian, wanting to kill him. However, all of this was blocked by the heaven-devouring jar. The heaven-devouring jar descended from the sky and covered half of Elder Tianshui's body. His body instantly turned into a bloody mist. No, Elder Tianshui screamed crazily and tried to escape. In the end, half of his body was shattered, leaving only his head. He managed to escape. After that attack, the darkness between heaven and earth disappeared. Lin Xian stood there with a cold expression. The others looked over. How was it? When they saw that only Elder Tianshui's head was left, they were all stunned. How was that possible? In an instant, Elder Tianshui was severely injured. This was too unbelievable. The other party was too terrifying. That weapon of his was so strange. It was the legendary weapon. The people of the Sky Sect were also shocked. Lin Xian sneered. With the heaven-devouring jar in his hand, he walked forward again. what are your last words? Stay, or I'll send you to hell. Elder Xianxia had said those words to him before. Now, he returned them word for word. Elder Xianxia was so angry that he vomited blood. Elder Yuan also said, Crazy God, I want you to kneel and apologize to Lin Xian. Can you stop? Lin Xian glanced at him and sneered. It was too late. Go to hell and apologize. The heaven-devouring jar released a terrifying aura again. Elder Xianxui's expression turned ugly. Kid, do you think you're the only one with a trump card? I have one too. You burned your life force for that attack just now, right? You don't have the strength to launch that attack again. As for me, I can return to my peak in an instant. Let's see how you die now. Elder Xianxia seemed to have gone crazy. A pill flew out from between his brows and he swallowed it. Boom, a terrifying blood-red light shrouded him. He roared at the sky, and his broken body quickly recovered. On top of that, his aura was constantly rising. What's that? Bai Susu and the others were shocked. The others were also in an uproar. The old man of the Dugu family narrowed his eyes. Could it be Tian's secret pill? I heard that this is a very domineering pill. It can restore a severely injured person to their peak in an instant and maintain their super combat strength. However, this pill has very strong side effects. After the pill's effect wears off, the person will be weak for decades. It will be difficult for them to return to their peak. It looks like Elder Xianxia has no other choice. That's why he used this trump card. Hearing this, countless people were shocked. The price was high, but he could return to his peak. With a clang, the blood-red light disappeared, and Elder Xianxia walked out. His strength was even stronger than before. At this moment, even his internal injuries had recovered. He stood there like a god of the sea, shining brightly. His gaze swept across, and the sky fell and the earth cracked. Everyone felt a sense of fear. Kid, I've already returned to my peak. Do you still have the strength to fight me? If not, I'll let you experience the feeling of living a life worse than death. Xianxia roared. The precepts of Xianxia gathered around him, forming a sword of water that he held in his hand. Then, he charged forward. The spectators could only sigh when they felt the vast amount of power. This time, Mad God was really in danger. However, Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. He's out of strength? What a joke. The 4 spiritual beasts are giving me power. Lin Xian transmitted his voice again. Inside the sword world, the 4 spiritual beasts were about to go crazy when they heard that. Damn, kid, can you not be such a wastrel? There isn't much power gathered in this world, and you've used so much this time. Don't you feel heartache? Cut the crap and send it to me. Lin Xian transmitted his voice. The 4 spiritual beasts had no choice. This world belonged to him, and they were just housekeepers. Hence, they could only send their power over. Devour, Lin Xian sent out a super strong power to the heaven-devouring jar. The heaven-devouring jar bloomed and turned into a black ray of light that pierced through the front. No, Elder Xianxia was going crazy. How could his opponent still make such a strong attack? Moreover, why wasn't his opponent dead? Wasn't he burning his power? Could it be that he had guessed wrong? He regretted it and wanted to escape. However, it was too late. The heaven-devouring jar had swallowed his soul with this attack, and it was crushed by the merciless darkness and turned into nothingness. Buzz, Elder Xianxui's body fell from the sky and landed on the ground. The ground cracked and turned into a canyon. Was he dead? Countless people were shocked. They could not believe it. The people of Xianxia Pavilion fainted from shock, and the Sky Sect elder's face turned cold. How was that possible? Even after consuming the secret pill, Xianxia still died. Damn it, how did this kid have the strength to use so much power, and this legendary black jar that could devour the heavens and the earth? Could it be that terrifying weapon, the heaven-devouring jar? Could it be that this mad god was related to the heavenly court? In an instant, countless people were discussing in shock. Take his body and leave. Elder Yuan gritted his teeth and waved his hand. The people of the Sky Sect quickly snatched Elder Xianxui's body back and left. This time, it was too embarrassing. They would probably become a joke. Lin Xian's figure flickered as he soared into the sky. He put away the heaven-devouring jar because he realized that many people were staring at him. It seemed that they were all after the heaven-devouring jar. He would not give them a chance. Before disappearing, the divine general of the ocean abyss sent a voice transmission saying, "We still have some matters to discuss with you. When the time comes, go to the sacred abyss tower." Lin Xian replied, and then his body disappeared. In the dark, some of the great sage figures also vanished. From the looks of it, they went to search for him. However, not long after, they shook their heads and returned, sighing. He ran away. The other party's speed was faster than they had imagined. The battle quickly came to an end. Countless people were shocked. The news instantly spread, and Mad God's reputation rose again. Everyone was guessing. The other party's ranking was definitely not as simple as the top 1,000. With the addition of the terrifying heaven-devouring jar, the other party's ranking could definitely rise. Before the members of the Nalan family were frightened, they were still somewhat unconvinced about the death of the fifth elder. However, they were forcefully suppressed by the new patriarch. But now, there was no need for the new patriarch to say anything. No one dared to take revenge. They had seen Mad God's strength with their own eyes. He was too strong, so strong that they found it hard to resist. Many top geniuses even considered Mad God their idol. On the other side, Lin Xian returned to his spiritual abode and retracted the demonic aura around his body. He knew that Bai Susu and the others should be back soon. Before long, Bai Susu and the other members of the Divine Union rushed back. "Lin Xian, come out quickly!" Bai Susu shouted happily. Lin Xian pretended to be surprised when he came out. "What was she so happy about?" Bai Susu said, "It's a pity that you didn't go." The other members of the Divine Union nodded their heads vigorously. "Yes, boss." Mad God was too strong. He had destroyed a great sage elder in a few moves. This was simply heaven-defying. "But it's okay, boss. We have already recorded it with an array formation. Look." These people had recorded the scene. Lin Xian nodded his head after watching it. It was indeed very cool. The dark red divine dragon, Lu Yuan, and the others had strange expressions on their faces. They didn't know what this kid was thinking when he saw the scene of the battle. A group of people cheered here. On the other side, the members of the Dragon Palace looked gloomy. Lan Ziyu gritted his teeth and said, "This Mad God was too powerful. He was already famous in the ancient city. Plus, he had that weapon of his. An ordinary great sage wouldn't dare to go against him." What was worse was that Mad God was related to Lin Xian. In this case, they would probably have to give Lin Xian some face. Wind Dragon laughed. No matter how strong Mad God was, he wouldn't dare to go against the Dragon Palace. The trump cards of the Dragon Palace weren't something he could imagine. When the time came, he would invite a few late-stage great sage elders and he would be dead. There was nothing to be afraid of. "Oh right, I have already arranged for you to get in touch with the Dragon Prince." "How is it?" Hearing this, Lan Ziyu smiled. "Very good, I've successfully attracted his attention. I am going to show my charm in the next few days. I will succeed soon." Lan Ziyu had been thinking of all sorts of ways to get in touch with the Dragon Prince. With Wind Dragon's secret help and persuasion, the Dragon Prince met Lan Ziyu a few times and liked him more and more. This woman was not bad. To be honest, he never lacked women around him. But this time, it was Wind Dragon who recommended him and even helped a lot. In the end, Lan Ziyu really stayed by the Dragon Prince's side. Lan Ziyu was very happy. With the Dragon Prince's help, Lin Xian would be dead for sure. The Dragon Prince had too many resources around him. It was the power of many worlds. It was something Lan Ziyu had never come into contact with before. She stayed by the Dragon Prince's side. Her strength had improved by leaps and bounds in the past few days. No wonder the gap between them was so big. Just these resources alone were enough to sweep everything. That Lin Xian still wanted to fight with the Dragon Prince? What kind of joke was this? Did he even have such resources? Lan Ziyu started a revenge plan in her heart. Holy! Abyss Ancient City was in a frenzy. During this period, countless top geniuses went to the Holy Abyss Tower to prepare for the challenge. Mad God had shocked the world with a single feat from the Holy Abyss Tower. They also wanted to take this path. But unfortunately, the Holy Abyss Tower was not a place that any genius could challenge. Most of the geniuses could not even reach the first level, which made them despair. Mad God had entered the top 1,000 3 times. How terrifying was he, but there was one person who succeeded. Not only that, his ranking rose sharply. He had directly entered the top 10,000 in his first challenge. And his ranking continued to rise. Finally, it stopped at the top 5,000. Everyone went crazy. Who was this person? It was too terrifying. Was another mad god rising to power? Countless people were discussing. Eastern Sage's rise was like a comet, shocking countless people. They quickly searched the area, but they didn't find anything. Damn it, what was going on? Why was Eastern Sage as mysterious as Mad God? These people were crazy. Which side's genius expert had appeared? Yi Wudao walked out of the Holy Gulf Tower with a smile on his face. Eastern Sage was naturally him. He had already guessed who Mad God was, so he had used his title to enter. Eastern Sage's name spread throughout Holy Distant Ancient City once again. In an instant, the remote antiquity families and the great sects were shocked. Even the 3 great orthodoxies were in an uproar. The people of the Divine Union were all guessing who Eastern Sage was. After Lin Xian heard this, his lips curled into a smile. Eastern Sage? What a familiar name. Back in the quintessential world, the 5 young geniuses had their own titles. He had been given the title of Emperor, and Eastern Sage was naturally Yi Wudao. It had to be him. It seemed like he couldn't hide it. Where are Ruffian Dragon and Toad? Tell them to prepare a congratulatory gift for me. I want to give it to Wudao. The dark red dragon flew over and said, I'll prepare it. Toad and Hongyi have gone on a mission. Oh, what kind of mission was it? The current Divine Union was much stronger than it had been in the past, so most of the missions were carried out by other people. Who would have thought that the Toad would go with Fu Hongyu and the others this time? The dark red dragon said. Not only that, but Lu Yuan, Nailin Liang, Yu Ren and the rest have also gone. Even Bai Susu has gone. It seemed like it was a huge mission. Why didn't they call me? The dark red dragon rolled his eyes. Mad God, who would dare call you when you were so busy? Lin Xian smiled and slapped him. Let's go and prepare a congratulatory gift. We're going to meet Wudao. Lin Xian took out a spiritual medicine from the 4-spirit valley, sealed it, and headed to the sky sect with the dark red dragon. The people of the sky sect were stunned when they saw Lin Xian. This guy actually dared to come. The powerhouses gritted their teeth, but Lin Xian didn't care. He had come to visit normally, so these people definitely wouldn't dare to make a move. As expected, no one dared to touch them. Lin Xian called for Leaf Dao Denier to arrive. I can't believe you two would come. What a rare sight. Come on, Leaf Dao Denier invited Lin Xian and Yang Qi inside. Leaf Dao Denier's mountain range was one of the top. After entering, Lin Xian took out the spiritual medicine and said, This is for you. Congratulations, you have officially entered the Holy Gulf list. Leaf Dao Denier laughed. It seems I really can't hide anything from you. Lin Xian said, Aren't I the same? You should have guessed it by now. Leaf Dao Denier nodded, and the two exchanged their experiences in the Sacred Abyss Tower. Leaf Dao Denier went on to say, Actually, if you hadn't come, I would have gone looking for you anyway. Something strange happened recently. What strange thing? Lin Xian was surprised. Leaf Dao Denier lowered his voice. You killed Elder Heaven Water. His corpse was brought back, but before he could be buried, it mysteriously disappeared. Lin Xian's pupils shrank when he heard this. The dragon was also surprised. Who would want a corpse? What use would it be? Could it be that it was turned into a puppet? If that's the case, I'm not worried. I'm worried that it was that guy who did it. Lin Xian frowned and thought of someone. You mean Yao Guang? He had met Yao Guang when he was fighting with the Violet Palace realm. Yao Guang had been very low-key back then and hadn't made a move. Instead, he had been hiding in the distance, collecting the corpses of various experts. Leaf Dao Denier nodded. That's right, it's him. According to the information I received, Yao Guang cultivated the forbidden heaven-devouring demonic art. It's actually that kind of martial art. The dragon was also surprised. Wasn't that lost a long time ago? That damned Violet Palace realm even had such a thing. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He seemed to have heard of this matter from Xianxia before. He then asked, what exactly happened? Yi Xian asked. Speaking of which, the heaven-devouring demonic palace is related to you. Lin Xian was surprised. Yi Xian continued. Back then, there was a great emperor known as the heaven-devouring great emperor. It was said that he had the sword of devouring. The law of devouring could extinguish everything. As the heaven-devouring great emperor, he wasn't a top genius. In fact, he was just an ordinary person. Logically speaking, becoming a king was his limit. It was impossible for him to become a saint. However, he accidentally obtained the sword of devouring. Through devouring various experts and natural treasures, his constitution and talent were constantly changing. In the end, he swept through the world and became a great emperor. Those were his three most famous things. The sword of devouring existed before the heaven-devouring great emperor, so it was naturally coveted by countless people. The heaven-devouring great emperor was also extremely terrifying. He created two great treasures. One was his own emperor's scripture, the heaven-devouring demonic art. This was a cultivation technique that he had created and evolved. After countless experiments, he had devoured many geniuses in the world. In that era, experts from the primordial aristocratic families, great sects, and various sacred grounds were devoured by him. It could be said that he was the enemy of the entire world. However, he was truly terrifying. He killed his way to the great emperor realm. Moreover, it was said that he was also a madman. In the end, he even devoured himself. It was said that the heaven-devouring jar was made with his physique. Lin Xian was shocked when he heard this. The heaven-devouring great emperor. The heaven-devouring jar. The heaven-devouring demonic art, he controlled half of the heaven-devouring jar. It was definitely related to the heaven-devouring great emperor. That light-shaking realm cultivator cultivated the heaven-devouring demonic art. It seemed that there would be a battle in the future. Lin Xian frowned. That light-shaking realm cultivator definitely wanted the heaven-devouring jar. It seemed that he had to be careful in the future. The heaven-devouring demonic art was an emperor scripture taboo martial art. Because it was too terrifying, anyone who cultivated it would become an enemy of the world's geniuses. Therefore, no matter how strong the light-shaking realm cultivator was, he didn't dare to show it. He could only act in secret. Lin Xian and the others understood this. However, light-shaking realm cultivator was from the Purple Palace sect. If the Purple Palace sect wanted to return to the peak, they would definitely support the light-shaking realm cultivator secretly. It seemed that he had to be more careful. Lin Xian said, when I return, I will send people to keep an eye on him. Yi Wudao said, the Yi family will also pay attention. After all, if the light-shaking realm cultivator wanted to become a great emperor, Lin Xian and Yi Wudao would be his targets. How could they not pay attention? Both parties conversed for a long time. A few days later, Lin Xian left. On the way back, Lin Xian asked the dark red dragon to prepare and send people from the Divine Union to gather information about the light-shaking realm cultivator. However, when they returned to the Divine Union, something unexpected happened. The entire Divine Union was shocked and in an uproar, everyone frantically searching for Lin Xian. When they saw Lin Xian return, the people around him were on the verge of tears. Boss, this is bad. Something has happened. What's going on? Lin Xian's expression changed. He immediately summoned the Void Beast and teleported them back to the Divine Union. When he heard this, Lin Xian was stunned. He did not even recognize the person in front of him. Soon, he realized that it was Bai Susu. What was wrong with her? Her white clothes were stained with snow and her face was covered in blood. Someone had attacked Bai Susu. Lin Xian was in disbelief. Bai Susu's father was the Levitation Saint, an elder of the True Path sect. His position was much more terrifying than Elder Qianshui's. Who would dare to attack Bai Susu? What was going on? Don't panic, tell me slowly, Lin Xian said. At the same time, he took out many elixirs and gave them to Bai Susu. Bai Susu said that she was not injured and that the blood on her body was not hers. It was the enemy's. However, she had escaped and they were in trouble. They had all been captured. Who were they? Lin Xian furrowed his brows tightly. The dark red divine dragon exclaimed. Could it be Xianxia, Toad, and the rest? Lin Xian's expression changed. The dark red divine dragon had said that Bai Susu and the rest had gone on a huge mission. Many experts had been mobilized and only Bai Susu had returned. Could the rest have been suppressed? Bai Susu was right. Toad, Fu Xianxia, Lu Yuan, Nailan Liang, and Yuren had all been captured. Apart from them, the other members of the Divine Union had all been killed. Lin Xian was instantly enraged. He understood that someone had attacked the Divine Union. Who was the enemy? His eyes were filled with killing intent. In an instant, the 9 heavens were shattered. He was really angry. Previously, he had destroyed the 5th Elder's faction and killed Elder Tianshui at the Ascending Heaven sect, shocking the ancient city. However, he had not expected that someone would be so reckless as to attack the Divine Union. Did they not want to live anymore? It was the Dragon Palace. Bai Susu sighed and told him what had happened. It turned out that the Dragon Palace had released this mission. Bai Susu and the rest had gone there but had been ambushed along the way. The Dragon Palace had been waiting on the path they had to pass. They had set up a supreme killing array and taken various sacred weapons. They had been dealt a heavy blow in an instant. The Dragon Palace had prepared meticulously and sent too many experts. Therefore, although Bai Susu and the rest were strong, they were still suppressed. It was even suppressed. Since Bai Susu was the daughter of an elder, the people of the Dragon Palace did not dare to suppress her. Moreover, they needed someone to inform them. So, he released Bai Susu. As for the others, they were all suppressed, and some of them even died in battle. Lin Xian's eyes turned red after hearing this. The dark red divine dragon also roared. Damn it, they actually dared to attack before it even made a move. Kill, he roared, and the people in the distance felt their scalps go numb. They were unable to act within the Dao sect and they had to wait for us to leave the sect before they acted. If you go to the Dragon Palace now, the elders will mercilessly suppress you. Damn it. The dark red divine dragon roared. Lin Xian also took a deep breath and tried his best to calm his killing intent. What about Xianxia, Toad, and the others? Where was it suppressed? The current plan was not to take revenge, but to rescue the people first. These people had a special relationship with him. He would not allow them to die. Bai Susu said, I don't think their lives are in danger for now. Before they released me, they told me to come back and inform you. However, they will send someone to inform you of the details. I guess they are targeting you. Lin Xian's face turned cold. The Dragon Palace had been targeting him for a long time. However, it was impossible for an ordinary member to arrange such a sophisticated plan and mobilize so many experts. It must be a core member of the Dragon Palace. Who was it? He immediately thought of the Dragon Prince. He was afraid that only the Dragon Prince could mobilize so many experts. Susu, use your father's power to secretly investigate if the Dragon Prince was behind this. Bai Susu nodded, changed her clothes and left quickly. Lin Xian ordered the people of the Divine Union not to leave the Dao sect for now. In the past, those who went out to carry out missions were to find a place to hide. The people of the Divine Union were also shocked. They had not expected to start a war with the Dragon Palace so soon. They quickly took action. This kid would definitely not let the Dragon Palace off this time. The dark red divine dragon gritted his teeth. Lin Xian's expression was also cold. He had said that he would not let them off. Originally, he had wanted to gather some strength before attacking the Dragon Palace. However, since they did not know what was good for them, he would let them know how powerful they were. Lin Xian decided to rescue Fu Xianxia and the others at all costs. At the same time, he would not let off anyone who had participated in this attack. Bai Susu's actions were very fast. After all, her father was an elder. She used some power and quickly investigated. The Dragon Prince had a new cultivation partner. It was Lan Ziyu. Lan Ziyu had been introduced by Feng Long. In an instant, Lin Xian understood that Lan Ziyu must have teamed up with the Dragon Prince. Lin Xian had previously killed Lan Zilu and slapped Lan Ziyu in the face. Lan Ziyu wanted revenge but did not have the strength. He had not expected Lan Ziyu to become the cultivation partner of the Dragon Prince. It seemed that Lan Ziyu did not need to exist anymore. There was still the Blue Tribe. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent. What should he do next? The dark red divine dragon gritted his teeth. Lin Xian said, wait for them to come and find us. During this period, they did not stay idle. They gathered a large amount of resources with the dark red divine dragon and started to set up the array. Lin Xian set up the spiritual transfer array while the dark red divine dragon set up the killing array. 5 days later, someone finally came looking for them. The person who came was called Lan Yu. She was a woman from the Blue Tribe and was Lan Ziyu's younger sister. Lin Xian, get out here. Lan Yu sneered. The people of the Divine Union were instantly enraged. Lin Xian was the leader of the Divine Union. How dare the other party be so arrogant? They rushed out and shouted coldly, do you want to die? Do you believe that we will suppress you? Lan Yu stood outside the spiritual abode and sneered. The Divine Union is still so arrogant. Don't you want your friends' lives? Damn it. Those people gritted their teeth. They now knew that the core members of the Divine Union had been suppressed and were in danger. Their opponent was the Dragon Palace. Now that they saw the people from the Dragon Palace, they could not wait to kill them. Lin Xian waved his hand and stopped them. I'm here. He walked out and stared at the other party. You are Lin Xian? Lan Yu was not afraid in the face of Lin Xian's cold gaze. This was the True Path sect. The other party would not dare to do anything to her. Moreover, the other party's friends were still in their hands. The other party would have to be cautious. She sneered, go to the Black Devil Peak tomorrow night. If you are late, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Lin Xian frowned when he heard this. The dark red divine dragon roared. Bai Susu snorted coldly. Aren't you afraid of the sect rules for attacking your own sect members? Lan Yu smiled. Why can't I understand what this sister is saying? Bai Susu gritted her teeth in anger. She couldn't wait to tear the other party's face apart. She had never seen such a shameless person. Lan Yu coldly snorted. She looked at Lin Xian and said, Brat, listen carefully. This time, you can only go alone. If you discover anyone else, you'll bear the consequences. Lan Yu smiled proudly. Then, she lifted her head proudly and was about to leave. At this moment, Lin Xian said coldly, hold on. Lan Yu turned around and frowned. She had a look of disdain on her face. What else do you want? Do you want me to plead for you? Useless kid. She sneered coldly. Lin Xian didn't say anything, but his eyes were glowing. In the next moment, Lan Yu hugged her head and screamed. Her face was pale. Damn it, how dare you lay your hands on me? You've violated the rules of the Dao Palace. Do you believe that I'll get the elders to suppress you? She screamed crazily. In that instant, her soul had been pierced and the pain was excruciating. Lin Xian smiled. Do you have any evidence that I laid my hands on you? Don't talk nonsense if you don't have any evidence. You. Lan Yu was so angry that she wanted to vomit blood. Wasn't that what she had said to him? She hadn't expected to be slapped in the face so quickly. Damn it, weren't you the one who injured my soul? This is the evidence. Did I lay my hands on you? Lin Xian looked around and said. The disciples of the Divine Union shook their heads quickly. No, when did Boss Lin lay his hands on you? Yes, we were all watching. Boss Lin only glanced at you. Why? Can't you let others see? Bai Susu sneered. You can't even withstand a glance. How dare you be arrogant here? As she said that, her eyes glowed coldly. Immediately, Lan Yu screamed again. Although she was from the Dragon Palace, she had entered the Dragon Palace because of Lan Ziyu. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to enter given her strength. Bai Susu was a top-notch genius. How could Lan Yu possibly withstand her? Therefore, her soul was severely injured in an instant. She even knelt down instantly. Just you wait. Lan Yu screamed crazily and turned to escape. Brat, don't you need to capture and collect her soul? They had definitely set up a trap. Lin Xian shook his head. She was so weak, how could she know the details of the plan? She was only a messenger. His guess was right. Lan Yu was only in charge of passing on a message. She didn't know anything. Bai Susu asked, "What about you? Was he really planning to go alone? Why don't we just ask my father to do it? It's useless, they're well prepared, and so many of our friends are in their hands. If they split up, it'll be hard to handle. The elders would only be able to save a portion of the people. The rest would most likely be killed immediately. Furthermore, it was the Dragon Crown Prince who did it this time. The Dragon Crown Prince must have the support of an elder. In addition, the Dragon Palace had the Dragon Emperor finger. It might even have the support of an old ancestor. Therefore, it's better for me to go personally." Once he used the power of an elder, he would probably alarm an even more terrifying existence. Lin Xian felt that young people should solve their own problems. "Ruffian Long, give me the killing formations you set up. I'll go by myself. You and Susu stay here to guard the house. During this period of time, don't let the people around you leave." "Alright, then be careful." The dark red dragon gritted his teeth. Since the other party had specifically asked Lin Xian to go alone, his friends would be in danger if he went alone. However, he wouldn't sit still and wait for death. This matter was not only related to the Dragon Palace, but also the Blue Race. Since that was the case, he wouldn't spare the Blue Race. He immediately sent a message to the dragons of the Black Sea and asked them to mobilize their forces to attack the Blue Race. Those who dared to attack their people would have to pay the price. On the other side, Lin Xian moved. He left with the killing formations and the spirit transfer formation. Black Devil Peak. It was a gloomy and terrifying place. This was an ancient battlefield. A fierce battle had once taken place here, and countless experts had fallen. Therefore, the murderous aura here was very terrifying. In fact, a dungeon had been secretly built here 20,000 years ago to suppress some terrifying experts. Later on, the dungeon was abandoned, but it still remained. At this moment, flames were lit in the dungeon again. The green flames flickered with a strange light. Inside the dungeon, silhouettes stood one after another, like gods and devils. At this moment, roars could be heard from inside. "Despicable! How dare you attack the Divine Union? We won't let you off. How dare you go against the Dragon Palace? I can only say that you are courting death. Just you wait. It won't be just you. Soon, we will send Lin Xian to hell." Despicable, Lu Yuan gritted his teeth. He was injured, and beside him were Nalan Liang and Yu Ren. As for Toad and Fu Hongya, they weren't here. At the same time, they knew that the situation was dangerous. They had fallen into a trap, and these people had captured them to deal with Lin Xian. If Lin Xian really came here, it would be very dangerous. Calculating the time, it's about time. "Men, take them out for me. Bring them to Black Devil Peak." In front of them, a man with a cold figure and the aura of the Dragon Dao was present. He was Feng Long. This time, he was also in charge. He wanted to see just how Lin Xian would be able to escape with countless formidable fighters following him this time. Lu Yuan, Nalan Liang, and Yu Ren were chained up, their strength sealed. "Hurry up and leave." One of them kicked Nalan Liang. Nalan Liang's body swayed as he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Damn it!" Lu Yuan also roared, but he was also hit. "Why? If you don't leave, I'll let you know what it's like to live a life worse than death. What are you staring at? Do you think you can still make a comeback? When Lin Xian comes, we'll finish him off and send you to hell together." They all sneered. Soon, they were brought out of the dungeon and arrived at the Black Devil Peak. Wind Dragon was sitting on a throne in front of him, and he was swirling some exquisite spirit wine. He looked at the moon in the sky and sneered. Why hadn't Lin Xian come yet? A woman beside him sneered. "I think he doesn't dare to come." "What Lin Wudi? How dare he give himself such an arrogant title? He doesn't have the qualifications to contend with our Dragon Palace." This woman was a proud daughter of the Golden Crow clan. She sneered. "Lin Xian is also a coward. If he dares to come, I'll suppress him with one hand. You want to fight against Boss Lin with just you? Yuren mocked. You can't even defeat one of Boss's fingers. Are you trying to challenge me? Golden Crow Feather's face darkened. Someone, slap him and knock his teeth out one by one. Soon, someone from the Dragon Palace sneered and attacked. A slap smashed Yuren's face, and his teeth flew to the ground. Damn it. Lu Yuan's eyes turned red. Come at me if you have the guts. Boom, Golden Crow Feather's slap enveloped Lu Yuan, and the terrifying Golden Crow fire began to burn. Lu Yuan's body was charred black, and he let out a miserable cry. Stop, Nalan Liang roared crazily. Aren't you afraid that the Mad God will come and kill you? So what if Mad God was powerful? If he came, someone would take care of him. Also, Mad God was only ranked 1000th on the Saint Origin rankings. The founder of the Dragon Palace, the Dragon Prince, was ranked 2nd on the Saint Origin rankings. Do you think the two sides are comparable? In front of the Dragon Prince, Mad God was just a worm. Ha 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 ha, they laughed crazily. That's right, the founder of the Dragon Palace was the Dragon Prince, the Emperor's son. He was their greatest reliance. As long as the Dragon Prince was here, they didn't fear anyone except Kuanpingzi. They didn't care about Mad God at all. Why wasn't that kid here yet? Another expert of the Dragon Palace frowned. What if that kid was afraid of death and didn't dare to come? Feng Long sneered. Alright, I'll kill one of his friends and send his head to the god's abode. Let's see if he comes. If he doesn't, I'll kill him. I want to see how long he can endure. Hearing this, the pupils of Lu Yuan and the others constricted. Damn it, these people from the Dragon Palace are too despicable. Alright, I don't think they dare to come. Then choose one. Who should we kill? His gaze swept past the three of them. I'll kill you. Jin Wuyu stared at Lu Yuan and waved his hand. The golden crow flames in his hand turned into a saber and walked forward. I'll chop off your head and send it to the god's abode. I'm looking forward to what will happen when Lin Xian sees it. This is what happens when you follow Lin Xian. Don't be the enemy of the Dragon Palace in your next life because you don't deserve it. He raised his saber and was about to swing it down. Damn it. Nalan Liang and the merman beside him roared crazily. However, it was useless. Their bodies were sealed by the laws and they couldn't resist at all. Were they really going to die? Lu Yuan roared. I never regretted following Uncle Master. It was just that you guys were despicable and used dozens of times more strength than us. One day, little Uncle Master will avenge me. Then, he looked at Nalan Liang and Yu Ren. Brothers, let's meet again in the next life. I'll take my leave first. After saying that, he closed his eyes. You're courting death. Jin Wuyu snorted and swung the saber in his hand. Cracks had already appeared on Lu Yuan's body. With this strike, he would definitely die. Boom, a deep voice rang out. The sea of flames spread out, and the void shattered. Nalan Liang and the merman were stunned. Was Lu Yuan dead? Although they hadn't known Lu Yuan for long, only a few years, they had carried out many missions together. They were friends who had gone through life and death together. Now that their friend had died in front of them, how could they bear it? No, these people's eyes instantly turned red, but when they looked to the side, they were stunned. This was because they realized that Lu Yuan wasn't dead. Lu Yuan was also stunned. He opened his eyes. I didn't die. He was stunned when he saw a hand grabbing his saber. Who was it? He looked up and saw a familiar face. Little Martial Uncle, Lu Yuan exclaimed. Boss Lin. Yuren and Nalan Liang also roared. On the other side, Golden Crow Feather's pupils shrank. Lin Xian, you've finally come. Boom, Lin Xian exerted force in his palm and broke the battle blade. A terrifying force spread out in all directions. Many large cracks appeared. Golden Crow Feather retreated. Feng Long stood up. The others also had cold smiles on their faces. Their eyes were filled with biting cold-killing intent. You're finally here. The show can begin. Lin Xian arrived. His expression was cold, and there was even a terrifying killing intent burning in his eyes. He saw that Lu Yuan and the other two were covered in injuries. It was obvious that they had been tortured. With a wave of his hand, the sealing chains on the three of them shattered. Lin Xian struck out with the immortality art, enveloping the three of them and helping them recover. At the same time, he took out pills and natural treasures. He said, "You've suffered. Recover. I won't let go of anyone who attacked you. Little martial uncle, be careful. They have a lot of people." "Yes, boss. Let's test them first. They've already set up everything to lure you here. This is a trap." Yuren also roared. They were very worried about Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, "It's fine. No matter how many traps they have, I'll destroy them with my sword. I'm here today to avenge you." "Boss. Little martial uncle." Lu Yuan and the other two's eyes instantly turned red. On the other side, Golden Crow sneered. "So touching. I'm about to cry. But so what? Since you guys are so close, then go to hell together." Golden Crow sneered and the saber in his hand condensed again. Lin Xian was powerful and famous in the ancient city. But so what, this time, they had so many experts. Why would they be afraid of him, not to mention him, even if the great sage of the older generation came, he would have to die. Lin Xian stared at him and said coldly, "You wanted to kill my friend?" "That's right. I wanted to kill him. I wanted to cut off his head and tear him into pieces. Not only that, did you see that injury on that ant's face was also caused by me? I planned to knock out his teeth one by one. What can you do to me?" Golden Crow sneered, not caring at all. Lin Xian's expression was as cold as water. In the next moment, his body flickered and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the other party. Buzz, the golden hand fell mercilessly. So fast. Golden Crow's pupils constricted. She did not expect the other party to be so fast. She exclaimed and retreated. But soon, she was furious. The other party dared to attack her. "Go to hell." He slashed with his saber. Clang, an earth-shaking sound was heard. The Golden Crow slash hit the palm and made a clanging sound. But it was instantly shattered. The huge golden hand pressed forward with an indomitable will, bringing with it a terrifying power and endless killing intent. Damn, what a strong physique. Golden Crow was shocked. She formed a fist with her right hand and attacked. Is the 9-yang divine fire powerful? Look at my Golden Crow divine fire. She wanted to fight the other party in close combat. Boom boom. The two palms collided and made a thunderous sound. Suddenly, a thunderous flame spread in all directions, but it was useless. Golden Crow screamed. Her palm was shattered and her entire arm was fractured. He was too strong. The 9-yang divine body was the legendary starry sky physique. The 9-yang divine fire suppressed her Golden Crow fire and almost extinguished it. Damn it. The other party was stronger than her. Golden Crow could not believe it. What made her even more frightened was that the hand fell mercilessly and grabbed her neck, then lifted her up. Golden Crow wanted to resist in fear, but the hand emitted a terrifying sharp aura and the terrifying law of death poured into her body. The meridians in her body were instantly sealed and shattered. She felt that she could not exert any power. It was too terrifying. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xian suppressed Golden Crow feather. The people of Dragon Palace were still smiling. They did not react. When they reacted, they saw the scene in front of them. Damn it. Stop. You dare to attack our people. The people of Dragon Palace were furious. There were so many of them here. If they allowed the other party to be arrogant, they would lose face. So what if I attacked your people? Lin Xian snorted. He waved his hand and grabbed Golden Crow Feather's right arm like it was a piece of paper. Looking at this scene, the surrounding people were stunned. They did not expect that Lin Xian would dare to attack. Who was that Golden Crow Feather? She was the top genius of the Dragon Palace and the pride of the Golden Crow clan. She was the daughter of the clan leader. Her status was extremely noble. If you dare to touch her, you're dead. An expert of the Dragon Palace roared. Lin Xian glanced at him and sneered. He then waved his hand and tore the other arm. Golden Crow Feather screamed. Blood stained the sky and pierced through everything. Damn it. Do you know who I am? My father is the clan leader of the Golden Crow clan. Golden Crow Feather screamed crazily. Oh, really? But so what? Lin Xian laughed. He waved his hand and turned the other party's legs into a bloody mist. Golden Crow Feather screamed crazily, causing the surrounding people to feel numb. Lin Xian was too arrogant. After knowing that the other party was the daughter of the clan leader of the Golden Crow clan, he still dared to attack. Did he not put the Golden Crow clan in his eyes? Finally, someone could not stand it anymore. Wind Dragon also stood up and said coldly. Kid, let them go. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die without a burial place. Lin Xian glanced at him and sneered. Do you have the qualifications? Wind Dragon was furious. Did he dare to challenge him? Men, capture his companions. I want him to see his friends go to hell with his own eyes. The surrounding people started to move. However, Lin Xian waved his hand and the Great Sage Pagoda covered the three of them. All the attacks hit the Great Sage Pagoda, shaking heaven and earth. However, they could not break through the defense. Damn it. It's the Great Sage Pagoda. The surrounding people gritted their teeth. This guy really had a lot of trump cards. It was the Great Sage Pagoda. Many people's eyes turned red. Wind Dragon sneered. After I kill you, the Great Sage Pagoda will be mine. Kid, let them go obediently. Otherwise, the Golden Crow clan will let you know the taste of living a life worse than death. Another tall man walked out. He was also an expert of the Golden Crow clan. From the looks of it, it wasn't just the True Path sect and the Dragon Palace that had taken action. These people had probably called upon the experts of their own families and sections. It was indeed the heavenly net. Let them go, or all your friends will die. No one who is related to you can live. When Lin Xian heard this, he was completely enraged. He hated it the most when people threatened him. He was even more annoyed when others threatened his friends and family. He couldn't take it anymore. Killing intent appeared in his eyes. You have committed an unforgivable crime. I will let you know the consequences of attacking the people around me. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and a terrifying force tore the Golden Crow Feather into pieces. The Golden Crow Feather's soul screamed and tried to escape, but it was pierced by Lin Xian's gaze. The reincarnation steel suppressed him. The Golden Crow Feather's soul struggled madly. Lin Xian's voice was ice cold. Don't you like to bully others? Aren't you high and mighty? I'll let you know. What was despair, reincarnation spring and autumn? Lin Xian activated his illusory technique and sucked the other party's soul into an illusory realm. You will suffer despair for the next 10,000 years. A cold voice sounded. Everyone's scalps went numb. The expert from the Golden Crow tribe was even more furious. You're courting death. He threw a punch at Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted and pushed his palm horizontally, blocking the other party's palm. However, at this moment, the expert from the Golden Crow tribe came to the side of the Golden Crow Feather's soul. Wake up! With a loud roar, he merged his power into the soul. However, it was useless. The illusory technique created by the heavenly secret divine eyes was not something that the other party could break. The Golden Crow Feather's soul screamed crazily. It was so scary that one look at it could make one faint. Damn it, quickly break her illusory technique. The expert from the Golden Crow tribe roared crazily. Lin Xian shook his head and ignored him. At this moment, the Golden Crow Feather's soul dissipated into thin air. The illusory technique created by Lin Xian had a strong time difference. A few seconds outside would be 10,000 years inside. Although it was a time difference, the other party's soul seemed to have suffered despair for 10,000 years and died in the most miserable way. No, the expert from the Golden Crow tribe went crazy. The Golden Crow Feather was dead. She was the daughter of the tribe leader. In the Golden Crow tribe, she was like a little princess. But now, she was killed mercilessly. Was this guy crazy? Did he not leave any way out? The others also felt their hair stand on end. What kind of demon king did they provoke? Even Feng Long's pupils shrank. The other party's methods were too terrifying. they had to kill him. Otherwise, no one would have an easy time in the future. He stood up and waved his hand. Immediately, the experts charged over. The great sage of the Golden Crow tribe was the first to bear the brunt. He threw out a palm and a vast power slammed towards Lin Xian. The Golden Crow divine fist could destroy heaven and earth. At the same time, 3 other experts from the Dragon Palace attacked. One of them was a sea serpent with the power of the sea. The other one was surrounded by lightning. He was the Thunder King, the last one was surrounded by rocks. The entire land was under his control. The 4 experts attacked together. The sky fell and the earth cracked. This time, the other party should be dead. The people from the Dragon Palace sneered. Lin Xian's expression was cold. Kill. He threw out a punch. The 6 divine fists collided with the expert from the Golden Crow tribe. An earth-shattering sound was heard. The great sage of the Golden Crow tribe's palm was shattered. He retreated with blood all over his body. Lin Xian attacked again. The 5 elemental laws gathered and attacked the sea serpent. It turned into an invisible mountain and pressed down. The sea serpent's body was broken into 2. He retreated in fear. It was too powerful. It was not over yet. The other 2 had already charged over. The Earth Saint King roared and threw out a punch. This punch could break the sky. Boom, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The punch landed on Lin Xian's body. The Earth Saint King laughed. What, Lin Wudi? Didn't he also turn into ashes in my hands? Your fist is too weak. At this moment, a cold voice was heard. The Earth Saint King's pupils shrank. How could it be? He saw a golden figure appear in the shattered void. His fist landed on the other party's body but did not cause any cracks. Damn it, what kind of physique was that? Damn it, Earth Divine Fist. He waved his fist and smashed it like a meteor. Lin Xian, on the other hand, kicked out and broke his opponent's arm with a crack. Not only that, he kicked the other party away. The Earth Saint King retreated like a kite. He crashed into hundreds of mountains and fell into the ruins. Half of his body was broken and he could not stand up. Lin Xian injured 3 great sage kings in 3 moves. The 4th person, who was like a thunder god, was stunned in midair. Lin Xian looked at the other party and smiled. His eyes shone with golden light. Kneel, he shouted coldly. It was like the roar of a god. The thunder god Saint King's body swayed and he knelt on the ground in fear. In an instant, he regained his senses and jumped up. He shouted angrily. You're courting death, Lin Xian laughed. What Dragon Palace experts? They're just a bunch of ants. Damn it, I won't let you off. Thunder God's blade, the Thunder God Sage was completely enraged. He unleashed a peerless blade that contained terrifying destructive power. Boom, Lin Xian unleashed the 6-path fist and punched forward, shattering the Thunder God's blade. The Thunder God Sage's body was also penetrated by the punch. He fell from the sky. His face was pale and his eyes were filled with despair. Was the difference that big? He was an expert of the Dragon Palace, but he couldn't even block a punch from Lin Xian. Ant. Lin Xian stomped his opponent into a bloody mist. His soul was once again locked onto by the spring and autumn cycle. After 10,000 years of despair, he died. The surrounding people were stunned. They couldn't believe it. The experts they brought were terrifying. The 4 of them attacked together, but they couldn't do anything to Lin Xian. Instead, they were instantly suppressed. What kind of power was this? Let's kill him together. At this moment, another middle-aged man walked out and shouted coldly. There were many experts of the blue race beside him. Their bodies emitted terrifying ice. Ice sealed heaven and earth. People of the blue race. Lin Xian looked at him and sneered. That person gritted his teeth. That's right, I'm Lan Zilu's father. You dare to kill Zilu? Today, I'll send you to hell to apologize to Zilu. That's right, you don't have to live anymore. Another powerful figure walked out. An expert of the wind dragons. His huge wings were like dark clouds that could destroy heaven and earth. Behind him, there were also experts of the dragons. There was no need to hold back against him. Take out all your ultimate techniques. The Wind Dragon said coldly. He felt that the other party was strange and wanted to end the battle quickly. Hearing this, the experts of the Wind Dragons nodded. They roared at the sky and condensed their bloodlines. They formed a Wind Dragon spear. It released a terrifying bloodline suppression. On the other side, the middle-aged man from the blue race laughed. He took out an ice mountain and attacked together. The experts of the blue race behind him focused all their energy on the ice mountain. This was a great sage artifact. It was filled with endless power and was extremely powerful. With a light wave, heaven and earth were sealed in ice. Let's see how you're going to die this time. The surrounding people all laughed wildly. With a wave of the ice mountain, an earth-shattering power descended. The Wind Dragon spear was powerful enough to pierce through everything. The two great sage weapons rushed towards Lin Xian, causing the void around Lin Xian to shatter continuously. Even his divine fire was being suppressed. Humph, in the face of such a powerful attack, Lin Xian coldly snorted. With a wave of his hand, the great destruction spear appeared, releasing a destructive aura. The destructive power rushed towards the Wind Dragon spear. At the same time, he spun his left hand, and a Taiji diagram appeared. Boom boom, the sound of an intense collision rang out. The people from the blue race and the Wind Dragons laughed coldly. Useless brat, you won't be able to resist at all. They were very confident in their weapons. With a loud bang, the Wind Dragon spear was sent flying by the great destruction. The experts of the Wind Dragon clan also spat out blood. Countless cracks appeared on their bodies. Many of them turned into blood mist and died. Damn it, how is this possible? They were terrified. What kind of weapon is this? Is the weapon formed by their bloodline even more terrifying? On the other side, the people from the blue race also roared in fear. The Taiji diagram spun, breaking apart the heaven and earth. Terrifying yin and yang energy descended. The ice couldn't resist at all. Many people from the blue race were turned into white bones. You want to kill me with just these methods? You're too weak. If you don't have any other methods, I'll send you to hell. Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, 9 killing arrays appeared, covering the entire heaven and earth. Lin Xian formed a seal with his palms, and the killing arrays were activated. Terrifying thunder descended from the 9 heavens, turning into thunder dragons that bared their fangs and brandished their claws. The terrifying fire array turned into a fire phoenix that covered the heaven and earth. There was also a poison array. Frost array, sword array, and saber array. The 9 killing arrays were activated at the same time. It was powerful to the extreme. In an instant, the people from the Dragon Palace let out miserable cries. Many people were instantly pierced through and torn to pieces. The people from the blue race and the Wind Dragons were also heavily injured, vomiting blood continuously. Damn it. Wind Dragon's eyes instantly turned red. He hadn't even made a move, and the other party had already thrown out the killing arrays. Quick, activate our arrays. They had been setting up here for so long. How could there not be any killing arrays? In an instant, 24 killing arrays were activated, covering the heaven and earth, sweeping through everything. They blocked Lin Xian's 9 killing arrays. Damn it, these 9 killing arrays were so terrifying. Wind Dragon's face was cold. The number of killing arrays they had was twice as many as the other party, but they were still tied. It was hard to imagine. Kill, he roared, and the people around him rushed over. Lin Xian snorted coldly. With the great destruction in his hand, he attacked powerfully as if he had turned into a demon god. With one attack, the bodies of 7 figures were stretched taut, and their souls were destroyed. Then, with another attack, 3 figures were nailed to death in the void. Lin Xian attacked boldly and powerfully. Every time his attack landed, there would be experts who would fall. Damn it, was he the Grim Reaper? How could he be so powerful? The people around him felt their scalps go numb. They didn't dare to move forward. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He would definitely not let these people go. With a stomp of his foot, he rushed forward and charged towards the blue race. If you want to take revenge for Lan Zilu, I'm standing here. Do it, that man was scared out of his wits. Damn it, you dare to touch me, Lin Xian sneered and slapped out, sending the man flying. Half of his face was shattered. Kill him for me. The man roared. The surrounding powerhouses of the blue race roared angrily. World-destroying frost, these people attacked together and used a terrifying ultimate technique. The blue clan was one of the top clans. The world annihilation frost was an ultimate skill created by one of their old ancestors back in the day. This old ancestor was extremely terrifying. He had once conquered all the worlds in the universe. With this technique, he sealed an entire world in ice. All of the living beings in that world had been sealed. This technique became famous in the world from then on. At this moment, with all of them attacking together, they could definitely seal the other party in ice. Crack! Crack, crack! Ice appeared on Lin Xian's body. Even the Nine Suns' divine fire was frozen. Half of his body was sealed in ice, and it was spreading to his entire body. Soon, his entire body turned into an ice sculpture. The man looked up to the sky and laughed. Ha 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 ha, I'm going to take revenge for Lan Zilu personally. He walked over with the killing sword in his hand. Before the killing sword landed, the ice in front of him started to change. The ice sculpture shattered, and cracks appeared on its surface. It spread like a spider. Then, it scattered on the ground. Lin Xian walked out and grabbed the other party's head with one hand. If you want to take revenge, do it in your next life. He waved his hand and twisted the other party's head off. Pooh, blood dyed the 9 heavens. No, the eyes of the blue race members were red as they charged over. Lin Xian waved his yin-yang image and enveloped more than 10 figures. Lin Xian struck out forcefully and killed all of them. A sea of blood spread, and the surrounding people went crazy. At this moment, a piercing light came over, and 3 killing swords quickly pierced through. These were the 3 experts of the Wind Dragon clan. They merged with the wind and were extremely fast. 3 sharp blades slashed at Lin Xian's vital points. An earth-shattering sound rang out. Lin Xian was pushed back, and cracks appeared on his body. The 3 of them were overjoyed. Great, they took advantage of the other party's injury to kill him. However, in the next moment, they retreated in horror. They found that Lin Xian's cracked body recovered in an instant. Not only did his aura not weaken, but it became stronger. Lin Xian launched a thunder strike, and a great destruction spear enveloped the 3 of them. The 3 of them screamed and turned into a bloody mist. Only 3 broken blades fell from the sky. Next, Lin Xian killed his way into the wind dragons and attacked crazily. The powerhouses of the wind dragons fell one after another. The wind dragon was finally angry. Kid, you deserve to die. Senior, please help. The wind dragon respectfully asked for help from the void. The void broke open, and a few figures walked out. One of them was a human with a cold aura. It was an old man with his hands behind his back. His eyes were like lightning, forming a sea of lightning. Young man. You're no match for us at all. The great sage of the older generation? In the great sage tower, Lu Yuan and the others' expressions changed. They didn't care about these people at all. That was because they believed in Lin Xian's strength. These people couldn't threaten Lin Xian. But now that the great sage of the older generation had appeared, the situation was probably not good. Sure enough, the great sage waved his hand, and the surrounding killing arrays kept shattering. Then, he pointed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt a huge pressure. It surged towards him. The surrounding void shattered continuously, and even his body started to sway. This old man was a little scary. His strength was equivalent to the 5th elders. This was not the end. After him, another old man walked out. His strength was not weak at all. This old man was covered in flames. It was actually a fire crow. The 2 veteran great sage struck out and tore apart the 9 killing formations brought by Lin Xian. Lin Xian was also knocked back by the scepter and spat out a mouthful of blood. Cracks appeared on his body, but they were quickly repaired by the immortality art. Seeing this, Feng Long burst into laughter. Kid, do you see this? This is the foundation of our dragon palace. We can summon many powerful great sage at any time. Can you do it? Now, obediently kneel on the ground and kowtow, waiting for me to deal with you. If I'm in a good mood, I can leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, I'll let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. The surrounding people sneered again. They felt that Lin Xian was dead for sure. Daoist Huiya shouted coldly. I heard that you have the arrogant mad god behind you. Where is he? Tell him to come out. I'll suppress him. Mad god? Lin Wudi? You can't even withstand a single blow. The other great sage sneered as well. The two of them walked forward like gods and demons. Everywhere they passed, heaven and earth would collapse. I've said that no one who strikes today will leave alive. Since you two old farts are willing to strike, I'll fulfill your wish. The two great sage were stunned. The Fire Crow great sage laughed. Kid, do you think this is the True Path sect? In the True Path sect, we can't do anything to you. But here, if you die, no one will know that we killed you. We can strike without hesitation. Without hesitation, huh? That's great, because I don't want others to know about some of my trump cards. Lin Xian sneered. Then, he waved his hand and 5 spirit conversion arrays flew out. They entered the ground and began to convert the energy of heaven and earth. Not good, this kid is going to use his trump card. The surrounding people of Dragon Palace felt the change in the ground and their expressions changed. However, the two great sage sneered. Don't worry, with the two of us here, he can't hurt you no matter how many tricks he has. The two of them attacked again and enveloped Lin Xian. In an instant, the place was turned into a black hole. Even the starlight of the universe scattered in. Seeing this scene, the two great sages laughed complacently. Wind Dragon also snorted coldly. I thought Lin Wudi was very powerful, but it turns out that he is just an ant. Let's see who dares to go against Dragon Palace in the future. The Fire Crow Daoist frowned. Is he dead? What a pity. I heard that this kid has the 9-yang divine body. I wanted to capture him and ask about the secret of the 9-yang divine body. The other great sage said. Don't worry, as long as a trace of his soul is left, I have the means to ask. He formed a seal with his palm and many soul chains flew out, trying to suppress the broken soul. Boom, however, at this moment, a sword light flashed and broke the soul chains. Not only that, half of the great sage's body was split open and turned into a blood mist. He screamed and retreated. Who dares to sneak attack me? He's crazy. The Fire Crow sage's pupils shrank. The others were even more shocked. Is Mad God here? So what if he's here? The Fire Crow Daoist roared. The flames on his body were monstrous and turned into thousands of crows, sweeping in all directions. Every one of them was a peerless divine ability that could destroy everything. Mad God, come out. Let me suppress you. He roared. Buzz, no one answered him. The only answer he got was a sword. The peerless sword split the flames in the sky. The Fire Crow Daoist's pupils shrank. He felt a fatal danger and quickly retreated. However, one of his arms turned into a blood mist and couldn't be restored. Puff, the fire-toothed great sage dodged the attack, but the surrounding people of Dragon Palace didn't. Hundreds of figures were turned into a bloody mist by this sword, their bodies and souls extinguished. Damn it, who the hell are you? The two great sage roared crazily. Even the wind dragon was terrified. Didn't you want to kill me? You don't even know who I am? A sneer sounded. Lin Xian walked out with the dragon's sword in his hand. How is that possible? It's you? The two great sage were shocked. The wind dragon also exclaimed. It's not Mad God, it's Lin Xian. Lin Xian has such power. Is this a joke? Damn it, what's that dragon sword in his hand? Is it in front of me? But why is it so powerful? Could it be a legendary saint weapon? They didn't know. However, at this moment, the ground under their feet shattered. A few spirit veins dried up and fell apart. Wind Dragon sucked in a breath of cold air. What was going on? Even if they set up a formation, it's impossible to use up the energy of the spirit veins so quickly. The Fire Pressure Great Sage exclaimed. I know, he entered the formation just now and is crazily absorbing energy. He relied on this energy to be able to use his trump card. Kid, we've already discovered your secret. You'll definitely die next. Wind Dragon roared. Lin Xian snorted coldly. So what if they found out? A dead man won't reveal my secret. As he said that, he slashed out again. The ground below shattered. Another spirit vein shattered into pieces, losing all of its energy. The great sage's pupils constricted. How terrifying was that? One had to know that setting up more than 20 top-notch killing arrays didn't consume much energy, but now, a single sword consumed a supreme-grade spirit vein. What kind of sword is that? Retreat. He retreated frantically, but he realized that he couldn't escape at all. Damn it, block it. Waving the scepter in his hand, he ignited the laws as if he had turned into a peerless divine beast. It was extremely powerful. Its power had increased to the limit, and it was almost close to the mid-stage Sage King. However, it was useless. With a single sword, his body began to crack, and with a bang, he turned into a mist of blood. With a single sword, his heart and soul were destroyed. Is he dead? Wind Dragon's pupils constricted. The other great sage's eyelids twitched wildly. It's too terrifying. Run. However, Lin Xian slashed out again. On the ground below. The spirit vein shattered again. No. You can't kill me. The great sage still wanted to say something, but under this sword, his body and soul were completely destroyed. Kill. The long sword swept across, and the people around him fell one after another. I hate it. Why does he have such a trump card? The people around him roared crazily. Wind Dragon also went crazy and quickly dodged. They had originally set up a trap to kill the other party, but who would have thought that this trap would trap them instead? Now, none of them could escape. Instead, they were mercilessly killed by the other party. Boom, in the end, the surrounding figures fell, and only 3 figures were still standing there. One of them was Wind Dragon, and the other 2 were also top geniuses. Their faces were filled with despair. They had set up this inescapable trap and were confident that they could kill a powerful existence in the mid-stage of the Great Sage. But now, they couldn't do anything to the other party. Crack, the surrounding mountains kept shattering, the ground cracked, and the supreme-grade spirit vein was torn apart. Lin Xian frowned slightly. On the other side, Feng Long was overjoyed. This was great. All the spirit veins had been destroyed. This brat had no more strength left. They laughed complacently. Brat, without that sword, how are you going to fight us? They felt like they had seen hope. Although most of the people had died, only the 3 of them had survived. But so what? As long as he could kill the other party and obtain the sword, he would be able to kill the other party. All the losses were more than enough to make up for. Lin Xian laughed. It was too early for them to be happy. Even without the great dragon sword spirit, killing all of them would be as easy as flipping his hand. Furthermore, none of you are worthy of me using the great dragon sword. What? Great dragon sword? The legendary great dragon sword? Feng Long's pupils shrank as he cried out in alarm. No wonder it was so powerful. This brat actually had such a treasure. You don't deserve such a treasure. It should belong to the Dragon Prince, the 3 of them roared crazily. Let's go and inform the Dragon Prince. Let the Dragon Prince kill him. Only an existence like the Crown Prince would be able to use such a supreme divine sword. Moreover, the Dragon Prince could kill the brat in front of them with just a finger. The 3 of them wanted to retreat. Lin Xian sneered. You want to leave? Can you leave? With a wave of his hand, endless black vortexes appeared around them, swallowing the heavens and the earth, blocking their path. Damn it, Feng Long said that he couldn't use the great dragon sword spirit. If we kill him, we can do it too. If we have the power of the great dragon sword, our future achievements won't be inferior to the Dragon Prince. The eyes of the 3 of them turned red. Attack. The 2 of them instantly rushed over, but Feng Long quickly retreated. The corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. Six-path fist, demonic light, Taiji diagram. Lin Xian used 3 ultimate techniques in a row to fight against the 2 experts. The 2 of them vomited blood and were sent flying. Their bodies were shattered, and their eyes were filled with despair. Why didn't Feng Long attack? Lin Xian sneered. How could he not know that he had been used as a knife by others? Damn it, I hate it. They realized that Feng Long had already escaped. The two of them had been tricked by him. Do you want to escape? Lin Xian snorted. A pair of yin-yang wings appeared on his back. He used the skywalk step, and his speed was extremely fast. Feng Long was still sneering. With the power of his wind and the two of them blocking him, he could definitely escape. Sure enough, he broke through the defense line and escaped outside. However, when he turned around, he saw a figure following him closely. Where are you going? Lin Xian snorted. Not good. Feng Long stopped, dumbfounded. How could the other party's speed keep up with him? One had to know that he was extremely confident in his speed. In his opinion, other than the top geniuses of the Light Clan, no one could compete with him in speed. But now, the other party was not inferior to him at all. If you have any last words, leave them. Lin Xian looked at the other party and said coldly. Feng Long gritted his teeth. Damn it, he didn't attack. Instead, he knelt on the ground with a plop. Young Master Lin, please spare me. I had no choice but to be defeated. It's the Dragon Prince. The Dragon Prince said that he wants to kill you. What can I do? I can only follow his orders. He kept kowtowing. Please spare my life. You had no choice? Lin Xian sneered. While kowtowing, Feng Long's eyes were cold. In his opinion, the other party had been deceived by him. He suddenly looked up. Go to hell. Wind Shadow Thorn. Two rays of light, formed by the dragon horns, tore through everything like peerless weapons, and attacked Lin Xian's heart and head. Lin Xian sneered and dodged in an instant. At the same time, he kicked out. Feng Long raised his hand to block. With a clang, he was forced back. His arm was numb. The dragon horn transformed into a wind thorn, which was held in his hand. Boy, do you really dare to kill me? Don't you see that only a few of your companions are left? There are a few others in other places. If you kill me, your companions will die without a doubt. If you let me go now, I promise to let bygones be bygones. Our previous grudges can also be resolved. How about it? No. Lin Xian shook his head. I've said it before. If you attack my friends, all of you will die. What did you say? Feng Long was angry. Don't you care about the life and death of your friends? Aren't you afraid that we will attack? Lin Xian laughed. You think too highly of yourself. You underestimate me too much. I want to save my friends. There's no need to go through so much trouble. There are some ways. So, you can go to hell in peace. Lin Xian waved the great destruction spear and charged forward. It was like a black dragon breaking through the 9 heavens. Feng Long was completely angry and roared. He waved the wind thorns and fought. After 3 moves, he was beaten back. Damn it, how could he be so strong? The wind dragon's bloodline erupted, and dragon shadows circled the world. It was truly terrifying. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You want to have my bloodline? What a joke. He used his 10,000 dragon divine blood, and dragon shadows appeared one after another behind him. There was a terrifying Tyrannosaurus Rex, a sword dragon roaring at the sky, and a lightning dragon soaring in the 9 heavens. A fire dragon destroying all directions. One dragon shadow after another swept across the world. The wind dragon kept retreating, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. His face was filled with shock. This is impossible. How can the other party summon so many dragon shadows? Damn it, what bloodline is this? Why haven't I seen it before? Who exactly are you? He roared crazily. However, Lin Xian sneered, and the great destruction in his hand kept attacking. The wind dragon's body was shattered, and only his head was left. No, you can't kill me. You still have a few companions in my hands. If you kill me, they won't live. Lin Xian sneered and pierced through the wind dragon's head. He grabbed the wind dragon's soul and used his heavenly secret divine eyes to collect it. Soon, he snorted coldly and threw the soul into the heaven-devouring jar. It was constantly destroyed and turned into nothingness. With a wave of his hand, the great sage pagoda was retracted, and Lu Yuan and the other two walked out. When they saw the mountains of corpses and seas of blood around them, they were shocked. Then, they sneered. Good kill, these people are too despicable. Thank you, boss, for taking revenge for us. They were very emotional. Lin Xian nodded. No one can bully us. Lu Yuan, the three of you clean up the battlefield here. Take away all the storage rings of these people that can be used. Also, seal the heads of the wind dragon and the others for me. Lin Xian instructed. Lu Yuan nodded. Yuren said, Boss, what about the others in their hands? Lin Xian said, Leave this to me. After saying that, he soared into the sky and flew into the distance. Indeed, Fu Hongye and the toad were still in the other party's hands. The wind dragon was right about that. However, Lin Xian didn't care. He had already obtained information from the wind dragon's soul. Now that he knew the location, he was preparing to head there. In the canyon, Fu Hongyu and the toad were also chained up and injured. The toad roared. Damn it! Once I get out of here, I'll tear you all to pieces, a man from the dragon palace sneered as he stepped on the toad. You toad, do you still want to make a comeback? You're all dead for sure, and that Lin Xian won't be able to live either. The toad was enraged and roared crazily. Hongye's expression was cold as well. Little Uncle Master would definitely not lose. Ignorant, an older great sage walked over. With our lineup, even a great sage would die without a doubt. Furthermore, we've already scouted Mad God's whereabouts. He won't appear at all, so you're all dead for sure. Damn it! Fu Hongye roared. The people of Dragon Palace laughed. However, at this moment, a figure descended from the sky. Someone was coming. The great sage stopped laughing, and the others were also on guard. When they saw that person, they heaved a sigh of relief. It turned out to be young Master Wind Dragon. The great sage said with a smile. Wind Dragon nodded and looked around. Where is he? Of course, this wasn't the real Wind Dragon. The real Wind Dragon had been killed by Lin Xian. This was Little White's Wind Dragon. Little White had eaten the transformation fruit before and could transform into various forms. That was why Lin Xian wasn't worried. Here. These two guys are stubborn. I've already taught them a lesson. Feng Long left. When he saw that Fu Hongye and the toad were both injured, a cold glint appeared in his eyes. Then, he said, let them go. This wasn't good. What if the two of them ran away? Wind Dragon laughed. With so many people here, how could they run away? In addition, gather everyone here. We're leaving. Where is young master going? These people didn't have any doubts. After all, the other party's dragon chi was monstrous and the law of wind filled the air, so it was impossible to fake it. Aren't you asking too many questions? Wind Dragon's face darkened. There are some things that only the core members know. Don't you believe me? Of course not. The powerhouses of the Dragon Palace shook their heads. The great sage also waved his hand and let out a long howl, beginning to gather. Soon, those who were hiding in the dark also came out one after another. Could it be that these people want to deal with young Uncle Master together? Fu Hongye's face was ugly. The toad roared. If you have the guts, let me go. I'll slap you to death. He stared at Wind Dragon. Wind Dragon smiled and ignored him. He turned around and stared at the old great sage. With a wave of his hand, he took out a gourd. Do you know what this is? The old great sage was stunned. Then, he shook his head. Wind Dragon's mouth curled up into a smile. Baby, please turn around. As his voice fell, the purple gourd turned around. A sword light soared into the sky and directly slashed the old great sage. Pfft, the old great sage didn't even have time to scream before he died. Damn it, what's going on? Wind Dragon, are you crazy? How dare you attack your own people? Roars sounded one after another. Wind Dragon laughed out loud. Then, his body bloomed with light and turned into a little monkey. Yeah, you're all bad people. Damn it, what's going on? Who are you? The powerhouses of the Dragon Palace were dumbfounded. Wasn't he Wind Dragon? Why did he turn into a dead monkey? Oh no, we've been tricked. It's not Wind Dragon, he's the monkey beside Lin Xian. Someone had seen him before and immediately roared. Fu Hongye and the dark red dragon's eyes also lit up. Was Little White here? Lin Xian must be here too. The next moment, a figure flew down from the sky. Do you still want to escape? All of you, stay here. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the sky-devouring jar formed a terrifying vortex, sealing the surroundings. It's Lin Xian. Kill him. The powerhouses of the Dragon Palace roared crazily. Die, Lin Xian waved his hand, and 3 spirit-transferring arrays were cast into the ground. In an instant, all the energy of the spirit veins under the ground was transferred to the Great Dragon Sword Soul. The Great Dragon Sword Soul flew out, and every attack was like a resurrected dragon. With one attack, half of the dragons died instantly. Oh no, he has a peerless treasure. Run, the others roared crazily. There was even a veteran great sage who opened the sky with his palms to resist the black vortex. She wanted to escape. How could Lin Xian let her leave? Another 2 swords fell, destroying everything. The surrounding sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The energy of the spirit veins instantly dried up and fell apart. The spirit-transferring arrays were also shattered. How terrifying. This was the Great Dragon Sword Soul. Hongye and Hongye were shocked. One had to know how terrifying the energy here was, but now, they were all killed by 3 swords. No one was left alive. Of course, the Great Dragon Sword Soul required a terrifying amount of energy. 3 swords made all the spiritual energy in this world disappear. Even the great sage's energy would have dried up long ago. Kid, you're finally here. You should have let me kill them. The toad roared. Lin Xian took out a king medicine from the sword world, split it into 2, and gave it to the 2 of them to eat. After the 2 of them ate it, their injuries would heal and they would recover. The toad's eyes lit up. Damn, kid, where did you get this treasure? Even Fu Hongye was shocked. Could this be a 10,000-year-old elixir? It was too extravagant. Lin Xian shook his head. He would never be stingy with his own people. He said that he would kill everyone who tried to attack him today. Lu Yuan and the rest were also saved by me. However, this matter is not over. I will destroy the Dragon Palace one day. That's right, I will fight them to the death. The toad gritted its teeth and roared. The 3 of them cleaned up the battlefield and put away the undamaged storage rings. Then, they left to meet up with Lu Yuan and the rest. Lin Xian summoned the void beast and opened a space tunnel. The group quietly returned to the divine abode. The divine abode was anxiously waiting. I wonder how Lin Xian is doing? Bai Susu said. The dark red dragon frowned as well. Why don't we send someone to take a look? Bai Susu nodded. Anyway, the Dao sect has become very lively. They probably don't have time to care. Indeed, the Dao sect's grand meeting would begin in 3 days. Now, many experts from all over the Dao sect had rushed over. The people of the Dragon Palace were also busy preparing, so they really didn't have much energy to pay attention to them. Just as they were about to head over, a space vortex appeared in the divine abode. Then, a few figures walked out. Great, they're back. Bai Susu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this scene. The dark red dragon also hurriedly flew over. How are you? Are you all right? They were all very nervous. Lin Xian walked out and said, we're all back safely. The toad roared, I'm so angry. Lu Yuan and the rest also said that they were injured and that their lives were not in danger. However, it was a pity for the other brothers. Indeed, besides them, there were more than 20 geniuses from the Divine Union who had been following them this time. However, they had all died in battle. Bai Susu clenched his fists. He would definitely take revenge. The dark red dragon said. That's right. They will pay with their blood. This must be repaid. Everyone still needs to improve their strength. In addition, we must pay attention to not fall into the trap of the Dragon Palace in the future. Everyone nodded. Lin Xian asked. Susu, why are there so many people outside? He realized that there were too many people from the Dao sect. There were even some people from other clans and sections. Bai Susu asked, didn't I tell you about the Daoist sect's grand meeting? It would open in 3 days. These people were all here to congratulate him. Lin Xian nodded. Get ready. When the time comes, the Divine Union will also make an appearance. The Sanctuary Alliance had never experienced such a grand occasion since its establishment. Hence, they had to show off in this grand occasion. He wanted to let everyone know that the Divine Union would not have any problems even if the Dragon Palace tried to suppress them. Everyone began to make preparations. The entire Dao sect was bustling with activity. Not many people knew about what had happened in the Divine Union. Over at Dragon Palace's side, the Dragon Prince didn't care. In his opinion, with so many experts slapping away, the other party was dead for sure. What he wanted to do was to display his skills at the grand meeting, catch the attention of some patriarch, and enter the core area. That way, he would obtain more resources from the world. Although he was the Dragon Prince, his halo had always been suppressed by the Dragon Prince. When people mentioned the Dragon Palace, or even the dragons, the first person they thought of was not him, but the Dragon Prince. Only then would they think of him. As a genius, how could he be willing to accept this? Hence, he had to display his strength. Lan Ziyu didn't think so much. She was most concerned about whether Lin Xian was dead or not. However, there had been no news from the Wind Dragon, which made her nervous. Could something have happened? In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Tomorrow was the day of the grand meeting. Why wasn't he back yet? The Dragon Prince said, "Don't worry, I'll be back tomorrow." Lan Ziyu was nervous. Finally, the third day arrived. On this day, multicolored lights danced in the Dao sect. The great Dao descended, creating a celestial scene. At the same time, countless figures appeared. These people were outstanding, and their auras were piercingly cold. Everyone's eyes were filled with excitement. The grand meeting of the Dao sect was held once every 10 years. The main purpose was for the patriarch to come and see if there were any top geniuses. If there were, he would choose 1 or 2 to be his disciples. He would use the core strength of the Dao sect to nurture them. He would strive to nurture the next Dragon Prince. The disciples of the Dao sect gathered. Among them, the most dazzling was naturally the Dragon Palace. Look, the people of the Dragon Palace are here. Countless disciples of the Dao sect looked at the vast number of people in front of them with envy. The one walking at the front was naturally the Dragon Prince. They wondered if the Dragon Prince would appear this time. Yes, would they be able to see the Emperor's glory? If the Dragon Prince were to appear, he would definitely be sitting with the elders. His status had long surpassed that of the younger disciples. As soon as he said that, everyone nodded. Someone said, "I've received news that the Dragon Prince probably won't appear. He is now challenging the sacred Abyss Tower for power. After all, his goal is to be crowned. He doesn't care about anything else." Although the Dragon Prince isn't coming, the Dragon Prince is also terrifying. I think that in the Dao sect, other than Long Huangzi, the Dragon Prince is the most eye-catching. He is also someone who has hopes of standing at the peak in the future. However, does he want to be crowned? It might be difficult. However, it won't be a problem to become the number 1 person after the Dragon Prince. Everyone was talking about it. Some people said that it couldn't be. There should be another person. Are you talking about that Lin Xian? Yes. He established the Divine Union forcefully back then and went against the Dragon Palace. It was said that he even killed the Dragon Prince's clone. He should also be very powerful. As soon as this was said, someone else nodded. Someone said, "But that guy is very mysterious. They haven't seen him for a long time. After the life and death battle with Yi Chen, he has been in seclusion and hasn't come out. I wonder how he is now. Has his injury recovered?" Hearing this, someone from the Dragon Palace sneered. "What, Lin Wudi? There will be no such person from now on. You don't have to look forward to it." After saying that, he turned and left. What was going on? The other disciples of the Dao sect were shocked. There would be no Lin Xian from now on? Could it be that he had fallen? That was impossible. Yes, that was right. Lan Ziyu also clenched his fist. From now on, Lin Xian was history. There would be no such person in this world. Won't appear? Who do you think you are? Do you think you are a prophet? That you can predict everything? At that moment, a mocking voice was heard. Countless people were shocked. Who dared to challenge the Dragon Palace? The people from the Dragon Palace were also furious. Do you have a death wish? Step out and I'll send you to hell. It's you. The people from Dragon Palace were stunned. Lan Ziyu's pupils constricted. He exclaimed, "You're not dead?" Toad sneered, "What? Are you surprised that I'm still alive? Could it be that you're secretly attacking me? Do you think I'm dead?" Fu Hongye walked out and said, "So it was your Dragon Palace who secretly tried to kill us during the mission." Now, he finally found his enemy. Countless people were in an uproar. The people from Dragon Palace were also shocked. Lan Ziyu said, "Are you kidding? How could we attack you? Don't talk nonsense." Nonsense? Lu Yuan snorted, "Then why are you so afraid when you see us? And you say we're not dead? You obviously know something. Do you want me to inform the elders of the law enforcement hall to take you away for interrogation?" Lan Ziyu was so scared that his face turned pale. The other people from Dragon Palace were also shocked. They realized that not only were Toad and the others not dead, but the people from before were also not dead. More importantly, they saw Lin Xian. Damn it, this guy is also alive. Lin Xian walked out and sneered, "Why? Are you surprised?" Lan Ziyu was so shocked that he couldn't speak. What's going on? Didn't Wind Dragon and the others succeed? Why is Lin Xian still alive? And the people who were suppressed before were also rescued. Did their plan fail? The Dragon Prince frowned, "What's going on? Where are Wind Dragon and the others?" He used the voice transmission token, but there was no response. This gave him a bad premonition. Lan Ziyu panicked and quickly sent a voice transmission to his father, but there was also no response. What's going on? Did something really happen? She didn't dare to imagine. Nothing will happen. The Dragon Prince snorted, "It's very likely that they didn't catch this kid and felt that they would be punished when they came back, so they hid outside for a while." Although the mission failed, the Dragon Prince didn't believe that those people would die. They were countless experts. Let's go, attend the ceremony first, and then deal with this kid. The Dragon Prince looked coldly at Lin Xian and the others and snorted. He turned and walked forward. There were many people in the square, and there were many buildings and palaces around them. There was a huge hall in front of them, and it was very terrifying. Dao Palace, this was a very important palace. Only extremely powerful people or people with extraordinary statuses were allowed to enter. The people of Dragon Palace took their seats around the square. The Dragon Crown Prince walked towards the Palace of the Path and quickly entered. The surrounding people were envious. Very few of the younger generation could enter, and the Dragon Crown Prince was one of them. Someone looked at Lin Xian and shook his head slightly. Although this guy claimed to be able to fight against the Dragon Crown Prince, he was still far from it. The Dragon Crown Prince could enter the Palace of Dao, but the other party had no chance at all. Those from the Dragon Palace also sneered. "Boy, you want to fight with us?" The difference was too great. "Let's go to the Dao Palace first. In my opinion, he can forget about entering in this lifetime because he is not qualified at all." Cold laughter could be heard one after another. Bai Susu and the others had gloomy expressions on their faces. It was truly too difficult to enter the Dao Palace. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was completely unperturbed. When he heard the mockery, he laughed coldly. "So what if it was the Dao Palace? My goal isn't here. My goal is to reach the peak of the Sacred Abyss Tower." When they heard this, the surrounding people were stunned. The people from the Dragon Palace also laughed heartily. "You want to reach the peak of the Sacred Abyss Tower? Who do you think you are? Are you a prince? You are overestimating yourself." The surrounding people also shook their heads and sighed. Lin Xian was a little overconfident. One had to know that the only person who had reached the peak was Kuan Pengzi. Even the Dragon Prince was a little lacking. However, given enough time, he would definitely be able to reach it. Besides these two princes, it was impossible for anyone else to reach the peak. Lin Xian snorted coldly and remained unmoved. How could these people understand his path? Next, Lin Xian led the people from the Divine Union to a hall on the side of the plaza and sat down. More and more people arrived at the plaza. There were even some people who weren't from the Path sect but from other clans and sects who came to congratulate him. There was an endless stream of people who came to congratulate the Dragon Crown Prince and the Dragon Palace. The people from the Dragon Palace were very pleased. Did you see that? There are many forces in the Path sect, but they are the only overlords. Kid, did you see that? This is the power of the Dragon Palace. We have countless sects and clans. What are you going to use to fight us? In the hall beside them, the people from the Dragon Palace sneered. Lin Xian replied faintly that he had seen it. However, that was all. In the face of absolute power, everything else was futile. Only by being strong oneself could one be truly strong. Lin Xian understood this very well. He had been able to annihilate so many experts from the Dragon Palace alone because of his own strength. Furthermore, it was said that the Emperor Lord back then could destroy millions of worlds with a single palm. How majestic was that? So what if one had a strong background? One couldn't even defeat a single finger of the Emperor Lord. If Lin Xian could become the Emperor Lord, he wouldn't have to worry about not having enough clans to bow to him. What an arrogant brat. The people from the Dragon Palace gritted their teeth. There were already many people around, but the patriarchs of the Path sect hadn't arrived yet. They would probably arrive at the last moment. At this moment, some people from the big clans arrived. The leader of the Blue clan had arrived. A loud shout shocked countless people as they turned their heads to look. The Blue clan was one of the top clans and was very famous. The leader of the Blue clan had arrived personally. The leader strode over with a group of people. He looked like an old man. The icy aura on his body was abnormally terrifying. It formed an icy battle robe that was extraordinarily mighty. Greetings, Senior. Along the way, the surrounding people bowed to him. Lan Ziyu also stood up and greeted the leader. Lan Ziyu. The leader of the Blue clan nodded with a smile. How have you been? Has your strength improved? Thank you for your concern. My strength has improved. Lan Ziyu smiled. At the side, Bing Ling furrowed her brows. The previous leader wouldn't have such a good attitude towards Lan Ziyu. One had to know that she was the #1 genius of the clan. But now, her limelight was completely suppressed by Lan Ziyu in the clan. It had only been a few days. She couldn't believe it. Later, she found out that Lan Ziyu's status changed because he became the Dao companion of the Dragon Prince. This made Bing Ling very disdainful. The leader of the Blue clan didn't think so. The Dragon Prince was the top figure in the Dragon Palace, second only to the Dragon Prince. He was also the son of the Dragon Sea Master. Such a person's status was too high, far higher than Lan Ziyu's. Even Bing Ling couldn't compare to him. To be able to form an alliance with such a person was a great honor for the Blue clan, therefore, he was naturally happy. Lan Ziyu nodded and walked towards the Dao Palace with the clan leader of the Blue tribe. Inside the Dao Palace, a few people were seated. The youngest one was the Dragon Prince. When the clan leader of the Blue tribe arrived, he smiled at the others and said, "Greetings, my friends." The other elites nodded in agreement. The clan leader of the Blue tribe came to the side of the Dragon Prince and said, "Greetings, Dragon Prince." Long Ao smiled. "Senior Lan is too polite. You are a senior. Isn't it too much for you to bow to me like this?" The clan leader of the Blue tribe said, "Others can't, but the Dragon Prince deserves it." "You are too polite. Clan leader of the Blue tribe, please take a seat." The Dragon Prince invited the clan leader of the Blue tribe in and the two of them sat down to chat. When the people of the Dragon Palace saw this, they were delighted. They looked at Lin Xian and sneered. "Did you see that? The clan leader of the Blue tribe is very respectful to our prince. Can you do it? The wind dragons have arrived." Another shout was heard. The clan leader of the wind dragons arrived with his elites. Then, he went in to greet the Dragon Prince. "Uncle Dragon, are you still so polite to me?" Long Ao smiled and said, "Please." Both of them were from the dragons. Naturally, they had a close relationship. The Skyblade Mansion Master has arrived, the clan leader of the Golden Armor tribe. Powerful figures arrived one after another. They were all invited into the Dao Palace. Then, they congratulated the Dragon Prince. In an instant, Long Ao was surrounded by many powerful figures. These were the clan leaders, sect leaders, and alliance leaders. Many of them were from the remote antiquity families. Even the weakest of them was a top family. In an instant, Long Ao was in the limelight. He even overshadowed the older generation figures and became the focus of everyone's attention. The people of the Dragon Palace were naturally pleased. Even the Dragon Prince was so powerful, let alone the Dragon Prince. There was no need for the Dragon Prince to do anything. The Dragon Prince alone could sweep everything away. The Divine Union? What a joke! Many people were disdainful of the Divine Union. The others were also discussing it. It seemed like the Dragon Palace was indeed terrifying. Not everyone could challenge them. The Dragon Palace in the Divine Union was like the sky and the earth. The difference was too great. The members of the Divine Union also gasped. Although they weren't convinced, the other party had made such a big scene. Bai Susu gritted her teeth. Damn it, she didn't expect the other party to do something like this. Are they trying to attack us? If we had known earlier, we would have asked some of the family heads to come as well. Bai Susu could also recruit a group of people. Even the talented members of the Divine Union had families behind them. However, compared to the other party, he seemed a little weak. After all, the Blue Clan and the Wind Dragons were all top clans. There were even clans of the ancients among them. Lin Xian said with a smile. No matter, the best part was yet to come. How could he not be prepared? He had already sent invitations to his previous allies. He thought that those people would respond very soon. At this moment, Lan Ziyu had also returned to the palace. He looked at Lin Xian and the others and sneered. It was true that one was powerful, but sometimes, one's foundation and background were enough to overwhelm everything else. Her eyes were filled with coldness. The Crimson Divine Dragon and the others gritted their teeth. Just as they were about to retort, another voice rang out. The Nalan family has arrived. Here it comes. The people of the Divine Union heaved a sigh of relief. Nalan Liang also smiled. The current family head was his grandfather. Naturally, he would come to their side. As expected, Nalinda led his family over to Lin Xian's side. Congratulations, young Master Lin. Although the Nalan family wasn't a clan of the ancients, it was still a top clan. Furthermore, it was very young. With strength, it might go even further in the future. Now that the Nalan family head had come to congratulate Lin Xian, many people were shocked. The faces of the people of the Dragon Palace darkened. Was the Nalan family courting death? It seemed like they had to take some measures to suppress this family and let them know who was in charge here, Lan Ziyu snorted. The Nalan family was nothing to be afraid of. Furthermore, this was because of Nalan Liang. Otherwise, why would the Nalan family stand on Lin Xian's side? The Duga family has arrived. Another loud voice rang out. The people of the Duga family strode over. This group of people had metal swords on their backs. Their auras were surging. When they appeared together, they brought with them an austere aura. Countless people looked up. Many people stood up to greet them. Old Master Dugu strode over with Dugu Shaoyi and the rest. Hello, everyone. Old Master Dugu kept waving his hand. He walked to the side of the hall. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. Who is Old Man Dugu going to meet? The people of the Dragon Palace were also surprised. Lan Ziyu smiled. He must be here to meet us. Although we don't have much contact with the Dugu family, we have the Dragon Prince and the Dragon Crown Prince. They will come over obediently. Hearing this, the people of the Dragon Palace nodded. Fairy Jiyu, please receive them. Lan Ziyu stood up. Her status was not ordinary now. She was the cultivation companion of the Dragon Crown Prince. Her status in the Dragon Palace was very high. Therefore, she stood up and walked forward with a beautiful smile. It turned out to be Senior Dugu. Senior Dugu, please. The surrounding people were in an uproar when they saw the scene. Even the Dugu family was on the side of the Dragon Palace. It seemed that the Dragon Palace today was even more terrifying than before. But soon, the surrounding people were stunned. Lan Ziyu was also stunned. The smile on her face froze and became very ugly. The people of the Dragon Palace were even more stunned. They couldn't believe it. Old Master Dugu ignored Lan Ziyu and went directly to the side of the hall. Greetings, young Master Lin. This old man is here to congratulate young Master Lin. The Dugu family is here to meet Lin Xian. What's going on? Exclamations were heard. The people of the Dragon Palace were stunned. What a joke. When did Lin Xian become so powerful? When did he get together with the Dugu family? Lan Ziyu's face was even uglier. She turned her head with a trace of coldness in her eyes. She saw that old Master Dugu was very respectful to Lin Xian. It didn't seem like he was pretending at all. Senior Dugu is too polite. Lin Xian nodded with a smile. This was even more shocking. One must know that the Dugu family was also a top family. Old Master Dugu was the patriarch. When you saw him, you had to quickly stand up and be respectful. But now, Lin Xian just nodded. What kind of attitude was this? Even the Dragon Crown Prince didn't dare to do this. This was the attitude that only the Dragon Crown Prince should have. But now, it appeared in Lin Xian. This guy is courting death. I'm afraid I'll lose an ally. The people of the Dragon Palace sneered. Lan Ziyu also snorted. However, he didn't appear. Old Master Dugu didn't have any dissatisfaction. Instead, he said to the people beside him, "Why aren't you greeting young Master Lin?" The people of the Divine Union were also stunned. Bai Susu was even more surprised. Lin Xian actually had such a connection with the Dugu family? It was really hard to believe. The others were in an uproar. It seemed like Lin Xian was prepared. It was no wonder that he dared to compete with the Dragon Palace. Some people also said that the Nalan family and the Dugu family were not bad. However, they were still weak compared to the Dragon Palace. Indeed. How many experts were there beside the Dragon Prince in the Dao Palace? Lin Xian only had 2 experts beside him. They were not enough to be feared. The people of the Dragon Palace also regained their composure and sneered. I want to see how big of a storm you can stir up, Xiaoyi, hurry up and give young Master Lin a congratulatory gift. Old Master Dugu said to Dugu Xiaoyi. Dugu Xiaoyi nodded and walked out to greet young Master Lin. With a smile, she flipped her hand and took out a treasure box. There were 3 leaves inside. What was this? The surrounding people were stunned. Lan Ziyu and the people of the Dragon Palace sneered. This was a trap for that kid. They were all watching a good show. The people of the Divine Union were also confused. Lin Xian's pupils constricted, and he took a deep breath. Then, he waved his hand, causing the 3 leaves to appear in his hand. Many thanks to Senior Dugu. Lin Xian was too happy. The 3 leaves contained a terrifying sword aura. Old Master Dugu said. It's good that young master likes it. These are the 3 sword leaves left behind by the top swordsman of the Dugu family 30,000 years ago. They contain the supreme sword Dao and are now given to young master. What? Something left behind by the Dugu sword demon? Hearing this, the surrounding people were stunned. Then, they all gasped. The Dugu sword demon was incredible. Back then, he had led the Dugu family to the peak. Back then, the Dugu family was not afraid of the remote antiquity family. Besides the remote antiquity family, who had emperor weapons, no one was a match for the Dugu family. In that era, the Dugu sword demon had swept through everything with his iron sword. How could something left behind by him be weak? In an instant, countless people exclaimed. The eyes of the Dragon Palace people turned red. Damn it, what was going on? The Dugu clan had actually taken out such a good item. At the side, Nalanda also smiled. Look, I forgot that I also prepared something for young master. I hope that young master can accept this world core. The reason why the 8th elder, Nalanda, was able to become the clan leader was all because of Lin Xian. That was why he had given Nalanda a world. The surrounding people exclaimed in surprise again. The people of Dragon Palace were mad with anger. Damn it, how could this kid have such good luck? On the other hand, the people from the Divine Union were extremely excited. This was great. Did they see that? They were not without foundation. The Divine Union was elated. following which, more and more powerhouses arrived. At that moment, a voice was heard and resounded throughout the area. The fire dragons had arrived, they were fire dragons. Many people cried out in alarm. This was also one of the dragons. Its strength was extremely terrifying. Inside the Dao Palace, the dragon prince's lips curled into a smile. Although the matter between the Nalan family and the Duga family had caused him to frown, it was still not enough. But so what, the two families stood on the side of the divine union and still could not contend with the dragon palace. Obviously, the fire dragons had come to congratulate him. He sat there with a confident smile on his face. The fire dragons were led by the fire dragoness, who was followed by many powerhouses. She did not go to the Dao Palace. Instead, she walked directly to the side of the plaza. The fire dragon's clan leader was in seclusion. It seemed like he had sent his daughter over. Many people were discussing this. In that case, it was understandable that the other party did not go to the Dao Palace directly. After all, he was just a young man. However, everyone guessed that the other party was definitely on the side of the Dragon Palace. Everything else aside, they were all dragons. This made everyone know that the other party would definitely fight the Dragon Prince. The people of the Dragon Palace were excited once again. Lanziyu stood up and said, "Sister Dragoness, you are here." The fire dragoness glanced at him. Was this the Dragon Prince's cultivation partner? He did not seem like much. She thought to herself. However, she remained expressionless and nodded slightly as a greeting. This stunned Lanziyu. What was the meaning of this? Was she being ignored, or was he looking down on her? The people of the Dragon Palace also frowned. At this moment, another figure stood up. This man was wearing dark armor and had an extraordinary aura. His name was Nangu, a top prodigy of the Black Dragon clan. If Lanziyu did not have enough face, then it should not be a problem for him to come out. His status was not inferior to the wind dragons at all. In fact, he was even stronger. "Long time no see, Dragoness." Nangu greeted her. He was also acquainted with the other party. However, the fire dragoness only nodded. She had no intention of coming in. Instead, she walked to the palace next to her. "Greetings, young Master Lin." The surrounding people were stunned. She was here for Lin Xian? How was that possible? She was from the Fire Dragon clan. Shouldn't she be on the Dragon Palace's side? The people of the Dragon Palace were stunned. Nangu's expression was ugly as he stood there in a daze. In the Dao Palace, the Dragon Prince's expression darkened. The wine cup in his hand also turned into powder with a crack. The dragons did not dare to come. Instead, they went to see Lin Xian. This made him very angry. Was this a slap to his face? The fire dragon race was truly courting death. However, the fire dragoness did not care about the gazes of others. She went to Lin Xian's side and began to congratulate him. She waved her hand and took out a jade bottle. This was 2 bottles of fire dragon divine liquid. "I hope you don't mind." The surrounding people were stunned. This was the treasure of the fire dragon clan. Usually, it would not be passed on. However, it was given to Lin Xian. And 2 bottles, the dragoness was too polite. "Please take a seat." Lin Xian gestured. Baisusu smiled and took it. Then, she invited the dragoness and the others to take a seat. The people of the Divine Union were still in disbelief. They had not expected the Fire Dragon clan to stand on their side. Then, they laughed. Toad jumped out and walked to the Dragon Palace. "Hey, does your face hurt?" the dark red divine dragon snorted. "I think some people are too arrogant. Do they really think they can cover the sky with one hand? Damn it." Nangu gritted his teeth. The people of the Dragon Palace were so angry that they vomited blood. In the Dao Palace, the leader of the Blue Clan said with a frown. Lin Xian was so powerful. What did he do to the Fire Dragon clan? Whatever it was. I will make the Fire Dragons pay the price. The Dragon Prince's expression was cold. His words carried a trace of killing intent. The leader of the Blue Clan and the others' eyes flickered. It looked like someone was going to be unlucky. No matter how strong Lin Xian was, could he really go against the Dragon Palace? They shook their heads and sneered. Long Ao was furious, and the people of the Dragon Palace were gritting their teeth. They had been slapped in the face, everyone else was talking about it. It seemed that Lin Xian had really gathered a group of allies to fight against the Dragon Palace. However, it seemed that it was not enough. Even with the addition of the fire dragons, it seemed that it was not enough. The only thing they could do was to slap the Dragon Palace in the face. However, it would be very dangerous in the future. At that moment, a loud voice was heard in the distance. The Yi clan of the ancients had arrived. Everyone was in an uproar when they heard that. The Yi clan was not an ordinary clan of the ancients. It was an emperor clan, and they had extreme weapons. They were definitely top-notch, they were a true overlord. Did the Yi clan come too? Many people were shocked. Some people gasped. That was not right. Yi Wudao, the genius of the Yi clan, was cultivating in the heavenly sect. Why would he come to the path sect? Everyone could not understand. Perhaps it was because Yi Wudao was in the celestial sect, but Yi Wudao was a member of the blue clan. You should know that the heavenly sect has another emperor clan member, Kun Pengzi. His family was also an emperor clan, the Kuanping clan. His background was not weaker than Yi Wudao's. However, Yi Wudao's talent was more powerful. Yi Wudao had the sacred body of the ancients, while Kun Pengzi was a true emperor clan member. The gap between the two was still very big. With Kun Pengzi around, Yi Wudao would only be second no matter how strong he was. I guess the Yi clan is here to join forces with the Dragon Prince. The two emperor clans belong to different orthodoxies. If they joined forces, they would suppress Kun Pengzi. This way, it would be beneficial to both the Dragon Prince and Yi Wudao. As soon as that was said, everyone else nodded. That was indeed the case. After thinking about it, they felt that it was the only reasonable explanation. The Dragon Prince was doing his best to challenge the Holy Gulf Tower. Now that he was not here, should they inform him? The Wind Dragon's clan leader asked. However, the Dragon Prince said that the Dragon Prince did not allow anyone to disturb him. Let's go. As the second in command of the Dragon Palace, the Dragon Prince had infinite confidence that he could definitely represent the Dragon Palace. Alright, we are willing to follow. The Blue Clan leader stood up, and so did the Wind Dragon's clan leader. The Lord of the Sky Knife Manor behind them. They all followed the Dragon Prince and walked outside. At the center of the square, there was a group of people. The people from the Yi clan had arrived, and the one leading them was the great elder of the Yi clan. Next to him was the young Yi Wudao, and behind him were a few experts from the Yi clan. Wherever they passed, the people around them greeted them. Greetings, Senior Yi. Young noble Wudao was becoming more and more powerful. In response to such greetings, Leaf Dao Denier and the Grand Elder simply nodded. After all, these people couldn't even be mentioned in the same breath as them. The others didn't dare to get angry because the two sides weren't on the same level. Even on the buried Emperor Star, the Yi family is one of the top families. The other clans of the remote antiquity were slightly inferior. Greetings, fellow Taoists of the Yi family. At this moment, a group of people walked towards them. The one leading them was the Dragon Crown Prince. The Wind Clan's clan head, the Blue Clan's clan head, and the Heavenly Saber Manor's clan head cupped their fists and greeted Xiaochen. The members of the Yi family stopped, and the Great Elder nodded slightly. The Dragon Crown Prince smiled and walked over to greet the Yi family senior. This must be Brother Wudao, right? As expected, he was even more extraordinary than the rumors. The Dragon Crown Prince is too courteous. Leaf Dao Denier smiled. Long Ao said that the Dragon Prince was in seclusion to break through the Holy Gulf Tower, so he couldn't leave. Therefore, I represent the Dragon Prince and the Dragon Palace to welcome the Yi family senior. I hope Elder Yi won't take offense. Please. He made a gesture of invitation. The surrounding people exclaimed. Heavens, is the Dragon Palace going to join forces with the Yi family? This is too inconceivable. This way, the Dragon Palace would be even more terrifying. Who would be a match for the Dragon Palace? Previously, the Dragon Palace had a terrifying background. Not only did they have the support of the elders, but more importantly, the Dragon Prince had the backing of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty. That was an emperor clan. Now, with the addition of the Yi family, that was 2 emperor clans. Even the Kunlun sect would have to back down. The members of the Dragon Palace stood up excitedly. Lan Ziyu, Nangu, and the others laughed. They stared at Lin Xian, their eyes emitting a cold radiance. Brat, the Dragon Palace is getting stronger. Let's see how you die. The others also shook their heads and sighed. This time, Lin Xian was really unlucky. He had kicked an iron plate. Yes, he still wanted to contend with the Dragon Palace. This time, it was completely impossible. The expressions of the Divine Union members changed drastically. They felt a huge pressure. Beside them, the members of the Dugu family, Nayland family, and Fire Dragon family looked solemn. Naylandet and Old Man Dugu did not regret it. Naylanda's position was given to him by Lin Xian. Old Man Dugu's life was saved by Lin Xian. The 2 of them stood firmly by Lin Xian's side. On the other hand, the people of the Fire Dragons looked gloomy. They did not agree previously. However, the Fire Dragon lady was stubborn and they could not stand on Lin Xian's side. Now, it seemed that they had completely offended the Dragon Palace. In the future, the Fire Dragons would be in danger if the Dragon Palace punished them. Toad, Dark Red Divine Dragon, Fu Hongya, and the others had strange expressions. Soon, they sneered. The Dragon Palace and the Yi family joining forces? What a joke. Let's see who kicked an iron plate. They knew the relationship between Yi Wudao and Lin Xian. At the thought of this, the Dark Red Divine Dragon and the others sneered. Ahead. The Yi family Grand Elder also smiled. The Dragon Prince was too polite. Everyone knew that the Dragon Prince was in seclusion to be crowned king. And this time, we're not here to look for the Dragon Prince. Not here to look for the Dragon Prince? The surrounding people were stunned. Even the Dragon Prince was stunned. Who was it? Could it be that they were looking for him? Were they looking at him? Because he was the same as Yi Wudao. They both had the ancient body and a powerful background. However, he was not the first person. Did Yi Wudao want to join forces with him? If so, it was not impossible. He was very excited. However, Yi Wudao did smile. He said, "We're here to congratulate Brother Lin." Brother Lin, hearing this, the Dragon Prince was stunned. The smile on his face froze. The leaders of the Blue Clan, the Dragon Clan, and the others were also stunned. The others were in an uproar as they discussed madly. Who was Brother Lin? Who could be so important to the Yi family? Was there anyone with the surname Lin among the top experts of the Dao sect? There was one called Lin Jiutian. It couldn't be him. Countless voices sounded. On the Xin ranking, there was a person called Lin Jiutian who was also very strong. However, was it worth the Yi family to mobilize so many people? Could it be that Lin Jiutian had a relationship with the Yi family that they did not know? Thinking of this, everyone felt even better. The Dragon Crown Prince's face darkened. He wasn't here for him or the Dragon Prince. Damn it, that Lin Jiutian was so lucky. Lin Xian, hearing this name, the surrounding people were stunned. The smile on the Dragon Prince's face disappeared instantly. His eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Xian? Which Lin Xian? He asked quickly. The leaders of the Blue Tribe and Wind Dragons were stunned as well. Could it be the Lin Xian they knew? What kind of joke was this? How could that kid be related to the Emperor clan? The others were also discussing this. Was it the Lin Xian from the Divine Union? That was impossible. Where did he get that kind of face? Leaf Dao Denier smiled, but didn't say anything. Instead, he headed toward one of the halls off to the side. Yi Wudao smiled. Brother Lin, we meet again. Wudao, you're too polite. You didn't even greet me when you came. Lin Xian stood up and walked over with a smile. The 2 of them chatted happily. It was obvious that they were old friends. Everyone was dumbfounded. The Yi family Grand Elder walked over. Lin Xian didn't dare to be careless. He cupped his fists and smiled. Greetings, seniors of the Yi family. The Yi family Grand Elder's eyes shone brightly. Young Master Lin was indeed extraordinary. Your physique seems to have become stronger than before. Lin Xian had the 9 Yang divine body, so the Yi family naturally paid attention to him. Originally, they thought that Lin Xian's cultivation was weaker than Yi Wudao's. Although the 9-yang divine body was extraordinary, Lin Xian didn't have the support of the emperor clan. Yi Wudao was different. Yi Wudao had a saint body and the full support of his family. His cultivation speed was frightening. But now, it seemed that this wasn't the case. Lin Xian didn't fall behind. Instead, he was on par with Yi Wudao. The two of them stood there like two young gods of war. This shocked the Yi family grand elder. Lin Xian was definitely not simple. He probably had more trump cards than they thought. It was Leaf Dao Denier who had requested to meet with Lin Xian. After much discussion, the Leaf clan agreed. The elders of the Yi clan were very pleased to have an ally like Lin Xian on their side, which would be very beneficial for Leaf Dao Denier. After all, although their Yi family was an imperial clan, they were not the only imperial clan. On the buried emperor star, there were quite a few emperor clans. Some of them could even threaten Yi Wudao. Therefore, the Yi family also needed allies. "Senior, you flatter me," Lin Xian said with a smile. After chatting with the seniors of the Yi clan for a while, they nodded in agreement. "Wudao, you stay here. We're going to the Palace of Dao." Given the status of the great elder of the Yi family and the others, it was likely that the Dao sect elders would not be willing to stay with Lin Xian. Thus, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, the Yi clan's elders and the others went to the Dao Palace. As for Leaf Dao Denier, he remained with Lin Xian. Leaf Dao Denier was the Yi clan's holy body, and he had shown everyone that the Yi clan was on Lin Xian's side. The surrounding people went crazy. The people from the Dragon Palace did not dare to believe it. Their expressions became unsightly. If it was said that they did not care about the Nalan clan or the Duga clan before, the current Yi clan was different. This was an imperial clan. An imperial clan was equivalent to a group of clans on their side. Lin Xian actually had the ability to contend with the Dragon Palace. Damn it. They clenched their teeth so hard that they broke. Lan Ziyu's face was pale. The wine cup in his hand fell to the ground and shattered. How was this possible? She had gone crazy. Every time, she was immensely pleased with herself, thinking that she could trample the other party under her feet and never let him rise again. But every time, her foot would step on air, and the other party would jump high and slap her. Previously, on the battlefield, the other party had shocked everyone with a single feat and displayed great strength. She could only look up to him. Now, with the Dragon Crown Prince as her backer, she thought that she could look down on him. But the other party actually knew an imperial clan. Was she going to have to look up to him again? She did not want to feel this way again. The Dragon Crown Prince's face was even uglier. He had come full of confidence, but in the end, he was ignored. Damn it, he wished he could run away now. His face darkened as he turned and strode towards the Dao Palace. The Wind Dragon's elder, the Blue Clan leader, and the Sky Saber Mansion master also lowered their heads. They were extremely embarrassed. The people from the True Path sect were in an uproar. This Lin Xian was not simple. Now, it seemed that he was indeed qualified to contend with the Dragon Palace. The people from the Divine Union were in high spirits. They were extremely excited every time. That was an imperial clan, this was great. Who would dare to look down on them? The Toad and the Dark Red Divine Dragon came out and mocked the people from the Dragon Palace. A few people from the Dragon Palace vomited blood and fainted. Nalanda and Old Master Dugu were also shocked. Young Master Lin was indeed unfathomable. The Fire Dragon's elder was also shocked. Previously, they were indeed unhappy with the actions of the Fire Dragon Princess. After all, this might offend the Dragon Palace and even the Dragon Prince. However, they were relieved now. With the Yi family around, the Divine Union's foundation had also become stronger. Previously, no one was optimistic about Lin Xian and the Divine Union. They thought that the other party was courting death. However, the situation had completely changed now. Everyone was talking about Lin Xian's god. It was as though they had forgotten about the Dragon Palace. In such an atmosphere, half a day passed. The people from the Dragon Palace could not wait to escape. The Dragon Crown Prince closed his eyes and did not say a word. The atmosphere was strange. At this moment, a loud voice rang out from outside. Thunder boomed 9 times and turned into a thunder dragon. The 10,000 Dragon Dynasty had arrived. The 10,000 Dragon Dynasty had arrived. Countless people exclaimed. This was also an imperial clan. Moreover, it was a dragon. Countless people were shocked. They had not expected to see 2 imperial clans today. In the Dao Palace, the Dragon Prince opened his eyes, which emitted a piercing light. They had waited. Previously, they had been suppressed. He had been waiting. Only the elites from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty would be able to contend with the Yi family. Now, they had finally arrived. He took large strides and walked outside. The Wind Dragon's clan leader took a deep breath and hurried to follow. The clan leader of the Blue Tribe, the Sky Saber Mansion Master and the others moved out once again. Greetings, seniors. The Dragon Crown Prince was unusually excited. The people from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty were powerful and their bloodlines were terrifying. Their appearance caused the surrounding people to turn pale. It was as though their bloodlines were about to freeze. The Dragon Prince had not come out of seclusion yet? The leading man asked coldly. The 10,000 Dragon Dynasty only had eyes for the Dragon Prince. Although Long Ao was the Dragon Sea Crown Prince, they still did not take him seriously. Long Ao did not dare to be careless. His expression became respectful. Third Uncle Long, the Dragon Prince is still in seclusion in the Sacred Origin Tower. Seniors, please. The Dragon Crown Prince carefully invited the people from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty into the Dao Palace. The people from the Dragon Palace heaved a sigh of relief and gritted their teeth. So what if the Divine Union had the Yi family? The Dragon Palace had the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty, the Dragon Prince was from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty. What was supposed to be a grand event of the Dao sect had now turned into a battle between the Dragon Palace and the Divine Union. It was really surprising. Of course, the crowd did not mind. They were all very excited. It was really rare to see such a battle. All sorts of big shots were emerging. Even the Emperor race had come. Who knew how things would develop next? Everyone was looking forward to it. Following which, more people arrived. Many of them were here to congratulate the Dragon Palace. This allowed the Dragon Palace to turn the tables. The people of the Dragon Palace regained their hope. Some people said that the Dragon Palace had a lot of trump cards. The older, the wiser. At this moment, a series of reports came from afar. Taiching Ancient City, Pale Cauldron Sect, sent gifts. Mount Eternal and the Hall of Eternal Life sent gifts. Mount Eternal, Fire God Palace, sent gifts. Ancient Desolation, Gu Family, sent gifts. Mountain Sea Palace, sent gifts. Six Path Sect, sent gifts. A series of voices rang out, causing an uproar. These were all top sects and emperor race like the Gu family. Countless people were shocked. The elders of the Dao sect arrived one after another. For example, the Levitation Saint and the others. When they heard the news, they were also very happy. It seemed like the Dao sect was getting stronger and stronger. The Yi family, Thousand Dragon Court, and Gu family, the 3 emperor races, came together. This was very rare in the orthodoxy. After all, Yi Wudao was from the Sky sect and Gu Feng was from the Earth sect. It was really rare for them to gather together. Soon, a group of people walked in. Some of them were covered in flames, some were cold, and some had a mysterious spatial aura. Pale Cauldron Sect, Zhu Dao Sect, spread your Dao across the 4 seas. I wish the Divine Union a bright future. I wish young Master Lin a bright future. Longevity Hall, Zhu Dao Sect, spread your Dao across the 4 seas. I wish the Divine Union a bright future. I wish young Master Lin a bright future. Fire God Palace, Zhu Dao Sect, spread your Dao across the 4 seas. I wish the Divine Union a bright future. I wish young Master Lin a bright future. Gu Family, Mountain Sea Palace, 6 Path Sect, congratulations, a loud voice rang out. One of the congratulatory gifts was given to the Dao sect and the other to the Divine Union. The surrounding people were stunned. What was going on? These people were not only here to congratulate the Dao sect, but also to support the Divine Union. It was too unbelievable. The people of the Divine Union were stunned. Were they dreaming? Happiness had come too suddenly. The people of Dragon Palace were shocked, and so was the Dragon Crown Prince. These families and sects were not from the Holy Abyss ancient city. Even the Dragon Palace could not gather them. But now, Lin Xian had done it. Damn it, how did he do it? The Dragon Prince couldn't believe it. After hearing about this, the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty's people's expressions darkened. Was there anyone who dared to compete with the Dragon Palace? That Lin Xian didn't know the difference between life and death. Previously, they were disdainful of him, but now, their faces were filled with shock. From the looks of it, this opponent was not simple. The Dao sect's elders also cried out in alarm and began to discuss. This was not the first time they had heard of the name Lin Xian. They had known about it before, but when they found out that the other party had the immortal burial physique, many of them gave up. But now, it seemed that this was not necessarily the case. The Levitation Saint's lips curled into a smile. Judging from this situation, the Divine Union wasn't any weaker than the Dragon Palace. In fact, they might even be stronger. This way, when the Patriarch arrived, he could use this opportunity to suggest that the Patriarch accept Lin Xian as a disciple and allow Lin Xian to enter the core area. The Levitation Saint took a deep breath and began to look forward to it. The atmosphere had reached its peak. Lin Xian's limelight was unparalleled. Even the Dragon Palace had been suppressed. The untethered Six Paths and the others who had come to deliver gifts first went to the Dao Palace, then went to pay their respects to Lin Xian before leaving. At this moment, another voice was heard. Mad God had arrived. The moment this voice was heard, countless people went into an uproar. Mad God, this name was like thunder to their ears. Recently, he had risen like a comet in the ancient city. First, he had reached the 1000th place on the St. Plains leaderboard. Then, he had single-handedly wiped out the Nalan family's 5th Elders faction. Then, he had gone to the Sky Ascension sect and fought with the Sky Sect's elder. He had killed the other party and left calmly. Every single one of his achievements was shocking. Now, was he also coming? The people of the Divine Union were extremely excited. In their opinion, this was their biggest backer. However, the dark red divine dragon and the others had strange expressions. They were actually looking forward to it. This was because they knew that Lin Xian was Mad God. This time, it was only a nomological law clone that had come. There was going to be a good show to watch. They knew the situation and were extremely excited at this moment. The faces of the people from the Dragon Palace sank. The Dragon Prince also snorted coldly. Mad God? This time, he should be here to support Lin Xian. So what, no matter how powerful the other party was, he was only ranked 1000th on the Saint Origin leaderboard. Their Dragon Prince was ranked 2nd. The difference between the two was too great. Countless people looked forward. They saw a demonic figure walk over. He was wearing a black robe and was surrounded by demonic chi. It was impossible to see his face clearly. The figure came to the square and waved his hand, taking out a gift box. I'm here to congratulate the Path sect. There were 3 stalks of 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs in the gift box. The people from the Path sect received it with a smile. Mad God, greetings. Please take a seat. Mad God said, I have a gift for the Dragon Palace. Everyone was stunned. They had thought that Mad God would support Lin Xian. Why did he have a gift for the Dragon Palace? The Dragon Prince was also stunned. Then, he laughed heartily. It seemed like Mad God had been intimidated by the reputation of the Dragon Prince. Now, he wanted to rely on them? Good, they could use this opportunity to deal a heavy blow to the Divine Union. The Dragon Prince waved his hand in anticipation when the gift was presented. The others were also stunned. Even the people from the Divine Union were stunned. The demonic figure waved his hand and more than 10 gift boxes appeared again. On the Dragon Palace's side, Lanziyu, Nangu, and the other powerhouses walked out and brought the gift boxes to the Path Palace. There were so many things. Was he really planning to rely on them? The Dragon Prince was too happy. The people from the Thousand Dragon Court also opened the gift boxes proudly. Lanziyu, Nangu, and the others opened the gift boxes and everyone's eyes widened. They wanted to see what kind of rare treasures were in the gift boxes. However, they were stunned in the next moment. Some of them even screamed in pain. No, Lan Ziyu fainted immediately. Nangu's pupil shrank. His hands trembled and the gift boxes fell to the ground. A human head rolled out with blood on its face. What was going on? The surrounding people exclaimed. The gift boxes were filled with human heads. The people from the Path Palace were also stunned. The Dragon Prince's pupils shrank. He recognized one of the heads at a glance. Wasn't that the head of the Wind Dragon? Damn it. How could this be? The Wind Dragon spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was frighteningly dark. Had the top genius of the Wind Dragons been killed? Damn it, the Blue Tribe Patriarch also roared. They had discovered that the head in Lan Ziyu's gift box was Lan Ziyu's father. It was no wonder that Lan Ziyu had fainted. In addition, the Golden Crow tribe and the other powerhouses of the Dragon Palace had all been killed. Baisusu was shocked. Wasn't this the group of people who attacked them? That's great, they've finally fallen. The people of the Divine Union also started cheering excitedly. These people deserved it. The surrounding people also understood what was going on. This wasn't a gift for the Dragon Palace. It was obviously revenge for the Divine Union. Damn it, you're courting death. The Wind Dragon's leader shouted angrily. The Wind Dragon was his grandson. How could he not be angry now that he had fallen? He threw out a palm strike that turned into a shocking sword that slashed down from the sky. Boom, that demonic godlike figure was split into two. Then, it turned into demonic chi and dissipated in all directions. At the same time, a voice was heard saying that the gift had been delivered and that he was leaving. Damn it. It was a law clone. The Wind Dragon's leader gritted his teeth. Crown Prince, please avenge us. Yes, he had to capture the other party and tear him to pieces. The people of the Blue Tribe were also shouting crazily. Lan Ziyu had already woken up. She ran to the Dragon Crown Prince and said that the Crown Prince had to capture Mad God and not let him off. And the Divine Union. Lin Xian. Send all of them to hell. At this moment, the Dragon Palace was filled with killing intent. The Levitation Saint shouted coldly. How dare you? Lin Xian was a disciple of the True Path sect. All of you belong to the same sect. How dare you try to kill a fellow disciple? Are you trying to violate the sect's rules? The other elders also frowned. Forget it if you want to capture Mad God. Even if you want to deal with Lin Xian, you should do it quietly. But now, you're saying this in front of so many experts. You're throwing away the face of your ancestor. Sure enough, an elder snorted coldly. You're too arrogant. How dare you? Is this a place where you can come? Leave quickly. Lan Ziyu and the others' blood was boiling and their faces were pale. They also knew that they had said something wrong and lowered their heads. However, they were unwilling to accept this. Long Ao took a deep breath and said, You guys can leave first. We won't let Mad God off. He wasn't stupid. He wouldn't say that he would attack Lin Xian tomorrow. He would only target Mad God. However, deep down, he was filled with killing intent towards the entire Divine Union. He had to annihilate the entire Divine Union. This matter spread out in an instant, and countless people were in an uproar. The entire ancient city was alarmed. After all, countless pairs of eyes were paying attention to something like the Tao meeting. Sacred Abyss Tower. In a large hall, Ocean Abyss Divine General looked at the message in his hand and was shocked. Mad God had appeared again. It was just a law clone. Divine General Yunga said, Didn't you tell him to come over? The Ocean Abyss Divine General shook his head and smiled. Yes, he did. But with his personality, he probably had no qualms about it. I think he has already forgotten about it. The Divine Generals shook their heads and sighed. The Divine General of the Sea Abyss said that it wasn't like that. Since he had stood up for Lin Xian so many times, their relationship was definitely not ordinary. Even if we can't find Mad God, can't we find Lin Xian and ask him to help us pass on the message? When the time comes, Mad God will appear. The moment he said that, the other Divine Generals nodded. Divine General Yunga also smiled. That's great. Let's go take a look at the Dao sect meeting. Thinking about it, those fellows should be going as well. The divine generals turned into streams of light and left the sacred abyss tower. The Dao sect had come from all directions to congratulate them. Outside, there were war chariots everywhere. It was a spectacular sight. Inside, the atmosphere was strange. The previous scene had really alarmed them. The Dragon Palace's face was gloomy as he gritted his teeth. Some of the Dao sect's elders' eyes flickered with killing intent. One had to know that the majority of the Dao sect's people favored the Dragon Prince. Therefore, these elders also supported the Dragon Palace. Now that the Dragon Palace had been suppressed to such an extent, they were naturally shocked and displeased. Some elders said, "This mad god is too arrogant. He actually dared to kill our geniuses in our Dao sect meeting and act in such a manner. He is simply looking down on us. I suggest that we immediately take action and suppress him." That's right. Many elders nodded in agreement. They were all on the side of the Dragon Prince and the Dragon Palace. The moment these words were spoken, the people outside were shocked. Someone said, "It's over. It seems like the divine union is in danger." Others said that Xianxia was too young. He didn't know how many elders in the Dragon Palace would secretly support him. Now that he had slapped the Dragon Palace in the face, he was going against these elders. Would he have an easy time in the future? The Wind Dragon's leader frowned. That mad god is so mysterious. We don't even know where he is. If he doesn't come out, won't we be unable to take revenge? The Dragon Prince sneered. Mad God doesn't know, but Xianxia is here. His relationship with Mad God isn't ordinary. The Levitation Saint's expression changed when he heard this. However, the other elder's eyes lit up. The purple-robed elder said, "That's right. Bring Xianxia here and ask him about his relationship with Mad God. How should he be punished for allowing Mad God to kill his fellow disciples?" No, the Levitation Saint shook his head. Mad God was the one who did it. Why should Xianxia be implicated? What evidence do you have? Is there a relationship between the two? Besides. So what if there's a relationship? Mad God is an expert of the demon Dao. How could he be controlled by Xianxia? You're just accusing him. We'll know if he's the one who ordered this. The purple-robed elder snorted coldly. There are guards waiting outside. Elder, what's the matter? The purple-robed elder said, "Bring Xianxia here. I want to interrogate him." The two Dao guards were clad in battle armor as they strode down the mountain. Soon, they arrived at the main hall and stared at Xianxia. "Kid, come with us." Chains of laws appeared in their hands and they were about to shroud Xianxia. The Divine Union's people's expressions changed instantly. The dark red dragon jumped out and said, "What's the meaning of this? You actually dare to attack him?" The toad also said, "Don't blame me for being impolite if you attack a fellow disciple." The others cried out in alarm. Xianxia had overshadowed the Dragon Prince previously. However, no one expected that the Dao sect would want to suppress him now. Someone sneered. "Did you see that? This is the consequence of provoking the Dragon Palace." The elders behind the Dragon Palace were enraged. The people from the Dragon Palace also sneered. "Let's see how this kid dies." Lan Ziyu had a sinister expression. She wanted to see Xianxia fall with her own eyes. Xianxia also frowned. "You want to suppress me?" One of the guards said. "Kid, you'd better know your place and come with us obediently. Perhaps we can save your face. If you dare to resist, we'll suppress you, tie you up with chains, and take you to the Dao Palace. Choose one." The two guards' voices were sharp and merciless. Why were they arresting him? What was the reason? What did Xianxia do wrong? Bai Susu shouted coldly. She understood that there were already a few elders who were going to take action. She wondered if her father would be able to handle it. It seemed like the situation wasn't good. If he was really suppressed, it would be dangerous. "Xianxia, don't resist. This time, the elder personally asked you to go over. You'd better agree obediently. Otherwise, you'll end up in a miserable state." Everyone's eyes were on Xianxia's eyes flickered as a piercingly cold light appeared in his eyes. Just as he was about to say something, a loud voice came from afar. The divine general of the Sacred Origin Tower had arrived. The moment these words came out, everyone exclaimed again. The divine general was here too. The status of these divine generals was extremely high. Even the Yi family elder and the Thousand Dragon Court's elder raised their brows. The Sacred Origin Tower was very mysterious, and the identities of these divine generals were also very unusual. The Dao sect's elders also stood up and quickly welcomed them. At this moment, everyone began to move. Even the two guards did not attack again. Instead, they turned their heads to look. Under the gazes of countless people, two figures walked in. It was really the divine general. Many people exclaimed, their eyes turning red. They could only look up to such existences. So it's the divine general, a rare guest. The Dao sect's elder clenched his fist and smiled. How could we not come to the Dao sect's grand event? This time, we're here to congratulate the Dao sect. The moment these words came out, the Dao sect's elders laughed. Did you see that? Their influence was even more terrifying than before. The other remote antiquity families and peerless sects were envious as well. The Yi family's elder and the Thousand Dragon Court's expert also came forward to greet them. In the face of such existences, the two divine generals did not dare to be careless. They did not expect that even the emperor's fellow Taoists would come. The Yi family's elder said that they were here to congratulate the Dao sect and at the same time, to see the top geniuses of the Dao sect. The Dao sect's disciple, Lin Xian, has the 9-yang divine body and is good friends with our Yi family's Wu Dao. Oh, is that so? Divine General Hyabe smiled. What a coincidence. This time, we're also here to look for Lin Xian. The moment these words came out, the surrounding people were stunned. The divine general was also here to look for Lin Xian? They found it unbelievable. Could it be that these two divine generals were also on Lin Xian's side? When they thought of this possibility, they almost fainted. Why? Why was Lin Xian so capable? He had invited so many experts from so many families, and even the emperor clans and divine generals had to stand on his side. The 10,000 Dragon Dynasty's people were stunned. The Dragon Prince and the Dragon Palace's people were even more dumbfounded. Even Lin Xian was surprised. Why was the divine general looking for him? Could it be that his identity had been exposed by the other party? While thinking about it, two immortal generals walked towards Lin Xian. Seeing that Lin Xian was still sitting there, the surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. This guy wouldn't be so arrogant even in front of a divine general, right? However, it was still alright. Finally, Lin Xian stood up under everyone's gaze. He smiled and said, "Greetings, senior divine generals." Then, he looked at Divine General Haiyuan and said, "Thank you, senior, for your help." "It's you." The Ocean Abyss Divine General was also stunned. Then, he smiled and said, "So you are this Lin Xian?" Lin Wudi. That's right, the two knew each other. When Lin Xian went to the Sacred Abyss Tower for the first time, he was stopped outside because he didn't have Saint Crystals. Back then, he met a divine general who gave him 10 divine crystals. It was Divine General Haiyuan in front of him. The Ocean Abyss Divine General didn't expect that the other party was such a famous genius when he casually took care of him back then. Wait, he was stunned. He remembered that it was this little guy who went in at the same time as Mad God. It was also the first time he appeared on the Sacred Abyss list. He didn't care before, but now he realized that Lin Xian and Mad God had entered the Sacred Abyss Tower on the same day and were so close. He frowned slightly as a bold idea came to his mind. Could it be that the young man in front of him was Mad God? As soon as this idea came to his mind, even he was shocked. Then, he shook his head. That was impossible. If it was really as he guessed, then it was really a big deal. Beside him, Divine General Yunga saw that his companion was stunned and asked quietly, "Old friend, what's wrong?" Divine General Haiyuan came back to his senses and said, "Nothing." Young Master Lin was indeed as the rumors said. He was extraordinary. Lin Xian didn't know if the other party had discovered his secret. He could only smile and say, "Senior, you're too polite." He didn't know why these people were looking for him, but he guessed that it must have something to do with Mad God. Therefore, he didn't say anything. "Young man, very good. I have high hopes for you. If you have any difficulties in the future, feel free to tell me. I'll help you. Thank you, Senior. Lin Xian smiled. The faces of those from the Dragon Palace changed. Even the Dao sect elders frowned. At the side, Bai Susu said, Senior Divine General, there's really something. Someone wants to suppress Lin Xian. Not good, the eyelids of the Dao sect elders twitched. Divine General Haiyuan frowned. What was going on? Who was so bold? Who dared to suppress a genius in the Dao sect? The toad jumped out and said. It was really strange to say that it was one of them. This was an order given by an elder of the Dao sect. This was an order to kill a genius. Hearing the toad's words, the faces of the surrounding people changed. Dang, this toad really dared to say that. Divine General Haiyuan frowned and asked, is there such a thing? The levitation saint smiled. I think it's a misunderstanding. Am I right, purple-robed elder? He looked at the other party. The purple-robed elder's face darkened. How could he refute? Was he supposed to say that it wasn't a misunderstanding? Everyone would probably think that he was suppressing the younger generation. Therefore, he could only smile and say, misunderstanding, this is a misunderstanding. Both of you, back off quickly. The two guards felt their scalps go numb and they quickly fled. It seemed that no one dared to touch Lin Xian openly. Damn it, the Dragon Prince and the others gritted their teeth. Killing intent appeared in the eyes of those from the Thousand Dragon Court. This person seemed very dangerous and they had to think of a way to get rid of him. They definitely couldn't allow a potential threat to grow. Just like Long Guang from before. Although he wasn't the Emperor's son, he had threatened the Dragon Prince. Wasn't he still killed by them? They were also capable of sending Lin Xian to hell without anyone noticing. Today, Lin Xian and the divine union that he was in could be said to be in the limelight, causing a storm in all directions. Even the Dao elders didn't dare to act rashly. In an instant, everyone was talking about how the divine union would become even more famous from today onwards and more experts would join. At this moment, the Dao sect's patriarch finally arrived. Everyone looked over. The Dao sect disciples all stood up and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Patriarch. The Dao sect's patriarch was at the peak of the great sage. His aura was unparalleled. His appearance was like the appearance of a god, suppressing everything. Lin Xian felt a chill down his spine even though he was so far away. This was the peak existence of the great sage. His aura was like the roar of 10,000 dragons. Greetings, Lord of the Fantasy World. These were the experts of the remote antiquity families and great sections. The patriarchs also bowed. The fantasy world ancestor had changed the world. She smiled and said, everyone, there's no need to be so courteous. Thank you for participating in the ceremony. 10 years have been like a day. Which geniuses have appeared in the Path sect? Let's wait and see. The fantasy world ancestor sat down and the elders of the Path sect walked out to preside over the ceremony. The purpose of this grand ceremony was to test which young genius disciples in the past 10 years were able to stand out and catch the eye of the patriarch. It was divided into 3 major battlefields, the Star Ranking, Jade Ranking, and Xian Ranking. Countless people were looking forward to it. Those who could make it onto the Jade Ranking were the top existences of the same cultivation level. Those who were not on the Jade Ranking had an additional opportunity to challenge them. In short, as long as one had the strength to stand out, this was a very rare opportunity. On Lin Xian's side, many Divine Union disciples took action. Even Fu Hongya, the dark red divine dragon, Bai Susu, and the others took action. It was even more so on the Dragon Palace's side. In an instant, various battles broke out one after another. It was very exciting and breathtaking. The experts of the remote antiquity families and great sects were shocked. The Path sect was indeed worthy of having so many experts. The toad and the dark red divine dragon were stronger than before. Bai Susu was the same. It seemed like she had been nurtured by her father during this period. On the Divine Union's side, their overall strength had increased tremendously, which shocked countless people. In the past, besides the Dragon Palace, there were other powerful forces that were also very scary. However, they seemed to have been surpassed by the Divine Union now. Everyone exclaimed. the Dragon Palace was not weak either. Although they had been suppressed by Lin Xian previously, they still had a strong foundation. At this moment, the experts of the Dragon Palace were mobilized. There were many experts on the star ranking and Xian ranking. There was even an incredible expert, Lan Ziyu. Lan Ziyu had become the Dragon Prince's cultivation partner, so he had more than 10 times more resources than before. Her strength had also improved by leaps and bounds, and she was now in the top 10 of the Jade ranking. The Blue Tribe's patriarch looked at this scene and was very satisfied. Lan Ziyu seemed to have regained his confidence after defeating experts consecutively. Lin Xian looked at him indifferently and then lowered his head to drink his tea. That's right, that's all. This event lasted for many days. During this period, many powerhouses stood out. Of course, the ones that attracted the most attention were 3 people. The first was naturally the Dragon Prince. His strength and talent could be said to be very strong. He was definitely one of the best below the Dragon Prince. Therefore, when he made his move, it shocked everyone. Even the elders nodded their heads continuously. Other than that, they were ranked 2nd and 3rd on the Xian ranking. The first on the profound ranking, the Dragon Prince, had not appeared. The 2nd and 3rd on the profound ranking were only slightly weaker than the Dragon Prince. Their strength was naturally shocking. These 2 people were Li Rulan, who was ranked 2nd on the profound ranking, and Jiao Wuqing, who was ranked 3rd on the profound ranking. If one were to ask who was most likely to be accepted as the ancestor's disciple, it would most likely be one of these 3 people. When all the matches were over, everyone was looking forward to it. Especially Li Rulan, Jiao Wuqing, and Long Ao, the 3 of them were all nervous. They didn't know who would be targeted by the patriarch this time. The elders also seemed to be asking for Fantasy World Ancestor's opinion. The patriarch's eyes flickered as he looked at the 3 of them. Stars flickered in his eyes. The 3 of them were extremely nervous, as if all their secrets had been seen through in an instant. What do you all think? Fantasy World Ancestor did not immediately answer. Instead, he looked at the people around him. An elder said, I think Li Rulan is a very good person. There were also people who said that Jiao Wuqing's merciless Tao was very terrifying and that his future was limitless. At this moment, purple-robed Elder Zhang said, let me see, although the 2 of them are powerful, their future is not as good as Long Ao's. Although Long Hao was not an emperor, he was the top genius of the dragons. He also had the ancient desolate body. What a rare physique. Look at the Yi family's Yi Wudao. One could imagine how terrifying Long Ao's future talent would be. I guess the number 1 in the entire Dao is the Dragon Prince, and the number 2 is definitely Long Ao. Therefore, why don't you take Long Ao as your disciple and nurture him carefully? In the future, he will definitely be famous in the 9 heavens. In fact, there might even be another genius who will be crowned as a king. What Purple-Robed said was true. There were a few elders around him who kept nodding. It was obvious that they all supported Long Ao. Hearing this, Long Ao's face was filled with pride, but Li Rulan and Jiao Wuqing's expressions changed. Fantasy World Ancestor's eyes flickered as he looked at Long Ao. At this moment, the Ascension Saint stood up. Senior brother Purple-Robed, your words are wrong. Long Ao is strong, but I don't agree with you saying that he is the number 2 genius of the Tao. I recommend someone to the ancestor. This person's strength and talent are unparalleled. Oh? Who is it? The ancestor was interested. Purple-Robed and the others' expressions changed. Was the Ascension Saint going to recommend that brat? The disciple I want to recommend is called Lin Xian. He has not been in the Dao sect for long, but the strength and talent he has displayed are unparalleled. Is that so? Fantasy World Old Ancestor was astonished. Ancestor, please wait a moment. The Ascension Saint turned around and walked out of the hall. He said loudly, Lin Xian, the ancestor wants to see you. When these words were spoken, countless people were in an uproar. No way, could it be that Lin Xian also had the chance to become the ancestor's disciple? Some people's eyes turned red. On the Dragon Palace's side, Nan Gu, Lan Ziyu, and the others gritted their teeth. Why could he do it? The 3 people in the square, Li Rulan and Wu Qing, were also shocked. The Dragon Crown Prince's face was gloomy, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. That's great. Lin Xian, my father recommended you. You have to perform well. In the hall, Bai Susu was very excited. The others also took a deep breath. Lin Xian nodded and walked out, heading forward. Junior Lin Xian greets the ancestor and all the elders. Long Ao snorted coldly. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the hall in front of him. An elder sat there like a god of the sky. In the next moment, he was met with a gaze. What kind of gaze was that? It was ancient and filled with the vicissitudes of life. Lin Xian felt as if he was struck by lightning. He felt that all his secrets had been seen through by the other party. What a terrifying gaze. Lin Xian was shocked and quickly retracted his thoughts. At the same time, a golden light gathered in his eyes and he activated the power in his body. He was shocked. It was too terrifying. The other party was actually an illusion expert. And he should be a top expert. After all, the other party was at the peak of the great sage. You are Lin Xian? Fantasy World Ancestor's voice floated out. It was as if a god was asking. That's right, I am. Lin Xian nodded. That's right. Fantasy World Old Ancestor smiled. Hearing this, everyone exclaimed. The expressions of the people from Dragon Palace changed. Could it be that the old ancestor favored him? Old ancestor, this Lin Xian seems to be a good person at the moment, but his future is really worrying. It can be said that he has no future at all. What do you mean? Fantasy World Old Ancestor was shocked. The purple-clothed elder said. The old ancestor didn't know that this person was indeed very strong, but he was from the immortal tomb. In history, there were two people from the immortal tomb who were extremely talented, but in the end, they fell and couldn't become the great sage. They couldn't even become a sage king. It was heaven-defying for him to reach this step, but it was impossible for him to take another step forward. He was actually from the immortal tomb. Countless people were shocked. This was the first time some people heard this news. The people from Dragon Palace sneered. How could a person without a future compare to the Dragon Prince? The Feather Saint Lord also frowned. This was indeed Lin Xian's weakness. He couldn't refute it at all. Although he had thought of countless countermeasures, the people from the immortal tomb seemed to have no solution. Was what he said true? Fantasy World Old Ancestor looked at the Feather Saint Lord. The Feather Saint Lord had no choice but to nod. Fantasy World Old Ancestor looked at Lin Xian and shook his head. What a pity. It's over, this kid has no hope. Countless people sighed. The Dragon Prince sneered and said in a low voice, Kid, you're still far from being able to fight with me. At this moment, Fantasy World Old Ancestor looked at Long Ao and said, From now on, follow me to cultivate. Thank you, Old Ancestor. Long Ao bowed respectfully. He was really too excited. He could finally enter the core area. Currently, his cultivation speed was several times faster than others. Even the top geniuses were 2 to 3 times faster. This was because he had the support of resources from many worlds. If he could become a core disciple, then his cultivation speed would increase. At that time, the others wouldn't be his match. On the side, Li Ruolin and Wu Qing sighed. It seemed like they had no hope. At this moment, an elder spoke. Although the two of them couldn't become the old ancestors' disciples, they could be accepted as disciples. They would also have a chance to enter the core area. This made the two of them happy. The Levitation Saint also wanted to make use of this opportunity to take in Lin Xian as a disciple. This way, Lin Xian would at least be able to enter the core region. The Dragon Crown Prince, who was lacking in resources, wouldn't lose out too much. However, the purple-clothed elder said, Immortal Ascension Elder, I advise you not to waste this spot. He is someone from the immortal tomb and definitely won't be allowed to enter the core area. That's right, he has no future and is not worthy of our nurturing. You're wasting the resources of the Tao by recruiting him as your disciple. The Feather Saint let out a heavy sigh. Lin Xian remained expressionless. So what if he didn't become a core disciple? He had relied on his own efforts to get to where he was now. In his opinion, there was no difference whether he entered or not. If the other party could obtain a huge amount of resources, so could he. As long as he collected more world cores and entered the sword world to cultivate, his speed would not be inferior to anyone's. Fantasy World Ancestor looked at Lin Xian. When he saw Lin Xian, he was expressionless and shocked. To be honest, this young man had surprised him. When he first looked at him, he realized that he was different from the others. When the Dragon Prince and the others met his gaze, they were unable to resist at all. She had instantly seen through the Dragon Prince and the other two. However, this Lin Xian was different. The other party had a mysterious aura that was resisting him. Although the other party's strength was temporarily unable to contend against him, there was still a trace of mystery to him. He asked. "Are you not convinced?" Lin Xian said. He did not dare, he only felt that these elders were too conservative. Conservative? Hearing this, the purple-clothed elder became angry. "Brat, are you doubting us?" His eyes carried a trace of cold light. Lin Xian said. "If you think it's a question, then it's a question. What qualifications do you have to question me?" "Young man, aren't you a bit too weak?" the purple-clothed elder snorted. Lin Xian raised his head, his eyes filled with determination. "You keep saying that I am from the immortal tomb and have no future. What is your basis?" the purple-clothed elder sneered. "What a joke. Didn't I say it? There were two in history, but neither of them became the great sage, so it's impossible for you." Lin Xian snorted coldly. "I think you're the laughable one." "What did you say?" The purple-clothed elder was furious. Fantasy World Ancestor waved his hand to stop him. He looked at Lin Xian again. Lin Xian said, "Because two people didn't do it, you doubt that I can't do it either." A martial artist's cultivation was originally going against the heavens. Don't you even have the spirit to explore and challenge, so what if it's unprecedented? What others can't do doesn't mean that I can't do it. The light in Lin Xian's eyes became colder and colder. "If we have to follow your thoughts. How did the first great emperor appear? What was the first time a human cultivated? Who was it? The first time they could use the laws. These people who created the world, no one could pursue them before. Could it be that they were not going to continue moving forward, without these people opening up the path? What do you have to cultivate now?" Lin Xian's voice was sonorous, one word at a time. The purple-clothed elder's expression turned ugly. "How dare he?" Lin Xian retracted his gaze and said indifferently, "If you think I'm wrong, you can correct me, but you can use your status as an elder to suppress everything. Isn't that a bit too much of a bully?" As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding people began to discuss. Indeed, Lin Xian was right. What a sharp-tongued brat. Those who created the martial Tao were all heaven-defying existences. They were all supreme figures. How could you be compared to them? Whether or not I'm worthy of being compared to them is not something you can comment on. A cold light also appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. Even if there is no path for me, I will walk a path that belongs to me between heaven and earth. As soon as he finished speaking, thunder rumbled between heaven and earth. It seemed to suppress Lin Xian, but also seemed to respond to Lin Xian. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This young man was incredible. Could it be that he wanted to open up a path for himself? How difficult was that? One had to know that even if they followed the path opened up by countless ancestors, it was already as difficult as ascending to the heavens, let alone opening up a new martial Tao. Divine General Hai Yuan's eyes flashed. He was now more and more certain of Lin Xian's identity. The Yi family people were also shocked. This kid was incredible. If he could break the curse of the immortal tomb people, his future would be limitless. He might even become a great emperor. The Thousand Dragon Court people's expressions became ugly. Even if such a person was cursed, they wouldn't allow him to live. It was too dangerous. If they gave him a chance, he might be able to turn things around. They had to think of a way to get rid of him as soon as possible. "What a joke," the Dragon Crown Prince shouted coldly. "Kid, you are too naive." In everyone's eyes, Lin Xian seemed to have reached a dead end. However, Lin Xian smiled. He turned his head and stared at the Dragon Crown Prince. "Are you doubting me? Do you dare to fight me?" Long Ao laughed when he heard that. "You want to challenge me? Fine, you killed my incarnation this time. It's time to settle this grudge. I'm not afraid of you. Fortunately, it was your incarnation this time. Otherwise, you would have gone to hell long ago. Lin Xian's eyes emitted an extremely sharp killing intent. Their great Tao laws intertwined and collided. It was as if two divine dragons were fighting between heaven and earth. The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. Are these two top geniuses going to fight? It was too shocking. They were all excited because regardless of appearance or Lin Xian, they were both top geniuses. The battle between the two of them would definitely be a fierce battle. Nonsense, all of you retreat. An elder snorted coldly. Now that the two top geniuses were fighting, wouldn't that be throwing them to the finish line? The purple-clothed elder smiled. It didn't matter. This event was originally to select geniuses, and now both of them were called geniuses. Then, who was stronger and who was weaker, would be known later. The other experts nodded in agreement. The experts of the nest of 10,000 dragons also spoke. We also want to see what a top battle is like. What do you think? Fantasy World Ancestor looked at the Levitation Saint Lord. The Levitation Saint Lord took a deep breath and followed the Ancestor's decision. He didn't stop him because he felt that Lin Xian should be able to contend against Long Ao. Even if he couldn't win, he wouldn't lose too badly. This way, he could show his strength. Perhaps the Ancestor would change his mind. Fantasy World Ancestor retracted his gaze. He understood and looked at the two people in front of him. Since the two of you aren't convinced, then let's fight. However, this battle was a spar and no one was allowed to kill. Yes, Lin Xian and Jiao Ruochen cupped their fists. Then, the two of them stood facing each other. Jiao Wuqing and Li Rulan retreated. The surrounding people also retreated, giving them enough distance. A fierce battle was about to begin. Long Ao snorted. Brat, you want to fight with me? You really don't know what's good for you. Although I can't kill you now, I will ruthlessly trample you under my feet. I will show you the difference between the two of us. There was a trace of coldness in his eyes. If he defeated Lin Xian at this time, it would mean that Dragon Palace would be completely trampled underfoot. From now on, the other party would never be able to make a comeback. Lin Xian smiled. You're overconfident. You'll be the one in despair. What's more, when I fought against the Dragon Palace, my target was the Dragon Prince from the beginning, not you. Hearing this, Long Ao's face darkened. Was he being ignored? The surrounding people were also in an uproar. Lin Xian's target was actually the Dragon Prince. This was too inconceivable. Long Ao snorted coldly. Brat, stop boasting. Is the Dragon Prince someone you can challenge? Today, I will trample you under my feet. With a cold shout, the power of his body erupted. Terrifying dragon chi surrounded him, and a huge dragon shadow that was tens of thousands of feet tall appeared. Terrifying auras were rarely seen in the 9 heavens. So terrifying. Countless people were terrified. This Long Ao was really too powerful. He was indeed worthy of being evaluated as an existence second only to the Dragon Prince. Just this aura alone was enough to sweep through everything. Li Rulan and Wu Qing's pupils also shrank. Although Long Ao didn't compete for the Xian ranking, with his strength, he could probably kill his way into the top 10, this was too inconceivable. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and an extremely terrifying flame light appeared on his body. It was like a sun that descended in the world. The terrifying aura swept in all directions. The surrounding people exclaimed again. Previously, they thought that Lin Xian was too arrogant. But when they felt the aura coming from Lin Xian's body, they changed their minds. They all changed their minds. The other party did have the capital to be arrogant. This aura was definitely not weak. Sure enough, a sun and a true dragon clashed continuously between heaven and earth. Countless cracks appeared between heaven and earth. So terrifying. Those young disciples retreated, and the older generation's pupils shrank. Just this confrontation of aura alone was enough to kill many people. If these two really fought, how earth-shattering would it be? Long Ao snorted coldly. The other party was indeed not weak. Although he didn't want to admit it, this was the truth. Go to hell, he waved his hand. The giant dragon in the sky waved its claws, tearing the void and descending. Its target was Lin Xian. So terrifying. It was an absolute art the moment it appeared. In the face of this terrifying attack, Lin Xian's expression remained calm. He formed a seal with his palm. It was the man-ruler seal. When he struck out, he was like a deity in the vast world. The two terrifying forces collided, and then the light cracked. A terrifying black hole appeared and crazily devoured the surroundings. They were evenly matched. Great! The people of the Divine Union cheered. What dragon prince? He was just SOSO. The toad and the others sneered. Just wait. Soon, your prince will be trampled under his feet. The people of the Dragon Palace gritted their teeth. Damn it, you will lose. Your leader, Lin Xian, will be defeated by our crown prince. Just wait and see. The Divine Union is finished. Both sides gnashed their teeth, not giving in to each other. The atmosphere was intense. Lin Xian smiled after blocking the other party's dragon hand. Is this your strength? How disappointing. As he spoke, he struck out with his palm. It was the Great Rock Seal. A great rock appeared between heaven and earth, with an aura that could tear everything apart. Long Ao's face was cold. He waved his fist again, and the giant dragon roared. The terrifying dragon fist struck out. At the same time, the giant dragon wings on the back of the giant dragon were constantly rising and falling. It was like a heavenly blade slashing towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't dodge at all. He kept using the Man-Ruler Seal, Rock Seal, Treasure Mountain Seal to contend with the other party. It was as if two worlds were fighting. The sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Then, Lin Xian punched out. Six-Path Fist. This punch was indomitable, able to destroy everything. Not good. Seeing this, Long Ao's pupils shrank. He felt a fatal crisis. The other party was actually able to threaten him. It was unforgivable. Dragon roar, his roar shook heaven and earth. The terrifying dragon roar swept out in all directions. At this moment, everyone's blood was boiling. Those who were weaker were bleeding from their 7 orifices. Some even had cracks on their bodies. Not good. It was too scary. The levitation saint waved his hands. Countless petals danced between heaven and earth, forming a boundary that covered the front. At the same time, the Yi family and the Thousand Dragon Court also took action. The 3 top experts worked together to seal the entire square to prevent the power from spreading. What was happening at the front? Many people widened their eyes. Even though they were so far away, they were still injured. Would Lin Xian, who was the first to bear the brunt of the impact, be affected as well? That kid was definitely dead. Seeing this scene, the people of Dragon Palace laughed. The people of Divine Union were also nervous. This was not an ordinary sound, but a dragon's roar. It contained endless dragon blood. Could Lin Xian block it? They were worried. However, they soon laughed because Lin Xian broke the heaven and earth with a single punch. Then, he walked out aggressively. He stomped his foot and used the celestial walk to kill like a god. Do you think I'm afraid of you in close combat? Long Ao snorted. So what if the other party had the 9-yang divine body? He also had the ancient desolate body. Boom, the two collided in close combat. Every blow was like 100,000 mountains bombarding between heaven and earth. Thousands of cracks appeared. The people below were shocked. Indeed, their physiques were evenly matched. Yi Wudao looked at this scene and narrowed his eyes. The dark red divine dragon also gritted his teeth. Damn it, this guy's physique was indeed extraordinary. Even he could feel a trace of threat from it. Among the dragons, there were very few people who could suppress Long Ao in terms of bloodline, except for the Dragon Prince. Useless kid, I'll split your 9-yang divine body today, Long Ao roared to the sky and soared into the sky. The giant dragon phantom wings on his back drooped down again, like a peerless divine blade slashing down. Lin Xian sneered and stretched out his right arm. His right arm turned into a peerless divine sword. The sword roll swept across heaven and earth. This sword could split the sky. Boom, the collision between the divine blade and the divine sword made everyone's scalp tingle again. However, there seemed to be a change this time. The peerless divine saber formed by the giant dragon illusion was shattered by Lin Xian's attack, and a huge crack appeared. Then, it was cut in half. Long Ao retreated. His arm split open and dragon blood dripped from the sky. Long Ao was injured. Countless people exclaimed. This was impossible. The people of Dragon Palace were shocked. Even the people of Thousand Dragon Court were shocked. This kid's physique was actually so strong? Even the ancient desolate body was no match for the other party. Long Ao's expression changed drastically. He felt that his entire arm could not exert any strength. The strength of the other party's physique was really beyond his expectations. Damn it, dragon energy slash, he spat out a terrifying dragon chi, which turned into a peerless radiance and slashed out. This was no ordinary dragon containing chi. She had been cultivating it with dragon blood in her body. It was extremely terrifying. It was a peerless killing move. The power of this attack was not inferior to that of the great sage's weapon. Boom, Lin Xian's pupil shrank. He didn't expect the other party to have such an ultimate move. He used the skywalk step and quickly dodged. However, this attack still managed to envelop him. With a kacha sound, he coughed out blood and flew outwards, golden holy blood flowing out from his body. His body was shattered, and a large crack appeared. Even his internal organs could be seen. Oh no, Lin Xian was also injured. Countless people cried out in alarm once again. The people of the Divine Union were nervous, but the people of the Dragon Palace were clenching their fists. Great, Crown Prince, kill him. Long Ao sneered. He was injured in one arm, but the other party was even more seriously injured. His body was almost split in half. At the thought of this, he sneered. With a sway of his body, he charged forward quickly. Now that Lin Xian was injured, he wanted to kill the other party directly. At the very least, he wanted the other party to be seriously injured for a few hundred years. Seeing this, everyone's scalp went numb. The people of the Thousand Dragon Dynasty laughed. The outcome seemed to have been decided. Indeed, a dragon was a dragon, and a worm was a worm. It was impossible to surpass them. The purple-robed elder also sneered. In the eyes of these elders, there was no surprise in this battle. The levitation saint was also surprised. He didn't expect Lin Xian to be defeated so quickly. Could there really be a gap between them? On the other side, the Yi family's divine general and the other family leaders all frowned. It seemed like the crown prince was superior. Was this really all his strength? Divine General Hai Yuan's eyes flickered. He didn't think so. He thought highly of Lin Xian. Kid, what are you going to use to fight me? Long Ao had already arrived before Lin Xian, his eyes filled with killing intent. My bloodline, my identity, and my background aren't something you can deal with. I can crush you to death with one hand. You're lucky to have so many people protecting you. Otherwise, you'd be dead by now. Even so, I'll severely injure you and cripple you. His eyes were filled with extremely cold killing intent. At the same time, his face was also pale. He didn't use the dragon chi slash. He had cultivated 2 slashes of the dragon chi slash in his body. He wouldn't use it unless he had no other choice. This slash was already enough to injure him. His opponent didn't need to waste the last one. He was prepared to crush Long Ao with his own hands. He raised his palm and released a terrifying aura before slamming it down mercilessly. Go to hell. Even the great sage would be torn apart by this attack. It's over. Many of the old family leaders shook their heads and sighed. Everyone thought that this battle was over. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with a sharp light. To be honest, the dragon chi slash did threaten him and hurt him. But so what? The moment he was hurt, he used the immortality art to heal his injuries. In addition, his divine body was also dazzling in the starry sky. This injury was nothing. Seeing Long Ao rush in front of him, Lin Xian sneered. He waved his 2 arms and turned them into 2 peerless divine swords as he charged forward. Slash, Lin Xian was like a peerless war god. His terrifying sword chi was invincible. It pierced through Long Ao's palm in an instant. How was this possible? Why was this sword chi so sharp? Long Ao was stunned. This had completely surpassed the power of the Nine Suns' body. How could he know that other than the Nine Suns' divine body, Lin Xian also had the great dragon sword spirit in his body? When this sword technique was used, it was truly tearing the sky and splitting the earth. He was careless. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. The speed of this sword was beyond his imagination. In an instant, Lin Xian's arms enveloped him. Boom, boom, his arms were like divine swords as they pierced into Long Ao's body. His internal organs were completely shattered. Then, Lin Xian's arms shook and sword chi exploded. Long Ao's body was torn apart by this attack. Heavens, how was this possible? What did I just see? The surrounding spectators were stunned. The patriarchs and clansmen all stood up. The patriarchs of the Blue Clan and Wind Dragons were scared silly as they sat there in a daze. The people of the 10,000 Dragon Court suddenly stood up and shouted angrily. This was impossible. Dragon slaying, Long Ao was torn into pieces. The huge dragon phantom in the sky was also torn into pieces. Dragon blood roared between heaven and earth, sprinkling down from heaven and earth. This scene was too spectacular. Ha 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 ha, well done, the dark red divine dragon roared, and the toad also cheered. Who said that we were inferior to dragons? He actually did it. Bai Susu and the others were shocked. Elder Hai Yuan's lips curled into a smile. Little guy, you really didn't disappoint me. He felt more and more that Lin Xian was that person. You want to kill me? You can't do it. Lin Xian stood in the sky filled with dragon blood like a demon god. Between heaven and earth, dragon blood splattered, piercing through the 9 heavens. Long Ao roared crazily. His soul became sinister and distorted. Damn it, you dared to hurt me, I want you to die, I want you to go to hell, never to rise again. The killing intent on his body continued to erupt. At the same time, dragon blood condensed and restored his body. Kill, Long Ao's body had recovered, but there were some cracks that could not be completely healed. This shocked him, but he couldn't care less. Right now, he had to kill the other party. To relieve the hatred in her heart. Buzz, at this moment, Long Ao's body transformed into a 100 feet long sea dragon. His blue scales illuminated the world. With a raise of his hand, he summoned clouds and rain. He was originally the son of the dragon sea lord and had a powerful bloodline. Previously, he had transformed into a human form. At this moment, he was completely enraged and transformed into his original form. Kill, 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 the dragon claws waved and the dragon tail swept across heaven and earth. Long Hai's power erupted. A terrifying aura swept across heaven and earth. At the same time, he unleashed another world-destroying attack. Dragon Chi Slash. It spat out a terrifying attack. Previously, it was this attack that injured Lin Xian and even split open Lin Xian's body. This time, it came out again. Facing the storm-like attacks, Lin Xian also took a deep breath. He didn't dodge at all. He was completely fighting with force. At the same time, he condensed a Taiji diagram to face the Dragon Chi Slash. Hugging with both hands, the Taiji diagram rotated in his hands, using softness to overcome hardness. The Dragon Chi Slash struck the Taiji diagram. However, it was completely enveloped by the rotating power and was unable to tear the Taiji diagram apart. In the end, it dissipated into the Taiji diagram. Even the Dragon Chi Slash couldn't hurt Lin Xian. Countless people were shocked. Taiji Slash, Lin Xian waved his hand, and the Taiji diagram rotated and drew a sharp bolt of lightning, directly slashing forward. Pooh, Long Ao roared. Its tail was split open and fell down. Dragon blood once again dyed the 9 heavens red. Damn it! He was really angry. His huge body transformed into human form again, and then he attacked again. Dragon Rain 9 heavens, Wrath of the Sea God, Dragon's Kill. Long Ao began to use the dragon's great divine ability. Terrifying rain fell between heaven and earth. This was no ordinary rainwater. Every drop contained the laws of the Tao of the dragon. Tens of millions of droplets were enough to obliterate everything. Even a great sage would be destroyed in body and soul if he were to be enveloped by the dragon rain. The wrath of the sea god caused the surrounding sea to fill with water. His opponent had truly transformed into the dragon sea god. The dragon slay was even more terrifying. His dragon claw carried the aura of a fiend god. It spun rapidly and tore apart the void, aiming for Lin Xian's heart and head. Each of the three ultimate techniques was enough to strike fear into the hearts of the great sage. The older generation experts and the patriarch felt their blood run cold. Lin Xian took a deep breath in the face of these three terrifying ultimate techniques. Sword come, behind him, the phantom of a sword dragon appeared and roared towards the sky. The dragon scales on his body rose from the ground and made a clanging sound in the sky. They quickly combined to form a dragon sword. Lin Xian grabbed it. He soared into the air and fought against the 9 heavens. Zhan Long, the sword formed from the dragon scales slashed down from the sky. Everywhere it passed, everything turned to dust. This sword was just too strong. The three dragons' ultimate techniques were all turned to dust under this sword. Before the sword arrived, many cracks appeared on Long Ao's body like a spider. Damn, he wanted to take it head-on but he was terrified and he couldn't help but retreat. He was actually scared off by Lin Fan. That was just too embarrassing. But facing this sword, he was finally terrified. Saving his life was more important. He retreated quickly but it was too late. This sword covered him, no. His body split apart once more and he was sliced into two. Moreover, this sword had a cold aura that could destroy everything. Was he going to die? He didn't dare to believe it. What kind of sword technique was that? One of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty experts' pupils constricted and he hollered coldly. A great sage instantly attacked and shattered the sword energy. It turned into dragon scales and disappeared from the world. You actually dare to kill me? This expert from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty stood in the air and stared coldly at Lin Xian. The sword dragon illusion behind Lin Xian disappeared. He laughed. You think too much. There are so many experts here. Even the old ancestor is here. What kind of assassin can kill him? Even if you don't attack, this sword will disappear. Lin Xian was right. It was too difficult to kill the other party here. Furthermore, he didn't intend to do so. Defeating the other party in this battle was already a slap to the other party's face. How could the Dragon Palace compete with the Divine Union in the future? Long Ao, you keep saying that you will trample me under your feet. Have you done it? Reality has proven that you are just a clown. In the future, you won't have any right to be arrogant in front of me. Disappear from my sight. Otherwise, you will end up in a miserable state. Lin Xian's eyes glowed with a terrifying light as he spoke. Long Ao's blood was boiling and his soul was shaking. Not good. The expert from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty shouted angrily. How dare you destroy his Dao heart? A cold, murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Lin Xian sneered. Is he worse than me? If he can't even accept defeat, what right does he have to take another step forward? You, young man, don't be too arrogant. The expert from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty looked gloomy. The purple dress elder and the others were also gnashing their teeth. The others were in an uproar. The outcome of this battle was really unexpected. No one had expected that the powerful Dragon Prince would be defeated by Lin Xian. Moreover, he had been defeated so miserably. How could this be? The people from the Dragon Palace were crying. Their godlike figure had been defeated. Moreover, he had been defeated by his opponent. Lan Ziyu also knelt on the ground, her body trembling. She didn't even have the strength to stand up now. Her biggest support had been the Dragon Prince. However, reality had proven that even the Dragon Prince couldn't defeat Lin Xian. How could she take revenge in the future? The morale of the people from the Divine Union soared. This was great. Boss Lin was mighty. Young Master Lin was the best in the world. He was indeed the legendary Lin Wuti. Voices rang out one after another. The people from the Yi family were shocked. The eyes of the Yi family elders were also shining. Besides having the 9-yang divine body, Lin Xian also had the great dragon sword soul. In the future, this young man would definitely compete with the emperor's son. They were very confident in their Yi Wudao. Yi Wudao had a sacred body and cultivated the emperor's scripture. He would definitely be able to compete with the disciples in the future. In their opinion, Lin Xian might be a little lacking. However, they had changed their minds. Lin Xian had the great dragon sword soul, which seemed to be able to make up for the lack of the emperor's scripture. This guy is so powerful. Didn't you say that he participated in the Holy Gulf list? Why haven't I seen his name before? Big Brother Yun was shocked. Divine General Hai Yuan's eyes shone sharply. This could only mean one thing. He didn't use his real name. He used his title. It seemed like it was him, Divine General Hai Yuan thought to himself. The outcome of this battle shocked everyone. At the same time, many people were discussing it. Would the fantasy world patriarch change his mind? Previously, the patriarch had chosen Long Ao as his disciple. Now that Long Ao had been defeated, would the patriarch still accept him as a disciple according to the previous agreement? In an instant, everyone looked in that direction. The people from the 10,000 Dragon Court also frowned. The purple-clothed elder and the others were even more nervous. They were talking about the patriarch. The fantasy world patriarch's eyes flickered, and an extremely terrifying aura erupted from his eyes. He looked at Lin Xian and Long Ao below and thought for a moment before speaking coldly. He first looked at Lin Xian and said, "Young man, you're not bad. You have to walk your own path in the future." Then, he looked at Long Ao. Failure was not scary. What was scary was having one's heart broken. After the banquet, follow me to the core area to cultivate. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect the fantasy world patriarch to not change his mind. Could it be that the person in the immortal graveyard was really a curse that couldn't be broken? Long Ao was also shocked. He originally thought that he had no hope. However, now it seemed that there was still hope. He hurriedly said respectfully, "Yes, patriarch. I definitely won't lose again." He turned to look at Lin Xian. "Losing to you this time was an accident. Just you wait. The next time I meet you, I will personally take revenge." With that, he walked forward. What else did the levitation saint want to say? However, the patriarch waved his hand to stop him. He could only sigh and hope that Lin Xian could accept this result. Lin Wan also turned and left. On the way back, he received countless questioning gazes. However, his expression remained calm. So what if he didn't enter the core area? To be honest, he really didn't want to enter because the fantasy world patriarch's gaze was too terrifying. If he stayed by the fantasy world patriarch's side, his secret might be discovered. That would be troublesome. After returning, the people from the Divine Union were also nervous. They were afraid that Lin Xian wouldn't be able to hold on. Lin Xian smiled and said, "Don't look at me like that. I'm fine." Bai Susu said, "Kid, I know you're unhappy, but we'll understand." Lin Xian shook his head and smiled. He looked around and said, "Most of you are geniuses from large clans and have enjoyed all kinds of golden spoils since birth. You will be respected and receive all kinds of resources. You will even be able to reach out and those natural treasures will come to you. But I'm different from you. I rose to power in the dusty lands, and everything along the way was exchanged with my life. Throughout my journey, I have never cowered. Along the way, I have been looked down upon by countless people. But I've won again and again. I've walked from the dust to the present. I believe that I can go on. So what if the person in the immortal burial ground was a curse? I don't want to walk the path of immortals. I want to walk my own path." Lin Xian's voice was firm and resolute. The people from the Divine Union were shocked. They hadn't expected Lin Xian to have such an experience. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Their families all had some worlds as subsidiary resources. The people in those worlds were like ants in their eyes. It was basically impossible for him to grow to the same height as them. Not to mention standing in front of them and leading them. However, Lin Xian had come from such a place. How many hardships and setbacks had he experienced? Just thinking about it made their scalps go numb. At the same time, they also heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian had experienced too much, so this blow wouldn't be a problem at all. "Big brother Lin, we believe in you." "Yes, young master will lead us all the way." The people from the Divine Union clenched their fists. Lin Xian also smiled. "Good. You believe in me, and I believe in you. I will lead you all to the top of the world. Lin Xian turned around and faced the 9 heavens. I won't lose. Then, he turned to the people beside him and smiled. I hope that the disciples of the Divine Union will never admit defeat. His voice became louder and louder, piercing through the 9 heavens and spreading across the land. At that moment, the souls of the surrounding sages trembled as they turned to look at him. What kind of bold and visionary words were these? Yi Wudao smiled. It seemed like his old friend wasn't affected at all. The 2 battle gods also nodded in satisfaction. The levitation saint also heaved a sigh of relief. On the side of the dragon palace, they frowned. The people from the 1,000 Dragon dynasty had killing intent in their eyes. This guy didn't shrink back after such a blow. Instead, he became even stronger. This person had to be eliminated quickly. Advance courageously and never admit defeat. The old ancestor whispered as his eyes flickered. Long Ao, who was beside him, was nervous. He said, Old ancestor, please believe in me. I won't lose again next time. I will defeat him. The fantasy world ancestor waved his sleeves and left with Long Ao. The banquet also ended. Long Ao arrived at the core area and felt the terrifying power inside. He took a deep breath. The fantasy world ancestor brought him to a pagoda and said, This place is filled with resources. There are endless resources and power here. You can cultivate here. Thank you, old ancestor. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Long Ao was excited while the fantasy world ancestor stood with his hands behind his back. Let's hope so. Your talent is unparalleled, but you are too arrogant and need to be tempered. Previously, when the Dragon Prince came to find me, he mentioned you and told me to accept you as my disciple. Now that I've observed you, you are indeed not bad. Cultivate well and don't let me and the Dragon Prince down. So it was the Dragon Prince's suggestion. Long Ao clenched his fists. If it wasn't for the Dragon Prince, the disciple this time would have been Lin Xian. He took a deep breath. Although he had also become the Crown Prince, he and the Dragon Prince were not even comparable to each other. This gap had once made him despair. However, later on, he swore that one day, he would catch up with the Dragon Prince and make this gap smaller and smaller. As for that Lin Xian, just you wait. With the resources of the core area, my cultivation speed will be faster than before. When the time comes, you will die without a doubt. He would definitely get his revenge for what had happened today. On the other side, the guests also left one after another. The news of this banquet would spread all over the world. The people of the 1,000 Dragon Court had cold expressions. Although there were twists and turns, the final result was satisfactory. Long Ao had become the old ancestor's disciple. It seemed like they had to go back and discuss how to get rid of Lin Xian. At the thought of this, they also left. The people of the Divine Union also returned to their spiritual abodes to cultivate. The result of this battle was that more and more people wanted to join the Divine Union. The strength that Lin Xian had displayed was too strong. He had already surpassed the Dragon Prince. Lin Xian's last sentence of never giving up and moving forward courageously gave them endless hope. These people were eager to join. For a moment, Bai Susu and the others were all smiling. Divine General Haiyuan stared at Lin Xian non-stop, which shocked Lin Xian. Could it be that this Divine General had discovered his secret? He asked, Seniors, why are you looking for me? Divine General Yunga said, We're actually here to look for Mad God. However, we can't see him. Your relationship with Mad God shouldn't be ordinary, right? Tell Mad God to hurry to the Sacred Abyss Tower. We need his help with something. Oh, what is it? Lin Xian was surprised. Divine General Yunga said, You won't know even if I tell you. Kid, you'll know when you reach Mad God's level. Divine General Haiyuan also patted Lin Xian's shoulder. I have high hopes for you. Maybe you'll know soon. He revealed a meaningful smile. Lin Xian felt more and more that they must have discovered his identity, but they didn't say anything. It was obvious that they were on his side to help him. Therefore, he nodded. I understand what you two seniors mean. I'll send a message now. He should be there in a few days. The two divine generals left Lin Xian and returned to the divine abode to organize some things. This time, more than 200 people joined. Lin Xian saw these people and encouraged them to cultivate well. He left the rest to Bai Susu, Hong Yi, and the dark red divine dragon. He consolidated his cultivation and adjusted his state to its peak. Then, he went to the sacred abyss tower and covered his body with demonic qi. Lin Xian once again turned into the demonic mad god and arrived at the sacred abyss tower. He appeared again, countless people exclaimed. "Look, it's Mad God. He's here again." They heard that he killed many Dragon Palace experts at the Dao sect's sacred assembly. He even provoked them. Dragon Palace was so angry that they vomited blood. They didn't expect him to appear so soon. He's not afraid of being hunted down by Dragon Palace experts. Dragon Palace is no match for him. Someone laughed. Someone shook their head. Don't forget that Dragon Palace is backed by the Thousand Dragon Court. They'll definitely send experts to hunt him down. While everyone was discussing amongst themselves, Lin Xian had already entered the Sacred Abyss Tower. He came to a large hall in the Sacred Gulf Tower, where several figures were waiting. Lin Xian had seen two of them before. They were Divine General Hai Yuan and Divine General Brother Yun. The others were also thinking about the immortal generals. When they saw the demon-like figure behind them, they all raised the corners of their mouths into smiles. "You're finally here." Lin Xian cupped his fists and looked around. Then, he walked over. He looked a little arrogant, but he didn't care. Mad God had to be arrogant. Otherwise, he wouldn't live up to his name. The other immortal generals had also heard of his deeds, so they didn't care about his attitude. It was fine as long as the other party was strong. "Big Brother Yun, the Divine General is gone. Come here." "Speaking of Mad God, you're here." Divine General Ocean Abyss smiled as well. Lin Xian said, "I received news that you were all looking for me. I don't know why. It's a good thing." Divine General Hai Yuan said that we're going to a very mysterious place, so we need your help. Lin Xian was shocked. "What place? If even the immortal generals can't do it, I'm afraid I can't do anything." Indeed, although Lin Xian was strong, these immortal generals were even scarier. Divine General Brother Yun said that it's not like that. "This time, we're exploring ancient ruins. It's very mysterious. Some places have cultivation restrictions. Therefore, we can't do anything in that place. We can only ask experts like you for help." Lin Xian was able to enter the Saint Origin Board, which meant that he was at most in the early stage of the Great Sage. Therefore, this level of cultivation could be put to good use in certain situations. And these immortal generals' cultivation had long surpassed the early stage of the Great Sage. Therefore, they couldn't do anything in some places. Lin Xian nodded. He understood. He wondered what kind of secret realm could pique the interest of these divine generals. It's definitely not an ordinary ruin. Divine General Brother Yun smiled. "Do you know about the Heavenly Court?" Lin Xian was shocked. Of course, he knew. Could this ruin be related to the Heavenly Court? That's right. Kid, you guessed right. It's indeed related to the Heavenly Court. It's a ruin of the Heavenly Court. And it was only discovered recently. Therefore, the news hasn't spread too far. We have to hurry. Lin Xian was shocked. Was it really a ruin of the Heavenly Court? I wonder if Black Mountain will appear. In the last Heavenly Court ruin, Black Mountain had obtained the Sky Lantern, and Lin Xian had obtained the Heaven Swallowing Jar. Later, he found out that it was only half of the Heaven Swallowing Jar. He still lacked a lid. He wondered if he could find that lid this time. If he really found it, it would be a complete Heaven Swallowing Jar, an extreme Dao. Even if he couldn't find it, it would be great if he could obtain some of the ultimate techniques of the Heavenly Court. Therefore, Lin Xian was very interested. He said that since this was the case, there was no time to lose. "Let's begin." Divine General Brother Yun smiled. "There's no hurry. There are still some people." Lin Xian waited. Indeed, it didn't take long for more people to arrive. The first to arrive were two people. One was dressed in green, the other in purple. Both of them were extremely beautiful. They had swords on their backs. According to the introduction, Lin Xian knew that these two beautiful women were called Qinghong and Zihong. These two weren't ordinary people. They were famous. They were known as the Purple and Green Twin Swords. Their names were in the top 1,000 of the Saint Origin leaderboard. Their ranking was much higher than his. After these two, another person came. It was a man with snow-white hair. It danced in the wind, and its eyes were actually white as well, making it look extremely mysterious. Eye technique? Lin Xian was shocked. His eyes flickered with a golden radiance. The purple and green twin swords also had serious expressions. They knew this person. In fact, his ranking was higher than theirs. Of course, they were confident that they could defeat him with their twin swords combination. This person was called Yanling. His ultimate move was execution of words. It was very terrifying. Now that everyone was here, Divine General Haiyuan smiled. The few of them looked at Lin Xian. Qinghong said, "You must be that mad god. I wonder how strong you are, do you want to experience it?" Lin Xian looked at her and smiled. Qinghong stepped forward and sword chi exploded. She couldn't ask for more. "Sister, please be quiet for a while." Zihong walked over and said. Then, she looked at Lin Xian. "Mad god, I'm sorry. My sister's temper is like that." "No worries." Lin Xian nodded. Beside him, Yan Yanling smiled. Qinghong turned her head. Her eyes were shining. "What are you laughing at? Are you doubting my strength?" Yanling shook her head. She had heard of the angry fairy's name. Today, she was indeed worthy of her reputation. Qinghong was furious. "Whoever dares to talk nonsense outside, I'll kill him." Lin Xian also shook his head. This girl was indeed crazy. While Lin Xian was joking, another group of people walked out of the hall. Hearing this, Lin Xian and the others turned around. In the next moment, they saw a divine general walking over. Behind him, there were also 3 figures. "Greetings, Divine General." Qinghong and the others cupped their fists and bowed. The 3 figures on the opposite side also bowed. Then, their gazes clashed in the air. Terrifying thunderbolts burst out, tearing the void apart. Divine General Haiyuan frowned slightly but didn't say anything. Lin Xian was surprised. He stared at the figure in front of him. It was a woman with an extremely beautiful face. She was even more beautiful than Qinghong and Zihong. Not only that, but she also exuded a biting cold aura. She was like an ice goddess that kept people thousands of miles away. Qinghong and Zihong were also sizing her up. Then, they said, "So beautiful." Qinghong snorted, and Zihong's eyes sparkled. The Ice Mountain Fairy in front glanced at them expressionlessly. However, when she saw Lin Xian, her body trembled and her pupils constricted. Something unbelievable seemed to have happened. Lin Xian looked at her and smiled. "How should I address this fairy?" He walked forward. There were 2 other figures beside the Ice Mountain Fairy. One of them was wearing a black robe and had a pair of black wings on his back. He seemed to be standing in the dark and looked very mysterious. The other person beside him had a terrifying aura. It was as if his every move could split the sky and earth. "This guy is really bold." Yanling chuckled. However, Qinghong snorted. He would be in trouble. He knew that the Ice Mountain Fairy in front of him had also just challenged the Holy Gulf list not long ago. More importantly, she was indeed very cold. No matter who it was, she would ignore them and was known as the Ice Mountain. If Mad God went to greet her, he would definitely be rejected and might even be beaten up. The Dark Shadow expert frowned and sneered. "Kid, get lost. This is not a place for you." The other man with a terrifying aura also snorted and stared at Lin Xian. They had already seen the Ice Mountain Fairy. How could they let others come before they even got their hands on her? Lin Xian glanced at Dark Shadow and sneered. "I'm talking to the Ice Mountain Fairy. It's none of your business. Get lost." "What did you say?" That person was enraged. He took a step forward and spread out the wings on his back. His body emitted a monstrous dragon aura. His name was Shadow, and he was a member of the Shadow Dragon clan. The man with the terrifying aura beside him also turned solemn. His body also emitted the aura of the Tao of Dragon. The two sides looked like they were about to fight, but at that moment, footsteps could be heard from afar. A woman wearing divine general armor quickly walked over. Beside it, similarly, 3 figures appeared. "Everyone is here," the divine general Wind Snow said with a smile as he looked around. "You're a little late," Divine General Yunga said. Divine General Xianxia also snorted coldly. "Since everyone was here, let's begin." "Start what?" Everyone was stunned. Divine General Xianxia, who was the second to enter, said, "There are too many people. Let's eliminate one." Qing Hong, Zi Hong, and the others' expressions changed when they heard this. The Shadow Dragon and the other expert with a terrifying aura revealed sinister grins. They all stared at Lin Xian, but soon, they couldn't laugh anymore. Because Lin Xian was already chatting with the Ice Mountain Goddess. The Ice Mountain Goddess even showed a beautiful smile to Lin Xian. How was that possible? Shadow went crazy. Her title of Ice Mountain Goddess was not fake. She didn't care about any top geniuses. Why would she smile at this kid in front of him? In addition, Qing Hong, Yan Ling, and the others were also stunned. Even the 3 new top geniuses were surprised. They all stared at Lin Xian. "Is this guy an expert of the Demon Tao? Who is he?" Wind Snow also smiled. "Let's introduce him." As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 figures beside him stood out. One of them had a surging aura and was full of heroism. He also had a pair of wings on his back. He said loudly, "Peng Wanli of the Tianpeng clan." Next to him was a person with a cold expression. His voice also had a trace of piercing coldness, like a knife. His name was He Jiuxiao. The last person was a little strange. He sat on the back of a goldfish and was dozing off with his chin in his hand. Hearing Divine General Wind Snow's words, he opened his eyes and said, "Xiao Xiao, you're right. Xiao Zhuang." After saying that, he closed his eyes and went back to sleep. After these 3 people were introduced, Qing Hong and the other 2 also stood out and said their names. Shadow then walked out. Another man with a strong aura also walked out. He was called Zhu Lai. He was an expert of the Torch Dragon clan. The Ice Mountain Goddess looked around and said coldly, "Shui Qi." That's right. This woman was Shui Qi. She was the woman Lin Xian met in the Thousand Mountain Cave. Later, with Lin Xian's help, she obtained the 9 divine body. Later, after Lin Xian left, Shui Qi also went out to train. There had been no news of her since then. They didn't expect her to come here and enter the Holy Gulf Tower. The others were thinking and sizing each other up. They found that these people were all top experts. Moreover, they had a special characteristic. They were ranked in the top 1,000 of the Saint Origin Board. However, they were not ranked above 800. The highest ranking was the sleeping Xiao Zhuang, who was currently ranked 810. As for the last one? They all stared at Lin Xian. Shadow said coldly, "Kid, tell me your name." Lin Xian glanced at him and said coldly, "Mad God." So, he was the Mad God. Many people were surprised by this name. It was a name that resounded like thunder in their ears. However, it was their first time seeing him. Zhu Lai snorted. "So, you're the Mad God. You're only ranked in the top 1,000. How dare you be so presumptuous in front of me?" Although Lin Xian had reached the top 1,000 3 times, these people were all ranked in the top 1,000. Therefore, when they faced Lin Xian, they looked down on him. Lin Xian didn't care. Firstly, he didn't participate in the challenge many times. Secondly, the top 1,000 wasn't his limit. He didn't use the heaven-devouring jar or the great dragon sword spirit. Otherwise, he would have to use his name first. Lin Xian frowned. He found that other than Aning and Zhu Lai, there was another person who was hostile to him. There was even killing intent. Although it was hidden deep, Lin Xian's eye technique was amazing. He found out in an instant. He turned his head and looked, and his frown deepened. He found that the person who wanted to kill him was a divine general. It was Divine General Qianchen. "Mad God, come over first," Divine General Haiyuan said. Lin Xian smiled at Xueqi. They would talk later. Then, he turned and left. He had already recognized the other party. Xueqi also recognized him. Their physiques were too godly. One had the 9-yang divine physique, and the other had the 9-yin divine physique. They were the opposite of heaven and earth. Lin Xian returned to Immortal General Haiyuan's side. Immortal General Haiyuan transmitted his voice to Lin Xian. Be careful. Xianxia supports the Dragon Prince. You slapped the Dragon Palace's face, so he must be unhappy with you. Lin Xian understood. No wonder the other party wanted to kill him. So they were the Dragon Prince's men. Immortal General Xianxia said again. There are too many people. Remove one. As soon as he said that, everyone's face changed. Remove who? No one was willing. After all, they were going to the ruins of the Heavenly Court. The Heavenly Court had a long history. Not only in ancient times, it was said that it had appeared in ancient times. And it was said that the Heavenly Court had been destroyed more than once, but it had been rebuilt. The most recent one was the collapse 50,000 years ago. Now that they found the ruins of the Heavenly Court again, what kind of opportunities and treasures would there be? They were full of anticipation. No one was willing to leave. Aning stood out and said. Isn't it simple? Based on the ranking, the last one to leave. After saying that, he stared at Lin Xian with a cold smile. I agree. Immortal General Xianxia nodded. Because Mad God's ranking was at the bottom, which meant that he had to be eliminated. This way, it would be a small revenge. They would deal with him in the future. However, Immortal General Haiyuan frowned. Lin Xian snorted. What a joke. Could the ranking prove everything? Why not? Zhu Lai also stood out and said. It was very difficult to increase one's ranking on the Saint Origin board. Would you hide your strength if you had it? Did I hide my strength? You'll know when you try. Lin Xian looked at him and sneered. Peng Wanli and the others were watching and didn't say anything. They naturally knew the grudge between the two sides. Mad God slapped the Dragon Palace's face. That was not giving face to the Dragon Prince. Immortal General Qian Chen, as the Dragon Prince's man, how could he not take revenge? And they were Kuan Pingzi's men, so they naturally hoped that the two sides would fight. It would be best if both sides suffered. At this moment, Immortal General Wind Snow smiled. Since both sides are not convinced, why don't we have a fight? The loser will be eliminated. What a good idea. Aning also took a step forward. If you're not convinced, come out and fight me. I'll let you know the difference between us. Aning was very confident. His ranking was 950th. The other side had an extra 50 players. However, every increase in rank was extremely difficult. With a difference of 50 ranks, the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. He could easily crush the other party. The others knew this, so they all looked at Lin Xian. Would the other party dare to accept the challenge? Many people guessed that Lin Xian would not accept the challenge. After all, the gap between them was too big. However, Lin Xian only laughed. Do you want to die? I'll fulfill your wish. This fellow is really arrogant. Qing Hong was shocked, and then she snorted coldly. He was too reckless. On the Snow Wind Divine General's side, Peng Wanli and the others all frowned. Could it be that Mad God had another trump card? Zhu Lai sneered coldly, while Xueqi shook her head. He wouldn't lose. Damn it, Shadow was furious. He didn't know what was so good about Mad God. Why did the Ice Mountain goddess Xueqi change into a completely different person when she saw him? He didn't know that the two of them were already Dao companions. If he knew, he would probably be angered to death. Shadow sneered. I'll make you regret this. He took a step forward, and his aura exploded, sweeping through the heavens and earth. The people around all exclaimed in surprise. He was about to reach the Great Sage Realm. Xianxia also nodded. Very good, he was already one step into the Great Sage Realm. He should be much stronger than before. Peng Wanli and the others were also shocked. They didn't expect Aning to be hiding his cultivation. This Mad God was really unlucky. Crane Jiuxiao sneered. He said that Xiao Zhuang had been dozing off, as if he wasn't interested in the upcoming battle. Aning sneered. Ever since my cultivation improved, I've been hiding it. Today I'll let you experience the power of a half-step great sage realm. Dragon blood appeared on his body, suppressing the 9 heavens. The surrounding people all felt a suppression from his bloodline. Under the countless gazes, Aning waved his hand, and a black shadow appeared. It turned into a shadow dragon and flew over quickly. Peng Wanli and the others took a deep breath. It seemed that Aning was arrogant, but he wasn't careless at all. Facing Mad God, he used an ultimate technique. If this shadow was restricted, even the great sage would be sealed and wouldn't be able to fight back. Was it the power of the seal? Su Chen's eyes flashed, and then he sneered. His eyes flashed with a cold light. Let's see if your sealing power is stronger, or my suppressing power is more terrifying. Reincarnation tablet. A pair of godlike eyes appeared, and his gaze turned into a tablet that constantly intertwined. With the power of reincarnation, it suppressed forward. Boom, boom, Lin Xian didn't attack the shadow. Instead, he attacked Aning. At the same time, he didn't dodge and allowed the shadow to envelop him. With a boom, he was forced back 2 steps, and countless seals appeared on his body. Great, I'm excited. Aning sneered. The others were also shocked. Was the gap really that big? The difference of 50 ranks was enough to make Mad God unable to fight back. God General Xianxia also sneered. Mad God General Xianxia was just SOSO. But in the next moment, his pupils constricted. Not good, he wanted to warn them, but it was too late. The reincarnation tablet fell, enveloping Aning. Aning was shocked. Damn, what is this? Block it for me. He waved his hand, and it turned into 2 daggers that sliced through everything. But this was a soul-level attack, and he couldn't dodge it at all. In an instant, he was suppressed. He felt his soul shake as if it was about to split open. His entire body knelt on the ground. With a crack, his soul knelt on the ground. What's going on? Is Aning injured too? What kind of eye technique was that? Mad God actually has such a terrifying eye. Technique? Why didn't I know about it before? One after another, voices rang out. They all knew about the legend of Mad God. He was arrogant. His demonic energy was enough to tear apart the 9 heavens. In their eyes, he was a close combat expert. But now, Mad God used an eye technique. No wonder Aning couldn't dodge it. No one had expected it. Roar, Aning roared, and the aura of the Tao of Dragon appeared. His soul escaped, but his face had turned pale. In that instant, his soul had been injured. Damn it, and Ying's expression was cold. He mobilized the power of laws to repair it. At the same time, he raised his head and stared ahead. I'm going to make you die without a burial ground. A group of shadow daggers appeared in his hand, and he charged forward. In an instant, he was behind Lin Xian. Die. Not good, Zihong exclaimed. Qinghong also snorted. Mad God was too careless. Although his soul had injured the other party, his body was also sealed. He could not move at all and could only be slaughtered. It was all over. Aning snorted, and 2 daggers struck Lin Xian's body. A sonorous sound was heard, but the smile on his face disappeared. His shadow dagger was bounced off, and a crack even appeared on one of his daggers. How was that possible? His opponent's physique was too terrifying. At this moment, Lin Xian, who was in front of him, turned around and sneered. Your seal isn't that great either. As he spoke, an extremely terrifying sword chi rushed out of his body and shattered the seal. The other party's seal was indeed very strong and could seal the great sage, but the dragon sword soul in Lin Xian's body was enough to destroy everything. A mere seal was nothing to be afraid of. How was that possible? How did you do it? Aning was so frightened that he took a step back. However, in the next moment, a black palm grabbed at his head. Damn it, he waved his dagger again to block. The dagger struck the black demonic hand with an earth-shattering sound, and sparks flew. However, the black hand did not stop at all and directly slapped down. Aning teleported. Aning roared angrily and quickly used a peerless movement technique to narrowly dodge the attack. However, his qi and blood were still rolling. Damn it, next, his entire body merged into the darkness. He spread his wings and his speed was extremely fast. He was erratic. As a member of the Shadow Dragon clan, speed and movement techniques were his forte. With such speed, he launched a destructive attack on Lin Xian. In an instant, thousands of thorns attacked Lin Xian, causing the void around Lin Xian to constantly shatter. He should be injured now. However, a large hand reached out and directly enveloped the entire world, making it impossible for Aning to escape. With a boom, he was sent flying by a punch. Damn it! Endless dragon patterns appeared on Ying's body. He turned into a ferocious dragon. Die! His power increased once again. Lin Xian sneered. Your dragon blood is really trash. Let me show you what real dragon blood is. Lin Xian took a step forward, and countless phantoms appeared behind him. In the end, it condensed into a figure. It was a black dragon with a terrifying demonic aura on its face. He was like a demon god. The dragon tail flung out like a demonic god's sword, piercing through the air. How could this be? You also have the aura of the Tao of Dragons. Are you one of the dragons? Aning went completely mad. He was sent flying and his body was torn into pieces. One of the heads roared. And, you don't deserve to know. Lin Xian stepped on the other party's head with one foot. With a light push, countless cracks appeared on the other party's head. Stop! Divine General Xianxia shouted coldly as his face darkened. Lin Xian sent his opponent flying with a kick, then stood with his hands behind his back. Now you know who the trash is, right? If anyone is going to be eliminated, it should be him. So powerful. Qinghong was dumbfounded. This was completely different from what she had imagined. On the other side, Peng Wanli and the others took a deep breath. It seemed that Mad God had indeed hidden his strength. Xueqi's lips curled into a smile. How could her husband be weak? He had the 9-yang divine body. Aning deserved it. Lin Xian looked at Aning and sneered. You've already lost and been eliminated. Hurry up and get lost. You don't have the right to stand here. Damn it. Aning gritted his teeth. He was about to vomit blood, but he had said it himself. He couldn't go back on his words now. He looked at Divine General Qianchen, hoping that he would let him go. Divine General Qianchen's face was cold. Useless trash, go back and cultivate in seclusion. This is too embarrassing. He originally wanted to suppress Mad God and even suppress him to take revenge for the Dragon Palace. But now, he had been slapped in the face. Aning didn't dare to say anything and ran away. In an instant, only 2 people were left on Qianchen's side. Is this enough? Divine General Haiyuan smiled. Qianchen was so arrogant. Now, there was one less person. Damn it. Divine General Qianchen's face was cold. But at this moment, Xueqi stood up and said, not yet. What's going on? The surrounding people were stunned and looked at each other. Is this Ice Beauty going to fight? Xueqi smiled and said, I'll leave Divine General Qianchen's team and join Divine General Haiyuan's team. Is this okay? What? Everyone was stunned. Divine General Qianchen's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. She wanted to leave him and join the other team. Haiyuan was stunned. Then, he smiled. Sure, we welcome her. Very good. Xueqi walked forward and came to Mad God's side with a beautiful smile. Divine General Haiyuan and Peng Wanli were stunned. It seemed that her joining had something to do with Mad God. They must have known each other for a long time and had an unusual relationship. Peng Wanli was shocked. Who was this Mad God? How could he gain the favor of the Ice Fairy? Divine General Feng Shui narrowed his eyes. Even Xiao Zhuang, who had been dozing off, raised his head. A mysterious light appeared in his eyes, and he looked at Lin Xian and Xueqi with his dreamy eyes. He was shocked, but then, the corners of his mouth curled up. The 9 yin and 9 yang have reappeared in the world? Interesting. It's getting more and more interesting. This time, I can have a good dream. Then, he smiled and closed his eyes. It seemed like he had fallen into a deep sleep. Haiyuan's team was very strong. Only one person was left on Qianchen's side. His face was terrifyingly dark. Damn it. I have to find another person. He raised his hand as if he wanted to summon another person. Lin Xian looked at this scene and smiled. Divine General, didn't you say that there would be one more person? Why do you still need to find another? Xianxia roared. That was before. Now, I'm changing my mind. Don't you agree? Are you challenging me? Lin Xian sneered and didn't reply. However, there was a trace of disdain in his eyes. Soon, a figure walked over from the distance and came to Xianxia's side. He looked ahead and said coldly. Iceberg, you dare to betray us? Aren't you afraid of going to hell? Xueqi snorted coldly. She raised her hand and took off the ice bracelet on her wrist and threw it over. Then, she said, our agreement is cancelled. I'll return the divine ice bracelet to you. Damn it. Xianxia gritted his teeth and put away the divine ice bracelet. It was an ice element treasure, a great sage artifact. He had spent this amount of money to invite the other party over. He didn't expect her to go back on her word. Lin Xian said, don't worry, I'll give you a better one in the future. The newcomer's body seemed to be made of metal, and it emanated an ice-cold radiance. It also emanated a terrifying and gloomy aura. Lin Xian furrowed his brows. He felt that this person wasn't ordinary. This aura was very similar to his death law. If you want to fight, I'll do it. He walked out. However, Xueqi said, don't worry, I can still deal with it. She walked out, looked ahead, and said coldly, Flying Corpse King, you are no match for me. The person in front of her was a corpse, and he had cultivated himself. Moreover, he had regained his intelligence. He had reached the peak of the Saint King realm, and he was extremely terrifying. He was called the Flying Corpse King. The Flying Corpse King sneered coldly when he heard this. That was in the past. Now, you are no match for me. He took a step forward, and in the next moment, a terrifying aura of death erupted from his body, and it spread out in all directions, engulfing the land. Everyone felt the call of the god of death. Qing Hong's pupils contracted, and she exclaimed in surprise, the great sage has made a breakthrough. Even Divine General Hai Yuan was taken aback. The Flying Corpse King was already very terrifying, and he was ranked higher than the Dark Shadow King, who was ranked 930. Now that he had made a breakthrough and reached the Great Sage, his ranking would probably rise even higher. He wondered if the Ice Mountain Goddess would be able to withstand it. Xueqi walked out and said, fine, I'll let you see my true power. She waved her hand, and a terrifying black ice spread out in all directions. The Nine divine body was displayed. She thrust out her jade-like hand, and it seemed to have turned into a world of ice, which pressed down from the sky. What a terrifying aura. What kind of ice is this? The people in the surroundings were all surprised. Divine General Wind Snow squinted her eyes. She was also an expert of the ice element, but even she was shocked. The ice used by this person should be one of the legendary ice. She didn't expect that this Ice Mountain Goddess's body was so mysterious. The Flying Corpse King also furrowed his brows. Was he hiding his power? No wonder. However, so what? Let's fight. He waved his hand, and his palm stretched out. It didn't carry any aura or temperature. It seemed like the hand of the god of death from hell. However, when it got close to Xueqi, it was covered in ice, and it was frozen in midair. This was truly unbelievable. Peng Wanli sighed in admiration. The Flying Corpse King had an extremely strong aura of death. Anyone who was touched by him would have their life taken away and turned into white bones. But now, the other party couldn't even get close to him. How was he supposed to fight? Yan Ling, however, shook his head. He said that it was not certain. Other than the extremely terrifying aura of death, the Flying Corpse King's physique was also unbelievably strong. I heard that he seemed to have refined his body into a peerless weapon. Just like what the heaven-devouring Great Emperor had done in the past, he had refined himself. The fact that the heaven-devouring Great Monarch had refined himself into the heaven-devouring jar was something that only existed in legends. Everyone knew this, but they didn't expect that there would be someone who would follow suit. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He could feel that his opponent's physique was indeed very strong. It was as if the Grim Reaper had been resurrected. Crack! Crack! The black palm that was sealed in ice gave off a terrifying light. Following this, the ice broke apart and the palm slammed towards him once again. The surrounding world of ice and frost was completely shattered. The Flying Corpse King said, "Iceberg, if this is all you have, I'm afraid you won't be my opponent." As he spoke, boundless aura of death appeared around him. It turned into the law of death and engulfed the surroundings. The law of death condensed and formed a hell. He seemed like a god of hell that had just walked out of hell. His ice-cold gaze also turned gray. It carried an ice-cold aura. It was the Eye of Death. With a roar, the Flying Corpse King quickly charged forward, turning into a bolt of black lightning. In an instant, it rushed to the front. As he waved his arm, it seemed as if he had turned into a peerless saint artifact. As he waved his arm, the whole world started shattering. Not good. That iceberg is in danger. When Zihong saw this scene, she cried out in alarm. Everyone thought that Xueqi would retreat. After all, she wasn't a match for such a powerful physique. However, what surprised them was that Xueqi didn't retreat at all. She faced the lightning like Grim Reaper. She also slammed her palm forward. Boom, boom. Her palm turned into an ice-cold light, and it kept contending with her opponent's physique. When the two of them collided, it was as if 100,000 claps of thunder had erupted. Soon after, the two of them retreated. What's going on? He unexpectedly blocked it. Divine General Xianxia didn't dare to believe this. It must be known that the Flying Corpse King had already refined his physique into a weapon, and its might wasn't any weaker than a great sage artifact. In fact, a great sage artifact was even more terrifying. This was because it was a weapon that possessed intelligence. This meant that Xueqi wouldn't be able to contend against it unless she also took out a great sage artifact. But now, his opponent was able to contend against a great sage artifact with just his physique. What kind of physique was this? Was it the Starry Sky Legends physique, or was it the ancient desolate physique? He didn't dare to believe this. It seemed like everyone had underestimated his opponent. Lin Xian curled the corners of his mouth into a smile. The Nine Yin divine physique wasn't any weaker than the Nine Yang divine physique. It was a powerful physique that could contend against a saint physique. If his opponent was a great emperor who had refined himself into a weapon, no one would be able to contend against him. However, his opponent was just a great sage artifact, and he had refined himself into a weapon. Did he want to contend against a divine physique? What kind of joke was this? Just wait and see. These people would soon be stupefied. The Flying Corpse King's expression became ice-cold. Although he was just a corpse, he already had a soul. Although he didn't fear pain, his opponent's ice-cold aura still caused his soul to shiver. It was as if his soul was about to be frozen. Moreover, he discovered that his physique's movements were becoming slower and slower. The ice-cold aura was gathering in his body, and once it reached a certain level, it would explode out and freeze him, turning him into an ice sculpture. He wouldn't be able to escape anymore. Roar! He looked up at the sky and roared like a demon. At this moment, the black aura in his body turned into black flames, which burned unceasingly and incinerated the ice-cold aura. His hands seemed to have turned into the death god's sword, and they carried the aura of wind and lightning as they slashed forward. Xueqi still didn't fear him, and she waved her jade-like hands, causing the whole world to turn into ice and snow. A terrifying ice-cold aura engulfed her opponent. Countless ice-cold swords appeared in the world, and each of them was as big as a palm. They covered the sky and the earth, and they seemed capable of penetrating everything. Both sides exchanged 100 moves, 200 moves, 300 moves. At this moment, Xueqi became braver and braver as she fought, while the Flying Corpse King's movements became slower and slower. In the end, it seemed as if he had become a snail. If his opponent hadn't refined him into a weapon, he would have already died. Do you still want to continue? Xueqi asked calmly as she looked at the ice sculpture in front of her. Divine General Qianquan's expression became unsightly. He didn't expect that his opponent would be so powerful. Even the Flying Corpse King, who had become a great sage, wasn't a match for him. Moreover, if the Flying Corpse King was injured, he wouldn't have enough people to deal with him. Hence, he snorted coldly. Xueqi waved her hand, and the ice melted. The Flying Corpse King walked out. His body was ashen because of the ice. If he had stayed there for a long time, he would have been severely injured. The Flying Corpse King looked at Xueqi with a trace of fear in his eyes. As expected of the legendary Ice Mountain. This time, I lost. However, I will get my revenge in the future. Divine General Haiyuan walked out and said, since this is the case, let's get ready and set off. Everyone took a deep breath. They were going to the Heavenly Quartz ruins. They didn't dare to be careless. This was because there might be other mysterious experts besides them. After all, not long ago, news of the Heavenly Quartz revival had spread from Taiqing Ancient City. They might even run into the experts left behind by the Heavenly Court this time. Everyone returned to their private rooms and started cultivating. They adjusted their condition to their peak. Xueqi went directly to Lin Xian's private room. Their bodies complemented each other, and they formed a perfect tai chi. Their auras were also increasing rapidly. 3 days later, Lin Xian and Lin Xian opened their eyes with a smile on their faces. He didn't expect that his strength would have a small breakthrough in the past 3 days. It was really surprising. Outside, Divine General Haiyuan and the others started gathering. A group of people walked out. Damn it! What's going on? When Divine General Qianchen sensed that Lin Xian and Xueqi's auras had become more profound, he was stunned. On the other side, Divine General Wind Snow was also surprised. What did those two experience in the past 3 days? It was really too amazing. Divine General Haiyuan and Big Brother Yin smiled. This was because Lin Xian and Xueqi were on their side. The stronger they were, the more help they could provide to them. The place where the Heavenly Court ruins appeared this time is still Taiqing Ancient City, so we have to teleport there. The group walked into the Sacred Gulf Tower and activated the teleportation array. The 2 ancient cities were passed down from the primordial era. They were extremely ancient, and the distance between the 2 ancient cities was also very far. If they flew, it would take too long, so they teleported directly. After locking on to their location, the formation flickered, and the group vanished from sight. When they reappeared, they were already in the void. They were surrounded by boundless mountains, and there was a black shadow in the distance. It was the Grand Clarity Ancient City. It was the first time for many people to come to Taiqing Ancient City because it was already very vast. This Grand Clarity Ancient City was also extraordinary. It was vast and boundless, like a vast world. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Back again, this was equivalent to revisiting an old place. He was very familiar with some of the places. The group of people flew into the distance and quickly entered Taiqing Ancient City. At this moment, the ancient city was even more lively than before. Other than them, there were people from other places and even other worlds. It seemed like the news had spread. Divine General Wind Snow frowned. Divine General Haiyuan also said, then we have to speed up. After all, our foundation isn't here. So even if it's an away battle, it's better to collect information first. Leave this matter to us. Divine General Wind Snow smiled. Then, she looked at a person behind her. Xiao Zhuang, stop sleeping. The figure sitting on the goldfish opened his eyes and said, I know. Give me a day. At dawn the next day, you will get the information you want. Divine General Wind Snow believed in Xiao Zhuang's ability. Lin Xian and the others were surprised. He felt a mysterious aura from the other party, which should be related to soul power. Moreover, the other party had been sleeping. Could it be related to dreams? Thinking of this, Lin Xian remembered that he had met a person before, the Dream Eater Wolf. This guy had always been very low-key. God knows how many dreams he had devoured. The group of people walked forward and prepared to settle down first. Boom boom, at this moment, a loud sound came from afar. Everyone turned their heads and saw chariots flying across the sky one after another, carrying an extremely terrifying aura. The chariots were also powerhouses, and those demonic beasts were running between heaven and earth. They looked at Lin Xian and shouted coldly, "Get out of the way. Don't block the way." As they spoke, they threw out their palms. At the same time, the demonic beasts pulling the chariots roared at the sky and shot out terrifying lightning. Divine General Haiyuan and the others turned their heads, and their faces instantly darkened. Someone dared to attack them? Divine General Wind Snow snorted coldly, and with a flick of his finger, a world of ice and snow appeared in front of him. Its power was even more terrifying than Xianxia's. It couldn't be helped, as Xianxia was still a sage king. Divine General Wind Snow was at the late stage of the Great Sage Realm, and the gap between their realms was too big. If Xianxia could reach the late stage of the Great Sage Realm, her ice power would definitely be more terrifying than that of a divine general. The magical powers in the sky were frozen, and the pupils of the powerhouse in front of them shrank. He didn't have time to escape, and he, the demonic beasts, and the chariots were all frozen. It wasn't only the first chariot, but it also spread in all directions. Countless people in Taiching Ancient City were shocked, and they looked up. Heavens! That was the chariot of Myriad Transformation sect, right? Someone actually dared to attack it directly. In fact, it was frozen in an instant. Who were these people? Which family and sect did they belong to? When it was the fifth chariot, a cold shout finally came from inside. Terrifying talismans swept between heaven and earth, blocking the ice and snow. At the same time, an old man walked out from inside. I wonder what kind of divine being he is. I'm the Myriad Transformation sect, the Myriad Transformation saint. The ice and snow between heaven and earth melted, and the law of this old man could dissolve everything. This was the ultimate technique of Myriad Transformation sect. How dare you, Myriad Transformation Gate? You even dare to scold us? Divine General Wind Snow said coldly. Beside him, Pengwanli also stood out and shouted coldly, "We are from Holy Abyss Ancient City, Holy Abyss Tower." As soon as these words came out, the surrounding people were in an uproar. In front of them, the Myriad Transformation Saint's pupils shrank. How could he not have heard of the other party's name? So, he immediately smiled and said, "So it's a Taoist friend from Holy Abyss Tower. My previous disciple has offended you, and I will punish him. I hope you can forgive him." The others were shocked. The Myriad Transformation Saint was also very famous. The Myriad Transformation Saint art was enough to dissolve everything. Divine General Wind Snow said coldly, "Since you have a good attitude, I will spare your life. However, as for the person who attacked, there was no need for him to live." She clenched her fist, and the first war chariot was instantly torn apart. The demonic beasts pulling the chariot, as well as the people inside, instantly disappeared. It was terrifying. Countless people were shocked. As they looked at Divine General Wind Snow, their scalps went numb. The Myriad Transformation Saint Sovereign's expression was gloomy and cold. However, he didn't say anything. Even if he could contend against Divine General Wind Snow, what about the others? He reckoned that the other party had at least 3 people who were as strong as him, or even stronger. He wasn't a match for them, so he could only accept this loss. "Your Excellency, you have a good method. Let's go." As he spoke, he waved his hand and entered the war chariot once again. Then, he flew in another direction. When Zhu Lai saw this, he sneered coldly. "You really don't know life from death." Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Suddenly, a ray of light burst out of his eyes, and he stared at the war chariot. He sensed a familiar aura. The group landed in a manner and started to rest. Lin Xian and Xianxia walked outside. The Divine General didn't stop them, as other people were also preparing to go out and take a look. First, they wanted to scout for information. Moreover, Taiching Ancient City was also an ancient city, and they might be able to comprehend something new. Lin Xian and Xianxia held hands as they strolled under the setting sun. Soon after, they arrived at a restaurant. They sat down and chatted in a low voice as they looked at the scenery outside the window. The appearance of the two of them attracted the attention of many people. Although there were many experts in Taiching Ancient City, and there were many of them, the combination of Lin Xian and Xianxia was still too small. It was still too small. Lin Xian's demonic aura filled the sky, and he seemed like a peerless demonic god. As for Xianxia, she was like an ice fairy, and the combination of two completely opposite auras was shocking. It was simply too shocking. However, Lin Xian and Xianxia's auras were both terrifying and ice-cold, so no one dared to disturb them for a while. At this moment, a group of people walked out of the restaurant. They were led by a man who wore armor, and his aura was also strange and mysterious. The space around him was spinning, and it seemed like it couldn't bear his power. It was the myriad transformations law. Many people cried out in alarm. Under this kind of power, they seemed to be about to transform into the Tao. Therefore, everyone stepped aside. Thousand Transformations' young master walked over with a gloomy expression on his face. Previously, he was actually suppressed by someone. This made him very unhappy. Therefore, he was prepared to find something to be happy about. Suddenly, his eyebrows twitched and he stared at a spot on the floor. The corner of his mouth cracked open and a cold smile appeared. It was them. If he remembered correctly, these people should be from the Holy Abyss Tower in Holy Distant City. Young Master Wanhua narrowed his eyes as he walked forward. Behind him were two old servants. He hadn't observed Xianxia carefully before, but when he saw her now, his eyes lit up. It was rare to see such a peerless beauty. Not to mention, she had the temperament of an iceberg. He walked forward and said, "The two of you meet again?" Xianxia glanced at him expressionlessly before she withdrew her gaze. Lin Xian frowned slightly and asked, "Who are you? How dare you?" "This is my family's young master myriad transformations." An old servant behind him shouted coldly. His voice was like thunder. The surrounding people cried out in alarm. Young Master Wanhua was a very famous young genius. Lin Xian sneered. "Thousand Transformation sect? Young Master Wanhua? I wonder who is stronger between you and Yun Feixiang. Do you know Yun Feixiang?" Young Master Wanhua laughed. "Our strength is about the same." In his opinion, since Yun Feixiang knew Yun Feixiang, he should look up to Yun Feixiang. His strength was about the same as Yun Feixiang, so Yun Feixiang should look up to him. Unfortunately, he got it wrong. Lin Xian said, "I see. If you had met me a few years ago, you might have had the strength to fight me. Now? I'm afraid not." Indeed, when Lin Xian was in Taiching Ancient City, he was a top genius with Yun Feixiang and the others. However, in these years, he had been cultivating in the Holy Abyss Tower, and his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. Yun Feixiang and the others were probably no longer his match. Young Master Wanhua's face sank. Was Yun Feixiang looking down on him? "Although you are from Holy Origin City, I advise you not to be too arrogant. There are always geniuses in this world that you don't understand, so I advise you to take back what you just said." However, Lin Xian ignored him. He said to Xianxia, "Is there any place you want to go in Taiching Ancient City? If I have time, I will accompany you." "Okay." Xianxia smiled sweetly, revealing a beautiful smile. Young Master Wanhua's face became unsightly. He was standing at the side, but these two people were treating him like air. "Brat, are you challenging me?" He stared at Lin Xian, and his eyes contained a terrifying power. It seemed to be able to turn anyone into Tao. The void where Lin Xian was constantly shattering. He raised his head, and a piercingly cold radiance erupted from his eyes. "What, you want to fight? Your ancestor could only flee in front of us, let alone you." Young Master Wanhua's face was gloomy. He was angry because of this matter. He said coldly, "How can my ancestor be defeated? It's just that you have more people. In a one-on-one fight, which one of you is my ancestor's match? Today, I want to experience the strength of a genius expert from the Sacred Abyss Tower. How dare you talk big in front of me?" He waved his hand, and a wave of law flew out, disintegrating everything around him. Lin Xian didn't care at all. He shot out the light of Demon God, which carried an extremely cold aura. He didn't know whether he was dead or alive. The two old servants behind him sneered. Their all-transformation's sacred art was enough to disintegrate everything. No matter how strong the other party was, it wouldn't work. However, they were soon stunned. They found that the light of Demon God blocked the all-transformations law, and it didn't disintegrate. "Damn it, what's going on?" They were shocked. Lin Xian sneered. How could these people know the power of the great dragon sword soul? His every move carried an aura of nothingness. As long as Lin Xian wanted to, he could even cut open the transformations law. "What, do you want to experience it?" Lin Xian also stood up, and the demonic aura around his body became even more terrifying. Young Master Wanhua's face was gloomy, and the two old servants behind him were also shocked. They whispered, "Young Master, you're a little strange. Why don't we investigate their background first before making a move? You want me to retreat?" Young Master Wanhua was unwilling. There were so many pairs of eyes watching. If he left now, wouldn't it be too embarrassing? At this moment, exclamations came from outside. A stream of light streaked across, tearing the void apart. Someone exclaimed, "Someone has returned. Quickly go inside and ask for information." For a moment, countless people were in an uproar. Young Master Wanhua's face also changed. He said, "Kid, you're very lucky. I'll let you go this time. Next time, I'll let you know the consequences of offending me." After saying that, he hurriedly left. He looked at a person next to him. The person next to him said hurriedly, "You must have come for the heavenly quartz remains." This time, the heavenly quartz remains had appeared 4 days ago. They had appeared in the void, causing many large cracks to appear in the void. At that time, some daring people had directly flown into the cracks to explore. Now, it was this group of people who had returned. Lin Xian was surprised when he heard this. Someone had already started to act in advance? He wondered if it was He Shan and the others. "Let's go." He and Xueqi also walked out. Countless people had already gathered outside. Several people appeared in the sky, and 3 of them were injured and covered in blood. Their faces were pale. Someone came to receive them. They asked, "How is it inside? Did you bring anything out?" The 3 of them wanted to say something, but their bodies suddenly split open and turned into blood mist. Their souls were also instantly destroyed. Damn it! The people who came to receive them were also shocked. 2 of them had died together. The others retreated in fright. What kind of power was this? Even if these people managed to escape, they would be instantly destroyed. Damn it! Didn't they get any information? These people gnashed their teeth. Someone said, "Apart from them, there should be 3 other groups. Maybe they can bring some information out." Everyone was waiting anxiously. Night came. Xiao Zhuang opened his eyes. His body turned into countless butterflies and flew into the 9 heavens. Then, he drew a dreamy moon that slowly rotated. The whole Azure City became quiet, as if everything had fallen into a deep sleep. That night, many people had a strange dream. In the dream, they seemed to be enveloped by a divine power. When they opened their eyes the next day, they were so tired that they couldn't even stand up. Damn it! What's going on? What happened last night? Their faces were filled with shock. However, they couldn't find out who had attacked them. The dreamy moon in the sky had already disappeared. Xiao Zhuang walked out again and yawned. He looked at the snow wind divine general and said, "I found something." A few days ago, in the original space of the heavenly quartz remains, the void was torn open, and an even more terrifying illusory palace appeared. Everyone guessed that this was another part of the imperial quartz remains. Back then, quite a few people gathered, and some of them immediately decided to enter. 4 teams entered the area of the spatial rift, and after that, the spatial rift disappeared again. Only the illusion of the heavenly court appeared. Everyone was waiting. Yesterday, a group of 3 people came back covered in blood, but before they could say anything, they were killed by the power of a god. Now the others were waiting for the other 3 teams. Hearing this, Divine General Wind Snow and the others nodded. "Alright, let's wait then. Now was not the time to make a move." Lin Xian went out again. As he gathered information, he searched for traces of He Shan and the others. However, he didn't find them this time. He didn't know if those people had come or if they were hiding. He was not in a hurry. If it was really the remains of the heavenly court, those people from Black Mountain would definitely come again. He waited for another 5 days. A team came out. This person was tall and sturdy, like a fiend god. There were many cracks on his body. It was even surrounded by sacred blood. He walked out and said, "Don't wait, the others are already dead." What, then the person in front of him was the only hope? Many people were surprised. Some people's eyes flickered, and they secretly wanted to make a move, but they were killed by that person with a palm. Two great sages secretly moved, but they were pierced by that person's gaze and turned into a bloody mist. The others were horrified. Who was this person? It was too terrifying. At this time, 9 rays of light appeared in the distance, and figures walked over. They rode on auspicious clouds, like immortals. Countless people were surprised. It was the people from the Purple Mansion. After the 9 successors of the Purple Mansion arrived, they respectfully bowed and congratulated the senior on his successful return. Was this person also a Purple Mansion expert? Countless people were shocked. Lin Xian and the others also came. Divine General Wind Snow, Divine General Ocean, and the others frowned. This person's aura was so strong, as if he was with them. Who exactly was he? Lin Xian's pupils constricted. It was him. He was really too shocked. This person was indeed very strong, because he had reached the peak of the great sage, and he was someone from 10,000 years ago. He was the master of the great wilderness. They didn't expect him to enter the ruins of the heavenly court. No wonder he could come back alive. This person's strength had definitely reached an extremely terrifying realm. Lin Xian briefly explained the matter, and Divine General Ocean and the others were shocked. Divine General Qianxia also frowned. How did you know? He asked coldly. Lin Xian said. Naturally, it was the information he had gathered. Divine General Wind Snow was surprised. They didn't know about this. It seemed that this mad god had his own channels to gather information. But forget it. Everyone had their own secrets, and they wouldn't ask. What surprised them was that the Purple Mansion would obtain the secrets of the Heavenly Court. This wasn't good news, because the Purple Mansion and the Heavenly Court were sworn enemies. At this time, a woman walked over and said respectfully, Senior Great Wilderness, the Mansion Lord is very concerned about your safety, so please come back with us. Lin Xian also knew this woman. It was Xianxia. He didn't expect her to still be in the prefect, and it seemed that she had become an even more important person. The 9 successors of the Purple Mansion weren't fixed. There were 9 of them, but the people would change. For example, the previous Yao Guang was one of the successors, but after he left, someone would replace him. Before this, Lin Xian had also killed a successor of the Purple Mansion, and the result would be the same. He would quickly make up for it. And Xianxia was still one of the 9 successors, which was enough to show that her strength was extremely terrifying in these rumors. Hearing this, the Lord of the Great Wilderness nodded and walked forward. He took a step forward, and a terrifying flame appeared around him, enveloping his entire body. It wanted to burn him to ashes. Not good. Xianxia and the other 9 successors' expressions changed drastically. The others' pupils constricted. Even such a terrifying person was going to be killed by the mysterious power of the Heavenly Court. The Lord of the Great Wilderness seemed to be angry. He roared into the sky, and the power of his body surged in all directions. At the same time, an even more mysterious talisman flashed between his eyebrows, protecting his soul. His legs turned into nothingness, but the flames of the Heavenly Court were restrained by the talisman of life between his eyebrows. It didn't continue to burn. He snorted coldly and said, "Let's go." His broken body tore through the void and flew in the direction of the Purple Mansion. Xianxia and the others quickly followed. The others were also shocked and nervous. He was the only one who could come out alive, and he was also the only one who could bring news out of the Heavenly Court. If the other party had fallen, then no one would know. However, it seemed that he had a mysterious treasure that could block the terrifying power of the Heavenly Court. Just as everyone thought that the Lord of the Grand Desolation would leave and return to his Purple Mansion to recover, the void broke open. A fist cut through the ages, blocking his path. At the same time, a vast voice sounded. "Fellow Taoist, please wait. Who are you? How dare you block my path?" The Lord of the Grand Desolation roared. His gaze turned into a peerless blade, causing the entire world to tremble. The endless void was collapsing. However, no one appeared, but the voice sounded again. "Fellow Taoist, you're the only one who came out alive. Do you know what's going on inside?" The surrounding people were shocked. It seemed that this mysterious expert wanted to ask for information about the Heavenly Court. The Lord of the Grand Desolation snorted. If you want to know, go and see for yourself. His body rose into the air again. The giant hand in the sky slapped down, shattering the world. If you don't tell me, I'm afraid you won't be able to. Leave. The Lord of the Grand Desolation's eyes burst out with cold killing intent, but he didn't make a move because he wasn't in a good state. Although he suppressed the mysterious power of the heavenly court, he didn't completely eliminate it. If he couldn't suppress it and acted rashly, he might be killed by this power. Therefore, he turned around and went in another direction. However, in that direction, a sickle slashed down like a peerless divine blade, blocking his path again. This time, the other party was even more terrifying. He didn't ask any questions and directly attacked, as if he wanted to kill the Lord of the Grand Desolation. Damn it, the Lord of the Grand Desolation was angry. The Divine Realm expert who attacked before also snorted coldly. He only wanted to ask for information, but this person wanted to kill him directly. The two sides started fighting. Neither of them revealed their true forms, but all kinds of terrifying divine abilities appeared and disappeared mysteriously. The void turned into a terrifying abyss, and everyone felt their scalps go numb. Xianxia and the others' expressions changed drastically. Now that the Lord of the Grand Desolation was blocked, they had to quickly inform the mansion master. They formed a hand seal and sent the news out. On the other side, the eyes of Divine General Hai Yuan and the others flickered. Should they make a move? Lin Xian was even more surprised. Although the two of them didn't reveal their true forms, he could roughly tell who they were. The person who attacked before had a terrifying aura. He could make the great dragon sword soul in his body let out a dragon roar, which meant that the first person was a dragon. He was most likely an expert from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty. Then, one of them was directly killed. Needless to say, that person should be someone from the heavenly court. At the thought of this, Lin Xian said to the Ocean Abyss Divine General, "Senior, I don't think we should make a move. There are so many people here, why don't we just sit back and reap the benefits?" That was good too. Divine General Hai Yuan nodded. Divine General Wind Snow did not refuse either. On the other hand, Divine General Qian Chen's expression was cold. He wanted to say something, but at that moment, experts arrived from afar. The strong cultivators of the Zifu Palace had arrived. They swept through the 8 wastelands and roared crazily. Who dared to make a move against them? This time, there were quite a few great sages that came, and they directly blocked heaven and earth. Protect the master of the great wilderness. The two figures in the sky did not attack again. The second mysterious expert disappeared. The first person to make a move appeared. He said in a clear voice, "I am the Dragon Reflection Master of the 10,000 Dragons Court." When these words were spoken, everyone was in an uproar. 10,000 Dragon Court, that was an emperor clan. Who would have thought that they would appear as well? The faces of the people from the Z government turned cold. So it's a Taoist from the 10,000 Dragon Court. Why are you attacking our people? The Dragon Reflection Master said coldly. He was the only one who came out, so he knew the situation inside. We request to share the information, otherwise, the 10,000 Dragon Court will use our own methods. I don't think the others will agree to it either. The Dragon Reflection Master looked around. The surrounding people were in a heated discussion. Experts from the remote antiquity families and great sects walked out. The Yi family, Gu family, Light Race, Sacred Sky Race, Pill Cauldron Sect, Serene Cloud Sect, Myriad Transformation Sect, and the surrounding great sects and remote antiquity families all moved out. They also said that good things should be shared. That's right, does the Z government want to take it all for themselves? Damn it, the faces of the experts from the Z government turned ugly. Originally, they wanted to enter stealthily without anyone noticing. If there were treasures that could be used, they would take them. It would not be long before the heavenly court was destroyed. It would be best if it disappeared completely. But who would have thought that the news would spread so quickly? Furthermore, the master of the great wilderness was stopped by someone. If they wanted to make a move now, they would have to become enemies with the entire world. They had no choice but to look at the master of the great wilderness. The master of the great wilderness's face turned cold. He waved his hand and took out an ancient storage ring. I don't have any other information. I only brought out a storage ring. I brought out a storage ring from inside. Countless people's eyes turned red. There were definitely rare treasures in there. Let me see. The dragon reflection master said. The master of the great wilderness snorted. There are a total of 13 items inside. I'll let you see them. Then, the Z government will auction them. I won't hide anything. But if you want to get them, you'll have to rely on your abilities. With a wave of his hand, 13 treasures flew out and danced in the air. Countless people opened their eyes wide and memorized them carefully. Lin Xian looked over and realized that there were indeed things inside. In the next moment, the master of the great wilderness kept the 13 treasures and handed the storage ring to the Z government. The auction would begin 3 days later. With that, he said coldly, "You can let me go now." This time, the dragon reflection master did not come, and the others were silent. The master of the great wilderness tore open the void and disappeared. The others stared at the Z government. A woman from the Z government, Elder Yu, walked out. She said, "Everyone, don't be anxious. You have already seen the 13 treasures. When the time comes, there will be no missing items. Everyone, go back and prepare. Without sufficient wealth, it is impossible to obtain such items." Everyone started to contact their respective sects and families. They had to obtain at least one of the 13 treasures. Of course, there were people who did not want to auction. They would not give up their Z government's resources for free. Thus, someone mobilized a group of forces and launched a sneak attack. A total of 7 experts hid in the void and attacked Elder Yu and the rest. Elder Yu sneered. "You dare to go against the Z government? Are you tired of living?" At this moment, the Z government had already recovered for a long time. Thus, they had organized a group of experts. Furthermore, their foundation was extremely terrifying. Other than Elder Yu and the other great sage, there were a few ancient figures. One of them was the 9 Nether Demon King that Lin Xian had seen before. The 7 Extinction Sword King and the Draconic Elephant Force King. These people were extremely terrifying. They were not weaker than the Snow Wind Divine General. In fact, they were even more terrifying. When they attacked, they easily turned the 7 hidden experts into blood mist. Who dared to attack again? Our Z government will exterminate their clans. Exterminate their sects, Elder Yu's cold voice sounded. With the Purple Mansion Realm's power displayed, no one dared to make a move. Everyone was gathering their wealth to fight for a heavenly quartz relic. The Divine General of the Ocean Abyss and the Divine General of the Snow Wind were also discussing that they would participate in the auction. They had to get one. Lin Xian didn't plan to participate in the auction. After all, there were Divine Generals around, so it didn't matter if he went or not. He planned to go to the place where the heavenly quartz relic appeared to take a look. There were many people wandering around that place. After all, everyone wanted to go in and take a look, but no one dared to. Of the 4 teams that went in, only one person came back alive, and that person was a peak great sage. Even someone like that almost died, so it would be even more difficult for others to enter. Could it be that the heavenly court was that terrifying? Some young geniuses despaired. Some of the older generation experts said. It wasn't like that. The 4 teams that went in earlier went in through the spatial rifts. They might have been killed by the spatial power after entering. Or it might be the array formation left behind by the heavenly court. It might be safer to enter through the main entrance. So that was the case. Some people nodded in understanding. Others said, but it was even harder to enter through the main entrance. This was the heavenly court. Apart from the heavenly court's people, who could enter, the old man smiled. That was why the previous scene happened. Everyone wanted to get the relevant information. As for the 13 treasures that came out, they were all related to the heavenly court. With those treasures, they might be able to enter the heavenly court. That was right. Those ancient families and sects all thought so. Therefore, they would at least get one of the 13 treasures. There were even some clans and sects that were prepared to secretly join hands to bid for one. Let's go and take a look. The auction will definitely be earth-shattering. Countless people left the ruins and prepared to go to the auction. However, a figure went in the opposite direction. He floated down from the distance and arrived in the void. He looked up at the sky. There was a dreamlike illusory palace in the sky. The heavenly court? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He walked forward. There were some people who stayed behind. When they saw this scene, they exclaimed. Look, who is that person? He wants to enter the heavenly court now. It's useless. Who does he think he is? Is he a peak great sage? Moreover, there weren't many spatial rifts left. It was even more dangerous. He would definitely die if he went in. No one was optimistic. At this moment, a voice rang out. Reckless fool, you think you can enter? The Thousand Transformations young master looked at the figure in front of him and sneered. He didn't expect to meet the other party here. Lin Xian stepped into the air and approached the illusion of the heavenly court. He felt an extremely terrifying and mysterious aura obstructing him. He activated the heaven-devouring jar and released an aura. He realized that the mysterious power of the ancient celestial court was weakening. Lin Xian was stunned. From the looks of it, the heaven-devouring great monarch was definitely related to the heavenly court. Perhaps, he was a member of the heavenly court in the past. He wondered if Black Mountain could open the door to the heavenly court with the sky lantern in his hand. He guessed that it should be possible. Black Mountain was a member of the heavenly court and cultivated the heavenly court arts. It was a pity that he didn't cultivate it. If he did, he might be able to open the gates of the heavenly court immediately. But with the heaven-devouring jar, Lin Xian would also give it a try. Thinking of this, he continued to walk forward. Although he had the heaven-devouring jar, the illusion of the heavenly court was too terrifying. It was as if it could suppress the heaven and earth. The more he walked forward, the more he felt the pressure. His body felt like it was about to collapse. Lin Xian's demonic aura was monstrous. It shrouded everything and blocked everyone's vision. Then, he took out the heaven-devouring jar and let it float above his head. At the same time, an extremely terrifying golden light shone in his eyes. He activated the heavenly secret god eyes to the extreme. He wanted to see through the universe. His golden eyes were like the eyes of a god. They could see through everything. He realized that there was a majestic palace in the mysterious illusion that extended into the distance. At the front of the palace, there was a heavenly gate. It stood there, unchanging. The power of the gate was extremely terrifying. It was as if it was a natural moat that blocked everyone's path. There was a stone plaque on the heavenly gate. 2 words flew on it, Southern Heaven. Southern Heaven Gate. Lin Xian was shocked. Was this the legendary Southern Heaven Gate? It actually existed in this world. Just as he was about to investigate the Southern Heaven Gate, an extremely powerful suppressive force came and shattered Lin Xian's vision. He took 2 steps back and narrowed his eyes. What a terrifying aura. He didn't expect it to be able to detect the existence of the Southern Heaven Gate. Suddenly, he was stunned. He remembered that when the 13 treasures in his storage ring flew out, there was a token with the words Southern Heaven written on it. Southern Heaven token, Southern Heaven Gate. Could it be that one could enter the Southern Heaven Gate with the token? Lin Xian was surprised. This seemed to be an incredible piece of news, so he prepared to go back and tell Immortal General Hai Yuan. The others were surprised. This kid was using demonic aura. He was an expert of the demonic path. What was he doing? Did he get the secret of the heavenly court? Some people sneered. Impossible. Some people said that he might have some special methods. After all, he was too close to the illusion of the heavenly court. No one could reach that step. Moreover, he wasn't a peerless expert at all. At this moment, Lin Xian turned around and left. Was he leaving? Countless people exclaimed. He left so decisively. Could it be that he really got some information? Stop right there. With a cold shout, a figure flew out and blocked Lin Xian's path. The Thousand Transformations young master stared ahead and said. Kid, what did you get just now? You again? Lin Xian frowned. I spared your life before, but I didn't expect you to be so reckless. You still dare to appear in front of me? You think I don't dare to kill you, with just you? The Thousand Transformations young master sneered. Tell me what happened just now. What are you hiding? Otherwise, I won't let you go. I think the others won't let you leave either. As his voice fell, several figures appeared in the surroundings, blocking all of Lin Xian's paths of retreat. This scene was so familiar. Previously, there was a peerless expert who stopped the Lord of the Great Desolation. The Lord of the Great Desolation had no choice but to take out his storage ring. Now, the Thousand Transformations young master and the others wanted to imitate the peerless expert and stop Lin Xian. They wanted him to tell them about the demonic aura. Lin Xian stood in the air with his hands behind his back. He looked disdainfully at those figures. Then, he shook his head and sneered. You want to imitate the peerless expert? Far from it. You dare to look down on me? Instantly, someone was angered. Endless flames covered his body, illuminating half the sky. He slashed out flames with his saber. The divine saber descended from the sky. This saber enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian turned his head and stared ahead. He laughed loudly and the demonic aura around him surged. It seems that my name hasn't spread to Grand Clarity Ancient City. Between heaven and earth, this blade could cut through everything. However, Lin Xian was not afraid at all. He clenched his hand into a fist and punched out. The Six Paths fist collapsed the heavenly domain, and the flaming divine blade was cut in half. The expert who attacked also vomited blood and was sent flying. His face was pale, and he was dumbfounded. How was this possible? His fist was so terrifying. I'll kill him, another person walked out. This person had earth-shattering power. Blood light soared into the sky as if he had turned into hell. The endless sea of blood condensed into a blood-red scythe of death that slashed forward. Some of the spectators felt their scalps go numb as they quickly retreated. They realized that the people who attacked were not weaker than the Myriad Transformations young master in terms of status and strength. The one who attacked previously was a great sage from the Golden Crow clan. The one who attacked now was the disciple of the Bloodblade Master. The Blood River Master was also a peak existence among the great sage. How could his disciple be weak? With a slash of the blade, it was as if the blood god had been resurrected. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Great destruction appeared in his hand, and he flew out, turning into a flying dragon that bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Boom, the sky was collapsing, and the earth was cracking. The blood-red scythe also turned into pieces, and a black spear pierced the Blood Prince's forehead. His head split open, and his soul roared. Damn it, the Myriad Transformations young master and the other's pupils shrank. They attacked together. They could see that this demonic expert was too terrifying, and he came from the Sacred Abyss Tower. They had heard of the Sacred Abyss Tower's reputation. Those who could be on the list were all top figures. With an angry roar, the five of them attacked together. The Myriad Transformations young master used the Myriad Transformations sacred art, and the terrifying laws could dissolve everything. The demonic aura around Lin Xian was also disappearing. Myriad Transformations divine palm. With a palm strike, it was earth-shattering. Blood river destroying the sky. The scythe of death turned into the sky and pressed down. Solar divine blade, the Golden Crow clan's young master turned into a peerless sun and descended from the sky. The other two experts who attacked each threw out a peerless punch. The other person was even more extraordinary, and he actually threw out a trace of chaos aura. This was the power that could split heaven and earth. The five experts attacked together, and everyone looked up to them. It's over. That demonic expert is dead for sure. No one could escape from this attack. Buzz. Lin Xian's body emitted a monstrous demonic aura, as if he had turned into a demon lord. A phantom image appeared beside him as he summoned the dimensional beast, which teleported him and disappeared in an instant. The place where he was standing turned into a black hole that connected to the universe. Humph, this brat should be dead. Myriad Transformation Gongzi coldly snorted. The others frowned. They had let him off too easily. She should have asked about his whereabouts. It doesn't matter. If he can find the information, so can we. The man who was surrounded by the aura of primal chaos walked in that direction. He also wanted to ascend the heavenly court to search for information. Puff, the young noble vomited blood and flew backward with half of his body shattered. Boundless devil chi filled the air. Damn it, he roared, and his body shattered the ground. The other four turned their heads in shock. How could this be? He was still alive. They saw that in the void, the man with monstrous demonic chi was coming again, and he was coming at them aggressively. He severely injured the Golden Crow Prince with one strike. Then, he charged at the Blood Prince. The Blood Prince roared, and the blood in the 9 heavens and 10 earths shook. But in the next moment, he hugged his head and screamed. His soul was ignited. No. He became terrified as if he had gone crazy. He was under Lin Xian's eye technique. To be precise, it was an illusion technique. The Blood Prince wanted to cultivate the Blood God technique. He had killed countless people in his life, and there were too many living beings in his hands. Naturally, some vengeful spirits would come looking for him. Previously, the Blood Prince was powerful and was not afraid of anything. But under the influence of the illusion technique, he became terrified, as if his body was being torn apart by countless vengeful spirits. His entire person collapsed. Damn it, what kind of power was this? The myriad transformations young noble's expression was ugly. The other two also had grave expressions. This demonic cultivator was too terrifying. In the blink of an eye, he had seriously injured 2 experts. Let's attack together and kill him. The myriad transformations young noble walked out. He said that he would definitely not be able to escape from the myriad transformations array. With a wave of his palm, the myriad transformations array danced, sealing the entire world. If he wanted to escape, he would be turned into ashes. Let's see how you escape this time. The myriad transformations young noble sneered. The mysterious man with the primal chaos aura shouted coldly. I will make you completely turn into nothingness. Lin Xian laughed. Escape? Why should I escape? The ones who will die will be you. He waved his hand and charged towards the myriad transformations young noble. The myriad transformations young noble snorted coldly. Myriad transformations Saint Palm, he struck out with his palm, and the surrounding demonic aura shattered and dissipated. You are not my match at all. He charged over with a sinister smile. However, Lin Xian used the power of the great dragon sword soul. When he struck out, it was like a black demonic sword piercing through heaven and earth. The myriad transformations Saint Palm was directly pierced through. The myriad transformations young noble jumped in fright and quickly retreated. One of his arms was chopped off. Damn it, you can actually break my myriad transformations array. He was really too shocked. What kind of power was this? Their myriad transformation sect's myriad transformation Saint Art was extremely terrifying. It had been passed down for a long time and could resolve everything in the world. In a battle of the same level, no one was their match. Unless the difference in realm was too great and they used their peerless cultivation to suppress it, they could block it. But now, the other party's cultivation did not seem to be higher than his. Even his cultivation was inferior to his, but he was able to shatter his law. It was really hard to believe. Damn it, this brat must have a heaven-defying treasure on him. Thinking of this, he quickly retreated. But the next moment, he also screamed miserably. His soul was ignited. Damn it, the other party also knew soul attacks. He jumped in fright and hurriedly used his law to extinguish the soul fire. However, he was still a step too late. Although the soul fire was extinguished, he still suffered heavy injuries. His body almost fell from the sky. Black and white elders, kill him for me. 2 old men walked out from behind the myriad transformations young noble. These were the 2 old servants from before. One had black hair, the other had white hair. Both of them were great sage. They were very terrifying. Like ghosts, they arrived beside Lin Xian. The withered claws reached out to grab Lin Xian's shoulders, grabbing them in an instant. Then they pulled forcefully. Die. Under this kind of power, the entire sky was torn into 2 halves. But Lin Xian's body emitted a thunderous sound and did not shatter. How was this possible? What kind of physique was this? Demon god physique. Black and white elders were shocked. The others were even more dumbstruck. Lin Xian sneered. His arms shook, and he clasped the wrists of black and white elders. Fight with me? His arms shook, waving heaven and earth. Black and white elders danced like windmills, smashing into the ground. With a boom, the ground shattered. Their bodies swayed and they vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Damn it. The two wanted to escape, but Lin Xian's hands were like iron pliers, grabbing their wrists, making it impossible for them to escape. Lin Xian waved again. The two collided, and half of their bodies were smashed. The myriad transformations young master was dumbfounded. The black and white elders weren't weak. They were specially sent by the Lord of Myriad Transformations to protect him. But now, they were being beaten up. Was the gap between them really that big? What level had this mad god reached? The black and white elders crippled their own arms to escape. Their faces were ferocious, and their eyes were filled with killing intent as they attacked again. This time, the laws of both of them burned like a monstrous fire that engulfed the world. Lin Xian held the human ruler seal in his left hand and the mountain-embracing seal in his right. He opened and closed his palms as he charged forward. Under the demonic energy, the human ruler seal turned into a demonic god with the power to split heaven and earth. It blasted Elder Black into a bloody mist. The mountain-embracing seal turned into an immemorial demonic mountain that was 100,000 feet tall and descended from the sky. The entire world shook. Elder White was suppressed. Her soul was shaken to death. She was dead. The myriad transformations young master was terrified. His two super guardians had died just like that. Damn it, he was so ferocious. Hurry up and attack. Before he finished speaking, his hair stood on end because Lin Xian had already arrived beside him. What fast speed? Was it a spatial divine ability? Her scalp went numb. This person's soul was strong, his physique was strong, and he even knew spatial divine abilities. Which race was he from? You dare, the chaotic figure roared. The other war god with a powerful physique also roared. They could also see that this mad god was too strong. If the myriad transformations young master died, their side would be completely suppressed. The two of them attacked. One of them shot out the light of chaos, crushing over. The other stretched out his hand and enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered. His body dimmed as the dimensional beast teleported him away again. But before he left, he used the great dragon sword. This myriad transformations young master was extremely terrifying. If it wasn't for him, it would be very difficult for others to kill him. Even he had to use the power of the great dragon sword. So, he didn't hesitate to slash out. The cry of a dragon resounded. The myriad transformations young master roared crazily and used the myriad transformations sacred art. Between heaven and earth, a myriad transformations painting enveloped him. Of course, it was useless. The great dragon sword cleaved open his body, and under the all-conquering power, his body vanished into thin air. Was he dead? Everyone went crazy. Myriad transformations young master's myriad transformations law couldn't dissolve it. Was this a fatal sword? What kind of swordsmanship was that? With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian collected the storage rings of the three fallen cultivators. Then, he turned around again and stared at the other two. If you have any last words, please leave them. The two men's faces were gloomy and cold. The godlike man walked out and said in a clear voice, I want to compete with you in terms of physique. Lin Xian smiled. Sure, if he lost, he would die. You dare to look down on me? The war god shouted in rage and punched. 10,000 bolts of thunder danced in the sky. He admitted that the other party was very strong, but in terms of physical strength, he would not lose to anyone. The entire world shook violently, spreading far and wide. Countless people in the distance were also horrified. They looked up at the sky and saw that the sky was collapsing and the earth was cracking. Someone was fighting a great battle. This was Primeval City, and if it was any other place, the entire city would have probably been destroyed long ago. Even so, the scene was still shocking. Countless people looked in the direction of the sound and soared into the sky, wanting to watch the battle. In front, Lin Xian looked at this punch and nodded. You're very strong, but you're not my match. He also clenched his fist and punched out. 6 Paths Fist. 6 phantoms connected with each other in the fist as if they had turned into a world of 6 paths. He punched out. The godlike man's fist was shattered, revealing his white bones. He covered his wound with a terrified expression. Who are you? Me? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Mad God. From today onwards, this name will be your nightmare. As he spoke, he attacked again. The six-pass fist swung out, and 3 punches shattered the godlike man into pieces. It was terrifying. You can't kill me, I'm from the Sky Battling clan. The Sky Battling clan had been passed down from ancient times. They were very mysterious and had always lived in seclusion. It was rumored that this clan was extremely powerful and had astonishing combat strength. It was said that they even dared to fight the heavens. Who would have thought that this man's background was so extraordinary? Lin Xian sneered. So what? When you teamed up with the 1,000 Transformations young master to attack me, you should have thought of today's outcome. Lin Xian was unmoved and walked out. Another six-pass fist shattered the other party, and that person's soul also entered the cycle of reincarnation. Is he dead? The surrounding people were terrified and almost fainted. Who would have thought that after reporting his family? He still couldn't make Mad God stop. Someone was terrified. No wonder he was called Mad God. He was really too arrogant and didn't put anything in his eyes. It's over. 4 great experts had fallen and he had offended 4 top forces. No matter how strong this Mad God was, it would be difficult for him to survive. At this moment, there was only one person left in the sky. It was a man surrounded by a chaotic aura. His background was also extraordinary, and he was arrogant and didn't put anything in his eyes. However, Lin Xian had killed 4 great experts in a row, which really shocked him. He knew that he was probably no match for the other party. Although he didn't want to admit it, it was a fact. His eyes flickered. After thinking for a long time, the chaotic man sighed. I admit that my current strength is inferior to yours. I admit defeat. While admitting defeat, he also gave himself a way out. Although he was inferior to the other party now, it didn't mean that he would be inferior to the other party in the future. He would definitely return this grudge in the future. Lin Xian sneered. Since he admitted defeat, he was still so arrogant. Since he admitted defeat, then kneel down and kowtow to apologize. I can spare your life. Impossible. The chaotic man roared. Admitting defeat was already the biggest concession he could make, but he still had to kneel down and kowtow. This was even more uncomfortable than killing him. Why? Not satisfied? Not satisfied? If I had fallen into your hands today, would you have let me go just because I admitted defeat? The chaotic man fell silent. They naturally wouldn't. They would use all kinds of methods to torture the other party to death and get what they wanted. At the same time, he also understood that the other party was also a powerhouse, but he was even more arrogant and arrogant. Therefore, begging for mercy was impossible. He could only use a secret technique to escape. He snorted coldly, and a pair of chaotic wings appeared on his back. He tore open the sky and fled into the distance. Did he escape? Everyone was shocked. Even a powerhouse with a chaotic aura was no match for him. This Mad God was really going to become famous in the world today. Looking at the fleeing figure, Lin Xian didn't chase after him. With a wave of his hand, the spear of great destruction appeared in his palm and he gripped it tightly. Then, he flew into the distance. The great spear of destruction turned into a black lightning bolt and tore through the 9 heavens. It chased after the chaotic figure in front of him. This power was too strong. It carried the indestructible aura of the great dragon's sword and the terrifying aura of the demonic path. Between heaven and earth, black thunder descended in all directions because of this power. In front, the chaotic man heaved a sigh of relief. Although he was defeated today, he could finally escape unscathed. It could be considered a blessing in disguise. But in the next moment, his scalp went numb. Has that person caught up? He turned around abruptly, only to see a black spear piercing through the sky. It rushed over with endless thunder and lightning in its wake. It was actually a weapon. Is he trying to throw a weapon to kill me? What a joke. The other party is underestimating me too much. I'm stronger than the previous 4. Chaos splitting heaven and earth. At this moment, his expression became solemn, and the chaotic aura around him became even more terrifying, turning into laws. In his palm print, it was rolling rapidly. He stretched out his arms, one finger pointing to the sky and the other pointing to the ground, as if he was really going to open up a world. The surrounding chaotic laws intertwined with each other, transforming into an illusion of a world that enveloped him. He was like the god of the world, his might unstoppable. Boom! In the next moment, the great spear of destruction blasted the area where the chaos split heaven and earth, emitting an earth-shattering sound. A terrifying storm swept out in all directions. Retreat quickly. The people in the distance were terrified. This force was too strong. They retreated one after another, and a few of them who retreated too slowly were instantly torn into pieces. In the distance, the people who wanted to rush over to watch the battle also stopped. Their faces were filled with fear. If this force continued to move forward, they would be courting death. In front, the storm was monstrous. The chaotic man sneered and blocked it. He used his chaos to split heaven and earth to block the other party's weapon. Also, this weapon looked good. He would accept it. Thinking of this, he stretched out his palm and grabbed in front of him. However, an indiscernible crack quietly appeared. Then, in a second, it spread throughout his entire chaotic laws. Impossible. The chaotic man was terrified. Has the chaotic laws been broken? Run. That was his only thought. However, he still underestimated this attack. Although Xianxia had only thrown out a single weapon, the force behind it was simply too strong. If the chaotic man had dodged, he might have been able to escape with his life. However, he chose to take it head-on. This was the most foolish thing to do. He had to pay the price for his actions. Pooh! The great spear of destruction shattered. The chaos split heaven and earth, striking the chaotic man's body and piercing through him. Then, it carried him along the way, directly shattering hundreds of mountains, and finally nailing him to the surface of a cliff. Ah! The chaotic man roared crazily, trying to escape. He discovered that the spear contained an indestructible power that directly destroyed the meridians and laws in his body. He couldn't even use his strength. Wang, the void in front of him split open, and a demonic figure walked out, his cold gaze enveloping him. Who are you? The primal chaos man roared furiously. Who are you? Xianxia countered with a question. His eyes flickered, but he didn't attack immediately. I come from eternal beginnings, kid, are you afraid? Let me go and I'll let bygones be bygones. At the same time, this weapon will be mine. 10,000 beginnings? Xianxia's eyes flickered. True Spirit World's All Beginnings Holy Land, it seems that you aren't ignorant. The All Beginnings Holy Land is only a part of the All Beginnings Holy Land. Our All Beginnings sect represents too much. Not only do we have our Holy Land in the True Spirit World, but we also have our power in the buried Emperor Star. We are existences that evolved from the creation of the world. How can you compare to us, All Beginnings? Xianxia's eyes flickered. It seemed that the names of the Holy Lands in the True Spirit World weren't randomly chosen. Each of them had a profound meaning behind them. Since you have the power to create the world and also control the primal chaos law, very well, I won't kill you. From now on, you can become my battle servant. What did you say? The primal chaos man was furious. He was going to become a prisoner. What kind of joke was this? If you touch me, the All Beginnings won't let you off. However, before he could finish speaking, Xianxia's hand grabbed his head. At the same time, a terrifying light appeared in his eyes. Seal of Life and Death. Once the seal of life and death was planted, one's life and death would be controlled by oneself and not by the heavens. Xianxia's ice-cold voice echoed in the other party's mind. The primal chaos man crazily roared. He resisted with all his strength, but under the power of the heaven's secret divine ability, his soul was completely crushed. In the end, his soul dimmed as the seal of life and death was planted in the depths of his soul. From now on, his life and death would no longer belong to the heavens. Xianxia retrieved the great destruction spear. The primal chaos man knelt on one knee, greeting his master. What's your name? Xianxia asked coldly. Master, my name is Pan Xiang, very good. Xianxia waved his hand and disappeared with the two of them. Did they leave? The people in the distance were shocked. After a long time, they finally rushed over. Then, they investigated. What happened to the last person? They only saw the shattered mountain peak and the primal chaos blood all over the ground. Could it be that he was also killed? Heavens, the 5 great experts had all fallen. This was an earth-shattering matter. This matter quickly spread. For a moment, the entire Taiching ancient city was shaken. The sects behind the 5 great experts also went crazy. They sent the great sage over and found that it was indeed the case. Damn it, how dare you attack my myriad transformations sect? The Lord of all transformations roared at the sky, his voice shaking the 9 heavens. Who did it? The experts of the Golden Crow race also came. The Blood River race also came. When the great sage was angry, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Finally, they found out that it was a person called Mad God who did it. Mad God, who is this person? Quickly go and investigate. At the same time, the name Mad God spread throughout Taiching ancient city. Not good. Crane Jiuxiao flew back with an ugly expression on his face. What happened? Divine General Wind Snow frowned. Did something happen in the heavenly court ruins? He Jiuxiao said, reporting to the Divine General, no. It's not about the heavenly court, but Mad God. What happened to Mad God? Divine General Cloud asked. He Jiuxiao said, the news has spread. Mad God killed 5 great experts near the heavenly court ruins, including the Myriad Transformations sect, the Golden Crow race, and even the Myriad Beginning sect. What? Divine General Wind Snow was shocked. Divine General Cloud's expression also changed. This was a big matter. What was that Mad God doing? Divine General Qian Cheng's expression also darkened when he heard the news. Although we are from the sacred Abyss Tower and don't fear any power with so many forces attacking together, we won't be able to stop them. Moreover, this is Taiching ancient city, not our territory. Did that Mad God not understand this? Where is he? Divine General Qiancheng, Leng He, if the 5 great powers come looking for us, we will suppress Mad God and send him out. After all, we can't allow a war to break out at this juncture. No. Divine General Ocean Origin shouted, Mad God is one of us. If you send him out now, what will the world think of us? I don't agree. I didn't agree either. Brother Yun stood up as well. Divine General Wind Snow said, let's not talk about this for now. Let's find that kid and ask him about the situation first. Mad God might be arrogant, but I don't think he would attack for no reason. They began to move out and search for Mad God. At this moment, Lin Xian had found a place to hide for the time being. He brought Pan Xiong to the sword world. Kid, you actually brought someone here again. Who is it this time? The 4 spirit beasts were surprised. They realized that there was another person following behind Lin. I can feel the aura of primal chaos from him. The spirit dragon exclaimed. The aura of primal chaos was indeed very helpful to this world. The spirit turtle also laughed. That's right, Lin Xian did not kill the other party because the other party was useful. He planned to throw the other party into the sword world. Let the other party's law of primal chaos provide power to the sword world. Primal chaos had the power to split the heavens and earth, perhaps it was what the sword world needed. Of course, he was still experimenting in the 4 Spirit Valley. The current 4 Spirit Valley was 5 times larger than before. It was no longer a small place. Instead, it was a very large valley. The 4 spirit veins formed by the 4 spirit beasts had also become much larger in the past, which made them very happy. The 4 of them stayed here at ease. They even took the initiative to take care of the spirit herbs in the 4 Spirit Valley. These spirit herbs were growing very well. Outside, there was an additional layer of mysterious power. Now that there was the aura of primal chaos, it would probably be even more terrifying. It was unknown to what extent it would evolve to. Lin Xian and the others were looking forward to it. After giving Pan Xiong a mission, Lin Xian left. Pan Xiong turned into an elephant, surrounded by the aura of primal chaos, and continuously plowed the land in the 4 Spirit Valley. He was very diligent. Lin Xian came out once again, preparing to return. Calculating the time, it was about time for the auction to begin. He had to tell Hai Yuan Divine General that he had to buy the Nantian writ before that. The auction had already begun. This time, the Violet Palace took out 13 items from the Heavenly Court. All the major powers arrived one after another. After a few days of preparation, they had already gathered a batch of wealth. There were even people who wanted to join hands in secret. The first item was extraordinary. It was a treasure box with 7 pills inside. The pills of the Heavenly Court were most likely secret pills that had the effects of a god. That was why everyone's eyes turned red at the beginning. The price was shocking. Hai Yuan Divine General and the others also came. They sat in a private room and frowned. It seemed that the attraction of the Heavenly Court's ruins was greater than they had imagined. He said that with the resources we currently have, I'm afraid we can only buy one. But which one? Xianxia said, that goes without saying. I remember that one of the 13 treasures is a pill furnace, so I definitely have to buy that one. With that pill furnace, he might be able to refine even higher grade pills. However, Divine General Wind Snow said, I remember that there is a flag. Perhaps it has some divine usage. Why don't we shoot that flag? The two sides had different opinions, and the Divine General of the Ocean Abyss and the others also frowned. They wanted to bid for a battle armor because they felt that with this battle armor, they might be able to resist some of the formations in the Heavenly Court ruins. He had to make a decision quickly. This was because the first treasure had already come to an end. It was bought by someone from the Danding School. The Pill Cauldron School's Pill Flame Great Sage and the others also went all out. They took out a shocking price and won 7 pills. When they received it, a smile appeared on their faces. That's great. The pills they wanted were not for consumption, but for research purposes. If they could decipher and restore the pill formula, then they could produce an endless supply of these pills. Their wealth in the future would be unimaginable. Soon, they bid for the chess piece. It was a blue chess piece with extremely mysterious patterns on its surface. Divine General Wind Snow decided to make a move, but Divine General Xianxia disagreed. Divine General Sea Abyss also hesitated. Don't make a move, just wait and see. This is not the only thing we want. At this moment, the door of the private room opened, and a voice sounded. Who is it? Divine General Wind Snow turned around, and an icy aura instantly erupted. It's me. Space flickered, and the figure disappeared, appearing in another direction. Then, the door of the private room closed. It's you. Divine General Wind Snow was stunned. Divine General Xianxia's face darkened. Kid, you still dare to come back? Do you know how much trouble you've caused? Kneel down obediently and let us suppress you. Otherwise, don't blame us for being merciless. You dare to touch him? I don't agree. Divine General Sea Abyss stood up. Divine General Yun also said, let's ask first. Maybe it's not Mad God's fault. With that, they turned around and asked, what's going on? Why did you have to make a move? Isn't it good to defeat them? Lin Xian said, there's no choice. That 1,000 transformations young master challenged me time and time again, and in the end, he even joined forces with 4 others to kill me. That scene is the same as the Master of the Great Wilderness. Do you think I can hold back? What, the scene of the Master of the Great Wilderness? Could it be that you found out something? That's right. Lin Xian nodded. Divine General Wind Snow was shocked. No wonder those 5 people wanted to attack Lin Xian. Divine General Xianxia stood up, hurry up and say it. Lin Xian sneered and looked at him. Oh, you want to suppress me and hand me over to those people? Why, do you still want to make a move now? Divine General Xianxia's face was cold. Could it be that you want to keep the secret for yourself? Lin Xian sneered, don't think of me as despicable as some people. I didn't say it because I wanted to make a statement. Do you still treat me as one of your own? This was natural. Divine General Hai Yuan and Divine General Yin stood up. They had always supported Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't doubt this. Lin Xian only looked at Divine General Wind Snow and Divine General Xianxia. Divine General Wind Snow said, if you attacked because you wanted to protect the secret, then it's understandable. Divine General Xianxia also snorted coldly. This time, we won't attack you. Lin Xian shook his head. Words are no proof. You guys can swear. You dare to not believe me? Divine General Xianxia was angry. Lin Xian sneered, "You didn't even ask about the situation before and wanted to suppress me. How can I believe you? Either swear, or I'm going to auction off this secret." Qianchen was angry. Divine General Wind Snow said, "I swear on my Tao heart that I will never attack you because of this matter." Lin Xian nodded and looked at Qianchen. "What about you?" Divine General Qianchen gritted his teeth. He had no choice but to swear on his Tao heart. "Now you can say it, right?" He snorted coldly. Lin Xian looked around again. He set up the array and said. There was a token among the 13 treasures. If he got the token, it would definitely be of great use. Divine General Hai Yuan and Qianchen were surprised and asked, "How do you know?" Lin Xian said, "I went to the ruins of the Heavenly Court once before. There was a crack inside, so I didn't go in. But I have a secret technique. So I saw some of the scenes inside." He didn't see anything else. He only saw a heavenly gate with dragons flying and phoenixes dancing on it. It was called the Southern Heavenly Gate. The legendary Southern Heavenly Gate. Divine General Wind Snow was shocked, and the others also exclaimed. Qing Hong, Zi Hong, and the others were stunned. It seemed that the myths and legends weren't all fake. Even a sleeping little Zhuang opened his eyes. Everyone was shocked when they heard that. At the same time, they also understood why Lin Xian wanted to obtain the token. The South Heaven Gate, the South Heaven Token. There must be a connection between the two. They decided to bid for the South Heaven Token with all their might. Divine General Hai Yuan and the others made their decision. Next, they waited patiently. One treasure after another appeared in front of him. The eyes of the peerless sects and the clan of the ancients turned red. However, they did not make a move. Finally, when the South Heaven Token appeared, Divine General Hai Yuan made a move. After an intense bidding war. In the end, they obtained the South Heaven Token. Damn it. On the other side, the people from the Thousand Dragon Court looked gloomy. They also felt that the token was extraordinary. There were 2 words on it. Perhaps it was related to the legendary South Heaven Gate. However, they had not seen the South Heaven Gate with their own eyes, so they did not make up their minds. In addition to the previous treasures, they did not have enough wealth to compete for the South Heaven Token. In the end, they missed the opportunity. Great, they got it. Divine General Hai Yuan immediately exchanged for the South Heaven Token. When they got it, they heaved a sigh of relief. After studying it carefully, Divine General Hai Yuan placed the South Heaven Token in the void. Everyone looked over to see if there were any changes. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He realized that there were extremely complicated array talismans in the South Heaven Token. It was impossible to completely understand it. However, with the South Heaven Token, they might be able to enter the Heavenly Court. Next, they waited patiently for the auction to end. The next few items were eye-opening. There were a total of 13 items. In the end, they were all auctioned off. Of course, not every family or sect could obtain them. Only the top 12 could, because the last item was kept by the Z Mansion sect. It was a scroll. The people of the Z Mansion sect did not open it, so no one knew what was inside. Some people guessed that it might contain the secrets of the Heavenly Court. Or it might be a divine technique of the Heavenly Court. However, the Z Mansion sect would not give it away. In addition, the other sects and families also obtained corresponding treasures, so no one guessed that it was the Z Mansion sect. After the auction ended, everyone dispersed. They were prepared to go to the Heavenly Court ruins to search for opportunities. As Lin Xian and the others were leaving, they were stopped by more than one person. It was the House of Myriad Transformations, the Gold Crow Tribe, and Lord Blood River. "Where's Mad God? Tell him to come here and die." A cold voice rang out, causing one's scalp to go numb. The people who hadn't left yet all stopped. His face was filled with surprise. Sure enough, they came looking for him. The news of Mad God killing 5 experts in a row had spread far and wide. Naturally, they also knew about it. However, while everyone was looking for Mad God, he seemed to have disappeared. This time, the 5 big shots finally blocked the door. It looked like they were going to suppress the other party. The faces of Divine General Hai Yuan and the others sank. What was the meaning of this? The master of all transformations harumphed coldly. The mad god killed my grandson. I will definitely avenge him. My disciple will not die in vain. Lord Blood River snorted coldly. The Golden Crow clan, the Heaven Battling clan, and even the All-Beginning clan coldly snorted and handed over that brat. I did it because they deserved to die. A cold voice rang out from behind. Everyone turned their heads to look. When they saw the demonic figure, they were all stunned. Heavens, he actually dared to come. Was he mad god? He was too arrogant. Those were the 5 great leaders. He dared to appear at this time. Did he really think that he could withstand them? Brat, it's you. When the master of all transformations and the others saw Lin Xian, their eyes erupted with extremely cold killing intent. The surrounding void collapsed and the earth cracked. Divine General Hai Yuan snorted coldly and stood out. However, they still looked as if they were facing a great enemy. The Divine General of the Sea Abyss had to take out a shield to block the power. There was no other way. The Master of all transformations and Patriarch Blood River were the peak existences of the great sage. They were one realm higher. Lin Xian naturally looked as if he was facing a great enemy. However, he didn't retreat. A dragon's roar rang out from within his body. There was even a black vortex beside him that swallowed this terrifying power. The Master of all transformations walked out and stared at Lin Xian coldly. Mad God, you better be obedient and come here to die. Or do you want me to suppress and torture you to death? The others also walked out. Patriarch Blood River sneered. You divine generals, hurry up and leave. I can spare you. If we really fight, the 5 of you won't be enough. I can beat you with one hand. Damn it, Brother Yun and the others gritted their teeth. Did you think that there weren't any peak existences of the great sage in our sacred abyss tower? So what if there were? Did they come? Patriarch All-Beginning snorted coldly. Since they didn't come, there was no difference. Now that there were 2 peak existences of the great sage here, do you think you can still escape? With that, Patriarch Blood River stepped out. The blood on his body surrounded the 9 heavens, causing the divine generals to stiffen. They couldn't resist at all. However, at this moment, a terrifying aura erupted from the divine general's body. Divine General Hai Yuan's shield blocked Blood River's attack. Divine General Feng Shui and the others also had magic treasures in their bodies. They broke through the void and roared at the sky. Do you want to be enemies with us? On the other hand, Divine General Xianxia snorted coldly. I won't interfere in this matter. He stood at the side. He had promised Lin Xian that he wouldn't attack Lin Xian, but it didn't mean that he would help him. It's over. This brat is really dead. Even Crane Jiuxiao, Yan Ling, and the others frowned. If this matter wasn't handled well, a war would break out in advance. They might not even be able to enter the heavenly court. Lin Xian sneered. I killed the 5 of them because they deserved to die. Even if I had another chance and met them again, I would still kill them without hesitation. Lin Xian's voice made the scalps of the surrounding people tingle. This brat didn't kowtow and admit his mistake in such a situation. Instead, he continued to be arrogant. Was he not afraid of death? Brat, what did you say? The Lord of all transformations was furious. A large hand came across the sky. Lin Xian quickly retreated. At the same time, he shouted coldly, if you kill me, you can forget about entering the heavenly court. Boom boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out. A large spatial crack appeared and swallowed the Lord of all transformations' attack. You dare to stop me? The Lord of all transformations roared. An elder of the Gu family walked out with his hands behind his back. What do you mean by that? He stared at Lin Xian and asked. The others did the same. Could it be that this brat knew how to enter the heavenly court? What a load of nonsense. Even the Lord of the Great Wilderness didn't know. How could he? Blood River snorted coldly. Stop pretending. You can't fool us. The Lord of all transformations and the others didn't believe Lin Xian's words at all. They walked up again. Lin Xian snorted and stood with his hands behind his back. Where's the Lord of the Great Wilderness? What do you want? Someone from the Purple Mansion asked coldly. The Lord of the Great Wilderness also walked out and stared coldly at Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, "When you escaped from the ruins of the heavenly court, did you see a heavenly gate standing in the sky? Did you see 33 heavens in the distance? One of the third heavens was broken. How did you know?" The Lord of the Great Wilderness was shocked. Although he only saw it from afar, but it was indeed as Lin Xian said. The surrounding people were stunned. What did that mean? The Lord of the Great Wilderness actually agreed with what Lin Xian said. Could it be that he really knew the secret of the heavenly court? For a moment, countless people were in an uproar. The eyes of the Purple Mansion and the Thousand Dragon Court instantly lit up. The Lord of All Flowers' pupils also shrank. Attack! These people attacked crazily, but the experts of the Gu family, Thousand Dragon Court, and Purple Mansion all stopped them. What's the meaning of this? Are you trying to stop us from taking revenge? The Lord of All Transformations snorted. The Lord of Blood River and the others also frowned. The Lord of the Great Wilderness snorted. Those 5 people must be trying to get the secret of the heavenly court. Since they attacked, they must be prepared to die. The Lord of the Great Wilderness had been attacked before, so he naturally knew this anger. The people of the Thousand Dragon Court also snorted. Since they were weaker, they had to accept their fate. The people of the Gu family and Yi family also nodded. Damn it. The people of the Thousand Transformations sect, the Battle Sky clan, and the Golden Crow clan were gritting their teeth. Damn it, they didn't expect this kid to change the situation so drastically. Even Divine General Haiyuan and the others were stunned. The Mad God had such ability. Divine General Qianxia was even more stunned. He originally wanted to use the Lord of All Transformations to kill Lin Xian and watch the show from the side. But he didn't expect Lin Xian to survive. And the shocking thing was beyond his expectations. People from the Z government walked out. The Master of the Great Desolation said, "Mad God, I sincerely invite you to come to the Z government. We will provide you with great resources. The Violet Palace Hall can be given to him, the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty can give it to him as long as he brings us into the heavenly court." The people from the 10,000 Dragons Dynasty also laughed. The Yi clan and the Gu clan both stepped forward to extend their invitations. For a moment, everyone was in an uproar. They did not expect Mad God to be favored by so many people. Lin Xian laughed heartily. "Thank you for thinking so highly of me, but I'm very angry today. I want these people to disappear in front of me." After saying that, he looked at the Myriad Transformations ancestor and the others and coldly shouted, "Scram!" These people were relying on the fact that they were late or even peak great sage existences and wanted to suppress him. How could he give them face now? The faces of the Master of All Transformations and the others instantly darkened. Who were they? When had he ever been scolded by a Saint King? The Master of the Great Desolation walked out and said coldly, "Please leave, the Z Mansion does not welcome you." The people from the 10,000 Dragons Dynasty, the Gu clan, and the Yi clan also walked out. "Everyone, you'd better disappear today. Otherwise, don't blame us for asking you to leave." Damn it. The 5 snobbish people gritted their teeth. Although they were powerful, the people in front of them were all from the Emperor clan except for the Z Mansion. Even if the Z Mansion was not from the Emperor clan, it was still a supreme existence that existed 70,000 years ago. It was said that it had a close relationship with immortals. If the 4 major powers joined forces, they would not be able to resist at all. Moreover, they came alone. If a battle really broke out, their souls would probably be destroyed. The 5 experts could only grit their teeth. They stared at Lin Xian. "Brat, just you wait." After saying that, the 5 of them left hatefully. He actually left? The 5 giants came with great force, but they could not do anything to a Saint King. This Mad God was really too heaven-defying. In an instant, all kinds of deeds and reputation about him spread even more widely. The people from the Z Mansion rushed over and invited Lin Xian to be a guest. Obviously, they wanted to know more secrets about the heavenly court. Divine General Haiyuan and the others were nervous. Was Mad God going to leave them? Lin Xian smiled. "Don't worry, I know what you all want. How about this, 5 days later, we will go to the heavenly court together. At that time I will need everyone to work together. Alright, we will see you in 5 days. After the people from the Z mansion left, the people from the other sects and clans also left. They began to prepare and set off for the heavenly court in 5 days. After everyone left, Divine General Haiyuan brought Lin Xian and the others back to the villa. After returning, he asked, "Do you really know the secrets of the heavenly court?" Divine General Wind Snow also said, "Why didn't you say so before?" Lin Xian smiled. "What can I know? I told them that it was no different from yours. Back then, I took a look and saw the southern heavenly gate. I saw the heavenly court and the 33rd heaven. That is what I saw. Other than that, I don't know anything else." What? The divine generals were stunned. The geniuses on the Saint Origin ranking were also dumbfounded. Even Xiao Zhuang was stunned. He asked, "Are you trying to trick him?" Lin Xian said, "You can't call it lying. We have the Southern Sky token. Maybe we can go in. Even if I don't say it, they will definitely fight for it when we take it out. Maybe a war will break out. We only have so few people, we can't fight against so many forces. Why don't we take the initiative to take it out and work with them?" Hearing this, Divine General Qian Chen's face turned black. "Damn brat, if you have this idea, why didn't you say so earlier? This way, we won't have to spend a lot of money to buy the Southern Sky token." Lin Xian glanced at him and shook his head. "Are you stupid? Without the Southern Sky token, what bargaining chips do you have to negotiate with them? This is not your territory. You." Divine General Qian Chen was so angry that he vomited blood. How dare he call him stupid? Divine General Wind Snow and the others nodded. Yes, the Southern Sky token is in their hands. That's why they have enough trump cards to negotiate with them. They were shocked. Did Mad God plan this from the beginning? Divine General Haiyuan said. "Aren't you afraid that the Lord of all transformations will suddenly attack and kill you?" Lin Xian smiled. "No, I'm not." His body gradually turned into a law. "This is just a clone. If he dares to attack, I will let Zifu and the others kill them." Divine General Haiyuan and the others gasped. Even a clone is prepared. That means that even if the 5 giants attacked, they wouldn't be able to hurt Lin Xian's real body. "Where's your real body?" Divine General Wind Snow asked. "Lin Xian will appear in 5 days. Divine General Haiyuan looked around. "Alright, we got it. Let's start cultivating and get into peak condition." 5 days passed by in the blink of an eye. On this day, the entire Taiqing ancient city set off for the heavenly court. Lin Xian also soared into the sky. Finally, they arrived. There were already countless people waiting in front of him. The most dazzling ones were the Z Mansion, Thousand Dragon Court, Gu family, and Yi family. Than them, the other ancient families and peerless sects were also there. The 5 giants who had caused trouble for Lin Xian did not appear. It was unknown if they had hidden themselves. Lin Xian could not be bothered with them. The Desolation Lord and Draconic Lord walked over and asked, "Mad God, what's your plan? You can tell us now, right?" Lin Xian nodded. Then, he called a few divine generals over and discussed with them. The divine general of the Ocean Abyss said, "The token we bought is called the Southern Sky token. It can be used to communicate with the Southern Sky Gate. This is a chance to enter the heavenly court." What, the Southern Sky token? Countless people were in an uproar. They recalled that there was indeed a token among the 13 treasures that were auctioned. Was that the legendary Southern Sky token? The Thousand Dragon Court's Dragon Reflection Lord's pupils constricted. He felt that the token was extraordinary and wanted to buy it. However, he did not have enough wealth. He did not expect it to be so important. Since that was the case, there was no time to lose. The Yi family's expert said. The divine general of the Ocean Abyss and the others nodded. They held the Southern Sky token and stood at the front. Then, they said that they needed everyone's power. There was no problem. The Gu family's expert walked out. Then, the other experts walked out and formed a formation to provide them with power. The divine general of the Ocean Abyss held the Southern Sky token and activated it. The great Tao on it rushed out and flew forward. The void split open and the aura rushed out. Everyone felt a primordial power rush out as if it had crossed through time and space. It was really useful. The surrounding people were excited when they saw this. It was not enough. They needed more power. Everyone, stop hiding. Otherwise, no one would be able to enter. The divine general of the wind snow shouted. The others used their power again. At the same time, more people took action. They knew that without the southern sky token, they would not be able to enter. The entire world shook violently, and the abandoned illusion of the heavenly court became clearer. Everyone saw that the clouds seemed to have dispersed, revealing a heavenly gate standing before them. The heavenly gate was magnificent. One pillar after another stood tall, with dragons and phoenixes painted on its surface. Suddenly, their pupils shrank, because they found that there seemed to be a figure standing at the gate of heaven. Someone was inside the southern heavenly gate. There was actually someone here? Who the hell is it? He attacked with all his might. The overlord of the Grand Desolation roared in rage. The others moved out in a frenzy. At this moment, the illusory figure became clearer and clearer. Suddenly, Xianxia was also shocked. Damn it, why did that guy look so much like Xianxia, the Lord of the Great Wilderness, Lord of the Dragon Creation? And the others also burst out with extremely intense radiance from their eyes, piercing through heaven and earth as they looked ahead. However, in an instant, the shadow in front of him disappeared. The southern heavenly gate stood there, emitting a desolate aura. The figure was nowhere to be seen. What happened? Did he disappear? Several top-notch experts frowned. The others were also in an uproar. Someone said that it might be an illusion. Perhaps. Everyone nodded. After all, that thing never appeared again. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. He should be sure that it was Xianxia now. After all, the other party looked very similar to Xianxia. Furthermore, Xianxia had the sky lantern, and was the successor of the heavenly court. If there was someone who could enter earlier than them, it would definitely be Xianxia. This guy, I thought he wouldn't come, but he still came. Xianxia smiled. When the time came, he could cooperate with Xianxia. Finally, all the clouds disappeared, and everyone felt that an independent space had appeared before them. They could enter. The Gu family's expert sensed for a while, then waved his hand. The void in front of them fluctuated, and a whirlpool gate appeared. Let's go. Figures walked in one after another. Not only the older generation's experts and super mighty figures, but the young geniuses also entered. This was an opportunity. The southern heavenly gate was a mythical existence. Now that it appeared here, there might be a heaven-defying opportunity. Let's go. Heavenly General Hai Yuan and the others waved their hands, and Xianxia, Peng Wanli, and the others followed. In the next moment, they entered and felt an even more desolate aura that made their scalps go numb. The space was vast, but no one dared to move forward after entering. Some people said to go quickly. They could only enter the true heavenly court after crossing the southern heavenly gate. In an instant, some people turned into streams of light and rushed over. But in the next moment, they were sent flying back while vomiting blood. 2 of the older generation's experts fell to the ground with pale faces. 4 of the younger generation's bodies turned into blood mist. Damn it, what's going on? Everyone was stunned. Was there a peerless killing array? They were shocked beyond words. Xianxia frowned, and his eyes flickered. At this moment, the master of the Great Wilderness, master of the Long family, Gu family, and Yi family all turned their heads. Fellow Taoist from the Sacred Origin Tower, please lend me the southern heavenly token. Heavenly General Hai Yuan and the others took a deep breath and walked over with the southern heavenly token. Everyone gave them strength, but in the next moment, they were sent flying back. Even the surface of the South Heaven command plate dimmed. No, the southern heavenly token seemed to be able to enter, but to cross the southern heavenly gate, they needed another method. What's going on? They all looked at the 2 older generation's experts. The 2 older generation's experts vomited blood and recounted what they had experienced. The others were shocked. It turned out that when the 2 older generation's experts rushed forward and crossed the southern heavenly gate, they saw an indomitable giant. The giant was wearing a divine armor and punched at them. The two were unable to withstand the force and were sent flying while vomiting blood. The giant was wearing a divine armor and punched at them. The surrounding people were stunned. They did not see it at all. Even the peerless experts frowned. Was it an illusion? The master of the great wilderness and master of the Long family stared at Lin Xian. They said, "Mad God, you should know the secret of this place. Why don't you go first?" Everyone looked over. Heavenly General Hai Yuan and the others' expressions changed. Not good. They had already heard from Lin Xian that Lin Xian did not know the so-called secret. What they did previously was to use these people to fight against the 5 giants. If they let Lin Xian go now, it would be very dangerous. Lin Xian's expression was solemn, but he knew he could not back down. If he angered these peerless experts, they would probably take action immediately. Therefore, he nodded and walked out. "I'll be the first to ascend the southern heavenly gate." Since the Black Mountain appeared here, it meant that there must be a way to pass through. Although he did not cultivate the heavenly quartz techniques, he had the heaven-devouring jar. Furthermore, he had heard it from the 2 older generations experts. Thinking of this, Lin Xian walked forward. The moment he stepped through the southern heaven gate, he realized that the scene in front of him had changed. An indomitable giant clad in divine armor threw a punch at him. A vast and majestic power surged, terrifying everyone. No wonder those people couldn't block this punch. It was too terrifying. It could make one's soul tremble and make one want to kneel on the ground. It was ridiculously strong. Lin Xian was shocked, but he quickly calmed down. He had fought all the way and had seen all kinds of things. Although the fist in front of him was terrifying, he wasn't afraid. He felt that this should be an illusion, a test for him. "Kill!" With a roar, he punched out. The black fist transformed into 6 worlds that danced between heaven and earth. Thunder filled the sky as the 6-path fist surged. A monstrous punch. Lin Xian's fist and the fist of the armored giant collided. A vast ocean appeared around them as the power swept through the 9 heavens. Buzz, Lin Xian's body passed through the other party's fist and walked through the southern heaven gate. He suddenly turned around and realized that the illusion of the armored giant was gradually disappearing. Did he pass? He took a deep breath. The people outside were shocked when they saw the scene. He passed through. Heavens, how did he do it? Exclamations sounded one after another. The 2 experts who had failed previously were dumbfounded. Facing the punch of the armored giant, this guy could actually block it. It was too unbelievable. "Mad God, what's going on? Hurry up and say it." The dragon sovereign roared. The eyes of the 1,000 Dragons dynasty and the others turned red. Lin Xian turned around and said plainly. The 2 seniors were right. With the giant in the armor, this was a kind of test. Those who could block it passed, and those who couldn't were eliminated. After all, the Southern Heaven Gate was a legendary existence. Not everyone could climb it. It was actually a test. Was it true? Was this kid lying to us? Did he have a special way to deal with it? One after another, voices sounded. Obviously, they didn't fully believe it. At this moment, someone stood up. "I'll do it." Another person from the Sacred Origin Tower was Peng Wanli. He used the great Peng spreading wings and quickly flew over. When he reached the southern heavenly gate, he saw the same illusion as before. He subconsciously wanted to retreat, but he quickly reacted. This was a test. There was nothing to fear. "Kill," he rushed over. Finally, he passed through the southern heavenly gate and ascended. "Great, I did it, I succeeded." Peng Wanli raised his head and roared. Lin Xian looked at the other party and nodded. As expected of a member of the Heavenly Rot clan. This fellow was indeed an expert. His courage was commendable. He nodded slightly at the other party. Another one succeeded. It didn't seem to be a trap. "Hurry up and attack." Everyone else followed suit. All of a sudden, countless people ascended the southern heaven gate. The next moment, they saw a punch coming. This punch could surpass the gods. No, some people were frightened and flew backwards while vomiting blood. Some people were so frightened that they knelt on the ground. There were also people who responded forcefully. Lin Xian was right. The legendary mythical land was not a place that anyone could enter. 90% of the people who came were beaten out, and only 10% could successfully pass. However, there were truly too many people. Even though it was only 10%, it was still enough to make one's scalp go numb with a single glance. Lin Xian's people had all passed. On the other side, the people from the Thousand Dragons Court and the Purple Mansion also passed. There were people from the Great Sects and Sects who passed, but of course, more people were eliminated. They could only stand outside the Southern Heavenly Gate and watch the scene with despair. They would probably never have a chance in their lives. Let's go. Lin Xian and the others no longer paid attention to those who failed. They turned around and walked inside. Even the Southern Heavenly Gate had appeared. Would the Lingxiao Hall appear? Also, was that the 33-story building the legendary 33 levels of heaven? The deeper they walked, the more desolate it became. There were clouds under their feet, as if they had really arrived at the mythical era. That aura terrified them. Gradually, some people could not take it anymore. Some people's bodies cracked, and some people vomited blood. No, I can't walk anymore, Elder. Grandpa, save me. They were terrified. Those experts all used their saint domains to envelop these people. Only then were these people able to continue forward. Lin Xian also felt a chill down his spine. Fortunately, the 4 divine generals beside him worked together to use their saint domains to protect them. After walking for a long time, they frowned. What was going on? Why couldn't they reach the 33 levels of heaven in front of them? Where was the Lingxiao Hall? Lin Xian's eyes emitted a terrifying light as he looked through the sky. The others were also using their saint domains. Some people had strange laws in their eyes, while others took out formations. Everyone was investigating. At this moment, the Gu family's super mighty figure sighed. The 33 levels of heaven seemed to be just an illusion and did not really exist. What illusion? It was impossible. Even the Southern Heavenly Gate had it. How could the 33 levels of heaven not have it? The Yi family's unparalleled expert sighed. It was not that they did not exist, but that they were not here. Now, it seemed that the Heavenly Court back then had been separated. There had been ruins of the Heavenly Court before, and now another one had appeared. Who knew if it would appear again in the future? Perhaps the 33 levels of heaven were in other ruins, but there did not seem to be any here. Could it be that this was all an illusion? The people of the Purple Mansion frowned. Apart from the Southern Heavenly Gate, what else was real? The people of the 10,000 Dragon Court also frowned. The others were also in an uproar. It couldn't be, right? If there was only one Southern Heavenly Gate, then what treasures were there? Who dared to trespass into the 12 Dao palaces? With a roar, everyone's souls trembled. What were the 12 Dao palaces? Some people were puzzled. The people of the Purple Mansion sucked in a breath of cold air. Old Zhang of the Purple Mansion said, "Are the legendary 12 Dao palaces here? Great, there must be countless treasures here." Everyone guessed that it must be an incredible existence. But where were the 12 Dao palaces? They discovered that there seemed to be a golden palace in front of them. Its aura was majestic and extraordinary. Was this the legendary 12 Dao palaces? Let's go. The group of people went forward. Countless figures appeared in the surroundings. They wore divine armor and held swords and sabers. Their auras were piercingly cold. They stood there and roared. "If you want to pass the 12 Dao palaces, you have to ask us heavenly soldiers first." Boom, at that moment, the ground trembled again. A giant wearing divine armor walked over. With the heaven-splitting axe in his hand, he stood tall. Everyone was not even as big as his foot. He stood there and roared at the sky. Then, he chopped down with his axe like a tsunami. Everyone realized that this time, it did not seem to be an illusion. Damn it. Who were these people? Were there still people alive in the Heavenly Court? That was impossible. It was said that the Heavenly Court had existed for a very long time. It had been destroyed many times, but it had been restored each time. The most recent time was 50,000 years ago. Did these people survive 50,000 years ago? The appearance of the Dao Palace and the celestial soldiers shocked everyone. Everyone's eyes turned red. There must be treasures ahead. Charge, they immediately charged forward. However, they underestimated the power of the celestial soldiers and celestial generals. In an instant, they all vomited blood and flew back. In fact, even the great saint's body was torn to pieces. Damn it, how could they be so strong? The armored giant was even more terrifying. With a punch, even the super mighty figures were forced back. Their pupils constricted. Who was this? A puppet? The purple mansion cultivator gritted his teeth. It seemed that they had to work together. Those at the peak of the great sage rushed out and attacked the armored giant. Those at the late and early stages of the great sage attacked the celestial soldiers and celestial generals. As for the others, they couldn't help here. The cultivators at the front shouted angrily, "We'll hold back the celestial soldiers and celestial generals. You guys hurry to the Tao Palace. There are treasures inside. Take them back." Hearing this, the remaining people began to move. Most of them were young geniuses. Of course, there were some people from the younger generation and even some from the older generation, but there were very few of them. Especially when they entered the Tao Palace, the great sage cultivators screamed and retreated. They couldn't enter at all. The others heaved a sigh of relief when they saw this. Only those at the early stages of the great sage and the holy kings could enter. It seemed that it wouldn't be too dangerous inside. The divine general of the ocean abyss and the others also transmitted their voices to Lin Xian, telling them to be careful. Lin Xian and the others nodded. Now they finally knew why the divine generals had brought them here. It was because of the restriction of cultivation. Since the divine generals couldn't enter, they could only rely on themselves. The group walked in. After entering, everyone was shocked. It was vast inside, as if it was a world. They looked up and saw stars twinkling in the sky. It was boundless. Was this really just a palace? The celestial quartz methods were truly heaven-defying. The group spread out, each on guard. At the same time, they quickly searched around. Soon, someone exclaimed that there were weapons. Someone picked up a broken sword. It was rusty, but it emitted a terrifying aura. Attack! The others saw this and immediately attacked. These weapons might contain the great Tao. If they could comprehend it, they would benefit greatly. In an instant, a great battle broke out. It was not only that place. Shattered weapons could be seen all over the place. Some of those weapons radiated divine might, while others were covered in rust. However, without exception, all of them had the great Tao interwoven within them. Everyone quickly made their moves. Lin Xian ignored him. His eyes flickered as he quickly set off with the group of people from Sacred Origin Tower. "Kid, where are you taking us?" The Flying Corpse King said coldly. Zhu Lai was also dissatisfied. Lin Xian said, "I'm not leading you. If you want to leave, go ahead. I want to take a look inside." "Humph, I won't be with you." The Flying Corpse King and the others snorted and left one after another. On the other side, Peng Wanli and the others also said, "Then let's go our separate ways first. If there's any danger, let us know. We will provide support." With that, he left with Xiao Zhuang and the others. Only Lin Xian, Xueqi, Qing Hong, Zihong, and Yan Ling were left. Lin Xian looked at them. "You guys can act as well. I want to act alone." With a tap of his foot, he flew forward with Xueqi following behind him. Qing Hong snorted. How arrogant. If they fought alone, they would be at a disadvantage. In fact, they were not the only ones. Some of the other people also formed small teams and searched around. Some of them acted alone. These were all very strong. However, most of them were united. They were all based on their families and sections. In addition to the people from Taiqing Ancient City, there were also many people from Holy Abyss Ancient City. There were people from the Holy Abyss Tower, the three great orthodoxies, the clan of the ancients, and the great sects. On the Tao side, there were many people from the Dragon Palace, including Mango. The people from the Divine Union did not come because Lin Xian asked them to cultivate properly. There were also people from the Sky Sect and Earth Sect. Yi Wudao, Guang Ming, and the others had also come. Even Bing Ling, the Overlord, and the others had arrived. These people acted aggressively and began to fight for the weapon fragments. A palm split open in the void and split the heads of a few geniuses. Then, it took away the 3 weapon fragments and disappeared quickly. Damn it, it was a spatial ability. It was the people from the Gu family. When the others saw this, they retreated in fear. They retreated one after another. Gu Feng's figure appeared. He looked around and snorted coldly. A bunch of trash. At this moment, he turned his head and saw a figure surrounded by light. This person's light was very faint. He was wearing a loose robe and was very low-key. However, Gu Feng frowned. Yao Guang, you are really haunting me. Why? Do you want to attack me? Gu Feng's eyes emitted a cold radiance. Yao Guang smiled and kept the corpses of those people. He smiled and said, there's no point in attacking. I like to collect the strength of others. Let's work together. What do you want to do? Gu Feng asked. Yao Guang said, I want the corpses and you want the weapons. Let's not clash. Okay. Gu Feng nodded. The two of them had reached a temporary agreement. On the other side, Xueqi asked, where are we going? Lin Xian and the others left. However, they only brought Xueqi with them. He said, let's go inside. The treasures outside are not worth our effort. Buzz, at this moment, someone charged over from the front. More than a dozen figures surrounded him. Lad, let's see how you can run now. Do you think that you are safe because you have the Purple Mansion and the Myriad Dragons Empire protecting you? Today is the day you die. Cold voices rang out one after another. These people were the people of the 5 great heads. They had been waiting for an opportunity, and now, they had finally arrived. You are really stupid. The Myriad Transformations Gates experts walked out. If you were with the people of the Sacred Abyss Tower, it would be difficult for us to attack you. However, you are so arrogant. You set off with only 2 people. Let me send you off. The people of the Golden Crow clan laughed and looked at Xueqi. They laughed and said, this beauty is pretty good. Lad, after you die, I will take good care of her for you. Attack, with a furious roar, the people of the 5 magnates quickly attacked. Lin Xian sneered coldly. Do you want to die? I will fulfill your wish. He looked at Xueqi and said, don't hold back. Okay, I got it. Xueqi nodded, and a terrifying ice energy appeared around her body. At this moment, the 9 Yang Divine Body and 9 Yin Divine Body appeared together. The people in front of them sneered coldly. 2 people wanted to fight against them? What a joke. They were all top-notch experts and geniuses. If more than 10 people joined hands, killing them would be as easy as flipping their palms. Kill, in an instant, they rushed over. Xueqi and Lin Xian's bodies also erupted with power. Their divine bodies were inextricably linked, and now that they appeared together, it was terrifying. The 2 divine bodies unleashed their power at the same time, and both of them were stronger than before. The dozen or so experts in the front had a cold smile on their faces, but their expressions changed in an instant. Damn it. Why are they so strong? Awful. There's something fishy about these 2 people. Let's leave quickly. As soon as those people exchanged blows, they were injured and spat out blood. Lin Xian sneered coldly. Since you have come here, don't leave. He attacked them forcefully, and his body was engulfed by terrifying flames. As for Xueqi, the sky was filled with ice and frost, and in the end, the dozen or so people were killed. The battle here alarmed the people in the distance, and they all came over to investigate. Then, they saw such a scene. They all felt their blood run cold. These 2 people were a little too ridiculous. How could they be so strong? Many people wore frightened looks, and some powerful experts' eyes shone with a cold radiance. It seemed like these 2 people were peerless enemies. They must be careful when they meet them in the future. Lin Xian looked around and snorted coldly. He then turned around and continued forward. After he flew for a short distance, Lin Xian stopped and furrowed his brows. Xueqi asked, what's wrong? Lin Xian said, there's a formation here, and I sensed an unusual aura. Be careful. As he spoke, he walked forward. When he took his 3rd step, a radiance flickered in front of him, and a terrifying roar reverberated throughout the land. What's that? The expressions of the people in the vicinity, who were looking for treasures, changed when they heard this roar. This is the roar of a demonic beast. Did a demonic beast come here? It can't be. It's normal for demonic beasts to come here, but this roar can only be emitted by some super experts. But, those people should have been blocked outside. Let's go and take a look. One after another, people quickly moved forward. Lin Xian, who was in the front, also felt his blood boil. He was forced back, and his face became pale. Are you all right? Xueqi was worried. Lin Xian shook his head. He was fine, and he just suffered a loss because he was careless. He used the immortal art to quickly heal his injuries, and a cold radiance shone from his eyes. His golden gaze, which could penetrate the land. What's this? Lin Xian was startled, as he saw the image of a lion. The lion's entire body was golden, as if it was made of gold. It appeared in front of them and quickly walked over. Every step made no sound, but there was endless great Tao interweaving, emitting an extremely terrifying aura. Roar, the lion rushed over and roared at the sky. With a trace of fearless strength. Lin Xian frowned, then snorted coldly and waved his hand, sending out a powerful force. 6 Tao Fist. The power of reincarnation surged. With a single punch, the golden lion was sent flying. The golden lion turned into a ray of light and disappeared. Then, it drilled into Lin Xian's arm. What's going on? Lin Xian was startled, but in the next moment, he was overjoyed because he realized that it was a power that could be absorbed by her. Kid, what did you get? Someone rushed over from behind, and upon seeing this sight, he bellowed furiously. Lin Xian turned around and saw a figure standing in the air behind him, surrounded by strong winds. He recognized Feng Xiaoqing. Not only was he from the Wind clan, he was also from the Z mansion. He sneered and refused to answer. Are you looking down on me? Feng Xiaoqing hollered in rage. He was a genius 5,000 years ago, and now that he had awakened, his strength had soared. He had already reached the great sage realm. At this moment, he waved his hand and many cracks spread out, bringing with them the power of the wind. Lin Xian didn't even turn his head. He stomped his feet and terrifying demonic energy interweaved, turning into black lightning that blocked his attack. Feng Xiaoqing was forced back, and his expression became solemn. What was going on? More people came? One of them was like lightning, and the other had the power to suppress heaven and earth. They were both geniuses who had awakened from a few thousand years ago. Time passing water, Saint Sky suppression. They were all from the Z mansion. Apart from them, the other experts also rushed over one after another. Feng Xiaoqing pointed at Lin Xian and said, I saw a golden light enter his body, so it must be some treasure. The others were shocked by such a thing. An expert from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty walked out and said coldly, Mad God, take out what you got. His words carried a hint of command. In his opinion, the reason why Lin Xian was able to survive until now was because of the protection of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty. Otherwise, the 5 giants would have suppressed him long ago. Lin Xian glanced at him and sneered. Are you ordering me? Who do you think you are, Scram? The expert from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty was furious. He was so angry that his body trembled. Kid, are you challenging me? His body emitted an extremely terrifying purple light and turned into a giant dragon that roared at the sky. It seems that you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Let me teach you a lesson. He slapped out with his palm, and it was like a giant purple dragon that stretched out its dragon claws, covering the sky and earth. Lin Xian snorted coldly and shot out the light of the demon god. It turned into heaven and earth, enveloping and sealing the purple dragon. The two collided, and the void shattered. You don't have the right to teach me a lesson. Damn it, the purple dragon from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty had an ugly expression. At the same time, people from the Sacred Abyss Tower rushed over. They were shocked. Qing Hong asked, what's going on with the mad god? Lin Xian glanced at his companions and said indifferently, just now, a phantom attacked me and was shattered by me. So, it turned into energy and entered my body. There's a formation ahead, and there might be more. Be careful. After saying that, he walked forward. Xueqi followed beside him. It's another formation. Suddenly, another earth-shattering roar sounded. It turned into a golden lion that covered the sky and earth. Lin Xian used the six-path fist to shatter it, turning it into a golden light that merged into his palm. Did you see that? He waved his hand behind him. The people around him were shocked. So that's how it is. Let's go too. For a moment, they all walked forward. The formation in front of them seemed to have been activated. Roars rang out one after another, resounding through the sky. Zilong shot out a terrifying phantom and killed the golden lion in front of him. He also felt a golden light enter his body. His expression changed, and he became excited. Great, I feel a force that can be absorbed. Kill. He rushed to the left. The others did the same. However, although Lin Xian easily dealt with the golden lion was very terrifying. Someone was immediately sent flying. His body was shattered, and blood flowed everywhere. Damn it, why is he so strong? I thought it would be easy to see that guy shatter it with a punch. These people's expressions became unsightly. The Flying Corpse King looked at these people and sneered. Stupid things, how dare you come here if you don't have such strength, get lost. How dare you look down on us? The two people were furious and charged over, but they were sent flying by the Flying Corpse King. The Flying Corpse King grabbed their souls and sneered, I'll refine you into corpses. Endless death energy rushed out of his body and enveloped the two people. The two people were terrified, but they soon stopped breathing and turned into two zombies that followed beside him. These powerhouses continued to advance, and at the same time, people continued to retreat. Moreover, they realized that the further they went, the stronger the golden lions that appeared. In the end, everyone's speed became very slow. Even those top-notch experts had stopped. Lin Xian also stopped. He had already shattered 24 golden lions and obtained 24 rays of light that merged into his body. It allowed his power to increase. At the same time, he felt that there seemed to be some god's imprint in his mind. These golden lions seemed to be using a unique divine ability. Lin Xian recalled carefully and discovered something. However, it was too vague and unclear. It seemed that there were too few golden lions attacking. If there were more, it might be possible. The other powerhouses naturally also discovered something. Reaching level 24 was already extremely difficult. Any further and it would be extremely powerful. Even Lin Xian would have to exchange over 100 moves before he could win. Roar, those who could stay here were all top powerhouses. At this moment, an earth-shattering roar came from the front. It was a golden lion that walked out. The light on the golden lion's face was even more terrifying. It even carried a divine aura. Its aura was not ordinary. Lin Xian and the others looked solemn. Moreover, everyone realized that there was only one this time. How were they going to fight? Everyone wanted to fight, but no one dared to act rashly. The people behind had already stopped. It was not that they did not want to go, but they did not have the strength. Some people wanted to risk everything and force their way forward, but they were instantly killed. After dozens of top geniuses died, the surrounding people were afraid. If they did not have the strength to go, they would be courting death. Damn it. Feng Xiaoqing saw the golden lion rushing forward. He shouted coldly and used the wind spirit saber technique. The terrifying saber light split the world. The golden lion kept swaying. Although it was huge, its speed was extremely fast. In an instant, it was in front of Feng Xiaoqing. Then, it grabbed and slapped at him with an earth-shattering aura. It was like a peerless divine palm. Feng Xiaoqing's pupils constricted. He was careless. This one was too powerful. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. He was sent flying by the palm. Half of his body was shattered, and his internal organs were turned into ashes. Damn it! He fell to the ground and screamed. Stupid human. You overestimate yourself. A cold voice sounded. The surrounding people were all shocked. This golden lion could even open its mouth to speak. It was too unordinary. Roar, the golden lion in front of him roared at the sky, unleashing its roar divine technique. Not good, retreat quickly. Everyone's blood was boiling. The people at the front were frantically retreating, while the people at the back were at a loss. They discovered that the sound only covered a certain area. As long as they left that area, they would not be attacked. Lin Xian coldly snorted. He stomped his foot and slashed out like a peerless demonic blade. He waved his hands and tore apart the void, charging forward with great force. Boundless ice appeared next to Xueqi, and it froze all of these voices. She also walked over. Apart from them, the others also made their moves. This was also a test. If they couldn't withstand this sound, they probably wouldn't be able to advance any further. In the previous attack, they had all absorbed the power of gold, and their strength had increased. Now, they were displaying their full strength. In the end, 60 people successfully passed. They walked out of the lion's roar and came to the front. The golden lion looked at these people and nodded. The people who came this time were not bad. Follow me. Then, he turned around and walked forward. Lin Xian and the others took a deep breath and quickly followed him. They ran all the way. They came to the depths of the Doctrine Palace. The Golden Lion King in front of them stopped. He knelt on the ground respectfully, as if he was worshipping something. Lin Xian and the others behind him were shocked. They saw that there was a golden coffin in front of them. It had an extraordinary aura, and it emitted a mysterious aura. Countless people were shocked. They didn't know who was buried in this golden coffin. Lin Xian was even more shocked. This was because he seemed to have seen this golden coffin before. He had once found a golden coffin in the second astral plane's secret realm. At that time, he had found the toad there. Lin Xian remembered that a woman was buried in that golden coffin. She had a human body and a snake's tail, and she was extremely mysterious. She was even called the Queen by the toad. Lin Xian was shocked to see such a similar golden coffin again. It seemed like both sides belonged to the same camp. Was that mysterious woman also from the heavenly court? At the same time, could the person buried in the golden coffin be related to the lion? What were the 12 doctrine palaces? Were there 12 powerhouses buried? Lin Xian didn't know. At this moment, the Golden Lion King in front turned his head and said loudly, "Trial takers, you will receive a test. If you can successfully pass the test, then we will teach you the Heavenly Court's supreme technique, the Fearless Lion's Seal." Hearing this, many people exclaimed. The legendary Fearless Lion Seal? Could it be that the Golden Lion King was buried here? That was a legendary powerhouse with a mysterious origin and a heaven-defying bloodline. He was actually buried here. Those people had heard of the Fearless Lion Seal before. What kind of test did they have to pass? Zilong, an expert from the 10,000 Dragon Court, asked in a deep voice. The eyes of the others also flickered. The Golden Lion King in front said. First, luck. Second, strength. Luck? Zilong frowned. How was this a test? The Golden Lion laughed. With a wave of its hand, heaven and earth shook. Endless spatial cracks appeared, devouring quite a few people. Not good. Someone exclaimed and wanted to dodge, but he was instantly teleported out. Damn it, roars rang out one after another. Half of the 60 people were teleported out, leaving only 30. The remaining people were terrified and their scalps went numb. Was this the so-called luck? If they were unlucky, they would be teleported out. Zilong's body also turned cold, but he soon smiled. If he wasn't teleported out, it meant that his luck was very good. Lin Xian frowned slightly. Xueqi, who was beside him, had been teleported away. When she left, Xueqi said, "Husband, it's up to you now. I'm afraid I won't be so lucky." Was it really random? Lin Xian was shocked. He turned around and found that his friends were also gone. Yu Wudao and Gu Feng weren't there. Were they unlucky? Lin Xian felt that something was wrong. He guessed that the two of them should have cultivated the imperial scripture, which was why they were teleported away. Outside, the 30 people were teleported out. Many of them cursed. Damn it, why was my luck so bad? Gu Feng's face was cold. He wanted to use his spatial divine ability to kill his way back. Yu Wudao, who was beside him, said calmly, "Don't go. You and I have the imperial scripture. It might conflict with the Heavenly Court's ultimate techniques. If you force your way over, aren't you afraid that the peerless formation here will kill you? In the end, Gufeng snorted coldly and did not continue forward. Instead, he went to other places to look for opportunities. Although he had the Imperial Sutra, who would complain about having too many trump cards, but now, it seemed that it was impossible to learn the Fearless Lion's seal. He could only improve his cultivation and Great Dao laws. Yi Wu Dao was the same. He turned around and left. The others, on the other hand, were still waiting unwillingly. In front of the golden coffin, there were only 30 figures left. The golden lion stomped his foot again. The ground cracked open, and another 8 figures appeared. The 8 figures were like statues, and they were all lions. However, according to the order, each statue had one more lion head, from 1 to 9. The aura on their faces was also getting more and more terrifying. You can withstand my lion roar, but let's see if you can withstand the next lion roar. Every time you pass, you will obtain a part of the cultivation method of the Fearless Lion's seal. If you pass all of them, you will be able to learn the complete Fearless Lion's seal. As soon as these words came out, everyone took a deep breath. It seemed to be a difficult test, but they were not afraid. Zilong was the first to walk out. His strength was unparalleled, so he was prepared to take the test. The others watched patiently. Well, let Zilong test it out. They could also use this to infer what their success rate was. Zilong was very strong. After blocking the 2-headed lion, he blocked the 3rd, 4th, and so on. When he reached the 5th lion, he was beaten out. He retreated and vomited blood. His expression became ugly. Damn it! He roared. You lost your chance. Zilong wanted to go forward, but the golden lion said coldly, causing him to stop. The others were also in an uproar. There was only one chance. The golden lion said that there was only one chance. Unless someone had good results in the test, he could challenge that person. If he won, he could take his opportunity. There was only one chance for such a challenge. Hearing this, the surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. This was really cruel. Zhulong walked over and asked, "What did you feel just now?" There was only a physical attack. Was there a soul attack? Zilong's face was cold, but he still said it. After all, the other party was also from the Torch Dragon clan. The dragons were still willing to join forces. Zhulong nodded after hearing this. He felt a trace of confidence. He felt that he should be able to surpass the 5th. However, he still waited. 2 more people came forward, and in the end, they were not even as good as Zilong. One was defeated at the 3rd statue, while the other was defeated at the 4th statue. Zhulong could not wait any longer and walked forward. He had been defeated at the 6th stone statue. His results were better than Zilong's, but that was already his limit. Zhulong didn't say anything else. His companion, the Flying Corpse King, was sent out. He looked at Lin Xian, Xiao Zhuang, Peng Wanli, and the others and coldly snorted. Although they all came from the Sacred Abyss Tower, he wouldn't impart any of his experiences to them. Let me do it. Tyrant walked out. The people around them were surprised. They must be from the tyrants. These people's physiques were extremely terrifying. This overlord was also extremely famous. How many statues would he be able to walk past? In the end, he also stopped at the 6th statue. Could it be that no one could reach the 7th statue? 20 people had finished participating, and the highest result was the 6th statue. There were still 10 people left. Everyone was in despair. Among the remaining 10 people, there were not many who had any strength left. At this moment, Xiao Zhuang walked over. He opened his sleepy eyes, yawned, and walked forward. Was this guy still asleep? Sheng Tianzhen snorted. The others also laughed. He looked so unreliable. They guessed that he would be defeated at the 2nd statue. However, to everyone's surprise, Xiao Zhuang passed 5 statues in a row and was about to continue to the 6th. Everyone became nervous. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. This Xiao Zhuang was indeed amazing. It could even be said that he was unfathomable. He didn't know if Xiao Zhuang could pass, but he was also looking forward to it. How was that possible? Zhulong snorted. On the other side, Tyrant wasn't too sure either. However, Xiao Zhuang actually broke through. He went to the seventh statue. Damn it, how did he do it? Zhu Long was shocked. Zi Long and the others also narrowed their eyes. This person's strength was not ordinary. No, someone shook his head. He seemed to be a soul mastery expert. I've heard of him. Logically speaking, his physique shouldn't be so strong. How did he do it? Could it be that the factors in the assessment weren't necessarily physique and soul, but something else? For a moment, everyone was discussing. Xiao Zhuang also went to the seventh statue. He came to the eighth statue. Everyone was stunned and even became nervous. Was this guy going to succeed in obtaining the seal of the fearless lion? However, Xiao Zhuang finally retreated at the eighth statue. He sighed. Forget it, he couldn't force it. He was very open-minded. This guy was the one who had gone the furthest. Countless people were shocked and looked at him with red eyes. Although he didn't pass completely, he definitely had more information than them. When the time came, he might even be able to use this incomplete divine ability. In my opinion, other than strength, there's also luck. Didn't I say before that this test is strength and luck? It's not just luck in teleportation, but also in the assessment. Zilong walked out and said coldly, I want to challenge him. He originally had a chance to challenge him, and he was prepared to use it now. Sure. The golden lion stomped its foot and the ground cracked open, revealing an arena. The two of them were automatically teleported. Everyone was shocked. Was Xiao Zhuang really lucky? Xiao Zhuang sighed, you're really annoying. I'm already sleepy, but you still want to disturb me. Do you know the consequences of my anger are terrifying? Although he was seriously angry, in the eyes of others, they all wanted to laugh. This guy was here to make fun of them. Zilong snorted coldly, I advise you to be obedient and give me all the information you obtained, and I can spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. A shocking aura of the Tao of Dragon appeared from his body, and at the same time, a dragon phantom coiled around his body. Then, he slapped over with his claw, shattering the void as he charged forward. This claw was filled with an endless amount of murderous intent. Xiao Zhuang sighed. He was struck by the claw and his body turned into countless pieces. The surrounding people were stunned. Was he killed in one strike? Torch Dragon snorted coldly, he can't even withstand a single blow. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The others soon realized that the other party didn't die, but turned into countless butterflies. They danced between heaven and earth. What a trick! Zilong formed a seal with his palms, and the dragon phantom spat out purple flames that filled the sky. Looking at the butterflies flying around him, Zilong sneered. He unleashed dragon fire, which swept through the 9 heavens. He wanted to melt the butterflies. However, the butterflies turned into a sea of vicissitudes. The dragon fire in the sky disappeared. Zilong's face was pale. Feeling suppressed, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression cold. I didn't expect you to be an expert. However, you've completely angered me. He roared and 2 flaming sabers appeared. He grabbed them with his dragon claws and charged forward. The terrifying light was tens of thousands of feet long. It was as if a fire dragon had come to life and slashed forward. The butterflies that filled the sky continued to dance, as if they were about to ascend and become immortals. They passed through the endless flames and saber light and arrived in front of Zilong. Zilong felt dizzy. Oh no, it's a soul attack. He had to guard his mind. At the same time, he roared at the sky. However, it was too late. His body fell, foaming at the mouth, and he fainted. Was it over? The surrounding people were shocked. They thought it would be an earth-shattering battle. They didn't expect it to end so quickly. However, Zhu Long and the others were frowning. They knew Zilong's strength. The fact that he fainted so easily was enough to show how terrifying Xiao Zhuang was. If it was a battle of life and death, Zilong's soul would have been destroyed. Xiao Zhuang walked down and fell asleep at the side. The arena disappeared. Torch Dragon went to wake Zilong up. Zilong roared at the sky. Damn it, how dare you use despicable methods, what a disgrace. Lin Xian snorted when he saw this. Despicable methods? It was a fair battle. You're not as good as me, so why are you embarrassing yourself here? The dragon clan's face has been completely thrown away by you. You, Zilong roared and stared at Lin Xian. Mad God, do you want to die? His dragon claws flew out, but halfway, they were interrupted by the golden lion. How dare you attack in front of me? You're breaking the rules. Scram. He slapped out a palm, which turned into a fearless lion and sent Zilong flying. Zilong's body shattered. He screamed and flew into the distance, disappearing. Whoever dared to be impudent would die. The others were terrified and lowered their heads. This was a supreme existence left behind by the heavenly court. They were no match for him at all. Zhulong's expression was cold, but he did not dare to say anything else. Outside, those people were still bitterly holding on, fighting against the lion phantoms that appeared from time to time. However, it was very difficult for someone to break through the limit and walk over. At this moment, they saw a figure flying back. What is it? They were all shocked. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the person had landed on the ground. It was a person. He seemed to be one of the dragons. Wasn't that Zilong? He was a top expert of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty and he was actually forced out. Who was it? What happened in the battle ahead? Voices could be heard one after another. The 10,000 Dragon Dynasty's people were also shocked. What was going on with Lord Zilong? Zilong stood up and roared at the sky. His broken body healed, but in the next moment, his body swayed and his face turned ugly. Although the blow just now didn't take his life, it caused him to be seriously injured. Previously, he had been overjoyed after absorbing the golden light to increase his strength. However, now that he was seriously injured, his expression turned ugly. In that case, he would be lagging behind the others. Damn it, he took out some precious treasures from his storage ring. His expression was vicious as he swallowed them. The surrounding people didn't dare to ask any more. Everyone could see that the other party was filled with killing intent. Many people even left quietly. However, everyone still heard him roar. Mad God, I will tear you into pieces. I won't let you off. The surrounding people were shocked. Did Mad God defeat him? This Mad God was too terrifying. He didn't even give face to the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty. On the other side, outside the heavenly court ruins, 2 streaks of light flew past one after another. They were extremely fast and entered the ruins in an instant. They arrived at the Southern Heaven Gate. Was this the legendary Southern Heaven Gate? It was indeed majestic. The first person scoffed coldly and walked forward. Very quickly, he saw an armored giant charging towards him. That person shouted coldly. His dragon energy was shocking, as if he had turned into a dragon god. He instantly tore apart the phantom. He walked in with large strides. Not long after, another person arrived. This person was surrounded by black and white. He was also mysterious and terrifying. After he arrived, he carefully sensed it and walked in easily. After entering the Southern Heaven Gate, he quickly flew towards the 2 people in front. Very quickly, they heard a huge battle erupting in front of them. There were also some terrifying great sage. Those people sensed the arrival of 2 experts and turned their heads. Then, someone exclaimed, Dragon Prince, are you out of seclusion? The Dragon Shine race was delighted. The others were also surprised. They looked carefully and realized that one of them was extraordinarily mighty with 10,000 dragons revolving around him. Without looking at his cultivation, just the aura of his bloodline made him even more terrifying than the Dragon Sovereign. The Dragon Prince was probably the only one in the world who could do that. He actually came too. The Master of the Great Desolation also stared at the other party. But soon, he shook his head. No, it wasn't the real Dragon Prince. It was just an incarnation. The Master of the Dragon Shine said, Dragon Prince, there are 12 Dao palaces ahead. The Dragon Prince laughed. I understand. He rushed forward and soon entered the Dao Palace. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect the Dragon Prince to send an incarnation. But this wasn't the end. Not long after, another expert arrived. He was like a black and white god, making people tremble. Who was this person? His aura wasn't any weaker than Long Huangzi's. In fact, he was even stronger. It was Kuan Pengzi. When Divine General Wen Snow saw him, he exclaimed. Countless people were shocked. Kuan Pengzi was also a crown prince. Not long ago, he was crowned as the crown prince. This person's strength was even stronger than the dragon prince. Was he here too? He should be an incarnation too. The master of the great desolation shone brightly. The others also looked solemn. The two crown princes had sent two incarnations. Obviously, they were both interested in the heavenly court. Divine General Wen Snow went forward and explained the situation. Kuan Pengzi nodded and flew toward the Dao Palace. In the Dao Palace, countless people felt the aura of the two and were shocked. Some people recognized them, such as the people from the Dragon Palace and the Heaven Sect. They exclaimed, "It's the Dragon Prince. Kuan Pengzi is here too." Heavens, are they going to enter the heavenly court to obtain the treasures? Everyone was shocked. In their hearts, these two were godlike existences. They were two huge mountains that stood at the pinnacle of bloodline and talent, making them look up to them. It would be difficult for anyone to surpass the two of them. It was even impossible to get close to them. When Zilong saw the Dragon Prince, he said, "Dragon Emperor, Mad God has gone too far. Please avenge me." What a terrifying aura. Yu Wudao raised his head, and his eyes shone with a sharp light. He sensed the aura of the Great Emperor. Of course, he knew that it wasn't the real Great Emperor, but the Crown Prince. They had inherited the strongest bloodline of the Great Emperor. He felt as if he was facing a great enemy. The Heavenly Emperor Sutra circulated quickly in his body, and he seemed to have turned into a golden god of war. On the other side, Gufeng also sensed it, and the void scripture in his body also circulated. His entire body merged into the void. On the other side, Yao Guang also raised his head, and his eyes lit up. The Crown Prince? If he devoured the two of them, his strength and talent would probably surpass the Crown Prince's. He had no expectations. However, he didn't dare to make a move. He knew that the Crown Prince was too terrifying. He had countless trump cards and might even bring an extreme weapon. It would be difficult for him to succeed. However, he wouldn't miss the opportunity. In the sky, Kuan Pengzi and the Dragon Prince also sensed two powerful battle intents. They even sensed a trace of the Great Emperor's aura. Was it another Crown Prince? They looked down, and their gazes pierced through the 9 underworlds. Then, they stared at two figures. No, it wasn't the Crown Prince they knew. These two people should be from the Emperor race. They had the ancient desolate body and cultivated the Imperial Sutra. Although their talent and bloodline weren't as good as theirs, they were qualified to compete with them. But now? These two people were too weak. Shaking their heads, Kuan Pengzi and the Dragon Prince ignored Yu Wudao and flew into the distance again. In front of the golden coffin, Lin Xian and the others were still trying, and there were less than 5 people left. The one with the highest result was Xiao Zhuang, who had reached the 8th statue. The others couldn't even reach the 5th statue. Could it be that no one succeeded? Countless people sighed. At this moment, Lin Xian took a deep breath and walked out. He was ready to try. Everyone looked over. They had heard of the Mad God's name before. Even if they didn't know, they were shocked by the fact that he had killed 5 experts in a row and fought against the 5 giants. Therefore, at this moment, everyone was talking. There were discussions. Can this guy succeed? I think it's possible. There were also people who shook their heads. Humph, so many people found it difficult to reach the 9th stone tablet. I don't think he has much hope as well. Under everyone's questioning and friendly gazes, Lin Xian walked forward. The 2nd stone tablet, the 3rd stone tablet. Lin Xian's speed was very fast. Soon, he arrived at the 5th stone tablet. This was the place where Zilong had arrived. Previously, Zilong had wanted to make a move on Mad God. He wondered if this fellow would be able to pass. Everyone realized that Lin Xian seemed to have passed the 5th stone tablet very easily. Everyone was astonished. It seemed like this Mad God's strength was in the purple dragon realm. Next was the 6th stone tablet. Zhulong was nervous. This was his result. Could the other party surpass him? Soon, his pupils shrank and his face turned cold. Damn it, the other party had surpassed him without much effort. He reached the 7th stone tablet. Lin Xian also passed, which made everyone stunned. This guy's strength was somewhat heaven-defying. He was going to attack the 8th stone tablet. Would he be able to pass? Previously, Xiao Zhuang had stopped at the 8th stone tablet. Lin Xian walked forward and looked at the stone tablet in front of him. It was a lion, coiled on the ground. Its 8 heads were solemn and dignified, emitting a terrifying divine aura. Lin Xian walked forward again. To be honest, the test this time was very terrifying. The lion statue was constantly emitting power. It impacted the body and even suppressed the soul and bloodline. This was a comprehensive test. However, Lin Xian wasn't afraid. He was confident in himself. He must obtain the fearless lion seal. He walked over, his aura as deep as the sea, and charged forward. The two collided, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. Countless large cracks interweaved. The surrounding people exclaimed. This guy actually blocked it. Zhu Long and the overlord's pupils shrank. Previously, Xiao Zhuang was quickly defeated at the 8th stone tablet. However, Lin Xian was now able to contend with him. He was likely to succeed. Xiao Zhuang also opened his sleepy eyes. There were butterflies flashing in his eyes. As expected of the 9-yang divine body, he seemed to have cultivated it to an extremely high level. Lin Xian walked forward, waving his fist at the same time. The 6th-path fist pressed forward. The other party unleashed the fearless light, seemingly fearless. The two collided again. The battle erupted. Everyone was shocked. Mad God's strength was so terrifying. At the same time, they rejoiced for Zilong. Fortunately, Zilong didn't fight Mad God. Otherwise, he would probably be beaten to death. After 200 moves, Lin Xian forcefully broke through the other party's divine ability. He walked over and passed the 8th stone tablet. The surrounding people exclaimed. He really did it, this was the last one. Would he have a chance to obtain the fearless lion seal? The surrounding people's eyes turned red. Although they were all top experts, there were still differences in strength. It seemed that this mad god was above them. They couldn't believe it. Qinghong and Zihong were also shocked. The two of them could only reach the 6th stone tablet. However, if they worked together, they should be able to reach the 7th. However, they weren't confident about reaching the 8th stone tablet. However, Lin Xian did it. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile as he walked towards the 9th stone tablet. At this moment, he suddenly turned around, and an extremely cold light burst out from his eyes. The golden lion also roared at the sky. The others were stunned as well. Soon, they felt a power that could topple mountains and overturn seas. What a terrifying aura. Someone was coming. Who was it? Was it one of those peerless experts or super mighty figures? Impossible, they couldn't come because of the restriction of their cultivation. In other words, this person was at most an early-stage great sage. How could an early-stage great sage have such a terrifying aura? They couldn't believe it. Unless, they thought of a possibility and all of them widened their eyes. In the next moment, they saw two figures arrive one after another. One of them was like a dragon god, surrounded by the aura of 10,000 dragons. The other person had a mysterious black and white aura. The dragon prince, Kuan Pengzi, everyone exclaimed. They had guessed that this would be the outcome, but they didn't expect the two princes to really come. Everyone swallowed their saliva. They could feel the suppression of their bloodlines. It was too powerful. It was as if they couldn't even raise their heads in front of these two figures. Lin Xian's eyes also burst out with an extremely cold light. Princes? He clenched his fists. His body also swayed as he felt the pressure. Humph! His divine body bloomed with light, and the great dragon sword's soul roared with a terrifying power to resist. Everyone was suppressed by the auras of the two martial emperor's sons, and they could not raise their heads. However, Lin Xian took a step forward, emitting an extremely terrifying aura. There was even the roar of a dragon. Someone was going to fight with the imperial princes. Who was it? The surrounding people were shocked. They looked out of the corner of their eyes, and then their scalps went numb. It was Mad God. They saw Mad God standing beside the eighth statue, looking up at the sky arrogantly. The two imperial princes were also stunned. Someone could withstand the pressure of their bloodline. Who was it? Did this person also cultivate an imperial scripture? There were only two kinds of people who could compete with them. First, they had the imperial bloodline like them. Second, they had cultivated an imperial scripture and had the imperial techniques. Other than that, perhaps only the extremely terrifying experts of the older generation could contend with their auras. Of course, the older generation cultivators couldn't enter, so they had all forgotten about Lin Xian at this moment, and their brows were tightly knitted together. The other party had a monstrous demonic aura. He was a demonic cultivator, so he couldn't be an imperial prince. That was an imperial scripture. He's from the dragons. Kuanpingzi said indifferently. The dragon prince frowned. He had indeed sensed the aura of the Tao of dragons in the other party's body, and it was extremely powerful. Which dragons do you belong to? The demon dragons? The dragon prince frowned. However, he didn't take it to heart. Then, he asked again, who is Mad God? How dare you challenge the Dragon Palace and the 10,000 Dragon Court? Come out and die. As soon as these words came out, everyone's scalps went numb. It was over, the Dragon Prince was really here for revenge. Some people from Holy Abyss Ancient City knew about Mad God's matters. Previously, Mad God had fought with Zilong, causing Zilong to be sent flying. More importantly, Mad God had challenged the Dragon Palace. He had even killed many experts and geniuses of the Dragon Palace. At that time, the Dragon Prince had not come out of seclusion. Now that he had come out, was he going to settle the score? I am, below, Lin Xian shouted coldly, and his aura erupted again. It seemed that he was going to dominate the 9 heavens. You're Mad God? The Dragon Prince frowned even more. Wasn't he from the dragons? How dare you go against my 10,000 dragon dynasty? Kneel down obediently and wait for my orders. You? Lin Xian snorted coldly. The people around were going crazy. Was Mad God really going to compete with the Crown Prince? The Dragon Prince stood with his hands clasped behind his back, surrounded by thousands of dragons. He said coldly, that's right, because I'm the Crown Prince, humph. 10,000 dragons roared under his feet, and an extremely terrifying pressure of dragon blood rushed over. The pupils of the surrounding people shrank and they quickly retreated. Even the Overlord, Torch Dragon, and the others quickly retreated. This time even Xiao Zhuang retreated. There was nothing he could do about it. The power of his imperial bloodline was simply too terrifying. Would this fellow be killed by the pressure of his bloodline? Some people thought. After all, in their hearts, the Crown Prince was like a god. Lin Xian naturally felt the immense pressure as well, and he shouted angrily. Behind him, dragon shadows appeared one after another, emitting terrifying dragon roars. These dragons were the blood of the 10,000 dragons, god blood. Coupled with the power of the great dragon sword soul, it was as if they had transcended time and space to come to life. They fought against the 10,000 dragons in the sky. Boom, the two bloodline powers collided, causing an earth-shattering earthquake. The surrounding people seemed to have been struck by lightning. Their faces turned pale, and some even vomited blood. Damn it, what's going on? They stared at Lin Xian. He also had the bloodline of the dragons, and he had so many dragon shadows. Was he also a member of the dragons? It was too unbelievable. Mad God was a member of the dragons. This was shocking news. Who exactly are you? The Dragon Prince frowned again. Other than him, who else could command the 10,000 dragons? However, the other party could actually conjure the phantoms of 10,000 dragons. Those were not simple phantoms. They contained the shadows of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, Black Dragon, Sword Dragon, Thunder Dragon, Sea Dragon, and various other dragons. It was too unbelievable. If the Dragon Prince did not know that he was the only son of the Dragon Emperor, he would have suspected that the other party was also a crown prince. It seems that you have some secrets. Could it be that you have killed countless powerful dragons and used their blood to cast these dragon shadows? If that's the case, I will let you know the feeling of living a life worse than death. The Dragon Prince was furious. He thought about it, and there was only one possibility. His body descended towards the ground. An even more terrifying force swept in all directions as if the dragon god had been resurrected. The demonic chi on Lin Xian's body was about to disappear. An even more terrifying light burst out from his eyes, like two divine lamps that lit up heaven and earth. He seemed to have seen through everything, and then he looked up to the sky and laughed. Don't you think you are too arrogant for a mere incarnation? Incarnation, this was only an incarnation of the Dragon Prince. Oh my god, an incarnation was enough to make them feel like they were facing a formidable enemy. They could not even resist. How terrifying was the Dragon Prince's true body? He could kill all of them with one finger. Wait, in addition to the Dragon Prince, was Kuanpingzi also an incarnation? Was this a crown prince? He was too powerful. He was so powerful that they seemed to be unable to compete with him in their lifetime. An incarnation is enough to deal with you. The Dragon Prince snorted, and there was a trace of coldness in his eyes. In his eyes, other than Kuanping, who could make him serious, the others were ants. I heard that you are ranked 1000 on the honor roll. Your identity is indeed amazing, but unfortunately, I am ranked 2nd on the honor roll. I am destined to be crowned king in the future. The difference between you and me is the difference between an ant and a giant dragon. Now, I will let you feel despair. The Dragon Prince's incarnation raised a palm, and a dragon's shadow surrounded it as if this move could destroy the entire world. Lin Xian's face was cold. He had to admit that the other party was indeed very powerful. Even if it was just an incarnation, he had to go all out. However, he believed that with his trump cards and many unique techniques, he could contend with it. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian's body emitted an even more terrifying aura. He even took out the Great Spear of Destruction. The Dragon Sword soul was circulating in his body. Was he really going to fight? Could the Mad God block this move? Previously, it was only a collision of bloodline auras. Now that the Dragon Prince was going to use a peerless ability, the Mad God would probably disappear instantly. This palm of mine is called the Dragon Cloud Palm. If you can block this palm of mine and not die, I will spare your life today. The Dragon Prince's eyes were filled with confidence. It was just a casual attack, but it was not something that others could block. Not to mention the other party, even a great sage cultivator outside would have his soul destroyed by this palm strike. One palm? Lin Xian snorted coldly. The other party was underestimating him too much. Today, he would experience the Crown Prince's unique technique. He also walked out. At this moment, the Golden Lion King roared. Fighting was not allowed here. Those who violated the rules would be killed without mercy. A loud voice rang out, causing everyone's expression to change. The Dragon Prince was even more furious. A lion dares to be impudent in front of me? Boom boom, a terrifying sound tore through the 9 heavens. The Golden Lion's huge body shattered into pieces and disappeared into thin air. Was it dead? Countless people were shocked. Many of them had experienced how powerful the Golden Lion was before, but now, it was destroyed by Long Yun in one strike. Other than Kuan-Pung, no one else could withstand this attack. Mad God would definitely die. Alright, the fly is already dead. Let's see who can stop me. The Dragon Prince circled around. Everyone lowered their heads. Kuan-Pungzi stood in the 9 heavens, his eyes flickering. He didn't stop him. He wouldn't go against the Dragon Prince for an ant. Lin Xian's brows were tightly knitted together. This was the strongest enemy he had ever encountered in his life. This was only the Imperial Prince. He didn't know how terrifying a true Great Emperor was. Lin Xian felt his blood boiling. He gripped the Great Destruction Spear tightly, his eyes shining. At this moment, another voice sounded. It's useless. You can't kill me. As soon as these words came out, Lin Xian was stunned and looked forward. The others also suddenly raised their heads, their faces filled with shock. It was the Golden Lion's voice. Was he not dead? In the void ahead, countless rays of golden light condensed, and the phantom of the Golden Lion appeared again. He walked over in the air. Not dead? The Dragon Prince frowned. Kuan-Pungzi also spoke. You should be a formation spirit, right? Formation spirit, everyone was shocked. Lin Xian was also surprised. He was a formation expert, so he had naturally heard of formation spirits. This was extremely impressive. It was an intelligent spiritual creature formed by a formation. It was an exceptionally mysterious existence. He didn't expect that this golden lion was actually a formation spirit. That's right. The golden lion raised its head and said, I'm a formation spirit, so you can't kill me. Can't kill you? Dragon Prince Long, then I'll destroy this formation. Without the formation, let's see if you'll die. He was arrogant and unruly. There was nothing in the world that he couldn't do. The golden lion stopped and sat in the void. The light around his body became more and more terrifying. Although you are the imperial prince, this is the heavenly court, the golden lion palace of the 12 Dao palaces. If you want to contend against the true golden lion king, wait until you become a great emperor. The golden lion king's voice was incomparably cold. At the same time, a spell formation appeared in the surroundings. The absolute killing intent caused everyone's hair to stand on end. No one hesitated. Under this attack, no one would be able to escape. Perhaps only a few imperial princes would be able to leave alive. Of course, this was on the premise that these princes had extreme weapons on them. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to fight back. Lin Xian also felt his hair stand on end. He discovered that not only did the array formation light up, the golden coffin in front of him also seemed to emit a mysterious talisman. From the looks of it, he really did have a peerless trump card. The two imperial princes looked at the golden jar and felt their blood run cold. Kuan Pingzi frowned and said coldly, Long Wugu, I advise you not to act blindly without thinking. This was the fearless lion king of the heavenly court. The dragon prince frowned. The fearless lion king? So it was him, the golden coffin of the 12 Dao palaces. What, did he want to come back to life? What a joke. Since the great emperor had died, it was impossible for him to be revived. After saying that, he looked at the golden lion in front of him. A mere array spirit dares to threaten me? Remember this. When I become a great emperor, it will be the time of your golden Dao palace's death. As soon as this voice was heard, endless giant dragons roared in the sky, forming an oath. The entire heavenly court was in a state of flux as countless bolts of lightning descended. What happened? The people outside were shocked. Even the Lord of the Great Wilderness, the Lord of the Dragon Radiance, and the others had serious expressions. The heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals roared with murderous intent. The Golden Lion King's expression was solemn as he said in a deep voice. The heavenly court will never be destroyed. Even if you become a great emperor, you won't be able to destroy it. Moreover, how could a great emperor think so simply? Since ancient times, no imperial prince had ever become a great emperor. You won't be an exception. The ancients couldn't do it, but it doesn't mean that I can't. The dragon prince took a step forward, bringing with him an earth-shattering domineering aura. I was born to break the rules of heaven and earth. I will become a great emperor. This time, even Lin Xian was shocked. What a strong belief, what a terrifying heart of martial arts. He had to admit that the dragon prince was simply an invincible existence. He had the best bloodline talent, the most cultivation resources, the strongest heart of martial arts, and the most domineering demeanor. It could be said that no one was a match for him. And this was just the dragon prince. Kuan Pingzi and Long Huangzi had awakened earlier, and their cultivation levels were higher. How far had the dragon prince reached? Lin Xian felt immense pressure, but he wasn't afraid at all. He knew that there weren't many who became great emperors in history, but each great emperor had a different experience. Some were chosen by the heavens, sweeping through the world and becoming the eldest brother. However, there were also those who rose from the dust and stood in the 9 heavens. If the previous great emperors could do it, he was confident that he could do it too. At this moment, his eyes were shining with an extremely terrifying confidence. That was the heart of an invincible expert. Boom, boom. Thunder fell between heaven and earth once again. In the 9 heavens, the wind and clouds swept. At this moment, everyone felt their souls trembling again. It was as if there was a god looking down on them. The dragon prince suddenly turned his head and stared at Lin Xian. I didn't expect an ant like you to have an invincible heart of Tao. Kuan-Pingzi also looked over and nodded for the first time. Interesting person. However, just having an invincible heart isn't enough. There aren't many people in this world who can compete with us. His eyes were also cold. It was a coldness that looked down on the world. At their level, they were indeed qualified to look down on the world. Lin Xian smiled. How would you know if you don't try? My goal is also to become a great emperor. To become a great emperor, the surrounding people were shocked. This was their goal since they were born and knew about martial arts. However, it was just a thought. When they really stepped on the path of martial arts, they would give up on this thought. Because the further they went, the more they knew that it was impossible to become a great emperor. Especially now that they were peak sages, and some of them had even become great sage. However, they were already in despair. They knew that their cultivation speed would become slower and slower. The bloodline talent was like a cage that locked them tightly, making it impossible for them to enter the great emperor realm in their lifetime. In the hearts of these top geniuses, becoming a peak great sage was already a dream. However, this crazy god dared to say that he wanted to become a great emperor. Was he naive or was he really that confident? Kuan-Pingzi shook his head. He felt that Lin Xian was too naive. The dragon prince sneered coldly. Stupid. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. After saying that, the dragon prince ignored Lin Xian and looked at the golden coffin in front of him. Golden Lion King, I want to experience it. He walked forward. At the same time, Kuan-Pingzi in the sky also made his move. Everyone exclaimed. Could it be that these two princes didn't come here for the fearless lion's seal but for the golden coffin? Lin Xian also frowned, but he didn't pay attention to it. He was indeed different from the princes. The path to take was also different. Therefore, he didn't need to care about what the other party was doing. His current target was the 9th stone statue. He had already broken through the 9th one. He could obtain the fearless lion's seal. From what the Golden Lion Formation Spirit said, the Golden Lion King was also a supreme existence that swept through the 9 heavens. Perhaps only a true great emperor could suppress it. Then, the other party's ultimate technique was definitely terrifying. It should be a divine ability comparable to a great emperor's ultimate technique. He must master it. The 9th statue had 9 heads. Its power was even more terrifying than all the previous 8 statues combined. Lin Xian also felt a huge pressure. Under this terrifying roar, Lin Xian's body even cracked, and blood dripped down. He roared, and demonic energy surged into the sky, covering him and the 9th statue. Because he had some methods that he didn't want others to see. The crowd couldn't see it. They could only see demonic energy surging into the sky and earth-shattering sounds. Obviously, Mad God was crazily attacking. On the other side, what shocked them even more was the 2 princes. One of them was flying in the sky, while the other was walking on the ground. They both charged toward the golden coffin. This time, the Golden Lion Formation Spirit didn't activate the Peerless Formation and allowed the 2 princes to charge over. Was he going to give up? Or was he absolutely confident in the golden coffin? The golden coffin had been there for tens of thousands of years, but there was no dust on it. Instead, it flickered with a mysterious light. Sensing the bloodline aura of the 2 princes, a terrifying fluctuation erupted, as if something inside was about to be resurrected. The surrounding people felt their bodies splitting apart. Not good, retreat quickly. They were terrified and didn't dare to stay here anymore. A few of them still wanted to hold on, but their bodies shattered and turned into a bloody mist. The souls roared and fled in fear, bringing with them a bloody mist that filled the sky. Everyone had retreated. Other than the 2 princes, only the Golden Lion Array Spirit and Lin Xian, who was still crazily attacking the statue, were left. Lin Xian also sensed the earth-shattering sounds of battle ahead, as well as a terrifying aura. However, he ignored it. He unleashed all sorts of methods to contend against it. His powerful physique, terrifying God's Eye, and Dragon Soul Sword Chi were all unleashed. After a fierce battle, he finally succeeded in suppressing and breaking through the 9th statue. The next moment, he felt a wave of information coming from the statue and flowing into his glabella. Lin Xian's body shook as an extremely sharp light appeared in his eyes. He had obtained the complete mark of the fearless lion. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He left behind an avatar and sat down cross-legged. As for his main body, it had entered the sword world. Lin Xian wanted to quickly comprehend it. He knew that there was a huge threat waiting for him, and that was the Dragon Prince. The other party had already set his eyes on him and would definitely fight him. Although he was not afraid, he still learned the mark of the fearless lion. His chances of winning were higher. After entering, Lin Xian sat cross-legged in the Four-Spirit Valley. He felt a powerful and mysterious aura and began to cultivate the mark of the fearless lion. He entered a state of selflessness. Outside, Xiao Zhuang, Peng Wanli, Zhu Long, and the others had gathered. The others also retreated. They were at the back. There was nothing they could do. The scene ahead was too terrifying. What happened? Those who had not gone before were puzzled. Those who came later told them what had happened before. Everyone was shocked. The two princes were just incarnations, but they were already so terrifying. Moreover, there was a mysterious golden coffin in front of them. There was also the legendary peerless mark of the fearless lion. One piece of news after another shocked them. Their eyes were red with envy. But soon, they sighed. So many top experts had failed the test, leaving only Mad God inside. And did he succeed? They did not know either. Some people from the Dragon Palace sighed. Why didn't the Dragon Prince fight for the mark of the fearless lion? If the Dragon Prince wanted to fight for it, that Mad God had no chance at all. The people from the 10,000 Dragons dynasty shook their heads. They had underestimated the Dragon Prince. The Dragon Prince cultivated the Dragon Emperor Sutra. There were many peerless divine abilities inside, and they were all the arch-divine abilities. No matter how strong the mark of the fearless lion was, could it be the arch-divine ability? As soon as these words came out, everyone understood. So that was the case. It seemed that the two disciples had come for the golden coffin. No one knew what was inside the golden coffin. They began to wait patiently. However, 3 months passed. No one had returned yet. Everyone was shocked. Had they died, however, that terrifying aura was still sweeping out. No one dared to go forward. They continued to wait. Half a year had passed. Many people were in despair. Some of them even prepared to leave and go to other places. There were also people looking around to see if there were other weapon fragments that could be used to comprehend the Great Tao. However, the outside world was also terrifying. The heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals were all puppets formed by the powerhouses of the heavenly court. It was abnormally terrifying. They had never stopped attacking. Therefore, some people returned to the Tao Palace and began to cultivate here. In the blink of an eye, another year had passed. Everyone was in despair. If it wasn't for the terrifying aura in front, they would have thought that the incarnations of the two princes had died. However, someone said, "It's been more than a year, but Mad God still hasn't come out. I think he must have died." That was for sure. The two princes had attacked the peerless powerhouses of the heavenly court. It was understandable that it had taken a long time. Mad God had probably already been defeated and killed by the crown prince. Was he dead? Qing Hong, Zi Hong, Yan Ling, and the others frowned. Zhu Long, Zi Long, and the others sneered. It was good that he was dead. They could take revenge if he was dead. When the second year passed, everyone thought that Mad God wouldn't return alive. After all, if he had obtained the mark of the fearless lion, he would have returned long ago. Mad God couldn't have withstood the terrifying aura in front. If he didn't return, it meant that he had died. After 2.5 years, the terrifying aura in front finally disappeared. Then, two figures flew back. The light on their bodies had dimmed. After 2.5 years of fighting, the two incarnations still hadn't opened the golden coffin. Instead, they were injured. "Look, the two princes have returned," countless people exclaimed. They saw two godlike figures flying back. "How is the prince?" The people from the 10,000 Dragon Court and the Sky Sect walked over and asked nervously. The two princes frowned. It seemed that just using their incarnations was not enough. If their original bodies were here, they could open it and take a look. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. The person buried in front was actually so terrifying. However, some people knew that the fearless Lion King was in existence that dared to challenge the great emperor. Even if such a person had fallen countless tens of thousands of years ago, he would still have enough trump cards to deal with all changes. The people from the 10,000 Dragon Court said, "Dragon Emperor, let's leave and help Dragon Illumination Master and the others outside." The battle outside was still erupting. Those heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals seemed to be indestructible, giving people a headache. However, Long Huangzi stood there with his hands behind his back. The corners of his mouth curled up. "No, I'm waiting for that mad god. I want to see where he gets the qualifications to challenge me. I'm waiting for mad god." The surrounding people were stunned. Zilong said, "Could it be that he's not dead yet? Impossible." Zhu Long also shook his head. "He must have already fallen inside." The Dragon Prince snorted coldly. "He hasn't fallen yet. I see that the demonic energy is monstrous." He's sitting cross-legged in front of the 9th statue. It seems like he wants to comprehend the fearless lion seal. What? Did that guy really get it? The surrounding people were shocked. Some people's eyes instantly turned red as they gritted their teeth. Damn it. Zilong, Zhu Long, and the others were also jealous. However, the Dragon Prince sneered. "It doesn't matter. Wait for me to kill him with a palm strike and collect his soul. The fearless lion seal can be given to you guys to cultivate." "Really? Great, thank you, Prince." They were unconsciously happy. Qing Hong, Zi Hong, Xiao Zhuang, and the others frowned. It seemed that Mad God was very dangerous. With the Dragon Prince's words, no one was in a hurry to leave because they all wanted to see what would happen next. After another half a year, which was also the 3rd year, Lin Xian finally stopped in the sword world. The corner of his mouth raised into a smile. He formed a seal with his palm and pushed it forward. A golden light bloomed, turning into a fearless lion that charged forward. How terrifying. When the 4 spiritual beasts felt this aura, they were also astonished. What kind of ultimate technique was this? It was so powerful. It was even more powerful than the Man-Ruler seal and the Mountain-Embracing seal. Lin Xian was overjoyed. Great, as expected of an ultimate technique comparable to a Thearcha's divine ability. However, although this supreme art was powerful, it was also difficult to cultivate. He had comprehended it for 3 years, including the great dragon sword spirit and the derivation of all things before he could grasp it. However, he did not continue cultivating. Because he didn't know what the situation outside was like. From the looks of it, if he had the chance in the future, he would continue to cultivate and increase the strength of the seal of the fearless lion through actual combat. Now he had to leave quickly. Although there is the threat of the Dragon Prince outside, Lin Xian is confident that it was just the power of 9 Yang divine body and fearless lion seal. Next, he fused the power of the great dragon sword soul into the seal of the fearless lion. The fearless lion raised its head and roared, as if it had come alive. The power of its attack was several times stronger than before. Even the 4 spirit beasts were shocked. They were startled. Damn, I thought that the Golden Lion King had revived. The effect was not bad. Lin Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. He had only cultivated for 3 years. In the future, the seal of the fearless lion would become stronger and stronger. With a sway of his body, he walked out of the sword world. With a wave of his hand, his clone disappeared, and the demonic energy that filled the sky also dissipated. Lin Xian looked ahead and frowned slightly. The terrifying aura was still there. However, the 2 princes had already disappeared. He didn't know if they succeeded or not. He too walked towards the golden coffin in front of him. When he got close, he felt a huge pressure. This power was much more terrifying than the 9 statues from before. Seeing someone walking forward, the golden lion array spirit appeared again. Lin Xian stopped and asked, "Senior, may I know how the battle went?" "Those 2 princes didn't succeed, right?" The golden lion array spirit shook its head. The 2 incarnations did not have that much energy. They did not succeed and had already left half a year ago. However, I can feel that they did not leave the Dao Palace. They seem to be waiting for you. As expected. Lin Xian snorted coldly. It seemed that the Dragon Prince did not plan to let him go. However, he would let the other party experience the fearless lion's seal that he had just cultivated. What do you plan to do? Leave now? Let me give you a suggestion. You can continue to cultivate here. 10 years later, your fearless lion's seal should be completed, and they should be able to leave. It was not a wise choice to fight with the princes now. Thank you for your kind intentions, Senior. 10 years is too long, I can't afford to wait. Senior also said that he was just an incarnation and didn't have that much energy. Indeed, if the other party's main body came, Lin Xian would probably have to cultivate for 10 years. However, Lin Xian felt that an incarnation was enough. Furthermore, his trump card was not something that the Dragon Prince could imagine. All right. The Golden Lion Array Spirit nodded. He said, can you let me see the results of your cultivation? He also did not believe that a person could cultivate such an absolute art in 3 years. Kid, let him take a look. A laugh rang out. Lin Xian was surprised. He suddenly raised his head and saw another figure walking over from the front. He was wearing a black robe like an old demon. Lin Xian smiled. Black Mountain, why are you here? That's right, it was Black Mountain. He walked over with a sky lantern in his hand. I'm a member of the Heavenly Court. Why can't I come here? Then, he looked at the Golden Lion and said, look at what I said. This kid will definitely go out immediately. You lost the bet. The Golden Lion snorted coldly. You already know him. This doesn't count. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. These two guys were actually using his matter to pass time. Young man, let me see the fearless lion's seal that you cultivated. The array spirit spoke again. Lin Xian nodded. The demonic chi on his body had also disappeared. With Black Mountain here, he did not need to hide. The 9-yang divine body released a powerful force. Then, Lin Xian sent out a palm. A golden lion swept in all directions and ran forward. That power was shocking. He really cultivated it. The array spirit also exclaimed. How did you do it in 3 years? It was too shocking. This was not an ordinary martial art. Black Mountain said, you underestimate him too much. Not only does he have the 9-yang divine body, he is also the successor of the Great Dragon Sword Soul. The Great Dragon Sword Soul's attack was unparalleled. It was not enough that he could quickly master an absolute art. Moreover, he did not use the full power of the Great Dragon Sword Soul in the attack just now. So that was the case. The Golden Lion was shocked. It seems like your trump card isn't much weaker than the Dragon Prince's incarnation. This time, Lin Xian's life shouldn't be in danger, but he still said, but this incarnation, his true body was 10 times stronger. Not only did he have the Emperor Scripture, but he could also use extreme weapons. I understand. Thank you, Senior, for your reminder. But I still have trump cards. Lin Xian smiled. No matter what, I should be a member of the Heavenly Court, right? Of course. Black Mountain said, you are from the Heavenly Court. Kid, go out later. Work with me. I need their strength to help me open up the Heavenly Court foundations that have been sealed for a long time. What was it? Lin Xian was shocked. Was it related to the golden coffin? Black Mountain shook his head. No, it is a bunch of ancient people who have been sleeping. You can think of them as the master of the desolate wilderness, Feng Shaoqing, etc. When he heard that, Lin Xian was shocked too. Reviving people from tens of thousands of years ago was something the Purple Palace did. The Heavenly Court actually had it too. But he quickly understood. The Purple Palace and Heavenly Court were enemies and their trump cards weren't much different. Otherwise, one side would have been wiped out long ago. Since the Purple Palace had ancient experts, the Heavenly Court definitely had some too. However, it seemed like it wouldn't be easy to revive them. Black Mountain said, I need really strong power to activate the formation for me to wake them up. I understood. Lin Xian and Black Mountain talked for a long time. After Lin Xian grasped the entire plan, he left. He knew what to do next. Okay, then I will go. His body shook and Lin Xian flew out. I followed too. The Golden Lion King ran over. Lin Xian didn't stop him. After all, who knew whether or not the Dragon Prince would use the entire 10,000 Dragon Dynasty to attack him? Moreover, there was Kuan Pengzi at the side. The people outside were getting impatient. 3 years had passed and that fellow still hadn't come out. Was he going to keep on comprehending? If he didn't come out for 10 years, 100 years, they were going to wait here. The Dragon Prince's face was also cold. He said that if he didn't come out in a month, they would leave. Go outside to assist Draconic Lord and the rest. Good, the 10,000 Dragons Dynasty's people nodded, and everyone else deeply breathed in. There was still 1 month left. However, after only 6 days, they raised their heads. 2 forces were flying towards him at high speed. Who were they? Was it Mad God? Then who was the other one? Here it comes. The Dragon Prince's eyes shone with a terrifying light. Not only was he powerful, but his soul was also powerful. He was far stronger than the people around him. Therefore, before anyone could react, he saw Mad God, who was surrounded by a monstrous demonic shadow. The other was the Array Spirit. Did the two of them come together? Was she afraid that he would go back on his word? He snorted disdainfully. The others soon discovered that 2 figures had appeared in front of him. It was none other than Mad God. They cried out in surprise. This was too inconceivable. He had already obtained the lion's seal. One after another voice rang out. You actually dared to come out. I have to say that your courage is commendable. I thought you would hide in there for 100 years. Dragon Prince's clone sneered. 100 years? 3 years is enough. Lin Xian walked out and said. Come, I want to see how you're going to suppress me. The Golden Lion Array Spirit walked out and said, as the Emperor's son, you have to keep your word. You won't go back on your word now, right? So it's because of this. Dragon Prince sneered, why? He cultivated the lion's seal, and you, the Array Spirit, are helping him? But it didn't matter. 1 move was enough to kill him. He didn't want to use a second move. Kid, are you ready? Take out your strongest technique, or you won't have another chance in the future. Dragon Prince's clone walked out, emitting a monstrous aura. The surrounding people retreated. The 10,000 Dragons Dynasty's people sneered. Going against the Emperor's son was a dead end. The others were worried. My husband should be fine, right? Xueqi was nervous. Yu Wudao also rushed over. He knew that Mad God was Lin Xian, so he clenched his fists nervously. Fight with the Emperor's son? To be honest, she was looking forward to it. Gu Feng, Peng Wanli, and the others were all watching intently. At the front, Lin Xian walked out without a trace of nervousness. He said, I've never fought with the Emperor's son before. Today, let me see how powerful the legendary Emperor's son is. Lin Xian formed a seal with his palm. Endless golden light condensed in his palm. It turned into the phantom of a lion and was pushed out by him. A roar shook heaven and earth, carrying with it an indomitable and fearless aura. The surrounding people were shocked and cried out in surprise. Fearless lion, this is the lion's seal, heavens, in 3 years' time, did he learn such an ultimate technique? Damn it, what kind of talent is this? Zhu Long, Zi Long, and the others went crazy. It was as if they were dreaming. Xueqi heaved a sigh of relief. Yu Wudao, Gu Feng, and the others were also shocked. Even they wouldn't be able to master this technique in 3 years. Even Kuan Pengzi was surprised. What high talent, the surrounding people were in an uproar again. What kind of honor was it to be recognized by the Emperor's son, with some strength? There weren't many people with high talent under the Emperor's son. The Dragon Prince nodded slightly. Unfortunately, you met me. I won't give you a chance. Dragon Cloud Hand, his entire arm seemed to have turned into a true dragon, with clouds and mist lingering around his arm. When he struck out with his palm, it was as if a true dragon had poked its head out of the clouds and roared at the sky. It fought with the golden fearless lion. Roar, roar. In an instant, the sky fell and the earth cracked. A violent storm swept out in all directions. Not good, retreat, the surrounding people quickly retreated, leaving only one figure standing in the same place. It was Kuan Pengzi. The black and white Qian Kuanpingzi's body formed a set of armor, blocking all the power. It's still not enough. He looked at the scene in front of him and said indifferently. The dragon cloud hand turned into a true dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, directly pressing down on the golden fearless lion. He pressed the fearless lion to the ground, making it unable to resist. Seeing this, the people in the distance cried out in surprise. The difference was too great. However, the fact that the madman could fight the emperor's son to this extent was enough to be proud. Zilong sneered. What's the point? From now on, he'll cease to exist. Is this really the emperor's son? How could a clone use such a terrifying technique? Gu Feng and Yi Wudao's eyes shone brightly. They were analyzing how they would deal with this attack if it were them. There was another person, the light-shaking realm. Did you see that? Kid, this is the difference between us. The cloud dragon hand pressed down on the fearless lion. The dragon prince laughed coldly. He used a little force and the other party was about to collapse. Sigh, who could understand the feeling of being invincible? Alright, kid, it's over. The dragon prince's eyes were filled with killing intent. The other party was indeed very strong and was a threat. If he was allowed to grow, he would be a problem in the future. If he didn't appear in the future, the Dragon Palace and the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty would suffer heavy losses. Hence, he couldn't allow such a person to live. The golden lion's light became dimmer and dimmer. The cloud dragon hand not only wanted to kill the fearless lion, but it also wanted to kill Lin Xian. The true dragon raised its head and roared. It stared at Lin Xian and was about to charge over. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Do you think I only have this much strength? It was just a warm-up. Now, I'll let you see the true fearless lion. Lin Xian didn't take out his true trump card. Now, he was going to activate the power of the great dragon sword soul. Stupid thing, don't you see the truth? The difference between us isn't something you can cross. The dragon prince was angry. He waved his hand and the golden lion illusion in front of him shattered. The cloud dragon hand charged over and shattered the void. In an instant, it arrived in front of Lin Xian and enveloped him. The giant dragon roared, wanting to tear Lin Xian into pieces. Not good. Xueqi was nervous. Zilong and the others laughed coldly. Everything was over. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a golden light. He instantly formed a seal and the power of the great dragon sword soul surged into the fearless lion's seal. Instantly, a world-shaking roar sounded. This roar was several times stronger than before. A lion flew out from his fingertips and pounced at the true dragon. Boom, this attack was really too terrifying. Everyone was stunned. They seemed to have seen a fearless lion that crossed the ancient time and space. Was the true god beast revived? Why was it so lifelike? The golden lion array spirit beside him also trembled and stood up abruptly. He was in disbelief. Why do I feel the aura of a soul? How did he do it? His face was full of surprise. To be able to use the fearless lion to such an extent in just 3 years, it was too inconceivable. On the other side, Kuan Pengzi's eyes were also emitting black and white light. What was with this aura? His strength was more than 10 times stronger than before. Was this the kid's trump card? The seal of the lion pounced over and fought with the true dragon, suppressing it. The dragon prince was stunned as well. But soon, he came back to his senses. His face darkened. Had he underestimated his opponent? Boom, in the end, the true dragon was torn in half. The fearless lion roared towards the sky and charged towards the dragon prince. The dragon prince's face was cold. Get lost. With a roar, 10,000 dragons gathered behind him, forming a dragon diagram that directly suppressed the fearless lion. With a boom, it dissipated between heaven and earth. The dragon prince took a step forward and was about to launch another attack. The golden lion snorted. Stop. One move has already passed. As the emperor's son, are you going to go back on your word? Weng, the dragon prince's hand stopped in midair. The terrifying aura of the Tao of Dragons was retracted. His expression flickered, then he sneered. What a fearless lion seal. I didn't expect you to have a trump card that is beyond my imagination. Alright, as the emperor's son, I have to do what I say. So, one move it is. You're very lucky today. I won't attack again and you can live for a while longer. But the next time I meet you, you won't be so lucky. The dragon prince retracted his palm and shouted coldly. Lucky? Lin Xian snorted coldly. The other party was really stubborn. He said that the next time they met, his strength would be 10 times stronger than now. At that time, it was not certain who would lose. The surrounding people were stunned. What did this guy do? He actually blocked the dragon prince's attack. One had to know that although the dragon cloud dragon palm was just one attack from the incarnation, it wasn't something that they could block. But Mad God actually blocked it. Could it be that Mad God was already above them? Could he compete with the Emperor's son? Thinking of this possibility, their scalps went numb. Xueqi smiled. As expected of her husband, he had so many trump cards. Yi Wudao and Gufeng looked solemn. Although they had only exchanged one move, they could already feel how powerful the Emperor's son was. This was just one incarnation. Would they have to compete with such a person in the future? Just thinking about it made them despair. Damn it, how was this possible? Zilong ran frantically. The dragon prince was a god in his eyes, but he couldn't kill him with one move. Zhu Long also said that the dragon prince had been careless. Otherwise, how could he not have killed him? Yes, no matter how strong Mad God was, how could he be a match for the dragon prince? As soon as the dragon prince's true body appeared, he could kill him with one look. The people on the dragon's side roared crazily, trying to regain their confidence. The dragon prince said indifferently. Alright, let's go. Although the other party could block his move, that was it. The other party was not a match for him. With the dragon prince's order, the people of the Thousand Dragon Court followed. The people of the Dragon Palace also took a deep breath and hurried to follow. They had other things to do, and that was to help the dragon's sovereign and the others. Let's go. Kuanpingzi also left with the people of the Heaven Sect. But before he left, he took a deep look at Lin Xian. Mad God, huh? If he didn't fall and continued to grow at this speed, he might become an opponent in the future emperor's path. That included the fact that the other party could never win and was just a stepping stone. The others felt their scalps go numb. They couldn't imagine that Mad God was the strongest person under the emperor's sun. This was equivalent to a mountain pressing down on them, making it difficult for them to make a comeback. In the future, he would be their strongest opponent. That's great. You're not hurt, right? Xueqi flew over and asked with concern. Lin Xian shook his head. Qinghong, Zihong, and the others also flew over. They exclaimed. You did it. You really did it. How did you do it? They found it hard to believe. I did it because the dragon prince wasn't invincible, but he wasn't invincible. Lin Xian made it sound simple, but these people knew that other than Lin Xian, no one else could do it. Seeing that these people were still in shock, Lin Xian smiled. Let's go. We'll go help the divine generals. All right. These people nodded, and the group walked into the distance. The golden lion array spirit looked at Lin Xian's departing figure and revealed a smile. The fearless lion could be carried forward. He turned around and continued to guard the Golden Dao Palace. You all left? Then I'll start preparing. In front of the golden coffin, Black Mountain's figure turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared. The battle outside was still raging. It had been 3 years, and those experts were not tired at all. They were much stronger than Lin Xian and the others. However, such unparalleled experts and super mighty figures were in the minority after all. However, there were many young geniuses like Zilong. Therefore, when these people joined forces and used various trump cards, they were able to fight back. In addition to the clones of Prince Long and Kuanpingzi, the two of them each carried an extreme power. That was the power of an extreme weapon. At this moment, it was truly terrifying. In an instant, many heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals were pushed back. Their bodies swayed, and the nomological laws on them dimmed. It's great that you're back. Those experts were also happy to see their disciples return. They heaved a sigh of relief. The divine generals all asked, how was it? Qinghong, Xiaozhuang, and the others told them, and the four great divine generals gasped. Inside was the legendary Tao Palace of the Fearless Lion King, and it even had the cultivation method of the Fearless Lion's seal. It was really incredible. However, what was surprising was that it seemed that only Lin Xian was cultivating it. Divine General Hai Yuan and Yun Pengzi smiled. Great, Lin Xian was on their side. Lin Xian's strength made them feel gratified. Divine General Qian Chen's face darkened as he said coldly, "Kid, if we didn't hold them back, how could you have entered? Teach me the cultivation method of the Fearless Lion's seal." Lin Xian glanced at him and smiled. "You want to learn? You want to go to the Tao Palace? You." Divine General Qian Chen was so angry that he vomited blood. "Are you going to be ungrateful?" Lin Xian said, "Don't judge me with your despicable heart." He ignored him and looked at Divine General Hai Yuan and Divine General Yun Go. With a wave of his hand, he took out 6 weapon fragments. These were all given to him by the Array Spirit. He said, "Seniors, I can't teach you the Fearless Lion's seal, but I'm naturally grateful to you for bringing me here." These 6 weapon fragments contained the Heavenly Court's Great Tao. If you can comprehend it and engrave it on your weapon, it can make your sacred weapon even more terrifying. The eyes of Divine General Hai Yuan and Divine General Hai Yuan lit up when they saw the 6 weapon fragments. The Tao of the ancient Heavenly Court was extremely profound. If they could comprehend even a little bit, it would be a great improvement. Moreover, there were 6 of them here. If they split it between 2 people, each person could get 3. That's pretty good. Therefore, they put it away and said with a smile, "Then we'll accept it." Lin Xian only gave them to Divine General Hai Yuan and Divine General Yun. As for the other 2, he didn't give them to them. He was not brought in by the 2 immortal generals. The Divine General Wind Snow gritted his teeth in anger, but he didn't say anything. Indeed, everyone belonged to different factions. If he wanted something, he would have to get it from Xiao Zhuang and the others. Little Zhuang and the others also took out a piece each, making the Divine General of Wind Snow smile. Divine General Qian Shen also received one, but he received the least. Only the Flying Corpse King gave it to him. Torch Dragon had long followed the Dragon Prince. This made him depressed, but he didn't dare to say anything. With the Dragon Prince here, let's see if Mad God dares to be arrogant. He snorted and also flew toward the Dragon Prince. He didn't know that Lin Xian had already blocked the Dragon Cloud hand. If he knew, what kind of expression would he have? In front, the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals didn't attack again. The armored giant also stood there like a mountain. They watched covetously. On the other side, Kuenpingzi and the Dragon Prince were also in a confrontation. The auras of the 2 sides were constantly clashing. Another battle could break out at any time. Lin Xian was also in the crowd, his eyes flashing. He naturally knew that Black Mountain's plan had already begun. As expected, the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals had begun to retreat under Black Mountain's control. Chase, the Dragon Prince snorted and led a group of people to attack. On the other side, Kuenpingzi also rose into the air. The 2 of them pursued. They must search the heavenly court and find the supreme treasure. Both of them were imperial princes, so they had more information than the others. They naturally knew that the ancient heavenly court was an extremely powerful existence. There had been more than one great emperor here. There must be a great emperor's ancient scripture left behind. If they could obtain it, they would definitely become a true great emperor and break through the limits and shackles of their bloodlines. This was also one of the reasons why they came this time. Why didn't they send their true bodies? They naturally had their own considerations. Since there might be a great emperor's ancient scripture here, there might be a great emperor's killing formation. No matter how strong they were still too young. It was very dangerous to encounter a complete great emperor's killing formation. Even if they carried an extreme weapon, they might be injured and escape. Therefore, in order to maintain their peak condition, they sent out their incarnations. Their incarnations were here to scout. As long as they found news about the great emperor's ancient scripture, they would use the power of the emperor clans. They would attack the heavenly court at all costs. The 10,000 dragons court and the heavenly sect's aura surged. With the 2 imperial princes leading them, they chased after them. The heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals didn't dare to resist at all. One after another, congratulatory voices sounded. As expected of the Dragon Prince. Just show your divine might, and those heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals were defeated. If you attacked, nothing could stop you. The Dragon Prince laughed and sped up. The group charged into the depths of the heavenly court. However, they discovered that other than the southern heavenly gate and the first Tao Palace, the 33rd heaven in the distance was indeed an illusion. No matter how they set off, the illusion would always appear in front of them. Another Tao Palace appeared in front of them. It was golden and dazzling. The heavenly soldiers, heavenly generals, and the armored giants all entered. Seeing this scene, the Dragon Prince and the others roared angrily and rushed in. It was another Tao Palace. Perhaps there was also a golden coffin inside. Even Lin Xian and the others were surprised. This time, the heavenly generals, peerless experts, and super mighty figures were all very careful. However, they discovered that there was an extremely strong seal on it this time. They couldn't open it at all. It seemed that they had to work together to break it. However, some people were puzzled. Why did this Tao Palace feel different from the first one? At this moment, Lin Xian received a voice transmission from Black Mountain. While everyone was discussing, Lin Xian walked out. There were 12 Tao Palaces, and each one was different. Was there a need to explain? If they were all the same, why were there 12? This one's aura was obviously more terrifying. If you're afraid of death, get lost, I want to go in. If I can learn another peerless theurgy, so what if you're an imperial prince? I still dare to fight. Now, everyone knew that the Mad God had obtained the Fearless Lion seal, which was a peerless technique comparable to an imperial theurgy. In addition, the other party's arrogant words made the others' eyes turn red. Yes, that's right. There was no doubt that the first peerless technique inside was even more terrifying. We must get it. Lin Xian sneered. This was the effect he wanted. If these people suspected him, they would investigate more strictly. This was dangerous because there was a huge illusion formation in front of him. There were no treasures inside. Inside was a place where a portion of the Heavenly Court's foundation was sleeping. Black Mountain needed these people to open the seal before it could let those people in. These people had been awake and investigating, so they should be able to find a flaw. At that time, they should not make a move. That was why they needed Lin Xian to stand out and be arrogant. The surrounding people were already about to make a move, but the two princes frowned. The two of them had many trump cards. The two of them felt a trace of doubt and felt that something was wrong, so they suppressed the crowd. They did not let the crowd attack immediately. Lin Xian cursed inwardly. As expected of the imperial prince. He had grasped the imperial sutra. It was really easy to fool him. It seemed that he could only continue to be arrogant. He stood out and shouted coldly. Why? Don't you dare to make a move? A bunch of trash. Scram. I can already block the Imperial Prince's attack after obtaining the Fearless Lion seal. If I obtain another peerless technique, I can suppress the Imperial Prince. If you don't dare, I'll do it. As soon as he said that, the surrounding people went crazy. Not everyone knew about this. After all, it was embarrassing that the Dragon Prince couldn't kill the other party in one move. The Thousand Dragon Dynasty naturally wouldn't say it. The others didn't dare to say it even if they wanted to. If they said such a thing in front of Long Huangzi and offended the Dragon Prince, they would be slapped to death. It might even implicate their entire family and sect. Therefore, those people kept their mouths shut. Now that the peerless powerhouses outside heard this, their eyes almost popped out. Was that really the case? They asked one after another. The surrounding young disciples had strange expressions on their faces, but no one dared to say anything. However, no one explained. Those super mighty figures were smart and instantly understood. It seemed that it was true. The Dragon Prince and Mad God had already fought inside, but he couldn't kill Mad God. And all of this was not because Mad God was strong, but because the Fearless Lion seal was strong. These people's eyes were red. Let's do it. Even the Dragon Reflection Master's eyes were burning. Although he was an expert of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty, he didn't have the right to cultivate an imperial scripture. If he could obtain the peerless divine ability of the Imperial Kama Sutra, his strength and status would rise even further. Not only him, but the eyes of the Master of the Great Desolation, the 9 Underworlds Demon Emperor, and the other super mighty figures were also red. This time, the 2 princes also frowned. It seemed that they could not suppress these older generation experts. Especially when the Dragon Prince turned his head, his eyes bursting with terrifying murderous intent. He turned into 2 bolts of lightning and attacked Lin Xian. Boom! Lin Xian once again used the seal of the Fearless Lion. The power of the great dragon sword spirit gushed out, as if it had transformed into a real fearless lion. He blocked the Dragon Prince's sight. This time everyone saw it with their own eyes. They were all crazy. Attack! The Lord of the Great Desolation roared. Everyone acted aggressively because the mad god could really block the attacks of the Crown Prince. They had to break the seal no matter what. The Dragon Prince frowned, his killing intent biting cold. He wanted to kill Lin Xian, but found that the other party had escaped. Humph, an ant is an ant. The Dragon Prince turned around and continued to attack the Dao Palace in front of him. Lin Xian was not escaping, because he felt that the time was right. He would not attack the Dao Palace in front of him. He had to be vigilant at all times and contact Black Mountain. Kid, you're doing well. At this moment, Black Mountain walked over and smiled. Lin Xian was shocked. You dare to come out, Black Mountain said, what's the big deal? There are so many people here. They can't see through me if I pretend to be one. The 2 of them communicated telepathically. Black Mountain was very satisfied with Lin Xian's performance. The people in front of him were attacking with all their might, but their powers were all absorbed by the formation. Black Mountain smiled. He said, I have to move forward. When the formation is opened, I have to wake up the sleeping people immediately. Lin Xian said, what else do you need me to do? Black Mountain said that there was no need. This was enough. Lin Xian said telepathically, why do I feel that the 2 princes are searching for something? Also, how many mystic arts do the Heavenly Court have? Do they have the Great Emperor's ancient scripture? If you have an ancient scripture, give me a copy. To be honest, it was impossible not to envy the Great Emperor's ancient scripture. After all, it was a mystic art created by the Great Emperor. It was the most powerful mystic art in the world. Lin Xian did not have one. Whether it was the Human King seal, the Mountain Embracing seal, the 9 Yang Divine Body, or the Fearless Lion seal, they were all top-notch mystic arts. However, the Great Emperor's ancient scripture was still a little lacking. Therefore, Lin Xian also hoped to obtain a copy of the Great Emperor's ancient scripture. However, these ancient scriptures were usually in the hands of the Emperor race. Even in the Emperor race, only a few people could cultivate it. It was even possible that only one person could cultivate it. Others wanted to obtain it? It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Not to mention people from other races. Other than the Emperor race, Lin Xian had seen someone who knew the Great Emperor's ancient scripture. That was Yan Nantian. Back then, Yan Nantian and he were locked in a fierce battle. He had used all his trump cards and spent a lot of effort to kill him. One had to know that back then, he had used the 9 Yang Divine Body, the Great Dragon Sword Soul, and many other mystic arts to kill a Great Emperor's successor. That was because the other party had not grown up and could not use many of the Great Emperor's mystic arts. If the other party had grown up to this point, it would have been 100 times more difficult for Lin Xian to kill a Great Emperor's successor. Black Mountain said, the Heavenly Court does have an Emperor's scripture. However, that kind of thing is too rare. It requires a great opportunity. I don't even have it. Don't worry, if I really find it, I will consider giving it to you. After saying that, Black Mountain turned into green smoke and floated forward. Lin Xian sighed. However, he quickly adjusted his mentality. So what if he didn't have an Emperor's scripture? He had the Great Dragon Sword Soul. He was also powerful. The people in front of him attacked crazily. 3 months later, cracks began to appear on the surface of the formation. Great, these people had swallowed countless pills and absorbed a lot of energy in the past 3 months to be able to fight so desperately. At this moment, seeing cracks appear on the seal, they were so excited that they were about to cry. This time even the Dragon Prince and the Kuanping made a move. They attacked with their extreme strength. After another 3 days of attack, the formation was finally covered with cracks. Then, with a crack, it shattered. Great, the seal has been broken. Charge, these people rushed in. Lin Xian also followed in from afar. He had been standing at the edge, ready to respond at any time. After entering, the people inside were stunned. Even Lin Xian was stunned. He found that there were hundreds of figures in front of him. Those people who were frozen in the divine crystal land had fallen into a deep sleep. What was that? The people around were stunned. Purple Mansion's pupils constricted. Dragon Prince and Kuanpingzi's expressions changed. Don't act rashly and don't touch those god crystals, Dragon Prince snorted coldly. Kuanpingzi also said that they were still alive and sleeping. This was the foundation of the heavenly court. Hearing the two princes' words, the people around were in an uproar. The foundation of the heavenly court was actually here. These people must have grasped countless absolute techniques. If he could collect their souls, he would be able to do it. If they could collect those techniques and secrets, they would be theirs. Everyone's eyes turned red as they looked at the sleeping people in the god crystals. However, no one dared to act rashly. The Grand Prince had already spoken. Moreover, they knew that if they were careless, they might wake those people up. It would be troublesome then. The Purple Mansion's elder walked out and said, "Two princes, we can't let these people from the heavenly court live. We have to kill them quickly. Even if you two princes have any ideas, please hand them over to the Purple Mansion after you act." Many people gasped when they heard this. It seemed like Zifu wanted to completely destroy the heavenly court's foundation. The moment he said that, the eyelids of the Purple Mansion's people twitched. Even the two princes' expressions changed. They saw a figure in the crowd walking forward and stopping in front of the ceiling divine crystal. One of his palms had already reached out. "Stop," the Purple Mansion's elder shouted angrily, "what do you want to do? Don't you know that once the god crystals are broken, they will wake up?" The person in front didn't reply at all. Instead, he slapped the god crystals. Countless cracks spread out in all directions. "Not good, he wants to wake those people up. He is from the heavenly court," the Purple Mansion roared. Dragon Prince's eyes shone with a terrifying light that swept forward. Those eyes turned into millions of dragon shadows that roared in the sky. "That's great," Dragon Prince attacked. The people from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty heaved a sigh of relief. One look was enough to kill him. The person in front turned around. A lamp appeared in his hand and flames swept across the sky. It blocked all the dragon shadows. How was that possible? The people from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty were shocked. The others were also in an uproar. The people from the Purple Mansion exclaimed, "Sky lamp, damn it, you are from the heavenly court." Was that a sky lamp? Kuanpingzi's eyes shone brightly as he stared at the other party. The Dragon Prince's face darkened. "You dare to scheme against us?" He was furious. He felt that this was a trap. Up ahead, Heishan smiled, thanking everyone for providing him with strength to break the seal. "The heavenly court is extremely grateful, damn it, it really was a trap." The Dragon Prince roared. The people from the Purple Mansion were also filled with killing intent. "Attack!" They shouted angrily and rushed over. However, Heishan's movements were even faster. Wherever the lamp passed, it brought with it a monstrous power that melted the surrounding divine crystals like snow. Hundreds of figures appeared. All of them opened their eyes and roared at the sky. Some of them even punched out, fighting against the Lord of the Great Desolation. That figure was sent flying backwards. However, the face of the Great Desolation Master turned extremely ugly. Although he had forcefully suppressed the other party had just awakened. Once the other party's strength recovered, the other party would not be any weaker than him. Sure enough, that person was a middle-aged man. He raised his head and roared. The power of the world from all directions swept towards him like a tornado. His aura quickly recovered. He was not the only one. The 100 figures had also recovered. Not good. The faces of the people from the Purple Mansion changed drastically. They looked at the Dragon Prince and Kuanpingzi. The two imperial princes, please use your extreme Dao power to suppress them. Kuan Pengzi said lightly. I will not participate in the grudge between the Purple Mansion and the Heavenly Court. He walked to the side. Those who followed him, such as Qianzong and Divine General Wind Snow, also retreated to the side. The faces of the people from the Purple Mansion were cold. They looked at the Dragon Prince. Dragon Prince, please help us. The Purple Mansion will reward you greatly. All right. The Dragon Prince nodded. They dared to scheme against me. I will not let them go. The Dragon Prince walked out, his extreme Dao aura constantly erupting. Although he did not bring an extreme Dao weapon, he brought an extreme Dao power with him. As soon as the aura was released, it suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Everyone felt as if they were facing a great enemy. Even the divine generals and super mighty figures turned pale. The power of an extreme Dao weapon was too terrifying. Retreat quickly. The surrounding people retreated. The people from the Purple Mansion sneered as they retreated. The experts from the Heavenly Court had just woken up. They would not be able to withstand the extreme Dao power. The Lord of the Great Desolation took out a legendary saint weapon. Its terrifying aura was also vast. It stared at Black Mountain. He said coldly. Although you have a sky lantern, it can only block one weapon. Are you trying to block the power of extreme Dao, or are you trying to block my full power attack? You decide for yourself. Everyone's scalp went numb. The Lord of the Great Desolation was at the peak of the Great Sage. He had a legendary saint weapon in his hand. His attack was enough to destroy the heavens and earth. The Dragon Prince's extreme Dao power was also terrifying. The Sky Lantern could not withstand the joint attack of the two. Despicable. You ants dare to go against the Heavenly Court. The 100 figures opened their eyes and shouted coldly. The people from the Purple Mansion sneered. You destroyed the Heavenly Court back then. There is no need for you to live anymore. Despicable. The people from the Heavenly Court looked pale. They all looked forward. You are the person of this generation with the Sky Lantern. Summon the Peerless Killing Array. The 100 people said coldly. Black Mountain said. The commotion was too great. Some things protected by the Peerless Killing Array could not be revealed yet. However, the 100 people who woke up frowned. Although that was the case, the extreme Dao power was a legendary saint weapon. There were so many people on the other side. We have just woken up and can't fight against them. Black Mountain said, it's fine. Who said that we only have one Sky Lantern? The Heavenly Court powerhouses who had just woken up were stunned. The others were also puzzled. Were there still Heavenly Court powerhouses here? They were facing a great enemy. In an instant, many people held sacred weapons in their hands and looked around. Black Mountain said, Kid, it's up to you. Lin Xian sighed, but he still walked out. When they saw Mad God, everyone was stunned. Could this guy be from the Heavenly Court? The Purple Mansion's side was filled with killing intent. The Dragon Prince frowned. Kid, are you here to die? Although I promised you before that I wouldn't kill you if you dodged my attack. But that was just now. If you want to attack again, I have no restrictions. I will let you go to hell. Lin Xian laughed. Do you really think you are an emperor? You are just an emperor. Moreover, you are just an incarnation now. What right do you have to say such words? I advise you to get lost now. Otherwise, I will let your incarnation die later. I will let you become the laughingstock of the world. The surrounding people were stunned. Even Kuan Pengzi frowned. Where did he get the courage to say such words? Although they were just incarnations, they had extreme Dao power. The surrounding great sage were no match for them at all. The Dragon Prince was thoroughly enraged. Ignorant fool, I will send you to hell and make you feel despair. He walked out, releasing his extreme Dao aura. Thousands of dragons circled around him and pressed forward. In an instant, the surrounding area collapsed. This kid is really an idiot. Does he think that this attack is the same as the Dragon Cloud Hand? What a joke. This attack was 10 times, no, 100 times stronger than the Dragon Cloud Hand. Zi Long and the others snorted. Those from the Heavenly Court who had just woken up frowned. Does this person have the strength to fight against the Emperor's extreme Tao? Under everyone's questioning gaze, Lin Xian walked out. A black jar floated out of his body and floated between heaven and earth. A terrifying aura filled the air. In the surroundings, countless black holes blocked the aura of the 10,000 dragons. What is this? Everyone was shocked. Those from the heavenly court who had just woken up exclaimed. The heaven-devouring jar. He has gained the recognition of the heaven-devouring jar. This guy has the heaven-devouring jar. The others were stunned when they heard this. Their eyes widened. Those from the clan of the ancients' eyes turned red. The heaven-devouring jar was the legendary weapon of the heaven-devouring emperor. It was an extreme Tao weapon. This guy has an extreme Tao weapon. Kuan Pengzi narrowed his eyes. No wonder he dared to challenge the Dragon Prince. This was his trump card. The Dragon Prince's face turned cold. Soon, he snorted. It's just half a heaven-devouring jar, half an extreme Tao weapon. Is this what you're relying on the most, kid? Who are you? Initially, the Dragon Prince was disdained by Lin Xian. But now, it seemed like that was not the case. With half an extreme Tao weapon, it would be difficult for him to kill Lin Xian. Those from the Purple Mansion sect exclaimed. How do you have it? What is your relationship with Lin Xian? They were stunned. Wasn't the heaven-devouring jar obtained by Lin Xian? Now, it was in the hands of the mad god. Is this guy Lin Xian? Impossible. That kid can't be so heaven-defying. How long has it been? Lin Xian's strength is 10 times stronger than before. They didn't believe that anyone could improve their strength so quickly. Lin Xian looked at them and snorted coldly. You guys talk too much. Who wants to fight me today? He came to Black Mountain, and the two of them stood side by side. A heaven-swallowing jar and a sky lantern were enough to stop everything. Damn it, the people of the Z government were gnashing their teeth. They had lost their advantage, but they still had a chance. They still had one hope, and that was Kuan Pengzi. If Kuan Pengzi was willing to join them, then they would have one more extreme Tao power. At that time, they would be able to suppress the other party. The people from the Purple Mansion invited Kuan Pengzi once again. Black Mountain also said, Kuan Pengzi, the Heavenly Court has no enmity with the Kuan Peng race. I don't want to have any grudges in the future. I think Kuan Pengzi doesn't want to have another strong enemy in the future. Once the sky lanterns lit up, the Heavenly Court would revive. No one could stop it. The Purple Mansion made a great wish and was even willing to take out the celestial ruins for Kuan Pengzi to see. Kuan Pengzi frowned. To be honest, the conditions given by the Purple government were very good. He was shocked. The inheritance of the Purple Mansion was very mysterious. Although it wasn't from the Purple Mansion, even the monarch race couldn't figure it out. It was said that there was an even more terrifying force behind the Purple Mansion. It was even related to the legendary Celestials. If the Purple Mansion really took out the secret of celestial ascension, he wouldn't be able to resist. However, Black Mountain was right. He wasn't even a great emperor now. If he offended the Heavenly Court, then he would be suppressed by the Heavenly Court in the future. Although the Heavenly Court was broken, they still had a foundation. If they found a critical moment, such as when he was breaking through, they would bring an extreme Tao weapon to attack him. Then it would be really dangerous. After thinking about it, Kuan Pengzi said, I won't participate in your battle. Goodbye. With that, he turned around. He actually left. The people of the Heaven sect also took a deep breath and followed. In an instant, the forces on Kuan Peng's side left. The people of the Purple Mansion had ugly expressions, but the people of the Heavenly Court laughed. Black Mountain said, Why, do you still want to fight? Don't be arrogant. We don't know who will win yet. Fight. The Elder of the Purple Mansion roared, and the Lord of the Great Desolation attacked. He held a sacred sword in his hand, which was a legendary sacred weapon. It was one of the most powerful sacred weapons. When the sword slashed down, the people around felt that their souls were being torn apart. Retreat. They all retreated. Black Mountain shouted, Everyone, let's attack together. He held the sky lantern in his hand, and the hundreds of awakened experts behind him also poured their power into the sky lantern. The sky lantern shone in all directions, and the bright light blocked the sacred sword. The people of the purple mansion had ugly expressions. The lord of the great desolation was the peak of the great sage. He could sweep the world with his legendary sacred weapon. The black-robed man was no match for him at all. However, there were many experts on the other side, and more importantly, this was the territory of the heavenly court. They found that there were countless arrays at the foot of Black Mountain, providing powerful heavenly court Dao. They could only look at the Dragon Prince. The Dragon Prince walked out, and the extreme Dao aura on his body became more and more piercing. It seemed to have turned into a sky map that was about to envelop the sky lantern. However, it was blocked by countless black vortexes halfway. Lin Xian held the heaven-swallowing jar in his hand and also stood out. The 10,000 dragons diagram? It's not the first time I've experienced it. I just don't know how powerful it is in your hands. Long Huangzi frowned. Had the other party experienced the 10,000 dragons diagram before, how could he not know? One had to know that the 10,000 dragons diagram had only been used a few times. After all, it was an extreme Dao weapon. Using it once consumed too much power. Even his current dragon diagram was only at the level of extreme Dao. Furthermore, it was also due to the fact that he had exhausted too much of his energy. Thus, even though he was only using extreme Dao's might, he was not afraid of his opponent. He knew that with the Mad God's cultivation, he could not use the heaven-swallowing jar at full power. The power that the other party used was about the same as his extreme Dao level. However, the other party's words made him frown. Could it be that this guy also came from the true spirit world? He knew that the 10,000 dragons diagram was used the most in the true spirit world. When the 10,000 ancient races revived. When he came to the buried Emperor Star, he had not used the 10,000 dragons diagram. However, now was not the time for him to think too much. He snorted coldly and activated the extreme Dao level in his body. He struck out with a blow. The sky fell and the earth cracked. Everyone felt their hair stand on end. Lin Xian also snorted coldly. He activated the heaven-swallowing jar with all his strength. Black Mountain, give me some power. He knew that this was the foundation of the heavenly court, and there was an extremely powerful formation here. Black Mountain formed a seal with his palms, and the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals appeared again. The armored giant also walked over. Their palms faced the sky, and endless heavenly quartz Dao appeared on their bodies and surrounded the heaven-swallowing jar. The heaven-swallowing jar bloomed with light and directly swallowed the extreme Dao level power. Then, it charged towards the Dragon Prince. Not good. The people of the 10,000 Dragons dynasty also hurriedly released their power. 10,000 dragons roared. The Dragon Prince also received the power boost. The two extreme Dao weapons kept colliding, tearing apart the 9 heavens. Fortunately, this was the ruins of the heavenly court. Otherwise, the entire world would have been destroyed. It seemed like they were evenly matched. The people in the surroundings were shocked. They didn't attack rashly. Now, all their hopes were on the people in front of them. As long as the extreme Dao weapons won, the battle would probably end. And, I'm the Imperial Prince, and the 10,000 dragons portrait was prepared for me. What do you have to fight me? The Dragon Prince shouted coldly. Your heaven-devouring jar isn't complete, and you can't unleash its full power. Right now, you're just holding on. It won't be long before your body shatters and is swallowed by the heaven-devouring jar. The Dragon Prince's voice was so cold that it caused the blood in everyone's body to surge. The expressions of Shui Qi and the others changed. Not good. His voice carried a powerful soul power, and it seemed like it wanted to affect Lin Xian's Dao heart. Could Lin Xian block it? They were nervous. Lin Xian sneered. Don't waste your energy. You keep saying that I'm an ant and that you're looking down on me. In the end, do you have the ability to suppress me? I've withstood your previous palm strike, and now, I've withstood your extreme Dao attack. I can't suppress you, but at least we're evenly matched. If I'm an ant, what are you? Aren't you just another ant? The Dragon Prince's expression was cold, and his incarnation released a terrifying aura. It seems like you still don't understand my strength. Let me show you what it means to be invincible. His incarnation suddenly burst into flames. It was terrifying to the extreme, and the might of the extreme Tao instantly became terrifying. Its power increased by several times in an instant. It's too powerful. The people of the 10,000 Dragons dynasty exclaimed. Is the Dragon Prince going to burn his incarnation? Is he going to use his strongest attack? When the others heard this, their scalps went numb. The incarnation wasn't as simple as a clone. It needed to be nurtured for countless years to form. Moreover, the incarnation and the main body were inextricably linked. If the incarnation died, the main body would be injured, and even the soul would be injured. Now that the Dragon Prince was burning his incarnation, it seemed like he was really angry. Not good. The expressions of the people of the heavenly court became unsightly. This power was too strong, and the other party was obviously going to go all out. Would Mad God risk his life? The Dragon Prince stood in the sky full of dragon fire, shining in all directions. He sneered, I only lost one of my incarnations. It doesn't affect my main body much. With the resources I have, I can quickly recover. What about you? Are you going to fight me with your life? Either you burn your life force like me, or you get killed. The Dragon Prince roared and turned into a divine dragon, dancing between heaven and earth. The might of the extreme path merged with his incarnation, turning into a beam of extreme path light that carried the strongest killing intent. Everyone was sent flying, coughing up mouthfuls of blood. Mad God was dead for sure. Humph. Unless he burned his life force, he would definitely die even if he blocked the attack. He was too weak to fight against the Dragon Prince. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. Did the other party want to fight with his life on the line? What a joke. Lin Xian's eyes flickered with an extremely cold light. He knew a little about incarnations. The Dragon Prince had cultivated incarnations, and he had killed one of them. In the end, he had still been injured. Furthermore, it was not an ordinary injury. It was obvious that the other party was trying to scare him. Through the heavenly secret divine eyes, he could see through the other party. Although he had burned his incarnation, his foundation was not shaken. It was just a bluff. If the other party really destroyed his incarnation, his main body would probably be injured as well, and he would not be able to be crowned in a short time. Lin Xian felt that the other party did not dare to take the risk. He sneered. Who was he trying to scare? In order to reach the peak of the sacred origin tower, you did not even participate in the Taoist sect's gathering. Would you damage your own strength for the current situation? In that case, the gap between you and the Kuan-Pung finger will only grow. You might not even be able to catch up in your lifetime. As Lin Xian spoke, a terrifying light flickered in his eyes. There was even a pair of demon god eyes that looked down on the world. Everyone felt that their souls were about to shatter. Not good. The faces of the people from the 1000 Dragon dynasty changed drastically. Was the Mad God trying to affect the Dragon Prince's Tao heart? The others were even more horrified. It was too terrifying. The Mad God was actually on par with the Dragon Prince. It was unbelievable. Impossible. The purple dragon roared crazily. This was only the Dragon Prince's incarnation, and its strength was not even 1/10,000th of the Dragon Prince's main body. The surrounding people were silent, but they were rolling their eyes in their hearts. Not even 1/10,000th? That was too exaggerated. Everyone admitted that the incarnation was inferior to the main body. But how much power could be used depended on how long the incarnation had been condensed and how long it had been formed. Hence, no one other than the Dragon Prince knew how much power the incarnation had of the main body. In the Dragon Prince's body, dragon blood rumbled and 10,000 dragons roared. You think you can affect my Tao heart? It's useless. I have invincible faith. His will turned into an extremely terrifying divine spear that slashed out. Lin Xian also roared. You have invincible will, but I also have invincible faith. He had fought all the way and had never lost. An invincible aura also surged from his body and turned into a divine sword. The faith and will between the two of them actually started to clash. The people from the 1000 Dragon dynasty went crazy. Kill the Mad God. They had to kill him. This person did not have the imperial bloodline, but his Tao heart and faith were not weaker than the imperial bloodline. When he grew up in the future, he would be a peerless enemy. More importantly, he had an extreme weapon in his hand. Although it was only half a weapon, it was enough to turn the sky upside down. However, they were just talking about it. Now, even the Dragon Reflection Master did not dare to act rashly. If his sneak attack failed and the other party went crazy and attacked with extreme power, he would not have a good time either. Moreover, the other party had the armored giant and the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals behind him. Could his sneak attack succeed, he could only rely on the Dragon Prince. The power in the Dragon Prince's body burned and directly tore apart countless black vortexes. Long Tu had already arrived at Lin Xian's side. "Kid, it's useless to say anything." Lin Xian sneered. Who didn't know how to burn their power? The power in his body also burned quickly, turning into a huge aura that surged into the sky-devouring jar. Was this guy crazy? The surrounding people were stunned. The Dragon Prince was an incarnation. Even if his incarnation was destroyed, he would only be injured. But the Mad God was the main body. If his main body was destroyed, it was impossible for him to survive. Everyone thought that Lin Xian had gone crazy. The people of the heavenly court were even more shocked. Even Black Mountain frowned. This kid was too crazy. Lin Xian was not afraid at all. First of all, he was only burning his power, and the consequences would not be life-threatening. At most, his power would be exhausted, and he would not have the strength to fight. Although most of this world was desolate, the Four Spirit Valley was developing very well and had gathered a lot of power. Lin Xian could instantly use the power of the Four Spirit Valley to recover his strength. Therefore, he wouldn't be in danger by burning his power. Unless he burned his life force, that would be the real danger. With Lin Xian burning his power, he blocked the dragon diagram again. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "Do you still have any trump cards? If not, then scram." Damn it, the Dragon Prince has gone crazy. I don't believe that he can persist with me. He planned to keep burning. The power of his incarnation continued to weaken, and so did the power of Lin Xian. This time, even Xueqi was nervous. If he continued burning and ran out of power, he might not die, but he would be ambushed by others. Everyone here was an expert. If they were hit, they might be killed. Lin Xian and the Dragon Prince's auras continued to weaken. Now, there was only 1/10 of them left. It was very dangerous. At this moment, the voice of the Golden Lion Array Spirit came from the Dao Palace. "I'll help you." A golden light shone from the Dao Palace and turned into a fearless lion that soared into the sky. The lion seemed to be a real primordial beast that had been revived. The power it carried was simply too terrifying. Not good. The expressions of the people from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty changed drastically. The Dragon Prince roared. "Damn it, how dare you? Do you believe that I won't kill you?" The Array Spirit snorted coldly. He was from the Heavenly Court. What was wrong with helping the Heavenly Court? Therefore, he didn't care about the threat of the Arch at all. The Golden Lion's power charged over. It didn't charge at the Dragon Prince at all. Instead, it surged into the Heaven-Devouring Jar. The Heaven-Devouring Jar contained a large amount of power, causing its power to increase by at least 5 times. At this moment, an even more terrifying power appeared. Even the Great Sage and the God Generals felt their hair stand on end. Not good, it's too dangerous. It's enough to threaten our lives. Retreat. Black Mountain controlled the Sky Lantern and retreated with his people. The Lord of the Great Wilderness had no choice but to retreat. Not good, the prince is in danger. Everyone looked at the Dragon Prince. The Dragon Prince was really in danger this time. The Dragon Prince's face turned cold. "Fine, I don't want this clone today. I'm going to kill you." A sharp killing intent surfaced in his eyes. Soon after, the core of his avatar began to burn. The 10,000 Dragons portrait, which had reached the pinnacle of power, became extremely terrifying once again. He won, Draconic Sovereign sighed, but there was no joy on his face. A dignified prince had to destroy an incarnation to kill a sage king. It was indeed not something to be proud of. It could even be said that it was somewhat embarrassing. However, everyone knew that this Saint King was not ordinary. He had half an extreme weapon, and he also had heaven-defying strength and talent. He was one of the top geniuses below the Crown Prince. Using an incarnation as the price to eliminate a potential future enemy was worth it. That brat was in danger. The people of the heavenly court were also very nervous. The dragon prince sneered. He merged with the might of the extreme Tao and charged over. The heaven-devouring jar was once again suppressed, and Lin Xian's strength was rapidly being depleted. Less than 1%. The dragon prince smiled. Die with my incarnation. Boom, ignoring the consequences, he blocked the power of the golden lion. Lin Xian's aura continued to decline. When the other party ran out of strength, it would be time for him to die. Lin Xian smiled. You're wrong. I won't die with you. I'll kill your incarnation. With just you? The dragon prince's voice came from the flames. I've run out of patience. Let's end this. He would not waste any more words with the other party. The dragon portrait that filled the sky enveloped Lin Xian. The power on Lin Xian's body disappeared, but in the next moment, it surged out crazily. His aura rose again, as if it was about to reach the peak. How was this possible? The dragon prince's pupils shrank. Where did you get the power from? One had to know that with the other party's consumption, it was definitely not something that could be recovered by treasures. Even an herb king could not. Unless the other party had an herb king that was more than 50,000 years old. But even he did not have that, so how could the other party have it? The faces of Dragon Reflection Master and the others changed drastically, but Black Mountain sighed, heaved a sigh of relief. This kid really had a trump card. Lin Xian was currently using the Sword World, the power of the Four Spirit Valley. He did not have a 50,000-year-old herb king either. However, the power of the Sword World was not something that the Dragon Prince could expect. The Four Spirit Valley had fused with several worlds. In addition, there were 4 top-grade spirit veins. Once this power was released, it was enough to allow Lin Xian to recover in an instant. After recovering to his peak, Lin Xian continued to burn his power. He even continued to use the power of the Sword World. Even if he burned, his power would always be maintained at half of his peak. This made the Dragon Prince go crazy. Naturally, he would not have thought that there was a mysterious world in the other party's body. In his opinion, the other party's luck was heaven-defying, and he had obtained a precious spirit herb that was more than 10,000 years old. Damn it. In the end, he still could not defeat Lin Xian's power, and his incarnation gradually disappeared. In the void, a resentful voice came. Kid, you destroyed my incarnation. When my main body sees you, I will definitely make you suffer a fate worse than death. I will make you fall into hell forever. The voice made one's scalp tingle. Everyone knew that the Dragon Prince was really angry. This time, it was only his incarnation that had died. The other party's true body was much stronger than his incarnation. The mad god would be in danger in the future. When the other party returned to the ancient city, he would probably be destroyed by the Dragon Prince. Humph, Lin Xian sneered. You should recover from your injuries first. Since your incarnation was destroyed, I think it will take you a few years to recover. Facing the other party's threat, he did not care. The mad god was just one of his identities. At most, he would use the identity of Lin Xian. It would not be easy for the other party to find him. I am the mad god of the heavenly court. Who dares to fight with me? Lin Xian held the heaven-swallowing jar in his hand and looked down at the surroundings. At this moment, everyone was shocked. Even the Lord of the Great Desolation and the Lord of Dragon Reflection had cold expressions and did not attack. If you don't dare to fight, then scram, Lin Xian snorted and burned his power. The aura of the heaven-swallowing jar swept over and swept across the surroundings. Retreat, the people of the Purple Mansion sect quickly retreated. The people of the Thousand Dragon Court also retreated under the lead of the Lord of Dragon Reflection. The other party's power was too strange. They had not figured it out yet, so they could not attack rashly. Otherwise, they would probably be completely annihilated. In an instant, everyone retreated and retreated out of the southern heavenly gate. Lin Xian, He Shan, and the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals chased them all the way to the south heaven gate. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. His face was a little pale, and he immediately stopped burning his power. He felt like his body was about to split apart. damn it seems like my physique is damaged too. I won't do this again unless it's absolutely necessary. Lin Xian needed to go into seclusion for a while. Heishan said, well done, kid. Don't worry, the Heavenly Court has secret pills that can help you recover. I won't hold back then. Using this kind of burning power and using an extreme weapon continuously is very taxing on one's physique. Lin Xian was only able to withstand it because he had a divine body. Even so, his divine body was damaged, and he needed to go into seclusion for a month or two. Roar, Holy Abyss Ancient City gradually calmed down after the Taoist sect's grand ceremony. Everyone followed their previous paths and began to cultivate. However, on this day, an extremely terrifying roar was heard. The ancient city shook, and the sky cracked as an endless black hole appeared. The kings, supremacies, and young martial artists all fainted. Even the sages vomited blood, and some of the more powerful sages' pupils shrank. What a terrifying bloodline pressure. Who's angry? Why does it feel like a god has been resurrected? The clan of the ancients, the great sects, and the three great orthodoxies all went to investigate. The top seniors looked through the sky and into the distance. There was a pagoda that stood between heaven and earth, emitting a desolate aura. The Holy Abyss Tower. The voice came from there. The people in the Holy Abyss Tower were also terrified. Some of the divine general's pupils shrank. This aura of the Way of the Dragon belongs to the Dragon Prince. Why is he so angry? Everyone guessed, but no one dared to go investigate. Some of the divine generals reported the news to the Thousand Dragon Court. It's better to let the dragons deal with it themselves. The voice just now carried an extremely strong murderous intent. Whoever appeared in front of the other party at this time would probably be torn to pieces. On the 90th floor of the Holy Abyss Tower, a figure opened his eyes. The aura of the Way of the Dragon on his body was even more terrifying. It was as if he was the real dragon god. He was the Dragon Prince's true body. Damn it, how dare you destroy my clone? His face was pale, and dragon blood danced in the air around him. He was really mad. His true body knew everything that his clone had experienced. In the end, he didn't expect that the other party didn't die. Instead, he killed his clone. This was something that had never happened to him before. If he were to suffer such a huge loss in the hands of the Kuanping child, then he would accept it. The other party was an imperial prince and had awakened earlier than him. But now, an ant had injured him. This was something he could not accept. He had always been high and mighty. Other than a few people, he had never put anyone else in his eyes. That was probably why he was so angry right now. Mad God, I will never let you go. I will make you wish you were dead. When the people from the Thousand Dragon Dynasty received the message from the God General, they immediately rushed over. The voices of two old men rang out from outside the secret chamber. Prince, how are you? Could it be that his cultivation speed was so fast that his Tao heart was unstable? The two of them were extremely anxious. It's nothing. I was bitten by an ant. I'm injured. Hurry back to the clan and bring me the dragon's sacred medicine. I can't spend too much time on healing. I have to rush to the peak of the Saint Origin Tower. Therefore, he had to recover immediately. The old man outside heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. It seemed that he was fine. They said, yes, we'll report back to the family. The two of them left. They went to get the dragon's sacred medicine. However, they still did not know what caused the Dragon Prince to be injured. Was it because Kuanping Zi gave him too much pressure? Now that the Dragon Prince had ascended the Saint Origin Tower, he was only 2 levels away from the peak. It was only a matter of time before he became the crowned king. The people outside did not understand the situation at the Saint Origin Tower. They were all guessing. Some of the top experts already knew that the angry roar was from the Dragon Prince. However, they did not know why the Dragon Prince was angry. The Heavenly Sect was the most nervous. Could it be related to Kuanping Zi? They were about to ask. Kuanping Zi was not around. Not long after, a piece of shocking news came from St. Origin Ancient City. The exploration of the Heavenly Quartz ruins had a result. Countless people were surprised. Naturally, they knew that the Heavenly Quartz ruins had appeared. Every clan and sect had sent a group of experts. The three major orthodoxies were no exception. How were they doing now? They did not know what was inside the heavenly court, but there was a piece of news that stunned them. In the heavenly court's ruins, one of the dragon prince's clones was killed. As soon as the news came out, the entire Saint Origin ancient city was stirred up. Everyone went crazy. That was a crown prince. A single clone could defeat everything and make the geniuses of the same generation bow their heads. Who could kill a clone now? Was it someone from the older generation? They heard that a few powerful peak great sage went there. Could it be them? It was possible. They were probably the only ones who had such strength. Some people said that other than a few peak great sage, there was another person who could do it. Who? Everyone asked. News spread that Kuanpingzi's clone had also arrived at the heavenly court's ruins. Everyone was surprised. Did the clones of the two crown princes fight? Did the dragon prince lose the battle? It was unbelievable. Now, everyone was regretting it. They should have seen it with their own eyes. A battle between crown princes would not happen for thousands of years. In fact, it might not even happen in 10,000 years. If they could see it with their own eyes, they would be able to brag about it for the rest of their lives. No way. Kuanpingzi was the first to be crowned king, and now he killed the dragon prince's clone. Was he going to suppress the dragon prince? One after another, voices sounded. When the heavenly sect heard the news, they were very happy. After all, they were on Kuanpingzi's side. On the Taoist sect's side, they frowned. Not good. The dragon prince's clone was killed and injured. Hurry up and send him some healing medicine. They had placed all their hopes on the dragon prince. How could they not be nervous now? When the Thousand Dragon Court received the news, they were also shocked. They gritted their teeth. Damn it, was Kuanpingzi already so powerful? They said that since he dared to kill the dragon prince's clone, they would kill his clone. The Thousand Dragon Court was preparing to send out experts to assassinate Kuanpingzi's clone. For a moment, undercurrents surged. The heavenly sect also hurriedly sent people out to welcome them. The death of the clone would affect the crown prince's strength. It might delay him for several years. The other ancient families and peerless sects were also waiting for their people to return. He wondered if those people had recorded the scene of the battle with a formation. Finally, those who went to the heavenly court's ruins returned. The first to return were Kuanpingzi and the others because they were the first to leave. When they returned to the vicinity of Holy Abyss City, Kuanpingzi and the others were chased. Not good, the heaven sect people's expressions changed. Was the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty going to attack? Kuanping hollered in rage and shot out an extremely strong attack. The heaven sect people sent out a distress signal. They were not far from the ancient city. Not long later, the heaven sect experts came to save them. Only then did they manage to protect Kuanpingzi's incarnation. Kuanpingzi's face was dark and cold. The 10,000 Dragon Dynasty people roared, but they returned without success. The Kuanping race people were furious. Did the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty want to start a war with them? They would fight them to the end. Normally, the battle between the princes was a matter of location. The other experts of the emperor races wouldn't interfere. At least, they wouldn't directly assassinate them. Now, the other party had obviously broken the rules. Kuanpingzi's expression was really ugly. He asked if the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty people were crazy. Did they want to start a war between the two emperor races? The people who came to save them explained that they had no choice. Dragon Prince's incarnation was killed by them, so they were probably really crazy. Kuanpingzi was stunned. What did they say? Dragon Prince's incarnation was killed? When did that happen? The experts who came were stunned too. Didn't they know? Kuanpingzi shook his head. Those people were stunned. How was that possible? Didn't they kill him? Wind Snow God General and the others said that Kuanpingzi left early. So, he wasn't the one who killed him. Then, who was it? Could it be that a supreme saint of the older generation had killed the incarnation of the Dragon Prince? But why did the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty want to take revenge on them? Let's go back first. Kuanpingzi's face was dark and cold. Although this matter was shocking to him, he had a rough idea. He waved his hand and brought these people back to Heaven Sect. After returning, everyone gathered in the main hall. Those Heaven Sect elders and Kuanping race experts were really confused. Kuanping Zi and the others explained what happened. Only then did the others understand that the Heaven Sect actually had some trump cards. Moreover, he was revived. It seemed like the Heaven Sect was the one who killed Dragon Prince's incarnation. That should be the case. Kuanping Zi took in a deep breath and thought about someone. Was it that mad god? But he left early, so he didn't know. He said that he wanted to investigate and ask about what happened after he left. I'll go. Divine General Wind Snow left with his men. The Kuanping elders gritted their teeth. Damn it, the Celestial Court did it, so why did the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty do it to us? Kuanping Zi said that the news hadn't been completely spread out yet. They probably only knew that the Dragon Prince's clone had fallen, but no one knew who killed him. In most people's eyes, I'm the only one who can kill Dragon Prince's clone. That's why they attacked me. This time everyone completely understood. Indeed, even they thought that it was done by the Kuanping Zi, let alone other people. Then what should we do? Should I go and clarify the matter? Kuanping Zi said that there was no need. The news would spread quickly. The 10,000 Dragon Dynasty would change their targets, but since he dared to assassinate me, I would let him know the consequences. The eyes of the Kuanping race brightened as well. The Dragon Prince should be injured now. Maybe we can take this opportunity to attack him. There was more than one Imperial Prince. There would definitely be a battle in the future, and there would definitely be Imperial Princes who would fall. The Dragon Prince was a very powerful potential enemy. Although they were behind Kuanping Zi now, no one could say for sure in the future. Now that the Dragon Prince was injured, it was an opportunity for them. If they could kill him or make his injuries worse, then the Dragon Prince would have no hope in the battle for the Emperor's road in the future. Kuanping Zi nodded. Think of a way. Don't attack directly, or it would cause a war between the Emperor races. The Kuanping race began to prepare. At the same time, more news was sent back. Everyone went crazy. The Dragon Prince's clone was not killed by Kuanping Zi. Heavens, who was it? Was it someone at the peak of the Great Sage? The Celestial Court had the ability to revive. What? You said it was Mad God who killed him? News came one after another. The most shocking one was the news about Mad God. Mad God killed the Dragon Prince's clone. Everyone felt like they were dreaming. They were never unfamiliar with the name Mad God. It could even be said that he was well known. But compared to the Dragon Prince, the difference was like heaven and earth. No matter how strong Mad God was, he was only ranked 1000 in the Holy Gulf Tower. The Dragon Prince was ranked second. How did this guy do it? Some said that the Dragon Prince was just a clone. Mad God had half an extreme grade weapon and the help of the Heavenly Court's elites. That was how he succeeded. But even so, it was enough to shock everyone. Everyone knew that a storm was coming. Would the Dragon Prince let it go? Would the 1000 Dragon Court let it go? They would definitely kill him. After the 1000 Dragon Court received the news, they were also stunned. It was not Kuanping Zi. It was Mad God. Damn it, if they wanted to catch him, he had half an extreme grade weapon. The 1000 Dragon Court changed their target and began to search for Mad God. They even set up various traps on the way back. As long as he appeared, they were guaranteed to kill him in one strike. The people of the three great orthodoxies were shocked, especially the Tao sect. The people of the Dragon Palace could not believe it. Mad God, it was Mad God again. Mad God had killed many of their geniuses at the Tao sect's sacred assembly. Now, he was attacking the Dragon Prince. The people of the Divine Union were also shocked and clenched their fists. No matter how arrogant the people of the Dragon Palace were, the Dragon Prince's clone was still killed by Mad God. The dark red Divine Dragon and the others were even more shocked. They knew that Mad God was Xianxia. Had this brat already reached such a terrifying stage, everyone was discussing. Regardless of whether it was the young disciples or the older generation experts, they were all shocked. Many people began to look for Xianxia. Xianxia's friends and allies were worried about him. The people of the Dragon Prince were gnashing their teeth. The people of the three great orthodoxies had returned, and so had the people of the sacred Abyss Tower. The people of the Thousand Dragon Court were the first to keep an eye on the people of the sacred Abyss Tower, but they could not find any trace of Mad God. How was that possible? Could it be that the brat had escaped? They went straight to Divine General Haiyuan and the others. Divine General Haiyuan and the others were also facing a great enemy. Would the people of the Thousand Dragon Court attack them directly? Fortunately, the other party only asked about it. Divine General Haiyuan said that Mad God did not come out with them. He stayed in the Heavenly Court. This was not a secret. Apart from Divine General Haiyuan and the others, everyone knew about it. The people of the Thousand Dragon Court gritted their teeth. Damn it, they did not believe that Mad God would not come out forever. They said people to stay here and keep watch. Some of them returned to report to the Dragon Prince. The Dragon Prince had been waiting for news. When he heard that Mad God had not returned, he shouted coldly. He could not hide forever. Guard the way back and the sacred Abyss Tower. Keep a close watch on Divine General Haiyuan and the others. If they had any contact with Mad God, attack immediately. Yes. A group of people left. The Dragon Prince asked. Where's my sacred medicine of the dragons? Is it not here yet? The sacred medicine is on the way. It will be here soon. The powerhouse of the dragons said. However, there were some changes when the sacred medicine of the dragons was delivered. The people from the 10,000 Dragon Court roared and fought. Who are you? The mysterious people didn't reply and just attacked. Damn it. The two sides fought, causing the sky to collapse. But in the end, the 10,000 Dragon Court took out a few legendary saint weapons and destroyed everything. The mysterious enemies disappeared. Leave, someone wants to harm the Dragon Prince. They didn't dare to be careless and kept teleporting. Finally, they arrived at the Holy Abyss Tower. The guard asked, what is going on? Even the Dragon Prince frowned. The expert who came said, someone wants to kill us and destroy the saint medicine. What? These people are crazy, who are they? Who dares to go against the 10,000 Dragon Court? The Dragon Prince's face turned cold and gloomy as he roared. It was obvious that someone wanted to take advantage of this time to stop him from recovering. Who was it? Was it someone related to the Mad God? No, the Dragon Prince said that the Heavenly Court had just recovered and didn't have so much power. Also, they wouldn't have come so quickly. Then who was it? The Dragon Prince scoffed coldly. Who benefits the most from me being injured? The 10,000 Dragon Court expert sucked in a cold breath. You mean Kuanpingzi? Apart from him, I can't think of anyone else. The Dragon Prince's eyes were filled with killing intent. Although the Mad God was despicable, he wasn't his true enemy. He only had one true enemy, Kuanpingzi. At this moment, an elder outside said that someone from the Kuanping race had sent healing pills to help the Dragon Prince recover. Hearing this, the Dragon Prince laughed coldly. You failed to assassinate me, so you came to investigate? Tell him that I'm missing. Yes. The elder went out to reply and the others all left. The door of the secret room closed and the surrounding array shone. The Dragon Prince had a jade bottle in his hand and there were 6 pills inside. They were the healing pills of the dragons and were extremely precious. One pill was enough to heal his current injuries. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't use such a precious pill if he lost one of his clones. But not now. He had been fighting with Kuanpingzi and he had already fallen behind. He couldn't waste any more time. Thinking about this, he opened the bottle and poured out a drop of the medicine of the dragons. He then swallowed it. A terrifying power exploded from his body. It was a strong life force that healed his injuries. The Dragon Prince curled his lips into a smile. 2 days later, he would be able to recover from his injuries. But suddenly, his pupils shrank, and he roared towards the sky. Detestable. Countless draconic chi laws condensed, wanting to shatter that medicinal pill. However, his body swayed, and he spat out a mouthful of black blood. Roar! Dragon scales appeared on his body, and he turned into a dragon's shadow, roaring toward the sky. The 9 heavens and 10 earths were shaking. The sacred Abyss Tower shook violently. Outside, the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty's experts were all talking in low voices. With the dragon's sacred medicine, there wouldn't be any problems. They could rest assured now. However, all of a sudden, they heard a furious roar. The voice was 10 times more furious than before. Not good. These people's expressions changed greatly, and they hurriedly returned. The array formation of the secret room was torn apart, and these people rushed in. "Prince, how are you?" they asked nervously. But in the next moment, these people's pupils suddenly shrank, and their faces became unsightly. The dragon prince sat there with a pale face and black blood flowing in front of him. He was poisoned. A few of the dragon's elders hurriedly rushed over. They struck out shocking laws and fused them into Long Fengji's body. Not good, they couldn't suppress it. What kind of poison was this? How could it be poisonous? Could it be that there was something wrong with the dragon's sacred medicine? Damn it, don't think about this anymore. Hurry up and save the prince. These people from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty had gone crazy. If anything happened to the dragon prince, even if they died 100 times, it wouldn't be enough. Hurry up and ask the tower master of the Sacred Abyss Tower to take out the best healing medicine. At the same time, they activated the super teleportation array and rushed back to the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty. Orders sounded one after another. The entire Sacred Abyss Tower was alarmed. They moved quickly, and an extremely terrifying array formation flickered in the sky. Therefore, everyone in the Sacred Abyss Ancient City saw it. What was going on? What happened? Was someone teleporting over? Kuan Pengzi stood there, his eyes flickering. The Kuan Peng expert beside him said, "That's not right. Our people were blocked and didn't succeed at all." Kuan Pengzi said, "But I can feel that the Dragon Prince's aura has become very weak." It was obvious that he was injured. It was very likely that he was poisoned. I don't know who did it. The Dragon Prince's situation was very bad. However, he was an imperial prince after all. At this moment, his bloodline had activated, and the fragments of the great emperor's bloodline were constantly circling around him. It protected his heart meridian. Damn it, the poison of the Fire Qilin Cave. Was it the Fire Qilin Cave? Damn it, I won't let him off. After saying this, the dragon prince fainted. Beside him, the expressions of the people from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty turned ugly. The Fire Qilin Cave was also an emperor race, but it was not on the same continent as them. On another continent, the mountains and rivers were far away. How could the other party plot against them? Damn it, they were too careless. They had been on guard against Kuan Pengzi. Who would have thought that it was a third imperial prince? The teleportation array was ready. This was the divine spring pill. Soon, the people from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty rushed over and gave the top-grade divine pill to the dragon prince. At the same time, the array formation around them flickered. The super teleportation array activated and teleported them away. The array formation flickered between heaven and earth, about to disappear. The Kuan Peng expert gritted his teeth and asked, "Are we still going to chase after them?" Kuan Pengzi shook his head. There was no need, someone had already acted for them. Since he could succeed, then this poison was definitely not simple. The dragon prince was really unlucky this time. Let's go. The people from the Kuan Peng race laughed proudly. It seemed like he couldn't become an emperor in his life. Everything depended on him. At the same time, an elder said solemnly that they would send more people to follow Kuan Pengzi and pay attention to the movements of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty. They would inform the family to be ready to activate the extreme weapons at any time. If the dragon prince was seriously injured, who knew if the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty would go crazy? So, they had to be fully prepared. Kuan Pengzi said that there was no need to go through so much trouble. He was prepared to return to the family. That was good. The surrounding experts heaved a sigh of relief. If they returned to the emperor race, no matter how strong the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty was, they wouldn't be able to hurt them. Saint Origin City was still talking about Mad God when another piece of news spread out, causing the surrounding people to go crazy. The dragon prince was poisoned. No way, what was going on? However, this news quickly disappeared. It was as if someone had secretly wiped out everything. This shocked many people. Before, they thought that the news was fake. Someone wanted to use this time to attack the dragon prince and even suppress him. But now it seemed like that wasn't the case. The news was most likely true. The Dragon Prince was really poisoned. Who did it? Mad God? They felt that it was impossible. Could it be another emperor's son? Many people thought of Kuan Pengzi, but without evidence, no one dared to say anything. At the same time, Lin Xian returned. The demonic energy around his body disappeared and he returned to his original appearance. When he returned to the ancient city, he felt a cold aura covering his body. Lin Xian suppressed his dragon soul and bloodline and narrowed his eyes. Were they from the 10,000 Dragon Court? It seemed like these people had not given up. However, he swaggered in front of the 10,000 Dragon Court powerhouses and none of them realized that he was the Mad God. Just like that, Lin Xian returned to the Dao sect safely. The Dark Rainbow Divine Dragon and the others heaved a sigh of relief when they arrived at the Divine Union. They had been worried that Lin Xian would be targeted by the 10,000 Dragon Court. It seemed like he was safe now. Lin Xian said after returning home. Why was the Dao sect so quiet? This shouldn't be the case. If news of the Heavenly Court had come back, the world would have been shocked. However, Lin Xian realized that the people of the Dao were very low-key. It seemed like there were fewer people. He gathered the people of the Divine Union and asked if the news of the Heavenly Court had come back. The news had come back and it was really shocking. The Mad God was really powerful. He had actually been able to kill the Dragon Prince's clone. The people of the Divine Union were very excited and their eyes were filled with stars. Lin Xian smiled. Let's see if the 10,000 Dragon Court still dared to be arrogant. However, why was the Dao so quiet? Lin Xian frowned again. Bai Susu said as she walked over. There was something even more shocking. What was it? Lin Xian had just returned, so he did not know. Bai Susu said that there were rumors that the Dragon Prince had been poisoned and severely injured. Therefore, the people of the Dragon Palace were very low-key and had not come out recently. Furthermore, the Dao was on the Dragon Prince's side. How could the Dao be happy when the Dragon Prince was being suppressed, the flood poison? Lin Xian was stunned. He knew that the Dragon Prince would be injured. However, a clone should not be enough to be poisoned. Bai Susu shook her head. Who knew? The Dragon Prince had the 10,000 Dragon Court behind him, but it was impossible for him to rule the world. There were many princes competing with him, including the Kuan Pengzi. Lin Xian took a deep breath. It seemed like the battle between the princes was much more complicated than he had imagined. Perhaps the Kuan Pengzi wanted to use this opportunity to eliminate the Dragon Prince. No matter who he is, the dark red dragon sneered. As long as he is injured, I am very happy. They had come to kill the Dragon Prince and take revenge for Long Guang. Now, before they had even made a move, the Dragon Prince had already been heavily injured. Lin Xian asked, "Can you get more specific information?" Bai Susu shook her head. Less than a day after the news surfaced, someone had already stopped it from spreading. Clearly, someone did not want this news to spread. Therefore, we guessed that Long Huangzi was really injured. Lin Xian nodded. I understand, he said, preparing to go find Leaf Dao Denier to investigate the situation. Leaf Dao Denier also returned, and was just as shocked as he was when he heard the news. He sent a letter to Lin Xian stating that he wasn't sure. However, Kuan Pengzi also disappeared, seemingly returning to his family. When Lin Xian received this news, he narrowed his eyes. It seemed like it was going to be very dangerous these days. Even Kuan Pengzi had to go into seclusion to avoid danger. It seemed like the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty might go crazy. He said to the people around him, keep a low profile and don't offend the Dragon Palace or the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty. If the Dragon Prince died, the mad dog that was the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty would bite anyone it saw. Lin Xian also made up his mind. He wouldn't use the Mad God identity for now. He was going to cultivate in seclusion for a period of time. Then, he would go to another place. This time, he received a piece of news. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the people of the Divine Union nodded. Even Bai Susu said, that's right, I'm going to go into seclusion this time. I'll take advantage of this opportunity to improve a lot. Lin Xian also went into seclusion. He returned to the Sword World. Previously, when he fought with the Dragon Prince, he had used a lot of the Sword Worlds. Power. At this moment, the light of the Four-Spirit Valley was a little dim. However, Lin Xian wasn't worried, because he could feel that the power inside was recovering. There were 6 stars in the Four-Spirit Valley, which were 6 worlds. As long as these 6 worlds weren't destroyed, the power consumed could be recovered. Moreover, the recovery speed was extremely fast. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He was cultivating the Fearless Lion mark in the Sword World. The core of the Fearless Lion mark was fearlessness. It was very similar to Lin Xian's invincible heart. Therefore, Lin Xian was able to cultivate it easily. The dark red divine dragon, Fu Hongya, and the others also started to cultivate in seclusion. No Flower also joined in. Furthermore, because of the Dragon Prince's poison, more people joined the Divine Union during this period of time. It seemed like some people weren't optimistic about the Dragon Palace. On another continent, a figure was sitting cross-legged in a place filled with flames. The surrounding lava could easily turn the great sage into ashes. In front of him, an old man flew over with a smile on his face. The man in the flames opened his eyes and said, "Success?" The old man nodded. It was a success. Very good. The man in the flames stood up and smiled. This time, it was enough for Dragon Marshal to suffer. The identity of the man in the flames wasn't ordinary. He was a disciple of the Fire Qilin race called Fire Qilin Z. He was also the one who had secretly injured the Dragon Prince. 10,000 Dragon Court. The atmosphere was tense. The elders of the 10,000 Dragon Court gritted their teeth and looked cold. Who was the one who had done it? They had to tear him into pieces. The great sage who followed them said that the Dragon Prince had said that it was Fire Qilin Z who had done it. What? Fire Qilin Z, the Fire Qilin race? They could do it even if they weren't on this continent. Damn it, they had gone too far. Did they want to die? Let's go and kill the Fire Qilin race together. Let the Fire Qilin race know how powerful we are. The powerhouses of the dragons were enraged. At that moment, an old man walked over. Don't act rashly. The most important thing now was to treat the Dragon Prince as soon as possible. Old ancestor, how is it? Those people asked anxiously. The old man's face turned ugly. If the poison of the Great Path was not cured, it could very well cause a Great Path injury. Upon hearing this, the people of the 10,000 Dragon Court had ugly looks on their faces. A Great Path injury was even more frightening than an injury to one's foundation. If it wasn't healed properly, one's cultivation base would never improve. He might even become a cripple. Old ancestor, you have to treat the Dragon Prince. What kind of treasure does my 10,000 Dragon Court not have? The old ancestor of the dragons said. Although they had many trump cards, the person who attacked was also from the Emperor race. The poison that they used was left by the Emperor. Ordinary great sages would immediately be reduced to ashes after consuming it. The Dragon Prince had the bloodline of the Emperor race, which was why he was able to survive until now. But the situation wasn't good. I have already used the strength of the extreme path to suppress the poison in my body. But I have to find a healing medicine within a year. Otherwise, it will cause a Great Path injury. Now, go investigate and don't let go of any clues. The people of the 10,000 Dragon Court all searched. 5 days later, they gathered once more. Old ancestor, we found it. Spirit Realm. It was a mysterious place with towering ancient trees. It was a primeval forest. More importantly, there were countless spirit herbs and spirit fruits. Legend had it that there was a spirit spring of life in Spirit Realm. Therefore, the spirit herbs that grew there were much better than other places. However, there were many spirit herbs there, so it was very powerful. There were many experts and top alchemists. Other forces had to curry favor with Spirit Realm. In front, the dragon's old ancestor's eyes flickered. He said, "Okay, let's contact Spirit Realm. But don't say what we're thinking. Ask them about the Tree of Life first. I heard that Spirit Realm had an immortal divine herb. Check if there's one." His subordinates moved quickly. The core elders walked over and said, "Old ancestor, I'm afraid Spirit Realm won't give us the Tree of Life." Indeed, the Tree of Life was precious. It was the core of Spirit Realm. It depended on their choice. If they were obedient, they would let him live. If they didn't, then don't blame the Thousand Dragons dynasty for being impolite. For the Dragon Prince, we can do anything. Even at all costs. The old ancestor's eyes shone with a sharp light. The core elders around him took a deep breath. They understood that the old ancestor meant that if the other party didn't give them the Tree of Life, they would use all their extreme weapons for the Dragon Prince. Therefore, they started to prepare. They prepared a lot of resources. After all, the consumption of extreme weapons was unimaginable. But for the Dragon Prince, it was all worth it. On the Dragon Tribe's side, Lin Xian of the Dao Palace's Divine Union also opened his eyes and walked out of the Sword World. The fearless lion seal had reached a bottleneck. It was useless for him to cultivate it any further. Moreover, he had other things to do. Lin Xian hadn't forgotten about Xiaojiu. In addition, he had met up with the Heavenly Court and asked for some information. Spirit Realm had the Tree of Life. There might be divine fruits of life or divine spring of life. He might be able to save Xiaojiu. After all, Xiaojiu wasn't seriously injured. He was dying. This was the most difficult to treat, but Spirit Realm was extraordinary. They had produced immortal divine herbs before. The immortal divine herb was a divine herb exclusive to great emperors. If a great emperor swallowed it, he would be able to live for another lifetime, which was equivalent to doubling his lifespan. That was why Lin Xian was preparing to head to Spirit Realm. Lin Xian didn't bring many people with him. After he left the Holy Ji Palace, there was someone waiting for him outside. It was Xueqi. "Husband, where are we going next?" Xueqi asked. Lin Xian had told him to go to Spirit Realm. The two of them rose into the air and flew into the distance. Spirit Realm was also on the Alcade continent, but it wasn't close to Holy Abyss Ancient City. Furthermore, Spirit Realm knew that this was an independent space just by hearing the name. It had only left a set of coordinates on the Alcade continent. It was equivalent to a spatial entrance, so ordinary people couldn't find it at all. Lin Xian had received news from Black Mountain, which was why he knew about this. At this moment, they were heading towards a city. This city was called Limitless City. Although it wasn't passed down from ancient times, it was still very mysterious. Behind the everlasting city was a forest known as the Everlasting Mountain Range. This place was very special, and ordinary saints wouldn't be able to return if they went there. They would have to ride the everlasting war chariot. Heaven and earth gave birth to two elements, and this place was called Limitless. It seemed like there was a kind of energy that was independent of heaven and earth. People who came here were very careful. After Lin Xian and Xueqi arrived, they prepared to look for a war chariot. Xueqi wore a veil because she had just entered the city, and she had attracted countless gazes. It was rare to see a peerless beauty like her with such an icy temperament, and those people couldn't even move after seeing her. Xueqi wore a veil to avoid unnecessary trouble. The two of them searched the city, and they quickly found a war chariot. They paid the money and prepared to ride it. The war chariot was very big, and it looked like a walking palace from the outside. It was divided into many secret rooms and rooms. There was even a great hall. There was a restaurant, and so on. It was very luxurious. Of course, the price was enough to make a saint's heart ache, but it wasn't worth mentioning to Lin Xian. After they entered the war chariot, Lin Xian was surprised. The war chariot's exterior was made of black gold, and it was carved with Dao patterns and formations. The interior was unexpectedly made of stone. These stones seemed to have a mysterious aura. Lin Xian used his heavenly secret divine eyes to observe them, and he nodded slightly. At this moment, the woman who led them in said with a smile, "Young master, these aren't ordinary stones. They are called everlasting stones, and only war chariots made of everlasting stones can travel in the everlasting forest. Otherwise, they will disappear mysteriously." This woman was called Aku, and she was the guide. "So that's how it is." Lin Xian smiled. Aku looked at Xueqi and said enviously, "This elder sister is so beautiful. Although she is wearing a veil, she must be a peerless beauty. She must be young master's companion." Lin Xian nodded, and Xueqi also thanked her. As they walked through the hall and toward the resting area, two people walked toward them. They were very young. The man was handsome, and he wore luxurious clothes. When he saw Xianxia, he was startled, and his eyes lit up. He didn't expect to see a fairy with such a temperament here. The other person, who looked like a scholar, was also sizing her up. Xianxia was also startled. The young man dressed like a scholar was actually a woman, and she was also very beautiful. A woman dressed as a man. Interesting. Xianxia smiled at the other party. The scholar was startled, and he looked at Xianxia with disgust. He snorted, then turned around and left. Aku, who was leading the way, said. These two people had extraordinary identities, and it was said that they came from the Medicine Star. They seemed to be from one of the two great powers of the Medicine Star, the Alchemy Kingdom. The Alchemy Kingdom. Xianxia was also surprised after hearing this. He had been to the Medicine Star before, and he had obtained the 4 spirit veins from there. The Alchemy Kingdom was one of the two great powers of the Medicine Star, and the other one was the Medicine Sect. Xianxia had fought with the Medicine Sect's experts, and he didn't expect to meet people from the Alchemy Kingdom again. Judging from their arrogant appearance, they should be of great status in the Alchemy Kingdom. Are they also going to the spirit domain? Xianxia was puzzled. But soon, he shook his head and didn't care about it anymore. The two of them went into their room, which was very close to the Alchemy Kingdom's people. It could be said that they were right across from each other. After they went in, they rested for a while, and when evening came, they went to the restaurant for dinner. There were many people in the restaurant, and all of them had extraordinary strength and status. Ordinary people couldn't afford to board the black gold chariot. The two sat down. Not far from them were the two people from the Alchemy Kingdom. Xianxia looked at them, but the little scholar snorted and turned his head away. In her eyes, Xianxia's interest in a man like her meant that there was something fishy going on. However, she didn't know that her aura-concealing jade necklace could block the detection of a saint. Even the great sage might not be able to see through her identity. Unfortunately, she met Xianxia's divination god gaze instantly saw through her, which was why she smiled like that earlier. That smile caused the little scholar to feel extremely uncomfortable. Xianxia glanced at him and ignored him. He told Xianxia, sit here for a bit, I'm going out for a bit. He went out. Not long after, a shout came from the distance. Get out of the way, my young master is coming. Who dares to block my path? Do you want to die? Even the saint monarchs backed away after hearing this. Who could be so arrogant? The young man from the Alchemy Kingdom frowned. The little scholar also had a look of disgust as he looked up. They saw a group of people coming from the distance with majestic gait. Their bodies were surrounded by the grand Tao as if they were gods descending to the mortal world. Walking in the middle was a man with a head full of white hair. He had 5 storage rings in his hands. Moreover, they were all top grade. It was obvious that he had an extraordinary background. There were many guards next to him. One of them snorted and said, Scram, our young master has no place to sit. The person who was chased away had an ugly expression as he suddenly stood up. He was a middle-aged man with terrifying flames revolving around his body. At this time, someone came over and whispered a few words to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's expression changed as he turned around and left. You're quite fast. The guard snorted and placed a chair in front of him. Young master, quickly sit down. The white-haired man nodded. Just as he was about to sit down, he suddenly exclaimed in surprise. From where he was standing, there was a woman in front of him. He could only see the side of her face, and she was wearing a veil. However, his rich experience told him that this was a peerless beauty. He didn't expect to meet a peerless fairy in this place. He didn't sit down and continued to walk forward. After seeing this, the surrounding people quickly followed. Fairy, don't you feel lonely? The white-haired man arrived in front of Xianxia and spoke with a smile. The others also looked over and exclaimed in surprise. What a mysterious woman. Thinking about it, under the veil, there must be a peerless face. Xianxia cast a glance at him before she withdrew her gaze. She calmly drank her tea, and it seemed as if she didn't pay any attention to him. She was also an ice beauty. The white-haired man became even more interested. He sat down and asked, How should I address you, fairy? I'm called by Xianxia. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they shook their heads slightly. It seemed that this mysterious woman would not be able to escape the clutches of the devil. Obviously, this white-haired man was very famous, at least in this area. Many people on the war chariot knew her, so they all felt sad for her. The two people from the kingdom frowned as well, especially the little scholar. He sighed and said, "You're right. The reason why she used the jade pendant necklace to change her appearance and aura was to avoid such trouble." Now, it seemed that she had made the right decision. Xueqi glanced at him in disgust. "No matter who you are, please leave immediately. This place is already occupied." The fairy's voice was really pleasant to the ears, like the celestial voice of the 9 heavens. Bai Xianxia smiled. "Occupied? Is it your sister? That's good, I want to see her." This woman was so beautiful and mysterious, so her friend must be extraordinary as well. If she was also a peerless beauty, then Bai Xianxia felt that he would be rich today. "The place she spoke of is mine." At this time a faint voice resounded. The surrounding people looked over, and Bai Xianxia frowned. It was a man's voice, and he immediately became angry. When he turned around, he saw a man walking over. Damn, this brat was even more handsome than him. This made him even angrier. Where did this brat come from? Get lost. Can't you see that I'm chatting with the fairy? Lin Xian chuckled as well. What kind of reckless fool are you? I'll give you 3 seconds to leave my place. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. After these words came out, the surrounding people went into an uproar, and they all looked at Lin Xian as if they were looking at a fool. The guard next to Bai Xianxia also laughed. Brat, this is your first time in Everlasting City, yet you dare to be so disrespectful to our young noble Bai. Do you know our young master Bai's identity? The two people from the alchemy kingdom shook their heads and sighed. The little scholar snorted. This guy was too bold. The guards next to Bai Xianxia were all top saint monarchs. Although there were only 4 of them, they were definitely a powerful force. Add to that Bai Xianxia's identity, even the great sage wouldn't dare to act rashly. Lin Xian laughed even more. It had been a long time since someone dared to challenge him. He asked, "Then do you know my identity? Oh, brat, you have some background. Tell me, can you scare this young master?" Bai Xianxia sneered. Lin Xian glanced at him. "You're not qualified to know. Do you want to die?" Bai Xianxia felt that he had been played, and his expression darkened. The 4 guards also came over with cold expressions. Brat, quickly kneel on the ground and roll towards the door. If you roll with a good posture, our young master will spare your life. Otherwise, I'll break your limbs, cripple your meridians, and throw you into the forest outside. You'll die without a burial place. Hearing this, the surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. The man who was chased away earlier also had a face full of fear. He already knew young Master Bai's identity, and he really did have such strength. Thinking of this, he walked over and said, "Little brother, I think you should give your seat to young Master Bai." Another old man walked out and advised. "That's right, when it comes to fairy, life is still more important. Young Master Bai isn't someone you can provoke." "Not someone I can provoke?" Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and smiled. His eyes flickered with a golden radiance. "You're just a demon beast. What, you think you can be arrogant in front of me just because you have a bit of a bloodline? 3 seconds have passed, you'll have to bear my wrath." Lin Xian reached out and grabbed Bai Xianxia. Bai Xianxia's expression changed as he slammed the table. Cripple his hand, the person next to him slashed his saber at Lin Xian's arm. Clang. The surrounding void collapsed, and countless people were in an uproar. With that slash, the young man's hand would definitely be broken. However, when they widened their eyes to take a look, they were all dumbfounded. They realized that Lin Xian's hand was intact, but his saber was broken in half. The guards were also stunned. Lin Xian's hand grabbed Bai Xianxia's head. This sudden change caused everyone to be dumbfounded. They didn't expect this young man to be an expert. So what? He was dead for sure. Young Master Bai wasn't someone he could offend. The 4 guards angrily shouted, "You dare? Release the young master and kneel on the ground to apologize." You still dare to be arrogant? Lin Xian grabbed one of Bai Congxing's hands and exerted force. With a cracking sound, the hand was twisted into a fried dough twist. Bai Congxing screamed in pain. When had he ever been tortured like this? Damn it. Do you know who I am? Just as he finished speaking, one of his legs was broken and turned into a bloody mist. He didn't dare to say anything else. Spare my life, I won't do it again. The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. This guy was too ruthless. Some people's eyelids twitched. This brat was going to suffer a calamity. The two people from the Alchemy Kingdom were also surprised, especially the little scholar. His beautiful eyes were shining brightly. This guy was an expert. He was probably at the top of the Sage Monarch grounds. He was a genius. Lin Xian grabbed Bai Congxing's broken body and walked outside. Soon, he arrived at the edge of the chariot. He opened the door. The guards inside wanted to say something, but Bai Congxing roared, "Didn't you hear? Open the door for me." The guards didn't dare to say anything and quickly opened the door. The chariot was already moving through the forest at a very fast speed. Everyone turned to look, wondering what Lin Xian wanted to do. Lin Xian sent Bai Congxing flying with a kick. Bai Congxing turned into a meteor and crashed into a distant mountain peak. The guards also roared and rose into the air, leaving the war chariot. "Brat, just wait for your death." They wouldn't let him go. Lin Xian coldly snorted and returned to Xueqi's side. He smiled and said, "The annoying fly has left. Let's eat." Xueqi nodded. In truth, with Lin Xian's strength, Xueqi didn't need to worry about such a fly. After they had finished eating, Lin Xian and Xueqi returned to the resting room and started cultivating. Lin Xian wouldn't miss such a good opportunity if he cultivated the two divine bodies at the same time. Of course, there was an even more effective way to cultivate. Lin Xian pulled Xueqi's hand and walked into the secret chamber. Then, he set up a formation. When daybreak arrived, Xueqi's small face was flushed red. She snuggled up to Lin Xian. She really wanted to spend the rest of her life with her husband. Lin Xian said. He will. Of course, he knew that now was not the time. He still had the peerless dragon prince, so he had to cultivate even harder. At this moment, there was a sudden loud noise. The war chariot came to a sudden stop, and the force caused everyone's bodies to sway. However, these experts instantly stabilized their bodies and cried out in alarm. What was going on? The manager of the war chariot also frowned. Soon, he walked over with a gloomy expression. The war chariot's door was opened, and a terrifying demonic beast's aura appeared outside. The guard, who had left before, walked over and shouted coldly, "Where is that lad? Ask him to come here and accept his death." Bai Congxing's voice echoed out. "Since you dared to attack me, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death." Upon hearing this, the scalps of the people in the vicinity became numb. They knew that Bai Congxing had come back to take revenge. When Lin Xian heard this, his expression became gloomy. He said to Xueqi, "You should rest here, and I will go out to deal with this matter." "Hurry up," Xueqi said with a smile. She wasn't worried about Lin Xian at all. After Lin Xian came out, the formation was restored, and he walked outside. He had come out. Many people had seen Lin Xian in the restaurant that day, and this was why they all cried out in alarm at this moment. An elder walked over and said with a gloomy expression, "Did you injure young Master Bai? Hurry up and apologize to young Master Bai." Someone next to him said, "Lad, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you know who I am?" He was a member of the Pulsatile race. The Pulsatile race was a powerful demon race that lived in the everlasting forest. How could you provoke them? Yes, the ancestor of the Pulsatile race was in existence known as the Limitless Immortal Elder. One voice after another resounded. It was obvious that the other party was very famous. No one was optimistic about Lin Xian's chances. Some people even sneered and told Lin Xian to go down and apologize. The two people from the Alchemy Kingdom also came over. When the little scholar saw this scene, he shook his head and sighed. He was too young. He didn't even know the identity of the enemy. If he acted rashly, he would be dead for sure. That young man said, "Sister, do you want to help him?" The little scholar became anxious after hearing this. You have to call me big brother when you are outside. Did you hear me? The young man smiled bitterly and shook his head. He is my big brother. Do you want to save him? No matter what, he was still a top-notch genius. Okay, tell him that if he is willing to serve me for 100 years, I will consider saving his life. The young man nodded and came over. Little brother, my name is Yao Chen. You have provoked an incredible character. My big brother can save you, but you have to work for our clan for 100 years. How about it? It is a good deal. The surrounding people were surprised. It seemed that this young man's background was not ordinary. They all stared at Yao Chen. Lin Xian smiled and glanced at the little scholar. The little scholar raised his chin and had a look that said, hurry up and agree. No need, I don't care about these people. I can deal with them with a wave of my hand. No need to trouble you. With that, Lin Xian placed his hands behind his back and walked forward. Yao Chen recognized him. The little scholar behind him was even more surprised and his expression sank. Damn guy, who do you think you are? This princess wanted to save you out of kindness, but you don't appreciate it. Damn it. The surrounding people widened their eyes. Could it be that this brat also had a great background? No way, they couldn't see through his identity. Could it be that he was very strong? How strong could a young man be? I know that the great sage is here. Hearing this, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Even if you are a top genius, can you fight against the great sage? They didn't think so. Even if you can fight against the great sage, can you fight against the entire Pulsatilla clan? So, this brat is dead meat. Yao Chen came back and sighed. Sister, he won't listen. The little scholar gritted his teeth. Damn it, let's go. I want to see where he got the confidence to reject me. She also prepared to go over. The brother and sister also walked over. Lin Xian walked at the front. When the guard saw him, his eyes shone with a sharp light. Brat, you finally came out. Quickly kneel down and accept your death. Bai Congxing also jumped out and gritted his teeth. Brat, you didn't expect me to come back, right? You dare to break one of my arms and legs and throw me out? I will torture you to death bit by bit. Are you done? Lin Xian said with a smile. Kneel down and apologize to me for wasting my time. Hearing this, the guards in front were stunned. Bai Congxing was also stunned. He could not believe his ears. He had brought the strong cultivators of his family here, and the other party still dared to be so arrogant? Damn it, kill him. Suddenly, someone walked forward. At this time, a middle-aged man also walked forward. Kid, who are you exactly? How dare you offend our Pulsatilla clan? He felt that the other party might have some background. Lin Xian said indifferently. Just a rogue cultivator, come at me if you want to. Rogue cultivator, don't blame us if you want to die. Send him to hell. The middle-aged man waved his hand, and the strong cultivators in the surroundings walked over. Their terrifying killing intent swept across the 9 heavens. The people in the distance quickly retreated, leaving enough space. They only watched from afar, and no one was willing to help. Seeing this, the little scholar sighed. So it's a stubborn guy. Can a rogue cultivator stop this? She decided to save the other party. She stood out and said, give me face and stop this matter. Who are you? Bai Congxing frowned. A cold light appeared in the middle-aged man's eyes. The jade pendant that hid his aura had a white light flickering in his eyes. It seemed that his black pupils had disappeared. The next moment, the corners of his mouth curled up. So it's a little princess. Yao Qingwu's expression changed. The other party could see through this middle-aged man. He must have cultivated an extremely terrifying eye technique. Why, is he your cultivation partner? The middle-aged man asked with a smile. Yao Qingwu snorted coldly. He's a friend I just met. But I can't bear to see you bully others. Fine, I'll spare him for your sake. But he still has to kneel down and kowtow to my nephew. Also, break his limbs and destroy his cultivation. I'll only spare his life. As for you, come back with me for a month, and I'll let you go. Yao Qingwu's expression changed. Did the other party see through her identity? Then, it was definitely not as simple as an invitation. Thinking of some possibilities, her expression became unsightly. Humph, let's go. Yao Qingwu snorted coldly and turned around to leave. The middle-aged man waved his hand, and demonic energy formed a barrier to stop her. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? Yao Qingwu did not expect these Pulsatilla clan people to be so arrogant. Not only did they not save anyone, but they also threw themselves in. Her expression darkened. How dare you attack us? Look at what this is. As she spoke, she waved her hand, and a token appeared in her hand. Clouds and mist were rolling on the surface of the token, and there was a group of black sunflowers emitting a mysterious glow. The man's expression changed when he saw the medallion. You are, he did not continue. Instead, he said, sorry for offending you. As he spoke, he put away the barrier. The people in the distance cried out in surprise. It seemed like these two young people really did have some status. Let's go. Yao Qingwu proudly raised her chin. He wanted to leave with Lin Xian. However, the Nian said, wait, you two can leave, but he must stay. What do you mean? Yao Qingwu turned her head, her beautiful eyes filled with anger. Her identity didn't work, the two of you are indeed extraordinary, and we don't dare to do anything to you. However, there is one thing that you must remember. This is not your world. This is the buried Emperor Star, the everlasting forest. We have the final say here. This kid injured my nephew. If we let him go like this, what will others think of our Pulsatilla clan? Therefore, he must stay. What do we have to do to let him go? Yao Qingwu gritted her teeth and said. Bai Congxing stood out and said, well, let him kneel down and I will cripple his limbs. At the same time, give me his woman. After 10 years, I will return her to him. Hearing this, the faces of the people in the distance became unsightly. Could a woman who was looked at by Bai Congxing live for 10 years? Yao Qingwu's face became unsightly. How could she agree to such conditions? Lin Xian's face also darkened. Dragons have reverse scales. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. As he spoke, he slapped over. Boom, boom. This attack directly sent Bai Congxing flying, and half of his face was shattered. Not only that, his body was covered with cracks. He was seriously injured in one move, and then his body was torn into pieces. The surrounding people went crazy, and the people of the Pulsatilla clan were also stunned. The other party dared to attack them in front of them? You are courting death. The Nian person stood out. At this time, an elder at the back could no longer remain calm. Very well, young man, no one dares to challenge us anymore. As soon as he appeared, a terrifying aura of the great sage covered the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Everyone was terrified. It was the great sage who had made his move. Naturally, the great sage was also in the war chariot. When they saw the elder, their pupils shrank. This great sage was not ordinary. He was a very young great sage in the Pulsatilla clan. Moreover, the other party was very vicious. He would not send the enemy to hell until they were tortured to death. Kill him. Elder, kill him. Tear him into pieces. Bai Congxing roared crazily. The elder stretched out his palm, and his eyes were shining. It seemed that he was about to make a move. Lin Xian sighed, and an extremely terrifying light appeared in his eyes. The mysterious heaven map rotated, and the power of reincarnation appeared. Seal of life and death. Boom, boom. Thunder fell from the void, and an extremely terrifying aura appeared. Everyone felt their scalp go numb. The people of the Pulsatilla clan were so scared that they almost knelt on the ground. The pupils of the great sage in the war chariot also shrank. What a terrifying power. They did not know that it was Lin Xian who had used the Soul Eye technique. They thought that it was the great sage of the Pulsatilla clan who had used some secret technique. But in the next moment, they were all dumbfounded. The great sage of the Pulsatilla clan froze, and a crazy struggle appeared in his eyes. But it disappeared in an instant. Buzz. He respectfully bowed to Lin Xian. Young master, please forgive me. What was going on? The surrounding people were stunned. The Pulsatilla clan people also did not dare to believe it. Elder Zhang, why did you bow to him? Shouldn't you kill him? Very good. Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. He had used the seal of life and death just now. His current strength and soul were far stronger than most great sages, and he had the ability to catch them off guard. The other party did not have any defense at all, and was instantly controlled by him. Now, he had become his puppet. As for how to deal with him, it was up to you. Yes, I understand. The great sage replied respectfully. Then, he turned around and looked at Bai Congxing. You reckless thing, get over here. Bai Congxing knelt on the ground, his face filled with despair. What was going on? The elder wanted to say something, but the great sage slapped him to the ground. You kneel as well. The elder's legs were broken, and he knelt on the ground. Large cracks spread. Hurry up and apologize to this young master. The great sage's voice came out. The surrounding people were stunned. The people of the Pulsatilla clan were even more stunned. Yao Qingguo and Bai Congxing were also stunned. They looked at Lin Xian in disbelief. Did this guy have such a special identity? The people in the distance were even more shocked. They seemed to have seen the most unbelievable thing. The young man that they didn't think highly of actually had such a big background. Bai Congxing and the man were also scared. They hurriedly knelt and said, Young master, forgive us for not recognizing Mount Tai and offending you. Please have mercy. Kill them? Lin Xian said indifferently. No. The two cowed out and begged for mercy. However, the old man waved his hand and directly destroyed their souls. The surrounding people were also scared and knelt on the ground. He really killed them. That was too scary. I don't want to see you again. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Xian said coldly. The others hurriedly nodded. The people of the Pulsatilla clan disappeared instantly. Lin Xian turned and entered the war chariot. Behind him, Yao Qingguo and Bai Congxing followed. The others also retreated. They looked at Lin Xian with a trace of respect in their eyes. Even the great sage sucked in a breath of cold air. They knew that this person's identity was extremely unusual. They couldn't provoke him. Hey, who are you? Yao Qingguo asked. You are so powerful, but you didn't say anything. You made me worry for nothing. Lin Xian turned his head and smiled. Thank you for helping me. Lin Xian waved his hand and took out a bell. This is a sound transmission bell. When you are in danger in the future, take it out and send a sound transmission. I can save you once. After saying that, Lin Xian gave the bell to the other party and left. The other party was a good person. He didn't know the other party. If the other party could help him, he would repay this. Yao Qingguo took it and snorted. This guy was too rude to leave just like that. Moreover, she didn't believe that she needed the other party to save her. Who was she? However, he still put the bell away. On the other side, Lin Xian entered the secret chamber. Xueqi asked with a smile. Has it been resolved? Lin Xian nodded, and the two of them rested again. After about 4 days, the war chariot finally stopped. This time, no one stopped them, and they arrived at their destination. Up ahead was a mountain range that blossomed with a strange radiance. This was precisely their destination. There was a valley in the mountain range. At this moment, many people were walking in that direction. Lin Xian and Xueqi also rushed over. However, when they arrived, they discovered that there was a formation inside, and it was sealed. There were 6 guards standing there, seemingly checking his identity. Some people entered, while others were stumped. They didn't seem to meet the requirements. Lin Xian frowned slightly. At this moment, a voice came from behind. Eh? You two are going to the valley too? Lin Xian didn't need to turn his head to know that it was Yao Qingguo and the other person. Sure enough, 2 people walked over from behind. Lin Xian nodded. He came here for some matters. Okay, let's go together. Yao Qingguo and the other person walked forward, and they quickly took out their tokens and walked in. However, they were stopped when Lin Xian and the other person arrived. You two don't have a token, so you can't go in. He came with us, and he's our friend. Can't we go in? Yao Qinggu said. However, the guard shook his head. The situation was different now, and they couldn't go in unless they had a token. Was there no other way? Yao Chen frowned. The guard said that there was another way, and that was to break the formation and walk in. Break the formation by yourself. Yao Chen's expression became unsightly. The formation in the valley was so terrifying that even the great sage might not be able to break it. This was simply an impossible task. After Lin Xian heard this, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Oh, is that so? He walked forward, and his eyes shone with golden radiance. He stretched out his hand, and the principles revolved around his fingers. He pointed at the formation, and the whole formation shook violently. Was this lad going to break the formation? There were some people who didn't go in as well. They had tried, but they all failed. Even an expert of the great sage's level didn't go in. Seeing this, he snorted coldly. This lad had some status, and he could scare away the Pulsatilla clan. However, it was impossible for him to enter the valley. Not to mention breaking the formation. I think he will definitely fail this time. As soon as he said this, the others nodded their heads. They didn't think that Lin Xian could break the formation either. The 6 guards shook their heads as well. They said this to give Lin Xian some face. After all, those who could come here had to have a special status even if they weren't qualified to enter. They had to give some face to him. Most people would find a way out after trying once, but this lad didn't know what was good for him. They watched with a cold smile, but the next moment, they were stunned because they heard a crack in the formation, and a crack that was more than 2 meters tall appeared. Lin Xian's lips curled up. He had broken the formation. How could this be? The eyes of the 6 guards almost popped out of their sockets. This was the first time they had seen someone break the formation. However, they couldn't even speak clearly. Lin Xian pulled Xue Qi, and the 2 of them walked into the formation through the crack. The people who had failed were dumbfounded. Who was this lad? Was he a top-notch formation master? However, he was too young. Were there any formation masters recently? They thought about all the formation masters, but they couldn't figure out who they were. It suited this lad's status. Yao Qinggu and Xue Qi also went in. After they went in, they walked toward a large hall in the distance. It seemed like they had something important to do. The valley was very big, and there were some buildings. It seemed like a town. There were many people inside, and all of them had extraordinary status and strength. As Lin Xian and Xue Qi walked forward, they observed him carefully. They had come here to enter the spirit domain. However, the spirit domain wasn't a place that just anyone could enter. They had to be qualified, and this qualification had to be obtained in the valley. Lin Xian waited patiently. After about half a day, a cry came from outside the valley. Then, the formation cracked open, and a group of people walked in. The other people hurried to welcome them, and someone said that the people from the medicine sect had come. When Lin Xian heard this, he narrowed his eyes. The medicine sect, like the alchemy kingdom, were they from the medicine star? Did they come here to enter the spirit domain? It seemed like Yao Qinggu and Xue Qi had come here for the same purpose. The medicine sect's group was led by an old man. His aura was terrifying. He was followed by many experts from the medicine sect. Apart from him, there was another group of people who were even more powerful. They were walking in front of the medicine sect. They were from the dragons. The 2 groups of people were invited into the valley. Why are the people of the dragon clan here? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Was it a coincidence? He suddenly remembered that the dragon prince had been poisoned. Did he come to the spirit realm to look for spirit herbs? That shouldn't be the case. The dragon prince was from an emperor clan. He had all kinds of resources. Why would he come here to look for herbs? He didn't believe it. Of course, if this was true, it would be incredible. This meant that the dragon prince was seriously injured. Even the dragons couldn't do anything about it. Interesting. Lin Xian sneered. The dragon prince was really unlucky. Then, a middle-aged man walked out of the main hall in the valley and said loudly. Everyone must have come here with a goal, right? I know everyone's goal. This time, there are 5 spots to enter the spirit realm. you must cherish them. Each person could bring a maximum of 5 people with them. Many people were in an uproar when they heard this. Someone asked, Senior, weren't there 10 spots in the past, why are there only 5 spots now? The middle-aged man in the valley said proudly, that was in the past. Now, there are only 5 spots. If you are not satisfied, you can leave. The spirit realm won't force you. Once he said this, the valley quieted down. Someone laughed and said, Senior, please don't be angry. Why would we blame you? 5, we will understand. Very good. Who wants the first spot? Xianxia looked confused. Xianxia took a deep breath and said, let's wait and see. They didn't act rashly. At this time an old man walked out and said with a smile, I have a jade pendant from ancient times. Senior, please take a look. As he said this, he took out a jade pendant. The jade pendant was purple. It was as big as a palm. It was simple and had a mysterious aura engraved on it. When it appeared, it shone brightly. Even Xianxia narrowed his eyes. It was good stuff. The middle-aged man from the spirit realm nodded. What was this? A burly man snorted and walked out as well. These people were actually the great sage. His aura was terrifying. As he walked, the entire world shook. He took out a huge black seal, which had 4 black dragons coiling around each other. It was very mysterious. As soon as this thing appeared, a dragon's roar sounded out in the surroundings, causing countless people to cry out in alarm. In the distant Great Hall, the dragon's people also walked out. This was the treasure of our dragons, yet it was taken by someone else. He had to get it. A few people whispered to each other. In addition, the people from the medicine sect were also watching. Yao Qinggu and Yao Qingyu were also watching from another hall. From the looks of it, they didn't even need to make a move. They had already obtained the qualifications. At this moment, a woman walked out and took out a scroll. When she opened it, it was a painting. A red light flickered on the painting, and it also gave off a mysterious aura. The 3 of them fought for the first spot. In the end, the burly man succeeded. He used the black dragon ancient jade in his hand to exchange for the first spot. The others were envious. Xianxia also understood. It seemed like this auction was similar to an auction. The only difference was that the spots were auctioned, and it depended on who had the best items. Xianxia also heaved a sigh. This was really a profitable venture. Was a spot to enter the spirit realm so precious? She could tell that even a great sage would go green with envy at the sight of these treasures. The spirit realm held such an auction every once in a while. It was obvious that they were very rich. In the distance, the dragon's people saw that the black dragon ancient jade was taken away by the people from the spirit realm. An old man said, It's okay. It's not good to show up now. We can discuss it with the people from the spirit realm in secret after the auction. Then came the second spot. This time, there were more people in the auction. In the end, it was won by an old woman. When the third spot was auctioned, Xianxia narrowed his eyes. He felt that he should bid for it. This time, there were more people in the auction. There were a total of 8 people, and each of them brought back an extraordinary treasure. One of them even took out a furnace. It was a man with a mustache, and he was holding a furnace in his hand. There was a fiery figure sitting on it, and it looked very mysterious. This furnace is called the sky-burning furnace. The mustached man said, I got it by chance. There are many top-notch alchemists in the spirit realm. If we can get this sky-burning furnace, we will be able to refine pills successfully. The eyes of the spirit realm's expert in the front lit up when he heard this. The others had a bad feeling about this. At this time, another woman stepped forward and said, I also have something here. She took out an ancient book. Its cover was tattered, but she kept it carefully. This book was left behind by a super expert 60,000 years ago. He carried this ancient book with him all the time, and it contained his aura. If one could comprehend it, they would be able to improve their great Tao. Many people were surprised, and even the mustached man's expression changed. It was obvious that this item was extraordinary. Xianxia was worried, and she looked at Xianxia. Are you sure you can get it? To be honest, even though the items they had were good, they were still inferior to this book. She even doubted whether it would take them so much effort to get a quota. She felt like she was losing money. When the people next to them saw this, they said, "This is your first time here, so you don't know the rules of the spirit realm." Those who got a quota could enter the spirit realm, and they could also get a spirit herb or an elixir. Many people wanted to go to the spirit realm to ask for an elixir, so they were willing to pay any price. After Shuiqi heard this, she understood that it wasn't just a quota. They could also get an elixir in the spirit realm. It was no wonder that these people were so crazy. She became even more worried. Lin Xian curled up the corners of his mouth. It didn't matter, as he was very confident in himself. When Lin Xian saw that no one was going to take out any treasures, he walked out and said with a smile, "I have something here." It was him. Many people were surprised when they saw Lin Xian. They had seen with their own eyes that Lin Xian had torn open the array and walked in. This showed that this young man wasn't simple. They wondered what he could take out. Some people shook their heads. Even though this young man wasn't simple, everyone who came here was an expert. They were afraid that he couldn't take out anything better than the others. Yao Qingguo and the other woman were also confused. What kind of treasure could this arrogant young man take out? Spirit herbs. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people's expressions became strange. Some even couldn't help but laugh. This kid's brain was flooded with water. Why did he have to send spirit herbs? One had to know that the spirit realm didn't lack spirit herbs. At the front, the spirit realm's experts' expressions also darkened. Was this kid here to pick a fight? The bearded man who took out the furnace also laughed. Kid, do you think your spirit herbs are better than the ones in the spirit realm? If that's the case, why did you enter the spirit realm? Another woman in red also laughed. Young people can't take out treasures. It's better for them to stand aside and watch. Everyone burst into laughter. In the distance, Yao Qingguo also frowned. Why did this kid do such unreliable things every time? Everyone was laughing. Lin Xian looked calm. He looked forward and said, "Senior, why don't we take a look first?" "No need." The expert of the spirit realm shook his head. He didn't believe that there was a spirit herb that was better than theirs. Even Yao Xing couldn't do it. So, he ignored him. The others shook their heads. This kid wanted to get away with it. How could it be possible? He was too naive. Lin Xian's face also darkened. He didn't say anything. Instead, he waved his hand and a force circulated in the spirit herb. Suddenly, the spirit herb shone and the fragrance of medicine floated out. The smiles of the surrounding people froze and then disappeared. They all widened their eyes and looked forward in disbelief. Even the eyes of the expert of the spirit realm shrank. What was this? He turned his head, and an extremely terrifying light burst from his eyes as he stared at Lin Xian like lightning. Lin Xian waved his hand and put away the spirit herb. Let's go." Then, the two of them turned to leave. "Wait." The expert of the spirit realm shouted. Lin Xian stopped and turned around with a smile. "Senior, what else do you want? Where's your spirit herb? Take it out and let me see." Lin Xian smiled. "How could my spirit herb be from the spirit realm? I was too naive before." Then, he continued to walk. Everyone had strange expressions on their faces. They felt like they had been slapped in the face. They really couldn't laugh now. The aura coming from the other side was something they had never seen before. What kind of spirit medicine was this? Why did it feel so mysterious? The expression of the expert from spirit realm also darkened. How dare the other party put on airs in front of him? However, he quickly retracted his cold gaze and walked forward. He smiled again and said, "Sir, please wait. I don't know where you got this spirit herb, but your spirit herb is very good and can be used to exchange for a qualification." As soon as these words were spoken, countless people were in an uproar. The mustached man and the red-robed woman's faces turned ugly. They had all taken out their best treasures in order to obtain the right to enter the spirit realm, but now, they had all lost to the other party. Didn't the senior have no time? Or not? Lin Xian continued. The expert from spirit realm gritted his teeth. He wanted to slap this kid to death, but he was too good. He smiled and said, "My attitude was not good before, please forgive me. This way, please." He invited Lin Xian to the side. "Servants, come and take a seat." Soon, someone came from the valley to serve Lin Xian. Lin Xian sat down and smiled. "Senior, do you really want to see it?" The expert from Spirit Realm nodded. Lin Xian waved his hand and took out the spirit herb. After the expert from Spirit Realm took it, his eyes shone brightly. He sucked in a breath of cold air. Where did young master get the spirit herb? The surrounding people were also shocked. It seemed that this spirit herb was something extraordinary. Lin Xian said, "I got this in an ancient ruin. I also think this thing is divine, but it doesn't seem to be useful to me, so I want to use it to exchange for something useful to me." After Lin Xian's explanation, the others also understood. For example, if you gave a young person a spirit herb that could prolong his life, to be honest, although it was precious, it was not as good as giving him a spirit herb that could increase his cultivation immediately. Humans were so practical. Therefore, everyone could understand why Lin Xian wanted to use this precious spirit herb to exchange for the qualification to enter Spirit Realm. "Where is the ancient ruin that young master talked about?" the elder of the spirit race asked. It seemed that the other party was not planning to give up. Lin Xian said with a smile. It had been too long, and he had forgotten that it was not in this world. It was in another star world. The expert from Spirit Realm sighed. The universe was vast and endless. If he was just passing by without the coordinates, he would not be able to find it in his lifetime. Of course, there was another possibility, and that was that the kid in front of him was not telling the truth. He did not care and did not continue to ask. She would keep the spirit herb first and discuss it with the grand elders. As for the kid, it would not be too late to ask him when the time came. Next, Lin Xian and the others were invited to a large hall. The last 2 spots were auctioned. After the auction, the other 2 people got the spots. Other than Lin Xian, the other 4 people who got the spots were assigned 5 people each. Some knew each other, and some had just formed a team. After all, they could continue to auction these spots. Lin Xian's team also had people come over and took out amazing treasures. There was no other way. Lin Xian's team only had 2 people, and there were 3 empty spots. This meant that 3 people could use this opportunity to enter. Naturally, they would not miss it. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. To be honest, he did not want to agree, but he felt that someone was watching him. Humph, after thinking for a moment, he sneered. What, someone was watching his treasures? It seemed that some people were not giving up. Since that was the case, he would let them know what regret was. Lin Xian said that the 3 spots would be given to whoever took out the best item. In the end, 3 people were chosen. One was the small bearded man, and the other was the red-clothed woman. These 2 people had competed with Lin Xian and lost. But now, they had given their treasures to Lin Xian and had become Lin Xian's teammates. The last person was a gray-haired old man. His hands were like the claws of a rock. His name was Bihe. The treasures he gave out were also extraordinary. Lin Xian put away the 3 treasures and said, "When the time comes, follow me." Lin Xian and Xueqi stayed in the best room in the hall. Lin Xian and Xueqi stayed in the best room. The other people stayed in a corner of the hall. The 3 of them did not care. Xueqi was very smart, and she could guess what they were thinking just by looking at their expressions. Lin Xian frowned and sighed. It seems like I underestimated the might of that spirit herb. In all honesty, this spirit herb was the worst one he had ever planted in the 4-Spirit Valley. However, he was still shocked by these people. Lin Xian knew that he couldn't take out such a spirit herb in the future. The sword world was too mysterious, and it wasn't something that others could imagine. He knew that these people were watching him closely, and they wanted to know more about the mysterious spirit herb's secrets. They even wanted to attack him. Lin Xian wasn't afraid of them, and he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to get rid of these people so that the secret wouldn't be leaked. Lin Yuan and Xueqi knew that someone was going to attack him, and they started resting. They adjusted themselves to their peak state and were ready to attack at any time. During this time, Yao Qingguo and the old man came over to chat with Lin Xian, but they didn't meet him. Yao Qingguo left angrily. Why is this guy so arrogant? He dares to not meet me. Hateful, the three people in the hall looked at Yao Qingwu's back as she left, and they looked at each other. The small mustached man sneered coldly, and the red-cloaked woman and the gray-haired old man squinted their eyes. They weren't the only ones, as people in the other halls were also discussing this matter. The medicine sect's people had gathered together. "Did you see the spirit herb that the lad took out?" An elder asked. Another person said that it was very divine, and I have never sensed its aura before. I don't know where that lad got it. Does he really only have one? When the time comes, we will capture him and ask him where he found it, and we will go to that place to search for it. It was obvious that the medicine sect was also preparing to attack. The dragons were also preparing to attack. They had already sent out 2 groups of people. One group was going to look for the spirit zone's experts and use other treasures to exchange for the black dragon seal. This was something that belonged to the dragons, and only they could use it to its fullest potential. Moreover, the treasures that they took out were very good, so the spirit zone's experts agreed. The eyes of the other group flickered. That lad's spirit herb was very special, and they wondered if they should investigate it. The leader of the group, an elder, said, "We have an important mission, and we don't need to care about other matters. However, it won't be a problem to send someone to investigate it." "I'll go." A man walked out. This person also had an extremely terrifying dragon chi. The leading elder nodded and said. He took the black dragon seal and refined it. He might be able to use it later. Undercurrents were surging among the various forces. The eyes of the spirit realm expert were also flashing. He stood in a pavilion with his hands behind his back and looked at the sky. Night was coming. He said calmly. A young man beside him asked, "Master, don't we need to prepare anything?" The experts of Spirit Realm laughed. "Don't worry, this is our territory. If they succeed, we can just ask for some information. If they don't succeed, that kid will also enter Spirit Realm. At that time, we can naturally make preparations." His master was wise. The young man smiled. The night was dark. In the room, Lin Xian opened his eyes. "They're here." Xueqi nodded and took a deep breath. She couldn't help but wonder. "Does he have a death wish?" she asked. "Do I need to hold back?" There was no need. Xueqi understood this, and she stood up. Boom, their formation shattered, and several figures appeared. The first ones to appear were 3 people. They were the 3 people who had become Lin Xian's teammates. They were the small mustached man, the red-cloaked woman, and the gray-haired old man. Lin Xian smiled and said, "You 3, why did you come to visit me in the middle of the night and break my formation? Young man, there are some things I want to ask you." The red-cloaked woman smiled and said, "You must answer me truthfully. I guarantee that you will be satisfied." The small mustached man snorted coldly and said, "Tell me the location where you got the mysterious spirit herb." The gray-haired old man also smiled. "Do you really only have one spirit herb? Give us your storage ring, and we will check it." Xueqi snorted coldly. The small mustached man smiled, and his eyes shone with a cold light. "I want this woman." He had never seen such a beautiful woman before. "Kid, you are no match for the 3 of us. So, you'd better surrender obediently. That way, you can have a complete corpse." Lin Xian ignored them. He looked at the sky with his hands behind his back and said calmly, "Since you are here, why don't you come out?" The small mustached man and the other 2 were stunned. "There are more people?" A cold snort echoed from the void. "Kid, you are quite clear. How did you discover us?" 3 figures streaked across the sky once again. The red-cloaked woman cried out in alarm. The medicine sect and the dragons had also come. The gray-haired old man smiled. "It seems like we aren't the only ones. Since that's the case, let's cooperate." No matter what he said, he still wanted to maintain his status. After all, the dragons were quite terrifying. If they joined hands with the medicine sect and drove them out, they wouldn't get anything. The small mustached man and the red-cloaked woman were also nervous, and they looked at the dragons. The dragon's expert, who was clad in blue armor, nodded and said, "All right. You can attack, and I will give you a share of the information." The gray-haired old man smiled and stretched out his palm. A demonic beast's claw grabbed at Lin Xian. The small mustached man also attacked Xueqi. In an instant, their power erupted. They wanted to defeat their enemy with a single move. After all, they were in the spirit zone's territory. Boom, deep sounds echoed out. The gray-haired old man was sent flying back, while the small mustached man's body was covered in ice. His expression became unsightly. Darn it. These two are top-notch geniuses, this isn't good. It seems like I will have to use my full power, and I will probably alarm the spirit zone's people. The red-clothed woman smiled and said. She took out a red gourd. This was a spatial treasure, and no one would know that they were fighting inside it. Collect, the red-clothed woman sneered coldly, and the red gourd shone brightly. Its spatial power engulfed everyone. The world spun, and they arrived in the gourd's world. There was nothing around them. Great! They could use their full power now. The gray-haired old man snorted coldly, and the small mustached man sneered coldly. Little beauty, you are still a peerless genius. I have decided to make you my cultivation furnace. He turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed over, while flames engulfed his body. The small mustached man was quite powerful. He was a fire demon. Terrifying flames burst out of his eyes, and they turned into a worldly furnace that flew toward Xueqi to suppress her. He knew that Xueqi was an ice element martial artist when he attacked her, and he assumed that his previous attack was just a casual one. That was why she was frozen. Now that he attacked her with his full power, her ice would surely melt. Xueqi sneered coldly as she faced his attack. Was her ice just ordinary ice? It was the Ninein icy ice. She waved her hand and unleashed the Ninein divine claw. A black claw streaked across the sky, and everyone was startled by it. The smile on the small mustached man's face disappeared. This claw had shattered his worldly furnace, and it tore his body apart. Puff. Was he defeated? The surrounding people were all stunned. They really did not expect that the little bearded fire demon would actually be defeated. One had to know, they were all clear about the little bearded man's strength. Even if they were strong, their individual strength was probably not stronger than the other party. But now, he was actually defeated in one move. This woman was a little terrifying. Hong Ling, you go and help the fire demon. I'll suppress this brat. The gray-haired old man roared angrily. The woman in red nodded and took out a ribbon. Like a rainbow, it swept forward. The fire demon also roared at the sky. The flames on his body condensed, healing his injuries. He was completely enraged. You actually dared to hurt me. I'll make you pay the price. The two of them charged over again. On the other side, the gray-haired old man's canopy giant claw also arrived in front of Lin Xian, directly grabbing at Lin Xian's head. Lin Xian laughed coldly and struck out a palm. A golden lion blotted out the sky and covered the earth, letting out a heaven-shaking roar. Everyone's blood boiled. That old man's pupils constricted. Not good, he underestimated this person. He did not expect this young man to be so terrifying. He wanted to change his move again, but it was already too late. He could only grit his teeth and roar angrily, displaying his divine ability to the extreme. His palm transformed into a golden rock. The battle between the fearless lion and the golden rock. It should be able to block it. That old man prepared to block this move and send people to suppress the other party together. But he was too naive. Lin Xian's attack hit the fearless lion's seal. This was an ultimate art that could block the Dragon Prince's incarnation. This old man was considered a great sage, but he could not block it too. In an instant, his hand shattered, turning into a bloody mist. A scream sounded. The old man retreated. The fearless lion pounced over, directly tearing his body apart. No, he let out a final scream, his soul dissipating into thin air, a rain of blood falling. The surrounding people were stunned, even their bodies turned cold. What did they see? A great sage was killed with one palm. Who exactly was this young man? Who were you? The two powerful cultivators from the medicine sect roared and walked over together. The expert from the dragons also frowned. This move was so strange and terrifying. It seemed like he was about to attack. Do it quickly. Suddenly, their expressions changed because they discovered that the fire demon and Hong Ling had been frozen. Cracks appeared on many parts of his body, and it seemed like he was about to die. If the icy woman joined forces with them, they might not be able to suppress them. Therefore, they decided to kill the kid in front of him first. Light appeared on the hands of the two elders from the medicine sect as they struck out with their palms. His palm was laced with poison. When the great sage was struck by this palm, he would also be poisoned and his entire body would fester. The expert from the dragons waved his hand and took out a saber. The aura of the law of dragon and the law of water condensed. With a slash of the saber, everything was destroyed. Lin Xian smirked coldly as he struck out with both palms. Two golden lions surged out with a force that could topple mountains and overturn seas, causing the void to shatter continuously. The faces of the two elders from the medicine sect turned ugly. They regretted their actions. This man was simply too strong. He was so strong that he defied the natural order. Under the golden lion's attack, the two men's poisonous palms were shattered into pieces. They had tasted despair. In an instant, they vanished into thin air. Were they dead? The pupils of the expert from the dragon shrank. His attack had also been shattered, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Countless cracks appeared on his body. His face was filled with fright. Before coming here, he had thought that this would be an easy battle, but now, it had exceeded his expectations. At this critical juncture, he took out a black seal. It was the black dragon seal that he had just obtained. He used the black dragon seal to protect his head, and it was only because of this that he managed to avoid such a peerless attack. However, his body had already been shattered, and only his head remained. On the other side, Xueqi had also finished her battle. The two great sage had been turned into ice cubes and scattered on the ground. Their souls had also been completely destroyed. In the blink of an eye, only one of the seven great sage was left alive, and he was severely injured. The pupils of the dragon's expert shrank, and he tore open the void, wanting to escape. Xueqi snorted coldly as she waved her hand, and the surrounding area was sealed in ice. His head was knocked back by the power of the ice, and he returned. He gnashed his teeth and roared. "Do you dare to attack me? I am a member of the dragon's team, and our dragon's expert is nearby." "Are the dragons very powerful?" Lin Xian sneered coldly. "Didn't I kill the dragon prince's incarnation? What, you? Who are you?" the expert from the dragon's team shouted in fright. He was really shocked. The dragon prince's incarnation had been killed, and it was a great blow to him. However, the person in front of him said that he was the one who killed it. "Could it be that you are from the heavenly court? Are you that mad god?" he despaired. Shouldn't the mad god be a terrifying expert? They had guessed countless times that he might be a veteran expert. However, they didn't expect that he would be a young man in front of them. Bingo! The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up. "Your reward is to search my soul." Terrifying flames burst out of his eyes. "Not good. I have to leave this place quickly and spread this news. I have to tell the ancestor that the mad god is a top-notch genius, and he is someone who can contend with the sovereigns. If he was allowed to continue growing, they couldn't imagine what would happen in the future." The aura of the dragon Dao around his body started burning, and it was obvious that he was going to fight with his life. A pair of heavenly eyes looked down at him, and his soul instantly started burning. He screamed in pain. Freeze the black seal, and I will take his soul," Lin Xian said. Xueqi nodded, and the 9 divine claws flew over and shot out countless ice crystals. The black dragon prince shone brightly as it used its terrifying black dragon secret technique. Dragon shadows swirled around heaven and earth, but they were still gradually frozen. On the other side, Lin Xian came in front of the head and started searching his soul. The expert from the dragon's team couldn't resist the heavenly secret divine eyes, and his soul was completely absorbed and turned into ashes. "How is it?" Xueqi walked over and asked. Lin Xian said that they came here because of the dragon prince's injury. "Is the dragon prince's injury that serious? What kind of injury is it?" Xueqi was shocked. Lin Xian said that he didn't know, and only the core elders knew. This person didn't know. However, they did come to the spirit realm to find a way to cure the Dragon Prince's injury. It seems that the Dragon Prince's situation is very dangerous. Then should we intercept them? Xueqi suggested. Lin Xian thought for a moment and shook his head. We don't need to care about them. We came here for our own purpose. Lin Xian originally wanted to kill these people, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. The 10,000 Dragon Dynasty was too strong, and he would just let them be. There would be more experts coming. Moreover, if the Dragon Prince's life was really in danger, the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty would go crazy, and they might even bring their imperial weapons. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to go to the spirit realm to look for life-prolonging spirit herbs. This wasn't in line with his goal. So, Lin Xian decided to ignore the Dragon Prince for now. This black dragon seal is pretty good, and it needs the aura of the Dragon Dao to use it. It's very suitable for me. Lin Xian took the black dragon seal and said with a smile, I'll give you the red gourd. Xueqi nodded. In a large hall, the expressions of the medicine sect's elders became extremely ugly. Our people have died. Damn it, what's going on? Did the battle dragons attack us? They were shocked. They guessed that they weren't the only ones who attacked us. Perhaps someone else had attacked us while we were fighting for information. They could only suffer this loss themselves. They didn't dare to look for trouble with the dragons. However, the dragons came looking for them. The dragon's powerhouse stared at the medicine sect's people with a cold expression. The medicine sect's people were shocked. What's the meaning of this? The dragon's powerhouse snorted coldly and took a step forward. How dare you kill the dragon's people? What's the meaning of this? The medicine sect's elders were confused. Fellow cultivators, please calm down. What's going on? What's going on? The dragon's powerhouse snorted coldly. We sent someone to ask about that kid, but his soul jade tablet was shattered. He's dead. Did you send anyone to check on him? How dare you say that you didn't attack him? What? The medicine sect's elders were also stunned. They didn't expect that the dragon's powerhouse would die. One of the elders said, It's a misunderstanding. We did send someone, but he died. As he spoke, he took out 2 soul jade tablets. These were the 2 elders' soul jade tablets, and they were both shattered. The dragon's powerhouse glanced at them and knew that they weren't lying. However, his frown deepened. If it wasn't the medicine sect, then who was it? Was it someone else? I want to see who dares to attack the dragons. They didn't pursue the matter further. They would find out the next day when they saw who had died. However, when Lin Xian and Xueqi came out the next day, the medicine sect's people were stunned. The dragon's people were also stunned. How is it possible that he didn't die? How did the powerhouse they sent out die? When they thought of this, the medicine sect's people secretly investigated, while the dragon's people came to Lin Xian. You're still alive? Lin Xian laughed when he heard this. What do you mean? Do you think that I'm dead? Are you trying to assassinate me? The moment these words were spoken, the other people in the valley all turned their gazes over. Yesterday's battle took place inside the spatial gourd, so the people outside didn't know about it. However, they thought that someone would make a move. The experts of the dragons were depressed. What should they say? They sent the great sage to assassinate a young man. If word got out, he would lose all his face. When Lin Xian saw the other party, he remained silent and smiled. Lin Xian looked into the distance and the corners of his lips curled up. The sun was really nice today. Damn it. The dragons clenched their teeth. Could it be that these 2 youngsters had killed their experts instead? Although he wasn't sure, this was the only conclusion he could come up with. They wanted to attack. Lin Xian sneered. What? Are you trying to kill me? Should he spread the news of what happened here and let the world see how the dragons bullied the young? Are you courting death? The expert of the dragons shouted angrily. The leader, Elder Zhang, shouted angrily, Come back. The people of the dragons were not satisfied. They asked, Why did the elder ask us to come back? It's just a kid. This kid is very strange. The fact that he's still alive means that he has a trump card. If news of what happened here spreads and others know that we're here, what do you think those people will think? If we attract the Kuanpingzi and the Fire Qilin to stop us, the Dragon Prince's life is really in danger. The other's pupils shrank. The elder is right. We understand. Our main goal is to treat the Dragon Prince's illness. It's good that you know, the leading elder said coldly. As for that kid, he's going to the spirit realm and can't run away. When we're done, we'll just kill him. The people of the dragons quietened down and didn't find trouble with Lin Xian. Naturally, they wouldn't go to the medicine sect either. However, they didn't find anything after investigating. The experts of the spirit realm were also surprised. He actually avoided it? It seemed that this young man wasn't simple. Fortunately, they didn't act rashly. They waited for another day. On the third day, they set off for the medicine sect. Lin Xian met Yao Qinggu again. Yao Qinggu snorted coldly. Kid, you're too arrogant. You didn't even see me yesterday. Lin Xian sighed. Did you miss me when you didn't see me for a day? Yao Qinggu blushed instantly. You're despicable. If you talk nonsense again, I'll tear your mouth apart. Xueqi chuckled beside her. Little sister, don't hide it. We all know that you're a little princess. Yao Qinggu gritted her teeth. She thought that she could hide it from everyone, but now everyone seemed to know that she was a little princess. She snorted and was very depressed. Lin Xian said, You're from the Medicine Star, right? Do you need to come to the spirit realm with your status? Yao Chen sighed. Although the Medicine Star has many spirit herbs, it's still lacking compared to the spirit realm. Moreover, the Medicine Star doesn't have what we need this time. Yao Qinggu didn't say much, and Lin Xian didn't ask. Everyone had their secrets. He had his, and so did the other party. They left the valley and continued to walk forward. The experts of the spirit realm took out a big flag and covered everyone, blocking their vision and souls. They knew that they didn't want them to find the coordinates. They didn't check it. Lin Xian's eyes shone. He could see a blurry scene. The people on the dragon's side took out an ancient mirror and hid it in their sleeves to check it. Outside, the experts of the spirit realm saw those people. They covered them with the flag and continued to fly. They flew for about a month. Finally, he stopped. Along the way, he had been going back and forth. Presumably, these people were not able to tell the exact location. He formed a hand seal and pressed toward the void. The space started to shake, and a spatial vortex appeared. The experts of the spirit realm entered with the flag. The space closed. After entering, the expert of the spirit realm waved his hand and removed the flag. He smiled and said, Everyone, you can go now. The people around sighed in relief. They looked around and found that they were no longer in the everlasting mountain range. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth here was really extraordinary. There were spirit herbs everywhere. Even those that were extinct outside could be found here. The people of the medicine sect exclaimed. Yao Qinggu and Yao Qinggu were also shocked. Even Lin Xian nodded. The medicine star here was strong, and it wasn't even weaker than his four-spirit valley. Of course, the four-spirit valley was still developing, and the spirit realm had been established for tens of thousands of years. However, Lin Xian believed that as long as he obtained more resources, the four-spirit valley and the entire sword world would become stronger than the spirit realm. Everyone, please follow me. The experts of the spirit realm in front lead the way. The group followed. The expert of the dragon's side quietly put away the ancient mirror and smiled. After going in, the people from spirit realm came to receive Lin Xian and the others. Of course, the people from the dragons were the most important. Lin Xian and the others were received along the way. After the banquet, everyone went to rest. They had 1 month to stay in spirit realm. Therefore, he could choose a good spiritual herb. After that, Lin Xian and Xueqi started to tour around the spirit domain. The spirit realm was very big, and they couldn't see the end of it. However, they weren't qualified to enter some of the core areas. They could only walk in the mountains and forests of spirit realm, but they still saw many precious spirit herbs. Of course, they couldn't pluck them as they pleased. They had to report to spirit realm first and obtain permission. Otherwise, he would be killed on the spot if he tried to steal the spiritual herbs. In the past, there were people who didn't believe it. In the end, they secretly plucked it. Soon, people found out. Some of these spirit herbs had already cultivated into demonic beasts and were in charge of guarding them. Therefore, every move of these people was being monitored. "Husband, what are you looking for?" After they walked for several days, Xianxia was also surprised. During this time, she also saw some very good pills, but Lin Xian didn't even look at them. After returning, she could not help but ask. Lin Xian asked, "Do you know the legend of Spirit Realm?" Xianxia nodded. She knew about it. The spirit domain was very famous, and it had once produced the immortal divine medicine. At this point, she sucked in a breath of cold air. "Could it be that you're here for the immortal divine herb?" After all, Lin Xian's goal was to become a great emperor. Therefore, it was normal for him to want the immortal elixir. Lin Xian shook his head. "The immortal divine medicine? That thing is too far away for me right now. Except for the fact that it wasn't a divine medicine. In the spirit realm, the most famous tree should be the tree of life." That's right, the tree of life. It was said that the foundation of spirit realm had lived for tens of thousands of years. It was said that it could bring the dead back to life. It had a mysterious effect. "Husband, you're not here for the tree of life, are you?" Lin Xian took a deep breath. That's right. If he couldn't find any other divine medicine that could prolong his lifespan, then it could only be the divine tree of life. However, it was too difficult. Xianxia sighed. The divine tree of life wasn't something that anyone could use in the spirit realm. This was an extremely precious item. The divine fruit of life produced by the divine tree of life was extremely rare. Furthermore, it would only appear once every few thousand years. It could be said that even spirit realm didn't have enough to share. It was impossible for anyone else to do so. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Let's wait and see. There were still more than 20 days left. Was there any other way to investigate? If not, then he had to obtain a divine fruit of life at all costs. He had to save Xiaojiu. According to Lin Xian's deductions, even if he couldn't obtain the divine fruit of life, he could at least obtain some leaves or tree trunks. After all, he had the sword world, so he could use all the power of the Four Spirit Valley to provide it to the tree of life. Of course, this was only possible if Spirit Realm was willing to do so. If they weren't, then he would have to use his own methods. Spirit Realm had a long history. Ordinary remote antiquity families were much more terrifying. Although they weren't as powerful as the remote antiquity imperial clans, they were still very terrifying. Lin Xian was strong now, and he didn't care about ordinary great sage, but he couldn't face an entire remote antiquity family. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't want to use his methods unless it was absolutely necessary. A few days later, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He thought of a possibility. The Dragon Prince was seriously injured and poisoned. He was very dangerous. The dragons were here to ask for medicine. What kind of medicine were they asking for? Lin Xian guessed that the Dragon Prince was fighting with Kuan Pengzi for the throne. Now that he was suppressed and seriously injured, he couldn't afford to waste time. Therefore, it was possible that they were here to ask for the divine fruit of life. Therefore, he paid special attention to the dragons. On this day, Spirit Realm held another banquet. Some people had already asked for the divine fruit of life. Therefore, all they needed to do was to enjoy themselves here. As for Lin Xian and the other members of the Dragon Clan, they had yet to make any requests. Lin Xian then saw Yao Qinggu and the other girl. Both of them had a solemn expression on their faces. He wondered what had happened. The spirit race expert who led the way before. He smiled at the banquet. Young Master Lin, can you tell me in detail where you found the divine fruit of life? Lin Xian smiled. Actually, it happened a long time ago. I don't remember it clearly. However, I heard that the divine tree of life in Spirit Realm has an extraordinary origin. Can you tell us about this legend? Hearing this, many people nodded. Their eyes lit up. The dragons raised their eyebrows. Even Yao Qinggu and Yao Qingwu's eyes lit up. The divine tree of life is the god of Spirit Realm. The spirit race elder said with a smile. Everyone was surprised when they heard the legend. The dragons laughed. Can we take a look at the divine tree of life? Everyone else became nervous. Was that possible? The spirit race elder said, sorry, the divine tree of life is in the core of spirit realm. It is not open to the public. Even in spirit realm, only a few people have the chance to see it. So it's like that. Many people sighed. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. This meant that the defense of the divine tree of life must be very strong. He looked at the dragons. The dragons still didn't want to speak. After a while, an elder of the dragons stood up and said with a smile, the divine tree of life you mentioned is so divine. I heard that the divine tree of life blossoms once every 5,000 years. It bears fruit once every 5,000 years. Are there any divine fruits of life in spirit realm? We dragons are willing to trade with treasures. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard this. Yao Qingguo and Lin Xian were stunned. Lin Xian, on the other hand, smiled. He finally got what he wanted. The people of spirit realm changed their expressions. An elder said with a smile, you must be joking. We don't have any divine fruits of life. We can't trade. If you want, you can come back in 5,000 years. No more? That's impossible. I heard that the last harvest was 15,000 years ago. Have you used up all the divine fruits of life so quickly? Clearly, the people of the Dragon Clan had done a lot of research and came prepared. The elders of Spirit Realm changed their expressions again. One of them said, there really aren't any left. They immediately changed the topic. The people of the dragons sneered and didn't say anything. They had already proposed that they would secretly communicate with the people of Spirit Realm. If they couldn't come to an agreement, they would have to use their own methods. Then, Lin Xian was invited alone. The people of Spirit Realm still wanted to know where that place was. Lin Xian had no choice but to make up a random name. Lin Xian had been in True Spirit World before, so he said that it was an ancient ruin in True Spirit World. When the people of Spirit Realm heard this, they frowned. True Spirit World was also an extraordinary world. However, they couldn't go there in a short time. They wouldn't give up. If there was a chance, they would send some people to investigate. End of chapter 49-47. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.